Chapter 1. Stark of the Magical Realm. The 58th winning number for this draw is 43962800, lying in his rented room. Clad in a black suit on top and SpongeBob SquarePants shorts below, William sprang up from his bed, exhilaration coursing through him as he heard the numbers announced by the television host. I won. I won. William rubbed his eyes, repeatedly comparing the numbers on his scratch card. The numbers were undoubtedly correct. Haha, I am now a wealthy man. William had been an orphan since childhood, raised in a household of limited means. Yet he never abandoned his dreams, persistently buying lottery tickets each day, convinced that fortune would eventually smile upon him. With this newfound wealth, William envisioned a multitude of possibilities. He could purchase a luxurious seaside villa in the Taklamakan Desert, invest in his favorite actor's Sino-American collaboration, and finally provide treatment for his beloved streamer, who had suffered from a decade of depression. 2 days later, donning a disposable mask and children's sunglasses that cost a mere $5, William armored himself and ventured into the lottery center. His hair was greasy, his gaze unfocused, giving him the appearance of a disheveled Che Guevara that he surveyed his surroundings. There were no throngs of eager spectators, no fundraisers wielding pens, awaiting his donations, nor any journalist from Hong Kong clamoring for an interview. The grand spectacle he had anticipated was utterly alone. William Stark abruptly straightened, jolted from his sleepy stupor. Where am I? Who am I? Where is my husband? Oh, where is my money? No wonder it felt slightly unreal. Everything else seemed genuine. But how could the image of the Jade Emperor be printed on the renminbi? Rubbing his head, William wore a look of utter disinterest, reminiscent of Su Daqiang lying on the ground, yearning for hand-ground coffee that a month prior, William had resided in the Middle Kingdom, awaiting the organization to send someone to discuss the topic of socialist succession, despite having waited over 20 years. Orphaned at a young age, he had completed his university studies thanks to the kindness of others. The dream had begun with a semblance of reality. He indeed had won the lottery, yet in the midst of celebration eating hot pot and singing was suddenly abducted by kidnappers. William vividly recalled the appearance of the assailant. Blood-red lips, a sharp nose, a sinister grin, and a chillingly macabre visage resembling the Joker from Batman. At first, he had thought it was a cosplay event and was intriguedly searching for Batman, only to be abruptly knocked down by a blunt object. Upon awakening, William found himself capable of conversing fluently in English and possessing the memories of an 11-year-old boy. This boy, named William Stark, hailed from a privileged background. His father was a dentist, his mother a professor at Cambridge University, and he had a 9-year-old sister, named Annie. Content with this new identity, William chose to regard his past as a mere nightmare to be forgotten. His only regret lay with the scratch card. Fortunately, he had diligently recorded the winning numbers in his diary. As long as he was not in a parallel world, he would eventually become a millionaire, merely requiring patience, 30 years of it. This time, he resolutely decided against indulging in hot pot. With a sigh, William tossed and turned, realizing he could not fall back asleep, and resolved to rise for a morning run. However, as he stood, he heard a soft puff from the balcony. "Is that you, Boba Tea?" he inquired softly while dressing. Boba Tea was a charming young orange cat rescued by William after being injured, who had since become his cherished pet. Though not as ubiquitous as London foxes, stray cats were still quite common. Given its orange hue, William had named it Boba Tea. Boba Tea possessed an extraordinarily gentle demeanor otherwise. William's parents would not have consented to keep it. Dressing quickly, William pulled back the curtains and opened the glass door. The sunlight outside was warm, yet gentle. Tea appeared to be a rare, fine day. Squinting, he spotted Boba Tea perched on the marble floor of the balcony, facing off against an owl. The scene was undeniably bizarre. Upon hearing footsteps, Boba Tea perked up its orange ears, revealing a row of sharp teeth as it emitted a soft, plaintive meow, crouching into a hunting stance. The owl, head bowed, swayed its head, its large eyes rolling in apparent disdain. How dare it? Incensed, Boba Tea prepared to pounce. William quickly interposed, saying, "Boba Tea, don't eat anything strange that could make you ill." He added, "It should at least be cooked first." Goo. The owl seemed to comprehend William's words, tilting its head to glance at the boy with an expression of offense. It rotated its brownish-yellow pupils, then unfurled its wings, flapping away from the balcony railing. Only then did William notice that it clutched a thick, brown envelope made of parchment in its talons. A letter, for me. He found it peculiar that an owl, typically nocturnal, would confront his little orange cat at such an early hour and even deliver a letter. What era is this? William rested his chin in contemplation, his thick, lustrous dark brown hair gently swaying in the breeze. Come to think of it, there have indeed been odd fluctuations in this Boda's memories. He struggled to articulate it, feeling as if he had awakened latent powers or magic. He had subtly probed his parents about this, only to discover they were entirely ordinary, leading him to conceal this secret to avoid unwanted attention. Now it seems I am indeed not an ordinary individual. Moreover, considering his surname Stark, William's emerald green eyes sparkled with realization, akin to a blind person discovering a glimmer of light. Could it be that my distant cousin Howard Stark, having recognized the resemblance between his son Tony and Potts, intends to summon me across the seas to inherit his vast estate? Yet, that didn't seem quite right. Given the prominence of Stark Industries, William had never seen it mentioned on television, indicating he was not in the Marvel Universe. Then, could it be a relative from Westeros, Bran Stark, preparing to summon me to claim his Iron Throne? But wouldn't that involve a raven instead? As William pondered, the owl circled above before dropping the envelope onto his head. His eyes widened, hands gripping tightly as he swiftly tore open the envelope, extracting the letter to read. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, Knight of Merlin, First Class Mage. Dear Mr. Stark, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The letter had yet to be completed when William's attention was once again interrupted by a commotion. He looked up to see Boba T had pounced upon the owl. The owl lay comfortably on the balcony, with Boba resting upon its back. The posture is rather ambiguous. This was William's initial reaction. The subsequent reaction. Chapter 2. Only children make choices as night enveloped the living room. A rich aroma permeated the air. The dinner spread was rather lavish, with pies enveloped in golden syrup, accompanied by a dollop of whipped cream. A generous platter of fried snowfish was served alongside crispy potatoes, each piece delicately coated with almond slivers, offering a delightful crunch without greasiness. Father Roy sipped his red tea in small increments, perusing a letter with keen focus, refraining from immediate commentary. However, Mother Lyanna hesitated momentarily before gently interjecting, "My dear, it is quite evidently a prank. After all, I received a letter from the mysterious doctor when I was young, inviting me to tour the TARDIS and save the world." Little Annie sent 5 letters of commission to Baker Street each week. William found himself in a quandary, unable to articulate that this was not a mere jest. As for magic, he had yet to harness that power freely. Father Roy fell silent for a moment, placed the letter down, and looked earnestly at his son, stating, "William, your mother is correct. There is no such thing as magic. After graduation, I hope you will attend Eton for secondary school, then proceed to Oxford for university, rather than Hogwarts." Roy wished to express further that the mere mention of Hogwarts hardly conveyed the essence of a respectable institution, and the name Albus Dumbledore hardly suggested a reputable individual. "Darling, why Oxford? I believe Cambridge would be a superior choice," Mother Lyanna remarked with a hint of discontent, resting her chin on her hand. "Hey, Lyanna, I understand you are a professor at Cambridge, yet Cambridge is merely a preparatory school for Oxford." The two engaged in a friendly debate, while William sat bewildered. This scene felt oddly familiar. In a past life, he had once agonized over whether to attend Peking University or Tsinghua University, losing sleep over the decision for several nights. "Annie, what are you doing?" William suddenly focused his gaze on the little girl. Annie stiffened, her fork suspended in midair. It was clear that she had intended to feed the bacon from her plate to the little creature, Bobo T. "Annie, you must not feed Bobo T anymore. It has already had enough dried fish and could easily become overweight." Biologists have proven that orange cats and fat orange cats are 2 distinct species, the latter more accurately classified within the realm of swine. William was adamant that his beloved creature not transform into an orange pig. Jenny piped up, looking rather aggrieved. Bobo T's dried fish was stolen by the owl. William frowned at this revelation. Previously, the owl had been sprawled on the ground, dragging its 2 claws as if grievously injured. How was it now tearing into bacon with such vigor? Was it truly injured? As if sensing William's gaze, the owl's adorably large eyes shifted slightly, and it released its grip, allowing the bacon to fall into its bowl. It then lay on the floor, convulsing as if paralyzed. Bobo T perched on the sofa, casting a disdainful glance at the still adoring owl, twitching its whiskers with an air of indifference. At this juncture, William's parents had transitioned from discussing the merits and demerits of universities to international disputes, leaping to contemplate Charles and pondering how many more years he would remain as the heir apparent. Ultimately, they reached a consensus that he was quite unlikely to outlive the Queen. William, nodding in agreement, recognized that the Queen was a formidable contender in the final circle, with her only rival being that elderly gentleman. The owl shamelessly mooched off meals for 2 days, enduring countless disdainful glares from Bobo T, before reluctantly departing with William's letter. Having surreptitiously pilfered 2 packets of cat treats, which incensed Bobo T greatly. As members of the Muggle community, the Academy was scheduled to send a teacher for a home visit in 2 days, clearly accustomed to the skepticism surrounding Muggle parents. Not every parent possesses the audacity to entrust their 11-year-old child to an obscure institution, particularly one that boldly proclaimed itself a school of magic. However, Hogwarts teachers were not particularly punctual. Despite an agreement to arrive at 9 o'clock, the afternoon wore on without a sight of them. They must be frauds. Roy, the father, expressed his discontent while seated on the sofa. As a dentist, he held a strong sense of time. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Annie, who had been dozing off while cradling Bobo T, sprang upright from the sofa. The orange kitten curled up on her abdomen was sent tumbling by the sudden movement. Moments later, a piercing wail echoed from the other side of the carpet. Meow at last, she was wide awake. Annie dashed to the front door, eagerly twisting the doorknob, finally glimpsing the wizard she had been hearing about for days. She looked up and up and up. Wow, Annie exclaimed in awe. A towering figure nearly obscured the entire doorway. The individual wore a fuzzy brown suit without a tie, bowing his head to reveal a face adorned with a tangled, thick beard, but his eyes, resembling shiny black beetles, glimmered beneath his hair. Compared to his bushy beard, the giant's hair seemed relatively tame. Though this was a matter of perspective, it appeared he had applied a prodigious amount of some sort of machine oil to slick it back into a ponytail, creating an exceedingly peculiar appearance. To be honest, William was taken aback. This figure did not resemble the wizard he had envisioned. In his mind, a wizard ought to don yellow galoshes and capri pants. Instead, Hagrid seemed more akin to a giant than a wizard. In truth, William's knowledge of the Harry Potter universe was scant. He only recalled names like Harry, Ron, Hermione, Voldemort, and Dumbledore, with the plot completely eluding him. If he had found himself transported to the realms of Naruto or Marvel, he might have been able to prepare for potential dangers. But the Harry Potter world was an entirely different matter, given that his understanding of the storyline was utterly non-existent. So, should he forego Hogwarts? That was no jest. Who could resist the allure of magic? As for the more comfortable life in the scientific world, such choices were for children, and William declared that he desired it all. Chapter 3. The professor was gored by a wild boar. My apologies for my tardiness. The giant offered an apology, bending low as he entered, his head brushing against the ceiling, nearly colliding with the chandelier. He ran a hand through his hair, a sheepish smile appearing as he remarked, I was supposed to arrive at 9, but encountered a minor hiccup along the way. The tousled hair, once a peculiar ponytail, now appeared completely disheveled. Roy, his father, swallowed hard and asked dryly, Are you the professor from Hogwarts? There was no trace of impatience in Roy's tone, as if he were not the one who had just complained about the delay. Although Roy stood nearly 9 meters tall, he seemed diminutive next to the giant's towering height of almost 5 meters, resembling a hobbit in comparison. The stark difference in their sizes created an undeniable intimidation. At that moment, Roy could only rely on his instincts. Originally, it was Professor Snape who was to escort the new students, but Hogwarts had recently encountered some difficulties. Professor Roberts, who taught defense against the dark arts, had been wandering the Forbidden Forest during the day and was tragically gored to death by a blast in its scrot. The school was temporarily short-staffed, which is why I was asked to assist. The rest of Hagrid's explanation was lost to the gathering, as everyone was captivated by the shocking news of a professor's demise. Roy gasped, exchanging anxious glances with Leanna, who expressed her concern. I told you it was unwise to come here. This school is far too perilous. Goodness, even professors can perish. That's not true, Hagrid protested, his face reddening as he stammered. With Professor Dumbledore here, Hogwarts is the safest place in the wizarding world. It's just that the position of defense against the dark arts professor is rather cursed. Every year, candidates seem to encounter issues. What do you mean? Such incidents occur annually at Hogwarts. Leanna's voice rose in pitch, her skepticism regarding the school's safety evident. However, Hagrid found himself at a loss for words, realizing that her statement was not without merit. Hey, I should write a letter to Holmes, asking him to investigate Hogwarts, and exclaimed excitedly, dashing off to her bedroom. Hagrid scratched his increasingly chaotic hair, realizing he had botched the day's events. He stared blankly, bewildered. The responsibility of welcoming new students fell to the teachers, and Hagrid was not a teacher. This outing was a request he had made to Dumbledore himself. His motivation was simple. He wished to perform well, so he could request Dumbledore's permission to welcome Harry next year. Yet, this was only the first Muggle family, and he had already made a mess of everything, arriving late and causing some misunderstandings. Hagrid would have preferred to deal with the adorably fierce Hungarian horntail. The living room was a cacophony, reminiscent of a bustling market, when a youthful voice broke through. "Hey, since you're a wizard, could you show us a trick?" William looked up, his striking emerald-green eyes fixed on Hagrid. William's words finally pulled Hagrid from his embarrassment. Gratefully, he glanced at the boy and cheerfully inquired, "Are you the new student this year? I know you. Thank you for taking care of Milia for the past 2 days." "Milia? Ah, Milia is indeed that owl," explained Hagrid. "Thank you for the fish balls. She adores them." William cast a glance at Bobo T, wishing to remark that the owl had pilfered them herself. Yet the silly orange cat was still busy licking its paws, oblivious to the conversation. "You may simply call me Hagrid." "Hagrid, could you possibly demonstrate some magic for us?" William inquired. The most effective means to alleviate his parents' concerns was through the display of such extraordinary powers. Any ordinary person witnessing it would be utterly astonished and enchanted. "Well, technically, I am not permitted to use magic," Hagrid replied, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. "However, this is for work, and Professor Dumbledore would certainly understand." With that, he extended his large hand toward his fluffy brown coat and rummaged for a moment before producing a pink, tattered umbrella. "Wait, why is it pink?" It was surprising to discover that behind Hagrid's formidable stature lay a whimsical heart. Grasping the umbrella as one would a mere toothpick, Hagrid exclaimed, "Do not blink. We are about to witness magic." He swung the umbrella with a swift flourish, directing it at the goldfish in the bowl. In an instant, a violet flash erupted, accompanied by a sound akin to a firecracker, and the little goldfish transformed into a creature with the upper body of a fish and the lower body of a human. Although the creature was only the length of a finger. "Oh no, that is not quite right. It's not left and right, but rather upper and lower," Hagrid muttered under his breath, waving the little umbrella again. This time, it morphed into a being with the upper half of a fish and the lower half of a human. William's eyelids flickered. Could this be the fabled mermaid? Hagrid scratched his beard, his complexion reddening as if he had indulged in spurious spirits. He fibbed. This is what the mermaids in the Black Lake look like. William regarded him with skepticism. Hagrid tugged at his beard and murmured defensively, "I am not particularly skilled in transfiguration. That is Professor McGonagall's domain. You cannot expect my transfiguration to match hers. In truth, I am a master of magical creature care." William harbored doubts. Yet Hagrid's half-hearted transfiguration left Roy and Leanna utterly entranced. Having been subjected to decades of corrupt education under capitalism, their worldview was completely upended. Were Hagrid not so large, Professor Leanna would likely have whisked him away to Cambridge for dissection. With 20 years of medical experience, Roy was also eager to examine how a wizard's teeth differed from those of ordinary humans. In an instant, Hagrid became the most beloved figure in the Stark household. Even Annie clung to him, eager to witness the magic of transformation. Annie vowed to write to Dumbledore 7 times a week, inquiring about her admission to the school. Meanwhile, Sherlock Holmes could remain in the Himalayas, playing in the mud. Hagrid enjoyed a delightful afternoon tea at William's home. In that brief interval, the Stark family transformed into his cherished friends in the Muggle world. It was not until evening that Hagrid, beaming with joy, led William toward Diagon Alley. Neither Leanna nor Annie accompanied them. Hagrid's stature was simply too imposing, occupying the entirety of the space behind the vehicle. Even so, they managed to squeeze in. Annie, pouting, quietly suggested that she could share the trunk with Bobo T, but her father Roy dismissed the idea outright. The little girl then began to demand gifts, and only after William acquiesced did she settle down momentarily. As the regal feline Bobo T found a comfortable position nestled in William's embrace, it cast a sidelong glance at Annie, having deemed her unworthy of affection ever since she had knocked it off the sofa. Now, with William being the only one capable of entering the magical realm, he was its designated caretaker. What an unparalleled honor. Chapter 4. The Life of the Affluent. Hagrid, how did you arrive? Throughout the journey, William engaged Hagrid in conversation, noticing the giant's evident nervousness. He expressed concerns about the safety of Muggle vehicles and even admitted to feeling a bit car sick. "I came using Floo powder straight from Dumbledore's office fireplace." Hagrid's words brimmed with pride, as if utilizing Dumbledore's belongings was an extraordinary feat. What is Floo powder? Upon learning from Hagrid that Dumbledore was merely an old curmudgeon, Roy's interest in the headmaster waned, replaced by curiosity about Wizard's mode of transportation. "Oh, I forgot you Muggles don't have Floo powder," Hagrid apologized. "Floo powder is a shimmering powder. You simply take a handful, clearly state your destination, and sprinkle it to arrive directly. It's quite convenient." William, toying with Bobo T's tail, nodded thoughtfully. This substance resembled teleportation and was indeed very handy. "But Hagrid, what is that look in your eyes?" William was certain he detected a glimmer of pity within Hagrid's large eyes, a sentiment that suggested muggles lived in dire straits. Without magic, without flue powder, unable to even attend Hogwarts. Was that not pitiable? Truly, it was lamentable. Are there other modes of transportation besides flue powder? William inquired. There are plenty. Portkeys, apparition, night bus. Hagrid exclaimed. Merlin's beard. The ministry should abolish such means of transport. Suddenly, Hagrid pulled out a grimy, stained handkerchief to cover his mouth, gesturing with his left hand for William to change the subject. Hagrid, you mentioned Professor Albert has passed. Do we have a new professor? William offered a few olives and opened the car window, hoping the olives would alleviate some of Hagrid's nausea. Poor Professor Albert, Hagrid lamented as he flipped the filthy handkerchief, blowing his nose with a sound akin to a morning horn. I only knew Professor Albert enjoyed a drink. I had no idea he would indulge in one before venturing into the Forbidden Forest. Early this morning, I opened the door, took a small basket, and prepared to visit the lovely Aragog in the Forbidden Forest. Then, they heard a student from Hufflepuff mention that Professor Robert had gone missing. They searched high and low and eventually found themselves in the Forbidden Forest, where they spotted a piece of his wizarding robe hanging on a bramble. Professor Flitwick exclaimed in dismay, fearing he had fallen victim to a magical creature's attack. Venturing further in, they indeed discovered Professor Robert ensnared in a devil's snare, his abdomen pierced by a blasted screw, and his hand clutching a bottle of spilled fire whiskey. Hagrid, sniffling, appeared deeply saddened. Hagrid, what is the devil's snare? Hagrid shivered, seemingly recalling the tragic scene of Robert's demise. The devil's snare is an exceedingly perilous vine-like plant that, upon maturity, extends its tendrils to ensnare those who venture too close, inflicting harm upon wizards. Hagrid lamented, in my opinion, such dangerous flora ought to be eradicated. Otherwise, they could easily harm the delicate magical creatures dwelling within the Forbidden Forest. I cannot fathom why Professor Sprout would wish to cultivate the devil's snare. It is indeed a peculiar obsession. William squinted, meticulously noting the arcane knowledge imparted by Hagrid. A sense of unease washed over him, for in Hagrid's words, magical creatures seemed portrayed as fragile, endearing, amiable, and innocent. For instance, the eight-eyed giant spider, Aragog, which Hagrid had just mentioned, appeared 100 times more adorable than a bowtruckle in his description. Hagrid even invited William to join him in stroking Aragog's hairy legs. Goodness, are there truly such delightful beings in a magical realm? A peculiar yearning for the Forbidden Forest began to blossom within William. After half an hour of travel, they finally arrived at their destination. Here we are, no more riding in a car, Hagrid exclaimed, raising his head in excitement. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, his head collided with the car roof. Rubbing his head, he seemed unperturbed, though a slight dent appeared in the ceiling. Roy stared blankly for a moment before his excitement returned. He finally had a reason to discuss the matter of a new vehicle with Leanna. Oh, my apologies. I'll handle it, Hagrid said. No worries. Roy waved dismissively, as if the incident were trivial. With everything back to normal, Hagrid produced his pink umbrella and gently tapped the car roof, causing the dent to vanish instantly. Roy realized something alarming. Once William mastered magic, would he not be compelled to drive this car into oblivion? After disembarking, Hagrid led the two into a bustling street teeming with people. The thoroughfare featured bookstores, record shops, burger joints, and a cinema, all appearing rather ordinary. Yet notably absent was the leaky cauldron that Hagrid had mentioned. Wait a moment. William finally spotted a sign in an inconspicuous corner. It was an old, weathered sign adorned with a black cauldron, marked with Leaky Cauldron in neon ink. Hagrid smiled and declared, "This is it, the Leaky Cauldron, a renowned establishment, the oldest pub in London, predating any Muggle tavern by considerable margin." Hagrid's words brimmed with pride, while Roy appeared utterly bewildered, having seen nothing of note. A minor issue, to prevent being discovered by Muggles. This place is infused with a multitude of confounding charms, assisting Muggle families in accessing Diagon Alley, which is also one of my responsibilities. According to Hagrid, there are also confusion spells and Muggle-repelling charms in proximity to Hogwarts. Without the guidance of a wizard, Muggles cannot enter. Although Hagrid takes great pride in the Leaky Cauldron. Upon stepping inside, one realizes it is a shabby and cramped establishment, truly a disservice to its venerable reputation. William cast a disdainful glance at the dilapidated infrastructure within, which was not only antiquated, but also in disarray. What a waste, considering it occupies such a prime location with considerable foot traffic. Were William the proprietor, he would elevate the decor to a far superior standard, transforming it into the premier establishment in the magical realm, offering a comprehensive array of services including fine dining, gaming, spa treatments, massages, and singing. It ought not to be called a bar. It should be renamed the Leaky Lounge. William had already conceived plans for the renovation, promotional strategies, marketing tactics, and celebrity endorsements. The only thing lacking was financial backing. He rummaged through his pockets, only to find a pitiful few pennies. How could an 11-year-old boy expect to receive substantial funds from his parents? He couldn't help but reminisce about that scratch card, longing to experience the unadorned yet monotonous life of the affluent. Chapter 5. Come on, let us rob a bank. Hagrid was clearly a regular at the bar. The moment the three entered, the chatter abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned to Hagrid, smiling and waving. Particularly enthusiastic were the elderly ladies sitting in the corner, sipping sherry from small glasses, who greeted Hagrid with warmth. One of them even extended her long pipe towards him, attempting to coax him into taking a puff. Hagrid was ensnared for quite some time before he managed to extricate himself. Who would have thought that Hagrid was such a friend to middle-aged and elderly women? The bar owner resembled a shriveled walnut. He picked up a glass, wiped it clean, and inquired, "Hagrid, would you like another drink?" "No, Tom. I'm currently engaged in duties for Hogwarts and cannot partake in any alcohol," Hagrid replied solemnly, conveying that anyone who hindered his work was his adversary. However, a man beside him, wearing a large top hat and squinting through murky eyes, queried, "Is that so? But I saw you this morning ahem. I must take William to Diagon Alley now. Farewell, everyone," Hagrid hastily interjected. Tom shrugged and remarked, "Since I drank with you this morning, he hasn't shown up." Hagrid appeared somewhat disheartened. Navigating past the bar, Hagrid led the two into a small courtyard surrounded by walls. Beyond a trash bin and some weeds, there was nothing else to behold. Roy halted, unable to restrain his curiosity, and inquired, "Hagrid, when you mentioned being delayed this morning, were you here drinking?" Hagrid scratched his beard and replied dryly, "Dear Roy, I can explain. You see, I traveled quite a distance from Hogwarts to London. Is it so unreasonable to sit here and rest for a few minutes?" Roy nodded in agreement. "That seems perfectly reasonable." Hagrid continued, "This is a pub. I cannot simply sit idly by. I must tend to Tom's business. Thus, I shall procure a few cups of eggnog to soothe my throat. Is that unreasonable?" Roy rested his chin on his hand. "That is a fair point. So, you ended up drinking too much?" William interjected. "Not at all." Hagrid hesitated for a moment, glancing around before whispering, "I was actually about to leave when I encountered a Greek man. He chatted with me about his three-headed dog, but he could no longer afford to care for it due to its enormous appetite." "William, you cannot fathom how rare and adorable a three-headed dog is. I could not bear to see such a furry creature wandering the streets, destined to be sent to the ministry of magical creatures." Hagrid lowered his head, resembling a remorseful child. "All right, we shall keep this between us," Roy reassured him. Hagrid smiled. "I'm truly grateful, Roy. You are indeed my best muggle friend. You can rest assured that William is in my care. At Hogwarts, no one dares to bully him." Hagrid patted Roy's shoulder with his massive hand, nearly toppling him over. "Hagrid, is a three-headed dog really that adorable?" William couldn't help but ask. "Indeed it is." With a sudden motion, an orange cat head emerged from William's backpack, Pepatza casting a curious glance at Hagrid, as if it had just heard someone praising its charm. "You and that little fellow will become great friends," Hagrid chuckled, gently stroking Pepatza's head. At that moment, an image of the three silly sled dogs inexplicably flashed in William's mind. He began to imagine a three-headed dog with the heads of a Samoyed, a husky, and an Alaskan Malamute. Truly a delightful thought. However, little did William know, he would soon realize just how naive he was. Hagrid counted the bricks atop the rubbish bin. Due to his towering height, he had to bend over awkwardly. "Count 3 bricks up and 2 across," he muttered softly. "All right, step back." He gently tapped the wall 3 times with his umbrella. The brick he had tapped trembled and began to shift, revealing a small opening that gradually widened until an expansive archway, wide enough for Hagrid to pass through, appeared before them, leading to a winding cobblestone street with no visible end. "Welcome," Hagrid exclaimed, arms wide open. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." They proceeded through the archway, bright sunlight glimmering off a stack of pots outside a nearby shop. Above the pots hung a sign, crafted from brass, tin, and silver, depicting a complete range of models, all featuring automatic stirring and folding capabilities. "Oh, William, you must purchase one." Hagrid glanced at the sky. "But the sun is setting. We must first retrieve some money." They approached a towering, snow-white building that loomed over the surrounding shops. Beside the gleaming bronze door stood a figure clad in a scarlet and gold uniform, possessing a clever, dark complexion and pointed mustache. "This is what I was telling you about. A goblin," Hagrid whispered as they walked up the white stone steps toward the figure. Roy's occupational ailment had resurfaced. He could not restrain himself from gazing at the fairy's mouth, which was stretched into a smile, as if he were contemplating an examination of her dental health. William realized that he could no longer allow his family to venture in a Diagon alley unaccompanied. While Roy might merely cast a glance at others' teeth, their mother, Lyanna, was likely to produce a scalpel from her pocket at any moment to dissect and scrutinize the species' differences. Good heavens, what a peculiar family this was. William suddenly discovered that he was, in fact, the sole normal individual among them. He harbored no such bizarre thoughts, at most. He entertained the notion of robbery. Standing before the second grand door of Gringotts, his figure was half cloaked in sunlight and half shrouded in shadow. On the doors before him, the following inscription was engraved: "Enter, stranger, but beware of the fate that greed may bring. An unyielding desire for gain, without labor, shall incur the gravest of penalties. Therefore, if you seek to pilfer wealth from our subterranean vaults that has never belonged to you, thief, consider this your warning. What you summon may not be treasure, but rather retribution." For reasons unknown at that moment, as he beheld those lines, William truly felt the urge to rob Gringotts. Well, in his previous life, he had experienced a similar impulse while observing armored cash transport vehicles. However, the armed soldiers would swiftly extinguish such desires in the blink of an eye. Surely the defenses here could not be that formidable? William looked up at Hagrid and quietly inquired, "Hagrid, is the defense strong here?" Hagrid nodded affirmatively. "Of course, it is strong. This is the safest place in the wizarding world aside from Hogwarts." "How so?" William arched an eyebrow. Hagrid bent down and, with an intensity of tone that William had never heard before, spoke in a conspiratorial manner. "There are dragons beneath." "Dragons?" Hagrid's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Indeed, I would love to raise one. I would give anything for that." But then he deflated. However, 20 years after the enactment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, to promote this legislation, the Wizarding Council formally passed a ban on dragon keeping. He gritted his teeth. "I dare say, this was the most foolish decision ever made by the International Confederation of Wizards." Hagrid's description painted an immediate picture in William's mind. Most critically, he envisioned Daenerys' great black dragon, Drogon. If the wizarding world boasted such majestic dragons, he did not believe he stood a chance of successfully robbing it. Well, once again, William's desires were quelled, this time by Hagrid's scattered saliva. Chapter 6. The Art of Wand-Making for 2,000 Years. Hagrid rambled incessantly along the way, voicing his grievances regarding the various unreasonable regulations imposed by the Ministry of Magic, as if the entire world conspired against his adorable fire dragon. 2 fairies ushered them into a grand marble hall. Approximately 100 fairies were seated on high stools behind a long counter. Some weighed coins on copper scales, while others inspected gems through magnifying glasses, hastily recording the transactions in a large ledger. The hall was filled with countless doors leading to different locations, and many fairies busily guided individuals in and out of these portals. "I need to exchange 200 galleons." Roy produced a small stack of pounds and handed it to an elderly goblin. Hogwarts operates a 7-year compulsory education system, and thus does not charge tuition fees. However, expenses for textbooks, wizarding robes, and wands must be borne by the students themselves. This raises an intriguing question. How does Hogwarts sustain its daily expenditures without tuition fees? William learned from Hagrid that the school's funding primarily comes from allocations from the Ministry of Magic, donations from the Board of Governors, and contributions from esteemed alumni. Of course, the income sources extend beyond these, as Hagrid is merely the keeper of keys. The elderly goblin, a master of commerce, casually glanced at Roy and William, his sharp eyes discerning their affluence from their attire, and promptly began to enthusiastically promote his wares. The goblin appeared to have a flair for theatrics. With a seamless transition, he launched into his performance. Gringotts' private vaults, nestled 2,000 meters underground, safeguarded by the formidable Ukrainian Iron Belly, complete with exclusive one-on-one confidential keys. Vaults that trigger an automatic alarm if separated by just 10 meters. Gringotts' private vaults. You deserve to possess one. Roy, William, Hagrid. Roy and William exchanged looks of disdain, yet the goblin remained unfazed, continuing to market various financial products. Hagrid, brimming with excitement, was entirely overlooked by the goblin, who clearly regarded him as a potential client of little worth. Observing the incessant chatter of the goblin, William was reminded of a long-ago barber who rambled endlessly. Yet the essence of his message remained the same. "Brother, why not get a card?" Before William could voice a thought, his father Roy decisively declined. He had already inquired and discovered that galleons are not pure gold, but rather an alloy refined through goblin craftsmanship. Since they are not composed of pure gold, even if a substantial amount were deposited in Gringotts, it would succumb to inflation, failing to retain value in line with gold prices. Only a fool would entrust their wealth to a bank. Investing it would undoubtedly be far more enticing. What a pity, Hagrid lamented as they walked along. Were it not for the funds I had to expend on a three-headed dog, I too would desire a private vault. Hey, William, what kind of look is that? Not everyone can boast a private vault. It is a symbol of a successful man. I tell you, without a private vault, in the wizarding world, even marrying a wife is an arduous task. William found the statement oddly familiar. Subsequently, Hagrid led the two into Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Madame Malkin, a short and plump witch with a warm smile, clad in purple attire, took their measurements and suggested that the trio first procure other essential items. Thus, they proceeded to the wand shop. This was a small, dilapidated establishment, the gilded sign above the door peeling away, inscribed with Ollivander, making fine wands since 382 BC. Within the dust-laden window display, a solitary wand rested upon a faded purple cushion. Quite impressive to have been crafting wands for over 2 millennia. As they entered the shop, a melodious chime of wind bells echoed from somewhere in the back of the store. The shop is rather diminutive. Furnished with a single long bench and nearly reaching the ceiling, an array of elongated paper boxes housing thousands of wands. Good evening. Suddenly, a head emerges from the stack of boxes. However, this individual is not Ollivander. He is quite young and slender, appearing to be merely a year or two older than William. Oh, Merlin's beard. Cedric, what brings you here? Hagrid exclaims, startled. Hey, Hagrid, good to see you. The boy named Cedric shakes off his apprentice robes, sending a cloud of dust into the air. I'm here for a summer job. Oh, really? Hagrid regards Cedric with a skeptical gaze. If you're looking to earn some money, I have tasks posted at Hogwarts. You could assist me in raising magical creatures over the summer instead of being here. Cedric quickly waves his hand dismissively. It's not about the money. It's about the passion. I simply wish to learn a bit of technique from Mr. Ollivander. Of course. The primary reason he refrains from mentioning is that he certainly does not want to tend to any blast-ended scroots. Those creatures are swift and armed with a long, stinging tail. Absolutely dreadful. You could always enlist the help of the Weasley twins next time. They could use the money, Cedric kindly suggests. Merlin S. Beard. Don't mention those two rascals. Hagrid S. Beard bristles with indignation. I spent half a semester trying to keep them out of the Forbidden Forest. It's the boldest group of first years I've ever encountered. Cedric nods, shifting his gaze to William. This must be the new junior, right? Hello, E.M. Cedric Digay. You could just call me Cedric. Cedric possesses a prominent nose and dark hair. Although he appears frail, his black eyes shine with intensity. Hello, I'm William Stark. Just call me William. William extends his hand, and they shake. Hagrid smiles. William, do converse more with Cedric. He is the most outstanding student in the entire first year. I have heard numerous professors commend him, especially Professor McGonagall, who is notoriously strict. Not at all. Cedric's face reddens slightly as he bashfully turns his head and calls into the back room. Mr. Ollivander, we have a visitor. After a moment, accompanied by the sound of wind chimes, an elderly man stands before them, his pale, large eyes gleaming like two bright moons in the dimly lit shop. Good day. William says, my name is William Stark. Ah, yet another young wizard, the old man replies, his disheveled white hair giving him an eccentric appearance. Quite splendid. I suspect those delightful wands are eager to meet their new master. He brushes back his hair and exclaims with excitement. Oh, indeed, the wand chooses the wizard. So it may be hiding in a corner. My duty is to discover it. Mr. Ollivander approaches William, his tone gentle, yet his silver eyes squinting in an oddly intense manner. He fixes his gaze upon William's emerald green eyes, and after a moment, he turns to Hagrid, seemingly surprised to have noticed him only now. Oh, Rubius Hagrid, it is a delight to see you again, my friend. The wand is crafted from oak, measuring 16 inches in length, and bears a slight curve, does it not? Indeed, sir, Hagrid nodded in agreement. That is quite an excellent wand. However, I suspect that during your expulsion, it must have been broken by the Ministry of Magic, correct? Ollivander's demeanor suddenly shifted to seriousness. Ah, indeed, it was broken by them, yes. Hagrid slowly retreated a few steps towards Roy, seemingly finding comfort in that movement. I still possess the broken wand. You do not intend to use it again, I presume? Ollivander continued his inquiry. No, it is of no use now. How could a broken wand still serve its purpose? Chapter 7. The Wand Chooses the Wizard. Hagrid's pink umbrella is quite peculiar. William had witnessed him perform magic with this very umbrella more than once. Yet, Hagrid insisted that his wand had been shattered, refusing to acknowledge the umbrella's extraordinary nature. Although William was curious, he did not dwell on it much. He was but a novice, lacking the profound understanding of how remarkable it is to restore a broken wand to its former glory. Now, Our little wizard is growing impatient. Ollivander turned his attention back to William. As he spoke, he retrieved a tape measure imprinted with silver markings from his pocket. Mr. Stark, which arm do you wield your wand with? The right hand. Very well, raise your arm, good. Ollivander commenced measuring William, starting from shoulder to fingertip, then from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally measuring the circumference of his head. William yearned to inquire, since this is the wand selection process, should not each wand be crafted to specific dimensions beforehand, unlike wizarding robes that are tailored to the wizard's measurements? What significance does this measuring hold? However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, knowing that such candor could lead to trouble. As Ollivander measured, he chattered on, each Ollivander wand possesses an extraordinary magical essence, which is its very soul, Mr. Stark. I typically employ unicorn hair, phoenix feather, and dragon heartstring. Each Ollivander wand is unique, for no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are precisely alike. Naturally, should you wield a wand meant for another wizard, you shall not experience such splendid results. The tape measure began to operate autonomously as Ollivander navigated the shelves, directing Cedric to select various long boxes and bring them down. Cedric, in his role as an apprentice, served somewhat as a laborer. Nevertheless, he displayed no signs of impatience. It was evident that he relished this work. Very well, Ollivander announced as the tape measure tumbled to the ground, coiling into a heap. Now, Mr. Stark, give this one a try. An 11-inch wand made of hawthorn wood and unicorn hair, with decent flexibility. Cedric, the apprentice, produced an old notebook. He did not open it, but recited from memory. Page 95, line 6. Grigovich once stated that the hawthorn wand is a wand of contradictions. Much like the very tree from which it is derived, its leaves and flowers possess healing properties, while the scent of its branches can be lethal. Ollivander nodded and commenced his on-site instruction. Although I do not concur with the majority of Grigorevich's perspectives, we share a profound resonance regarding the intricate and captivating qualities of the hawthorn wand. These wands only accept the owners most suited to them. Cedric, heed my sage advice. This wand will show a particular fondness for those wizards navigating their periods of uncertainty. With that, Ollivander seized the wand from William's grasp. It is evidently ill-suited for you, my child, he remarked, shaking his head. Try this one instead. He produced another wand, adorned with black markings, crafted from apple wood and dragon heartstring. Measuring 9¼ inches and exceedingly pliable, Cedric quickly interjected, page 1926, line 94. Applewood symbolizes longevity, complemented by dragon heartstring. Indeed, a brilliant combination, Ollivander exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Eastern wizards utilize this combination. My ancestors have fashioned similar wands for Nicodemus. The results are usually impressive, often attributed to temporal magic or the philosopher's stone. Give it a try, my child. The moment William touched the wand, he felt an uncontrollable surge of magic pouring forth. Ollivander swiftly snatched the wand away, but it was too late. The entrance door was obliterated. Oh, my apologies, William said. It is of no concern to you, my child. The door will be restored swiftly, but it appears this wand is not meant for you either. Ollivander grew increasingly animated. It had been quite some time since he encountered such a discerning customer. We shall find it, the one that is most fitting, shall we not? William continued to try wand after wand, each one accumulating on the bench, the pile growing ever higher. Yet Ollivander persistently urged Cedric to retrieve more wands from the shelves, his entire being trembling with a kind of exhilaration. A discerning customer, unable to find the perfect match? Not to worry, let me ponder. There must be an ideal wand here, the most perfect one suited for you. Ah, yes. How could there not be? Ollivander bellowed, startling Hagrid to the point where he nearly crushed his pink umbrella. Ollivander leaped and bounded about as if in a frenzy. An extraordinary combination. Cherry wood, phoenix feather, measuring 12¾ inches. Quite splendid, indeed, and remarkably sturdy. He approached the display case, carefully retrieving the wand that lay dormant upon the faded purple velvet cushion. William accepted the wand, feeling a sudden warmth at his fingertips. He raised the wand high above his head and, with a swift motion, brought it down, slicing through the dust-laden air. A burst of red light erupted from the wand's tip, akin to fireworks, with golden sparks dancing and flickering upon the walls. Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, "Oh, splendid! Truly marvelous!" Cedric placed the wand into a box, wrapping it in brown paper, while Ollivander gazed at William with his pale, colorless eyes. This wand is the last crafted by my grandfather, Garrick Ollivander, the greatest wand maker of the past 2 centuries. The material is the rare cherry wood, which has become the most cherished substance at Mahatokuro Magical Academy since my grandfather initiated this collection. I initially presumed that this wand would eternally reside in the display case. Yet, unexpectedly, Hagrid applauded and remarked, when I came to purchase a wand as a child, this very one was already showcased in the window. William, perplexed by Ollivander's boastfulness, pondered silently whether the old man was indeed responding to the Ministry of Magic's proposed supply-side structural reforms to reduce inventory. He refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead queried, Mahatokuro? Oh, that is the only known magical school in Asia, though I find that assertion somewhat inaccurate. As Ollivander spoke, he began to tidy up the destroyed door, simultaneously giving Cedric a knowing glance. Cedric subtly nodded and from somewhere produced a gift box. His tone remained humble, yet he transformed into a salesman. But fear not. At Ollivander's wand shop, we are delighted to offer a special summer maintenance package for merely 3 galleons. You shall receive maintenance tools valued at 5 galleons, ensuring your wand remains in optimal condition. If you pay 5 galleons in addition to the maintenance tools, you will also receive a 2-year warranty card. During the warranty period, barring any breakage issues, our Ollivander's wand shop will repair your wand free of charge. Furthermore, we offer a family package that covers the warranty for all of your household wands, though this option comes at a higher cost. William felt as though he were once again witnessing the enthusiastic promotions of a hair salon. Before he could utter a word, Hagrid leaped from his chair, eyes alight with excitement, exclaiming, Come, give me a set. Chapter 8, The Old Mother and Joyful Water. Hagrid's desire to acquire the maintenance tools was naturally for the wand concealed within his tattered umbrella. However, Ollivander was unaware of this. He turned and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, Hagrid, isn't your wand already destroyed? Hagrid scratched his chin and fibbed, This isn't for me. Young Harry will be attending Hogwarts next year. This is a gift prepared in advance for him. The mention of Harry Potter indeed diverted Ollivander's attention. Time has flown. It is hard to believe that it has already been a decade since the fall of the Dark Lord. Indeed, time does pass swiftly. Hagrid mused as he accepted the wand care tools from Cedric, softly asking, Cedric, could you accompany this child to purchase the remaining items? It is already evening, and Roy and I have matters to attend to. Otherwise, we shall run out of time today. Just moments earlier, Hagrid had seen Tom's signal. He was now headed to the leaky cauldron to find that Greek man. Roy, too, wished to glimpse the 3-headed dog and sample the magical realm's libations alongside Hagrid. Cedric cast a hesitant glance at Ollivander. Having just concluded a wand transaction and sold 2 sets of maintenance tools, the old man was in high spirits. He kindly replied, Of course, my child. You have toiled throughout the day, and I am now closing the door. Go on, have a delightful time. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. Cedric removed his work attire, revealing his casual garments beneath. Ultimately, Roy paid Ollivander 13 galleons for the wand and care tools, and Ollivander bowed as he ushered them out of the shop. The 4 friends parted ways at a street corner, leaving only William and Cedric behind. In this brief moment, the two had forged a strong friendship. Hey, William, whenever you're at Hogwarts, feel free to seek my assistance with wand care. It is my specialty, Cedric offered. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Didn't you just waste your money on those care tools? William retorted, rolling his eyes. Cedric winked and chuckled. Not at all. I earn a commission. For each set sold, I receive 10 sickles. Well then, Cedric said, comfortably draping his arm around William's shoulders. Let us go. I'll treat you to ice cream, and afterward, we shall visit Flourish and Blots for textbooks. Cedric purchased 2 scoops of fragmented nut ice cream, shaped like Dumbledore. One could only wonder if the old man had charged a likeness fee. The 2 friends settled on a bench outside the shop, observing the bustling crowd while relishing the gentle breeze. Bobo the cat sat beside William, enjoying a tin of cat food. Do you have a fondness for wands? Cedric inquired. Of course, William replied. Meanwhile, Cedric flipped through his weathered notebook, filled with notes from Ollivander. After I graduate, I wish to venture beyond England to explore the works of Gregorovic. A mysterious glint sparkled in Cedric's dark eyes. If I have the means, I shall also travel to the Mediterranean regions, where wands originated. Mr. Ollivander's family hails from that area. William regarded Cedric earnestly. If you ever wish to open a wand shop, I will certainly invest and ensure that my children purchase their wands from you. It's a promise. They shook hands in agreement. Soon, William's attention was captivated by a bottle of Coca-Cola. The bottle depicted a man riding a broomstick. Had it not been for the dynamic imagery, he might have believed he was in a certain establishment reminiscent of a fast food chain. Is there Coca-Cola in the magical world? William exclaimed in astonishment. Cedric scooped a spoonful of chocolate cream and took a bite of Dumbledore's head. Of course, this beverage has been around for centuries. and it eventually flowed from wizards into the Muggle realm. You don't truly believe that Muggles could invent such a delicious drink, do you? Then you must know the recipe? William asked excitedly, as the secret formula of Coca-Cola had long piqued his curiosity. Of course not. Cedric shrugged. It contains a certain potion ingredient known only to the Candler family, a renowned family of potion makers. Disappointed, William took a sip and discovered that the taste was indistinguishable from the Coca-Cola sold outside. Cedric mysteriously remarked, "Let me tell you, inzinging against the grain, it is said that Coca-Cola's formula contains a potion of joy. I wonder if there is any truth to that." William replied earnestly, "It must be true. This beverage is known as happy water in the Far East." "Oh." Cedric elongated his tone, nodding slightly, unsure if he comprehended William's meaning. "What is singing against the grain?" William inquired curiously. "It sounds quite authoritative." Cedric explained, "It is a magazine in the magical realm that publishes various secret chronicles, such as the mysteries of the Martian pyramids, prehistoric magical civilizations, and the tale of the blood-spitting wizard. I particularly enjoyed the latest issue. It described a male wizard who, after falling asleep at home, awoke to find himself in the distant American Magical Congress. Mind you, he had not attended the apparition course, nor did he possess a portkey." William scratched his head, pondering. Isn't that akin to a magical version of Into Science? No, it should be retitled Into Magic. Cedric continued chattering. "How terrifying. I have taken to tying myself to my bed with ropes before sleeping. However, my father is not fond of this magazine. He refers to its editor as the madcap Lovegood, though I do not share his sentiment." William suddenly realized that Cedric, while appearing humble, had the tendency to be quite loquacious. He lamented, "If only the magical world had the delights of happy water along with Lao Gan Ma and Wei Long spicy strips." Lao Gan Ma, Wei Long? Were those? Cedric asked curiously. William thought for a moment and provided an apt description. Lao Gan Ma is a condiment spread on bread, akin to butter or cheese. As for Wei Long, it is a spicy flavored snack. The way to enjoy it is simple. Take a piece of bread, sandwich the spicy strips, slather a generous layer of Lao Gan Ma, and sip on some happy water. It's as if you're living like a celestial being. Celestial being? Oh, like Merlin from the East. With William's meticulous description, Cedric began to unleash his imagination. William expressed surprise. "Isn't such a concoction difficult to prepare?" Cedric glanced around and whispered, "My father works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic, and his position often allows him to procure rare items. This summer, he managed to obtain several tickets to the Quidditch World Cup. If you hadn't arrived late, you could have caught the match. It's only held once every 4 years." To Cedric, compared to Quidditch tickets, Lao Gan Ma and Wei Long were merely butter and chips, not contraband. Surely, they could be acquired in a heartbeat. Chapter 9. Quantum Wave Reading. In William's past life, there were rumors circulating about unscrupulous dealings in the martial world. Within the American prison system's black market, new circulation rules were established. Aside from instant noodles, Lao Gan Ma and Ma Ing Long became the newly minted underground currency in American prisons. William was unsure of the veracity of these claims. Although he often boasted on certain platforms about being in America, he typically followed up with tales of just having disembarked from a plane, never once mentioning having just entered prison. William remained oblivious to the true state of American prisons. However, this did not hinder his imagination of foreign inmates unexpectedly discovering a half bottle of the iconic red-labeled Lao Gan Ma, attempting to unscrew the cap, and being enraptured by the exotic aroma that engulfed Tom, Jerry, Shook, and Beta present at the scene. Consequently, he resolved to experiment with this notion at Hogwarts. In a manner reminiscent of a godfather, William spoke in a low voice to Cedric. "You can never truly comprehend the significance of Lao Gan Ma and Ma Ing Long. Once you establish the supply chain, you possess the galleons, prestige, and a throng of eager followers." Cedric, still fixated on the concept of butterbeer fries, looked bewildered and inquired, "Is it really that powerful? By the way, what is Ma Ing Long?" William replied enigmatically, "It is a potent Asian remedy. For some reason, during this era, such items were unavailable for purchase in England, necessitating reliance on smuggling. Smuggling, after all, was a lucrative endeavor. William planned to first treat everyone to Lao Gan Ma, then subsequently engage in the grand sale of Ma Ing Long. Just imagine, the entire southern region's opium would be under the control of, the entirety of Hogwarts Ma Ing Long trade managed by him and Cedric. This was the first step towards seizing capital. William had become enmeshed in the fantasy of a commercial empire. The future appeared bright, yet reality was stark. As a first-year novice, William still needed to procure his textbooks. The Leaky Cauldrons bookstore, situated adjacent to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, was the most comprehensive bookstore in Diagon Alley, where most students would come to acquire their textbooks before the start of the school year. The shelves here were crammed with volumes, some towering to the ceiling, including enormous leather-bound tomes akin to cobblestones, diminutive silver-covered books resembling postage stamps, and volumes inscribed with numerous peculiar symbols, alongside blank books devoid of any text. Referring to his book list, William quickly gathered all the first-year textbooks. Naturally, he would not limit himself to such a small selection. With almost zero understanding of the magical realm, this was an excellent opportunity for learning. Exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure, and books are the most reliable vessels for harboring such wisdom. As a steadfast proletarian who had undergone over a decade of scientific education, William was abruptly thrust into the world of magic, and his insatiable thirst for knowledge undoubtedly surpassed that of his peers. Moreover, in his previous existence, he had also been a university student, possessing no issues with intellect. Unlike contemporary children of the same age, he exhibited greater patience and a clearer understanding of his desires. Cedric gazed at William in astonishment and remarked, "Actually, there's no need to purchase so many books. Some are available in the school library, which is the most extensive repository of magical literature." "Is that so?" William nodded. "But that is a matter for after the term begins. There is still a lengthy summer ahead." Mocking his former self, William was indeed the runner-up in the amateur division of the Quantum Wave reading competition. With his heightened sensitivity, he could visualize dynamic images in his mind, enabling him to read a book of approximately 100,000 words within 3 minutes. Unfortunately, William had traversed into this new world too early. He was unaware that, following his arrival, institutions had developed the ability to interact with books while keeping one's eyes closed. The ability to listen to all things is a rare gift possessed solely by the Pirate King, Roger. If William were to master this skill, Voldemort would surely be no match for him. How unfortunate. Observing William still engrossed in his books, Cedric remarked earnestly, "I believe you will likely be sorted into Ravenclaw, where you will find many intelligent individuals who share your passion for reading." William, non-committal, replied, "However, as far as I know, you are the top student of your year, and yet you belong to Hufflepuff." A faint blush crept across Cedric's face as he humbly responded, "I merely exerted a bit more effort than others." He continued with pride, "Thus, there exists an age-old rumor among the other 3 houses that we are the least intelligent. This is a fallacy. Hufflepuff may indeed be the most modest house, yet the remarkable wizards we produce are no less than those from any other house. So what do you say? Would you consider joining Hufflepuff?" William chuckled. "But you just said I would be going to Ravenclaw?" He added, "Ultimately, it is not for us to decide. The Sorting Hat will determine our fates." "Why do you always speak of the Sorting Hat? How exactly does the sorting process work?" William inquired. "That is a secret, William. You cannot expect to know the entire process before the school year begins. Hogwarts must retain a sense of mystery," Cedric replied, patting William on the shoulder. "Very well." William shrugged. In the brief exchange, William had acquired several more books. At the checkout, he spent over 100 galleons and immediately became a mid-tier member of the Leaky Cauldron. "Oh, thank you," he said, leaving his address before selecting 2 books to read over the next 3 days. Clutching the hefty tomes, William pondered, "What else could we do? Hey, we are wizards. Watch this," Cedric exclaimed, pulling out his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The 2 thick leather-bound volumes levitated gracefully into the air as Cedric tied a string around them, effortlessly guiding them away. "See? A gentle wave and a flick," Cedric demonstrated again, asking, "What do you think?" "Remarkable." William's eyes sparkled with a newfound wonder, and he too drew his wand, eager to try the spell. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. "There's a fight. Someone's brawling." The loud, raucous voice echoed throughout the street, prompting many wizards who were perusing books to abandon their purchases and rush out, robes flying. In an instant, the entire Leaky Cauldron was deserted, with even the sales staff and manager vanishing from sight. William, Chapter 10, The Great Melee in Diagon Alley. It became evident that the human tendency to witness spectacles transcends cultures, whether in the East or the West, among muggles or wizards alike. The entire street was choked with onlookers, rendering the combatants invisible, their shouts barely audible amid the chaos. One might have mistaken it for a celebrity meet and greet. William even spotted a few reporters soaring on broomsticks, hurriedly setting up cameras while shouting, "Hurry up and start fighting." Indeed, Western reporters were swift on foot and even faster in flight. William and Cedric, both diminutive in stature, effortlessly weaved through the throng of people. In the heart of the street, 2 factions stood in stark opposition. Shimmering golden hair, aglow with the remnants of the setting sun, versus the strikingly vibrant crimson locks. However, the number of those with red hair was noticeably greater. At the forefront stood a tall, lean man adorned with glasses, his sparse red hair revealing a patch of baldness atop his head. Behind him lingered a boy named Charlie Weasley, his broad face speckled with freckles, nearly transformed into a deep shade of brown. He rolled up the sleeves of his tattered, wizarding robe, revealing muscular arms that clearly indicated rigorous training. As if he were a seasoned weightlifter, the boy appeared on the verge of aggression, yet he was restrained by his father's firm grip on his collar. Behind them stood two other children, of a similar age to William, also boasting vibrant red hair and freckles. Remarkably, they bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. They were twins. Each twin clutched a toy resembling a pistol. In stark contrast, the golden-haired side was represented by only two individuals, a middle-aged man and his son, approximately 10 years of age. Despite their small numbers, they exuded an unexpectedly formidable presence, almost exuding arrogance, as though the entire street belonged to their family. The golden-haired man at the forefront, with his left hand gripping a wand adorned with an enormous emerald-like diamond, reminiscent in size of a pigeon's egg, adjusted his meticulously tailored robe. His cold, gray-blue eyes locked onto the red-haired man. "Ah, Arthur Weasley, your son seems rather uncouth. He nearly sullied my robe moments ago. This fabric was procured from France, and I highly doubt your financial means can compensate for it." Lucius's diamond sparkled under the waning sunlight as he cast a derisive glance at the wand in Charlie's hand. The boy's wand was worn and tattered, with some areas peeling, and a tuft of unicorn hair protruding from it. "TSK, how shabby," Lucius mocked with a drawn-out tone. "Weasley, it appears you lack even the funds to procure a new wand for your son. It seems the ministry's salary is insufficient to support your entire brood." "This does not concern you, Lucius Malfoy," Arthur retorted icily. "Perhaps you should focus on how to deal with Alastair, who is most eager for a heart-to-heart discussion with you." At the mention of Mad-Eye Moody, Lucius's demeanor shifted, akin to a rooster caught by the throat. A hint of color flushed his pale face. "Humph, you needn't concern yourself. I will handle him in due time. As for you, it's best to hurry to the second-hand shop and sift through the used textbooks. Delay too long, and you may find them all gone." Lucius then turned his scornful gaze toward Charlie and the twins, sneering. "ISNT that, right? The Weasleys breed like mudbloods." Before Lucius could finish his taunt, an unexpected attack ensued. Not from Arthur, but from the two twins. Their toy guns surprisingly emitted a viscous, milky substance, launching it towards their adversaries. The liquid did not splash onto Lucius's expensive robe, but struck his face directly. Enraged, Lucius seized his wand and, with the end adorned with a pigeon egg, swung it forcefully at Arthur's head. A large bump instantly formed on Arthur's forehead, yet he refused to back down, landing a splendid right hook that connected squarely. Lucius attempted to evade with a series of exaggerated hops, but to no avail, as Arthur's punch landed squarely on his nose, causing blood to gush forth while his wand flew from his grasp, rolling across the ground. William had long harbored doubts about the authenticity of the pigeon egg, and now he could proudly declare its veracity. Lucius, disregarding the blood streaming from his nose, lunged forward, shouting, "Who dares to seize my Sierra Leone star? The Malfoy family swears to annihilate them." Arthur, clearly a seasoned brawler, expertly seized control of the situation. He delivered a swift kick to Lucius's backside, propelling him into a dramatic fall. However, Lucius was not to be underestimated. Before hitting the ground, he executed the long-lost Quidditch defensive maneuver known as the Scorpion Tail. With feet together, he sprang into action, ensnaring Arthur and sending both tumbling to the ground. Arthur landed atop Lucius, who let out a pained cry, quickly transforming into muffled grunts. Arthur constrained Lucius's neck to prevent him from retrieving his wand, yet Lucius, undeterred, desperately reached for his wand, yearning for his pigeon egg instead. Seemingly fueled by boundless strength, Lucius dragged Arthur forward, bellowing, "Are you choking me or not? Am I being choked?" In the middle of Diagon Alley, the two men engaged in a wild, visceral struggle, their cries echoing as the surrounding crowd erupted into cheers and shouts of encouragement. "Go on, hit him like that. That redhead, why is he fighting like a monkey stealing peaches? Hey, have you eaten? Put in some effort." Among the most excited were the dedicated reporters, cameras in hand, fervently capturing the moment for the next day's Daily Prophet. Amidst the throng, William and Cedric pressed forward. Cedric appeared quite anxious, prompting William to glance over and inquire, "What is wrong? Do you know them?" Cedric nodded, "Yes. The red-haired twins are the Weasley brothers. They're my good friends. Mr. Weasley is my father's colleague." "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go help," William declared with conviction. As a good boy, Cedric had never been in a fight before. "Intervene," William suddenly realized. giving a thumbs up. Right, that guy with the light blonde hair looks like trouble. We can tilt the odds in our favor. If he tries anything sneaky, he won't find us afterward. You're something else, Cedric. Cedric felt compelled to clarify that was not his intention. This guy is trying to sneak an attack. How shameless. William shouted. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a boy with light golden hair, who was preparing to hurl a glass bottle. The bottle, half filled with chilled cola, would surely cause a significant injury if it struck someone on the head. William raised his arm, casting his first spell as a wizard. Wingardium Leviosa. How splendid, how wondrous. Once again, William experienced the exhilarating sensation reminiscent of his time in Ollivander's shop. Grasping his wand felt akin to holding the world in his hands. The once elusive magic now appeared to be effortlessly within his grasp, as docile as a lamb. He knew the spell had succeeded, for intuition never falters. Cedric was utterly astonished. Although the spell was not particularly challenging, it was typically introduced to young wizards 2 months into their studies. Yet here was William, having only recently begun to wield a wand, succeeding on his very first attempt. However, William felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Although he had successfully cast the spell, it had gone awry, resulting in a flash of light that struck the large scoop of ice cream in Draco's right hand. The ice cream floated precariously before, with a resounding splat, it landed squarely on Draco's face. William, Cedric, Weasley brothers, splendid. Chapter 11, The English Cow Kiss. Draco was utterly bewildered. Clutching the cola bottle in his left hand, he had intended to smash it over Arthur's head. But the half-eaten ice cream in his right hand had now levitated. Subsequently, in a graceful free fall, it splattered across his face. That was not all. Draco's most prized possession, his elegantly styled golden locks, had been drenched in ice cream. What a swift method to incite the ire of a Malfoy. Target his esteemed surname and his perpetually polished golden hair. Ignoring the ice cream smeared across his face, Draco redirected his aggression towards William. Yet, William was a wizard. An arrogant one at that. How could he engage in a brawl like a muggle? Raising his wand once more, he unleashed what he believed to be his most potent spell yet, Wingardium Leviosa. This time, he did not misfire. However, William keenly sensed that he had not employed the levitation charm correctly. Like a novice, he mistakenly pronounced F instead of S. Suddenly, a calf, no more than a few months old, materialized out of thin air, crashing down onto Draco. The innocent creature stood upon his chest, bewildered as it surveyed its surroundings. Just moments before being summoned, it had been nursing, remnants of milk still clinging to its lips. Famished and unable to locate its mother, it turned its hungry gaze towards the prostrate Draco. Draco shivered, his voice trembling as he uttered, "My father." Alas, his father was preoccupied, engaged in a tussle with Arthur, leaving no time for his son. Draco's grand summoning attempt had failed. He cast a desperate glance at William. "Save me, I have galleons." Before Draco could finish his plea, the calf lowered its head and licked the ice cream from his lips. "Oh dear!" Draco pursed his lips, striving to prevent any further indignities. Yet his tremors morphed into sobs, swiftly escalating into an unrestrained wail. Under the English-style kiss, his first kiss and French kiss were utterly lost. This farce persisted for nearly 10 minutes before being quelled. Hagrid trudged forth, parting the crowd with his robust frame. His large hands, akin to those grasping a small chick, separated Lucius and Arthur. Arthur had split his lip, and the bald patch on his head seemed to have noticeably enlarged. Lucius had a small tuft of red hair in his mouth. He spat it out and rubbed his bruised panda eyes. His French robe was speckled with dust, appearing crumpled and disheveled, lacking any semblance of elegance. Lucius cradled the diamond in his palm, exhaled, and vigorously wiped away the dust. Under the last rays of the setting sun, the diamond sparkled brilliantly. Yet, he felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. "Where's my wand? Where's my wand gone?" Lucius frantically scoured the ground for his wand. The diamond had originally been set into the wand, and while the diamond remained, the wand was nowhere to be found. By Merlin S. Beard, Lucius could not suppress his foul language. A malicious glint shone in his eyes. The diamond was too valuable for anyone to dare steal, but would they have the audacity to pilfer his wand? Lucius scanned the crowd with a fierce glare, every face resembling that of a traitor, yet he refrained from uttering threats to apprehend them all. There were simply too many people, and the Ministry of Magic was not his to command. It was merely a wand, easily replaced. Lucius's gaze shifted back to Arthur, threateningly proclaiming, "Prepare to be expelled by Cornelius. You had best pray that Dumbledore takes you in, allowing you and this oaf to serve as caretakers." Fuming, Lucius charged towards the narrow space between the two, yet he overestimated his own strength and underestimated Hagrid's stature. Hagrid stood firm as Lucius collided with him, stumbling as though he had struck a small mountain. His rage was palpable, yet he dared not resort to violence. Without his wand, Hagrid's towering nearly 5-meter frame was too intimidating, leaving him with no choice but to retreat. Lucius limped over to Draco, who sat on the ground, grinning foolishly. His face was devoid of ice cream, uncertain whether it had been devoured or had merely melted away. He shot a furious glare at William and Cedric, yanked his foolish son to his feet, and turned towards Ollivander's wand shop. "You ought not to concern yourself with him, Arthur," Hagrid remarked. "The Malfoy family is rotten to the core. This is common knowledge. They are inherently villains. Let us be on our way." They strode briskly down the street when a voice filled with ire rang out once more. "I leave for only a few minutes, and you all start fighting?" Mrs. Weasley approached rapidly from the other end of the street. Had I not just encountered Mrs. Longbottom, I would have been none the wiser. Mrs. Weasley, plump and seemingly kind-hearted, now resembled a furious tiger. Not even Mr. Weasley, nor Charlie, nor the twins dared to move. The carefully crafted story that Mr. Weasley had just agreed upon with everyone now proved utterly ineffective. William quietly inquired, "Will Mr. Weasley's work encounter any issues?" "Not at all," Fred replied, draping an arm around William's shoulder. "It's not working hours, and neither party has drawn their wands. Furthermore, Minister Fudge has just taken office this year. It's a time for appointments. The ministry will likely issue only a verbal warning, considering such incidents have occurred frequently in the past." George, embracing William on the other side, winked and remarked, "Brother, that bison charm you just cast was splendid." The Malfoy brat was utterly dumbfounded. "I dare say, had it been in Charms class, Professor Flitwick would have awarded you 5 points without hesitation." Fred pinched his nose and made a high-pitched imitation. "Oh, Mr. Stark, splendid work. 5 points to Gryffindor." "Hey, Fred, it's not Gryffindor. It's clearly Hufflepuff," Cedric, who had been pushed aside, retorted. "Cedric, don't jest." George laughed. "Hufflepuff already has one genius. We can't have a second, or how will we compete for the House Cup?" The genius in question was, of course, Cedric, who, though modest, felt his cheeks flush. This way, Percy 1T always be pinching his waist, shouting, "Look at the trouble you two have caused. I must write to Mum." Charlie Weasley chuckled, but upon noticing Mrs. Weasley's gaze shift toward them, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "All right, George, cease speaking ill of Percy. My dear brother, I am deeply hurt. I am Fred, not George. Oh, my apologies." Laughter erupted, including from Mrs. Weasley. It was evident that the Weasley twins were the life of the party, beloved by all, including William. Chapter 12. A busy summer in a quaint second-hand shop filled with worn wands, rickety brass scales, and potion-stained cloaks. The group found Percy Weasley, who was engrossed in a hefty tome. "Father, what has happened?" Percy queried in alarm, having been so absorbed that he was unaware of the commotion outside. Fred was the first to speak. "We just robbed Gringotts." George chimed in, "And we fought a dragon guarding a private vault, almost being slain by that Ukrainian Iron Belly." "Don't listen to them." Mrs. Weasley shot a disapproving look at her sons and gently asked, "Dear Percy, have you chosen your textbooks?" "Yes," Percy nodded, reluctantly setting down his book and approaching the shopkeeper. William noted the title of the book he had been reading, How to Become Head Boy. On the shelves stood a row of titles, such as How Head Boys Gain Power, How to Become Student Council President, How to Enter the Ministry of Magic, and How to Become Minister of Magic. The covers boldly proclaimed in gilded letters, "Do you desire success? Do you seek power? Then come forth. I shall guide you on the path to the pinnacle of life, where you may wed the pure and wealthy." Endorsed with fervor by the new Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Beneath, there lies a row of small print, inscribed with the names of several prominent officials from the Ministry of Magic, such as Ludo Bagman and Dolores Umbridge. This is a tome dedicated to instructing wizards in the art of success, and it is part of series. Most notably, the price is quite steep, a staggering 30 galleons. To put this into perspective, a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them costs merely 2 galleons. William has ample reason to suspect that certain individuals within the ministry are engaging in monetary exploitation or laundering funds. Observing William's intense gaze fixed upon the bookshelf, Fred whispered, "Percy is ambitious. He has it all planned out to become head boy next year." George, with a mischievous smirk, added, "Then he'll aim for student council president, and ultimately, the minister of magic." George clutched his head in exaggerated despair, exclaiming, "Merlin's beard. What shall we do? Our family is about to produce a minister of magic." Charlie tapped the twins on their heads and remarked, "All right, if Percy hears you, he'll be quite displeased. This summer, you both must diligently practice. The second-year Quidditch tryouts are approaching, and this is my final year at school. We must secure victory. Charlie, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, displayed extraordinary talent in the sport from a young age, leading to his selection by Professor McGonagall. Cedric discreetly confided in William that after graduation, Charlie would likely join the Scottish national Quidditch team. It seems Cedric also harbors a fondness for the sport. After procuring their purchases, the group made their way to the Leaky Cauldron. As they walked, Fred grasped Cedric's hand, inquiring about his homework. Cedric, adopting a wary expression, responded, "Surely. Your assignments must have been completed by now." To Cedric's astonishment, he had exerted considerable effort to sell a set of repair tools, earning a mere 10 sickles. Yet, he politely declined the offer. This left the twins somewhat disappointed, but they remained unfazed, for they had a Ravenclaw academic to fall back on, albeit at a slightly reduced price. Before parting, Cedric set a time for their next meeting, and Fred and the others invited William to visit their humble abode. Mr. Weasley had intended to inquire about the car, but upon seeing Mrs. Weasley's expression, he swiftly abandoned the thought. With a sprinkling of flue powder, they gradually vanished into the hearth. The fluffy three-headed dog remained unseen by William. The Greek seller had unexpectedly raised the price, which infuriated Hagrid. Nevertheless, judging by Hagrid's demeanor, he would likely purchase it regardless of the cost, as such a creature was essential for him. Roy's face flushed crimson. The magical beverages had been infused with numerous potions, rendering them more robust than their Muggle counterparts. Accompanying them was a gray owl, its plumage a rich dark brown, adorned with distinct brown and white wing markings and a finely striped chest, presenting an air of formidable elegance. William did not intend to bring the owl to Hogwarts, as the acceptance letter clearly stated that a young wizard may only bring one pet. He planned to take his Puffskein to school, with no intention of violating school regulations upon arrival. Moreover, according to Hagrid, the school is home to a plethora of owls available for complimentary use, such as the one that feigns illness and pilfers fish treats, named Millie. In truth, William still found this arrangement rather inconvenient. The communication devices of this era are inherently outdated, and Hogwarts does not permit the use of technological products. This particular owl would be kept at home, intended for William's parents to contact him. However, Annie was determined to commandeer this owl. That very evening, she began penning a letter to Dumbledore, inquiring about matters related to enrollment. How could one manage without an owl? She even bestowed upon the gray owl a grandiose name, dubbing it Zogong. Babacha harbored an aversion to Zogong. In fact, it despised all owls, constantly fantasizing about capturing one for a meal. This unnerved Zogong immensely, as it would often catch sight of the orange cat, lounging in the corner with its paws tucked beneath itself, fixated upon it. William had no choice but to let Zogong out. This summer was destined to be long and fulfilling. As a child on the cusp of entering the magical realm, William fervently immersed himself in the courses offered at Hogwarts, alongside a myriad of other subjects. Magic is an extraordinarily intricate and well-structured system, possessing a comprehensive operational methodology that is entirely distinct from the disciplines William was familiar with in his previous life. With precise articulation and accurate gestures, one could activate the effects of spells through a wand, provided they possessed magical prowess. Newton's coffin was undoubtedly struggling to contain the excitement. Within the brief span of a month, William memorized a multitude of spells and experimented with various incantation techniques. A friendly reminder from the Ministry of Magic for all Muggles. Young wizards may practice spells prior to enrollment. Refer to Minister Hermione Granger, who has attempted several spells at home. How modest of her to mention it. The prohibition against practicing spells at home is enforced only at the end of the term. Do not fabricate edicts at will, lest an Auror invites you for tea. The accuracy of his movements, the clarity of his enunciation, and a great deal of repetitive mechanical practice enabled him to master many spells suitable for younger wizards. Should he encounter something he did not comprehend, he would write to Cedric for assistance. As a prodigy and the finest young wizard in his year, Cedric could address many of William's inquiries. However, Cedric had only been enrolled for a year himself, and there were numerous matters he could not elucidate. In such instances, William would turn to Dumbledore for guidance. This may sound absurd. Dumbledore, being the headmaster, was exceedingly busy, leaving little time to attend to a wizard yet to enroll. Yet, this impossibility came to pass. Thus, William would often attach a blank sheet of paper to the end of Annie's letters, inscribing his questions. At last, the date arrived, August 31st, when William would embark on the Hogwarts Express the following day. That night, after a prolonged absence from dreams, he once again drifted into slumber. This time, he did not dream of scratch cards, but rather of Diagon Alley, Ollivander, Cedric, the twin brothers, and that boy from the Malfoy family. In the concluding moments of his dream, William found himself embracing Hagrid's three-headed dog. The three-headed dog possessed the heads of a husky, a fire dragon, and a Bobo tea creature. The husky clutched a renovation plan worth $200,000 in its mouth, having demolished William's room. Chapter 13. The Legend of the Affectionate One emerges. The Bobo tea creature, which had been sleeping on his chest, had mysteriously vanished, likely off to bid farewell to Zhuogang. After dressing and washing up, William shrank his neatly packed luggage with a shrinking spell and tucked it into his pocket. He glanced at the ticket in his hand, Platform 9. While it seemed rather absurd, William had already confirmed the exact location with Cedric. His younger sister, Annie, appeared quite forlorn, clearly reluctant to see him go, especially since she too wished to attend Hogwarts. William promised to write to her every week, which finally brought a smile to her face. By the time they arrived at King's Cross Station, it was already 9 o'clock. The throng of people bustling through the station was considerable. After bidding farewell to his family, he carried the cage for Bobo tea and approached a wall situated between platforms 9 and 10. Before him, a peculiar group of individuals, clad in suits with wizarding robes underneath, had just passed through the wall and vanished. Unfortunately, they had been spotted. A muggle approached, a burly man with a piercing gaze who suddenly accelerated from a distance. It was astonishing how such a muscular figure could move with such speed, rivaling even Bolt himself. In a swift motion, he dashed toward the wall and collided with it. William! This reckless act undoubtedly attracted the attention of many muggles, and 2 security guards hurried over, bewildered by their first encounter with a train station scam. At that moment, 2 individuals materialized on the platform, dressed in plain clothes and wielding wands, casting spells around the gathered crowd. After completing their task, one of the men, a black gentleman, signaled to William that he could proceed. William expressed his gratitude, and with the 2 men escorting him, he carried the cage through the wall and arrived at the platform of the Hogwarts Express. A deep red steam locomotive, reminiscent of the Victorian era, stood beside a platform teeming with passengers. The sign hanging from the train read, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. The thick smoke from the locomotive swirled above the chattering crowd, while cats of various colors weaved through the legs of the people. William approached the rear of the train, holding the cage, and found a compartment. To his surprise, it was the first time he had encountered a girl of Chinese descent in England, especially on a train bound for Hogwarts. He stepped inside and politely inquired, Is this seat taken? The girl shook her head. William thanked her, took a seat, and then released Bobo tea from the cage. The creature slowly emerged, let out a languid yawn, and settled by the train's window, basking in the warm sunlight. As William's gaze drifted past Bobo tea, he suddenly spotted the Weasley family. Mrs. Weasley was reaching out to smooth down a boy's bangs. This is Mrs. Weasley's youngest son, named Ron. William had heard about him from George and Fred, but he would not be starting school until next year. Ron, I didn't expect your hair to be this long already. Ron was about to dodge, but Mrs. Weasley caught him firmly. Don't worry, I will give you a splendid crew cut. How does that sound? I don't want that. Ron protested, his face reflecting his displeasure. I suggest we shave his head. It's simple and looks sharp. One of the twins remarked. I don't want that. It looks horrible. Why don't you shave yours? Ron retorted loudly. We're off to school. Mom can't control us, Fred chuckled. You little rascal, you still have to wait another year, he added. Who says that just because you're going to school, I want to have a say? Mrs. Weasley kissed the twins on their cheeks, warning them, this year, you two need to behave. If Percy sends me an owl, saying you've been out at night, or throwing dung bombs at the Slytherin table. Dung bomb? At the Slytherin table? Fred exclaimed, looking at Mrs. Weasley in shock. George laughed heartily. I must say, Mom, you're a genius. Thank you for the idea. We've learned something new. Mrs. Weasley was left speechless with frustration. As the sound of a whistle echoed, the Weasley brothers made their way to the train. William waved, and Fred shouted, Hey, William, we'll come find you soon. William nodded and waved back at Mrs. Weasley. She called out, Keep an eye on them for me. And right if anything happens. As the train began to move, the engine emitted a loud, chugging sound, startling Bobo-cha. William suddenly realized that this train had its advantages. At least it effectively deterred the pesky taxi drivers blocking the school gate. Hey there, I'm Qiu Zhang from a Muggle family. How about you? As the train set off, a girl in the compartment set her book down and initiated a conversation. Hello, I'm William Stark, also from a Muggle family. Just call me William. He extended his hand for a handshake. They exchanged casual pleasantries before Qiu returned to her reading. William pulled out a copy of Standard Spells. Level 2. The train would be traveling for quite a while, and he would need some books to pass the time. Qiu raised an eyebrow and glanced at William, questioning. You're a second-year student? William shook his head. Like you, I'm a freshman. Qiu responded with a simple "oh" and fell silent. It was clear she perceived William as a pretentious child. After all, which freshman would be reading a second-year spellbook? Moments later, a soft thud was heard. At some point, Bobo-cha had left the cozy sunny spot and was now standing on the table, its tail drooping and blue eyes intently focused on the rabbit in the cage, as though it had discovered a new toy. Inside the cage was a pure white rabbit, Chio's pet. Bobocha's paw shot out, and the poor rabbit let out a startled squeak, tumbling down from the second shelf of its cage. The rabbit's head collided with the water bowl, and a carrot fell upon it, rendering it unconscious. Bobo, there. Chio hurriedly retrieved a hamburger from her bag, her lunch. She tore off a small piece and waved it, hoping to distract Bobo T and rescue her poor little rabbit. However, Bobo T merely glanced at the hamburger with disdain, meowed softly, and then sauntered to the window to groom its orange fur. Chio's face flushed crimson. William apologized. Bobo T can be quite finicky. Indeed, I suggest you let it go hungry for a few days. Before Chio could finish her thought, the door swung open once more. This time, a familiar face entered. Cedric. William, the twins informed me that you were here alone. Come, I've saved you a seat in the other carriage. He grasped William's hand. But as he spoke, he noticed Chio desperately attempting to revive the small rabbit. His face instantly turned beet red, and he stammered. Who is this? This is Chio Zhang. A new friend I just met, William quickly explained. By the way, what were you saying? Cedric cleared his throat and replied slowly, oh, nothing. Just that the other carriage is too cramped and lacks enough seating. I was planning to join you here. Chapter 14. A journey must have some amusement. Generally speaking, the aesthetic preferences of the British and the Chinese differ significantly. For instance, most Chinese individuals fail to comprehend the Kardashian family's renowned curvaceous S-shaped figures, celebrated as the epitome of defensive beauty. Yet, they undeniably stand as the world's foremost influencer family, captivating countless admirers. This disparity in taste extends to the Chinese diaspora, where the differences become even more pronounced. Take Xiao Zhang, for example. Clearly, Cedric finds her beautiful, exotic in her twin ponytails, with a youthful appearance and delicate skin. Indeed, her looks are commendable. However, from William's perspective, rooted in the aesthetic values of his homeland, Xiao does not stand out excessively. At least, she does not reach the level of breathtaking beauty, especially considering she is merely 11 years old. Cedric cradled the unconscious rabbit tenderly, resembling a caring gentleman, nearly ready to administer artificial respiration. He reassured, it's just frightened, nothing serious. William exhaled in relief, grateful that the rabbit had not perished. Otherwise, Cedric might have turned his wrath upon him. Thus, one should be wary of keeping rabbits. These creatures hold a low position in the food chain, only slightly above that of rats. Their reproductive advantage lies in their ability to breed prolifically, often disregarding the quality of individual lives. Frequently, they seem oblivious to their owner's feelings, dying without warning. With such fragile constitutions, they can easily succumb to fright. Seeing her pet in relatively stable condition, Chio also sighed in relief, huffing softly and choosing to ignore the two boys. This left Cedric, who had opened his mouth to speak, feeling quite disheartened. Should he attempt to perform artificial respiration on the rabbit to alleviate the tension? He cast a glance at William, hoping his friend would play the role of a wingman and create an opportunity. William rolled his eyes. Pursuing a romantic interest was indeed a skillful endeavor, one he clearly lacked, for otherwise he would not have remained a bachelor in his previous life. He chose silence, casting Cedric a meaningful glance that conveyed the message. Brother, pretend I am not here. Pursue your desires without hesitation. William encouraged Cedric to boldly chase after his affections, but admonished. What folly has led you to contemplate actions that contravene both the criminal code and the wizarding laws? Pray tell, what were you about to do that could land you in Azkaban? Cedric cleared his throat, abruptly breaking the silent exchange of glances. William glanced at Autumn, who was blissfully unaware, engrossed in playing with her little rabbit, oblivious to the fact that she had narrowly escaped a life-threatening predicament. He picked up the spell book, concealing his face, striving to diminish his presence. Cedric sighed and reluctantly retrieved Ollivander's notebook from his pocket. The carriage fell into a profound silence, with everyone absorbed in their reading, creating an atmosphere that felt decidedly bizarre. Time passed, though it was hard to gauge how long, when the door swung open once more, revealing the twin brothers and a boy with dreadlocks. Oh, my apologies. I seem to have entered the wrong compartment, Fred said, preparing to close the door. However, George thwarted his attempt, declaring, You haven't made a mistake. Fred made an exaggerated face. With this atmosphere, I could have sworn I wandered into a library. Fred settled beside Cedric, while George and the boy took seats in Autumn's row. Come on, lads, we are on the Hogwarts Express. Studying should be reserved for the fortnight before exams. What book are you reading, William? Standard Spells Level 2, William replied. Have you lost your mind? Or are you preparing to skip a grade? George snatched William's book away, and Fred stood up, casting a wary glance out the window before drawing the curtain closed. Autumn found herself cornered, staring bewilderedly at the group of conspiratorial figures before her. George tapped the table, lowered his voice, and said earnestly, "The tale begins in the summer." Fred and I contacted top students across various years, compiling answers to assignments into a booklet for sale. William nodded, already aware of this scheme. The twins had borrowed Cedric's assignments. Initially, he had refused, but after William's persistent persuasion, he eventually acquiesced. Naturally, the twins had to compensate him with a sum for the borrowing, and as the negotiator, William received a handsome cut. Yet, he refrained from taking the money, opting instead to leave it with the twins as an investment. This, they would call, the expansion of reproduction, the primitive accumulation of capital. Fred's expression turned serious, as it was their first venture into such business, to penetrate various year markets and build a reputation. George and I decided to operate on a principle of inspect before you pay. Today was meant to be the deadline for payment. Yet a handful of students have refused to part with their coins. The young boy, feeling a flush of embarrassment, scratched at his backside and instinctively ran his hand over his reddened face. He couldn't shake the feeling that the words of his twin brother were either a veiled hint or a blatant suggestion directed at him. He belonged to that exclusive group. Come now, Lee, try to remain composed, Fred said, casting a cautious glance out the window to avoid attracting the attention of the prefect. George continued, "This is the hard-earned money we toiled for all summer. We cannot allow them to treat it with such disdain. Therefore, I propose we take immediate action and retaliate. Let them witness the wrath of Gryffindor." Lee Jordan let out another roar, akin to a spirited youth bursting with fervor. The rabbit, which had already regained consciousness, fainted once more from shock. Autumn shot Lee a fierce glare, delivering him a death stare. Cedric glanced at Autumn, believing he could still salvage his reputation, and prepared to rise in righteous opposition. However, William waved his hand and spoke first. "We are not Gryffindor students, so you understand the financial implications." "William, are we not good friends?" George asked, draping his right arm over William's shoulder. "Let us not discuss sentiments. It's about the money." After much negotiation, the twin brothers decided to employ William and Cedric for the price of 2 servings of Fizzing Whizbees each. Fizzing Whizbees were delightful honey-flavored jelly balls that could levitate, exclusively sold at Honeydukes in Hogsmeade. Hagrid had sent William a package during the summer, most of which was devoured by Annie, but the taste was indeed delightful. Lee Jordan contributed no funds. He was merely there to work off his debts from homework. Truly, he was a master of leveraging resources. "So what is our objective?" William inquired. "A group of Slytherin students," George replied nonchalantly, as if they were nothing more than a bunch of bothersome caterpillars. The nefarious Slytherins, Lee seethed through gritted teeth. Indeed, William had heard Cedric mention the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin, and thus had reason to suspect that the twins selling answers to Slytherin students was merely a trap. The Slytherin students might not be entirely wrong. The answers were indeed flawed. However, George and Fred, adhering to the principle of profit without losing out, welcomed the prospect of earning money. If the Slytherins were willing to pay, splendid. If not, it was of little consequence. For the flawed answers provided to the Slytherin students could serve as fodder for mischief, adding some amusement to their otherwise dreary journey. William suddenly felt his compensation had diminished. Surely, 2 servings of Fizzing Whizbees should equate to at least 2 barrels. I'm the tedium of this journey. Chapter 15, The Rogue Robin. The compartment curtains were drawn, thick fabric blocking the sunlight and casting the room into a deep gloom as the 5 gathered around the table to deliberate their wicked scheme. First and foremost, we need to find a stranger to knock on the Slytherin compartment door. If we approach, they will undoubtedly be on guard. With that, George turned his gaze towards William. "You're the only newcomer here. They will not recognize you." Indeed, he was right. William nodded thoughtfully, his chin resting on his hand, and then raised an eyebrow, saying, "However, as the only student who dared to knock on the door, I am bound to be held accountable afterwards." Isn't that splendid? It could inject a modicum of excitement into your otherwise mundane academic life. Fred patted William's shoulder in a comforting manner. George chimed in, "You could join us in Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall will undoubtedly protect you." William rolled his eyes. "I wouldn't trust you lot for a moment." "What comes next?" Lee Jordan inquired. "Next, I shall employ this device to launch a smoke bomb into the compartment, creating a delightful chaos," George replied, revealing a gun-like launcher. They had modified it for the purpose of driving away goblins. In George's other hand was a small white ball, a product acquired from the prankster's delight shop, which, upon receiving a substantial impact, would emit a copious amount of white smoke, resembling a fire from a distance. The twins had initially intended to throw a firecracker, but they feared the explosive power might breach the train's roof. Although the scenario was tense and exhilarating, akin to a blockbuster film, the Weasley family could ill afford the repair costs of the train. While the Weasley brothers relished mischief, they were prudent enough to keep the consequences within manageable limits, sparing their family unnecessary troubles. "Is that all there is to the plan?" Cedric asked cheerfully. He was a good-hearted boy. As long as the pranks remained harmless, he wouldn't feel too guilty. However, Cedric was destined for disappointment. Fred, grinning like a hero, reached into his trousers and, after a moment of rummaging, produced a fluffy, pitch-black creature. With its sleek black fur, broad flat mouth, short stubby tail, and webbed feet, it resembled a peculiar hybrid of a mole and a platypus. "Is that a niffler?" William exclaimed in surprise. He had read about such magical beings and fantastic beasts, and where to find them. Indeed, George beamed. Just 4 months old and quite the rascal. This summer, it pilfered a great many galleons from Fred and me. However, thanks to it, I also discovered the stash of money my father had hidden away years ago. William was certain that the twins had not turned over the funds to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. However, he was more curious about where Fred had concealed this creature in his trousers. Did he not fear being bitten? Lee Jordan's envy was palpable as he eagerly rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "Where on earth did you acquire it?" "The female Niffler birthed 8 little ones, and this little thief was gifted to us by Hagrid. I must say, what a splendid adventure. But how could you venture into the Forbidden Forest without informing me?" Lee Jordan lamented. In the midst of their conversation, the Niffler had wriggled free from Fred's grip, promptly stuffing the galleons from his pocket into its own pouch. Although the Niffler's pouch appeared small from the outside, it held an astonishingly vast space within, as if enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. After emptying Fred's pockets, Sniff Sniff intended to steal the gallon from William, but the next moment, it found itself frozen in place upon catching sight of the slumbering Bobo Tea basking in the sunlight. Under the sun's rays, its vibrant orange first shimmered like a mound of gold. A spark of excitement ignited in Sniff Sniff's eyes as it scampered with its short legs towards Bobo Tea. With its tiny claws, it grasped Bobo Tea's slender tail, attempting to drag it inch by inch into its pouch. Startled, Bobo Tea let out a meow and sprang to its feet. Although it detested its unruly tail, it believed that such a matter should only be dealt with by itself. With its blue eyes narrowed, Bobo Tea glared at the audacious little creature, a nasty old rat molduck. Regardless of what it was, Bobo Tea swiftly swiped its paw, delivering a sharp blow to Sniff Sniff's head and sending it sprawling away. In a graceful slide, Sniff Sniff collided with the little white rabbit in Chio's hands. This was intolerable. It was one thing for that orange cat to bully me, but a rat, equally low on the food chain, dare to crash into me? The little white rabbit straightened up, one paw on its hip, and the other pointing accusatorily at Sniff Sniff, chattering angrily in protest. The onlookers were speechless, realizing that this creature was one that preyed on the weak. However, Sniff Sniff was not one to be easily intimidated, as it too was a magical being, albeit a mischievous one. Fred chuckled. "Little one, that's just how it is. Though it may steal and be a rascal, it is still a good fellow." George nodded in agreement. Today, they were relying on this little creature. Once the smoke bomb exploded, they would toss it into the Slytherin compartment. "But how we get out?" "Lee Jordan inquirat," William replied. "It's simple. Sniff Sniff is drawn to bright objects. The brighter, the more enticing it is. Therefore, we need a mirror. Who has one?" The group turned their gaze to the only girl in the compartment, Chio Zhang. Raising an eyebrow, she retrieved a round mirror adorned with intricate carvings from her pocket, lifting her wrist adorned with a silver bracelet that jingled merrily. With a cunning smile, Chio teased, "Want it?" 4 cups of honeybee candies. Although she had never tasted honey candies, it did not deter her from demanding a high price to avenge her little rabbit. Cedric decisively agreed. Deal? Such a beast, prioritizing beauty over friendship. The central compartment was dominated by Slytherin students. William, resembling a lost first-year student, approached the door of a certain compartment. However, he did not follow George's advice to knock. The first rule of mischief is to avoid being seen. If spotted by the Slytherins within, regardless of what transpired afterward, he would be forever remembered by them. Though William was unafraid, he was no fool. He certainly did not want to shoulder the blame. He drew his wand, tapping on the doorknob, and whispered, "Alohomora." The compartment door clicked open, and William seized the handle, yanking it open before swiftly slipping around the corner. Hiding on the other side, George seized the opportunity and accurately tossed the smoke bomb into the carriage. unleashing a billowing cloud of white smoke. A shadow dashed inside. This was the true embodiment of the outlaw Robin Hood. Chapter 16. Anger, Tremor, Cold, Tears. In summary, launching a surprise attack on the Slytherin carriage was no simple task. The primary challenge lay in managing the timing. The smoke bomb's effect was limited, and vigilance was required against the heads of the various houses. William and his companions wished to remain undetected, necessitating the division of a few members to set traps and temporarily seal off the passage from the head's carriage to their side. This responsibility fell upon Cedric, Fred, and Lee Jordan. The smoke bomb collided with the carriage wall, releasing a dense cloud of white smoke from Slytherin's compartment, simultaneously enveloping the entire corridor in haze. This was intended to obscure vision and prevent other students from believing a fire had broken out, causing a rush that could trap them. In an instant, countless screams echoed as students in every carriage tightly shut their doors, genuinely believing a fire was afoot. If one were to gaze down from the sky at that moment, they would witness the Hogwarts Express's central carriages shrouded in thick smoke, accompanied by the locomotive's grating sounds, startling a row of owls in flight above. Judging the timing precisely, George retrieved a pre-prepared mirror, aiming it at the window to reflect sunlight and attract the Niffler. However, they overlooked a seemingly insignificant detail, with several carriages enveloped in smoke. The sun was obscured, rendering any reflection of sunlight impossible. William promptly appeared before George, drawing his wand and giving it a gentle flick as he whispered, "Lumos." A red glow ignited at the tip of the wand, akin to fireflies in the night sky. The mirror reflected the light, perfectly directing it into the carriage. The penetrating red light would surely attract the Niffler. Indeed, the next moment, a chorus of gasps and clattering erupted as a black shadow swiftly appeared beside the mirror. Snatching the mirror from Autumn's grasp and stowing it away, George grasped the Niffler by its paws, lifting it upside down, while William reached out to scratch its fluffy little belly. The Niffler emitted a pleased rumble, vibrating its tiny tail with excitement, its small paws dangling limply. Yet, joyous moments are fleeting. A cascade of shiny objects tumbled from its pouch, clattering to the ground. Scattered among them were a dozen galleons, primarily sickles, along with a few nuts. It seemed not all Slytherin students were affluent. William's eye twitched as he discovered a metal belt buckle. Evidently, a small wizard's belt had been unfastened by the Niffler. Such a mischievous creature. George sifted through the hall, gathering enough to pay for their assignments, then stuffed the remaining coins and odds and ends into a small bag, tossing it towards the carriage. Thud! The bag struck someone, eliciting another round of curses. William gazed at the belt buckle in his hand, uncertain of how to dispose of it. Without a moment's hesitation, George seized it and hurled it out of the window. "Hurry, the prefect is coming," George exclaimed, grasping William with one hand while roughly dragging Snuffles with the other. Snuffles, suspended in midair, trembled with indignation upon witnessing his cherished treasure being cast out. In the sweltering heat, he was drenched in cold sweat, his paws icy. Hell is empty, and the devils are among us. Can this magical realm ever be salvaged? How must the Snuffles endure for your satisfaction, wizards? Tears streamed down uncontrollably, for this magical world was rife with oppression against the Snuffles. When would they truly rise? 3 minutes later, the compartment door swung open abruptly, and Percy stormed in, his expression morphing swiftly from anger to confusion. William and Cedric were engrossed in a discussion about transfiguration, while Autumn cradled her little white rabbit, staring vacantly out the window. George waved a dried fish, attempting to amuse Bobo, who remained oblivious, sound asleep, while Fred and Lee Jordan were engaged in a game of wizard chess. Clearing his throat, Percy inquired, "Is the prank outside related to you?" Fred looked up, irritation evident on his face. "Percy, what do you mean? Are you suggesting we are responsible for all mischief? George and I are your own brothers." Fred's voice grew louder and more furious, culminating in a single tear escaping from the corner of his eye. Percy coughed apologetically. "I merely came to conduct a routine check. I meant no offense." George, puzzled, remarked, "Isn't checking the prefect's duty?" "Ah, I see." He and Fred exchanged knowing glances, grinning mischievously. "I understand now. Percy, you must be preparing for the prefect's life in advance, as I am certain the position will be yours next year." Percy's face flushed crimson as he slammed the compartment door shut. Lee Jordan stowed away the wizard's chess set, expressing concern. "Is everything truly fine? What if Professor McGonagall finds out?" Fred wiped the mischievous potion from the corner of his eye, pressing his lips tightly together, adopting a mock-serious demeanor. "Well, Gryffindor loses 5 points." Fred continued, "Let us not forget, Slytherin has claimed the House Cup for 5 consecutive years. Everyone is determined to topple them. Professor McGonagall is no exception. By the way, Lee, what do you have in your backpack? Fred's casual exclamation captured everyone's attention. Lee Jordan, grinning with pride, retrieved a large stack of newspapers from his bag. These are the Daily Prophet articles I collected over the summer. Goodness, they're filled with reports about your family and the Malfoys. They could be woven into a novel. He continued, I heard the Ministry of Magic was attacked. Yet there are no reports. It's unclear what is true and what is not. I'll take them away. My mother has been furious about this lately. Now, whenever I see the Daily Prophet, I can only hear her scolding voice in my head. George lamented, clutching his head in agony. William swiftly snatched the papers and spread them across the table, astonished to find his own photograph among them. It was a dynamic photograph. William's wand glowed, and a calf materialized upon Decora. Beneath it lay an elegantly scripted headline, Outrage. When will campus bullying cease? William flipped through several pages of newspapers, discovering that this was an educational column centered around that very image. Experts were even calling for educational reforms at Hogwarts, suggesting reductions in the salaries of the professors. Of course, this was trivial compared to the most prominent feature in the newspaper, which showcased a photograph of Mr. Weasley and Malfoy tearing at each other's garments. The Daily Prophet had even dedicated 7 issues, spanning 14 pages, to cover this incident. The headlines grew increasingly sensational. Shock. Ministry of Magic officials assaulting law-abiding citizens in broad daylight. It was clear that these unscrupulous journalists had been bribed by the Malfoy family. Inhumanity. Malfoy openly attacks core officials of the Ministry of Magic. Need it be said, Dumbledore also had someone in the propaganda department. The perspectives of the Quidditch commentators were quite peculiar. One even wrote, Scotland is boiling. Diagon Alley witnesses the return of Scorpion's tail. Silence. The English white chicken will weep. The most outrageous piece was undoubtedly titled, Two Elderly Men Embrace in Public. The love-hate tale of Weasley and Malfoy. William glanced at the author's name, Rita Skeeter, just as he was about to inquire about this, which, a piercing scream shattered the air. The sound was heart-wrenching, sending chills down the spine, penetrating deep into the soul. Fred nearly overturned the table, clutching his groin, and bellowed, George, William, what have you done to the niffler? It bit me eye, it hurts. William recalled that Fred had initially pulled the niffler from his trousers, which explained the location of the bite. Fred began to tremble, turning pale and weeping. Chapter 17. Wizards cannot eat chocolate frogs. This lengthy journey had been extraordinarily joyful for everyone, except for Fred and the poor niffler. To celebrate Gryffindor's magnificent victory over Slytherin, in the words of Lee Jordan, George decided to allocate a portion of the ill-gotten gains for snacks. In William's words, tonight, young Master Zhao is footing the bill for the entire gathering. Although the attendees were limited to 6 individuals, 1 rabbit, and 1 niffler, the purchases consisted solely of snacks. The niffler was not included, as it was quite finicky, preferring only the expensive cat food and various canned treats that William bought. Humans seemed less refined in their eating habits than a cat, easily leading to feelings of imbalance. Autumn suggested once more, let's just starve it for a few days. The niffler narrowed its eyes, coldly staring at Autumn's little rabbit, its claws extending from its paw pads, causing the girl to pale in fright and immediately retract her statement. The table was laden with various Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, blowing bubbles, super bubblegum, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and an array of peculiar foods that William had never encountered before. Today, George had splurged, leaving nothing out. He had purchased some of everything. Before long, Autumn's rapport with the others had significantly improved, much to Cedric's delight. The joy of a devoted admirer can, at times, be remarkably simple yet monotonous. Fred handed William a chocolate frog, but the latter hesitated for a moment, ultimately refraining from indulging. As a wizard, how could one replenish their vitality through mere chocolate frogs? That would indeed be a grave folly. Observing William's reluctance, Fred decided to unwrap it himself. Upon opening it, he extracted the card inside. The image depicted an elderly gentleman adorned with a top hat, black-rimmed spectacles perched on his nose, silver hair cascading down alongside a matching beard. The name inscribed at the bottom read, Nicholas Flamel. Through the reverse side of the card, William discerned the inscription, Nicholas Flamel is now recognized as the greatest alchemist in history. His renowned contributions include the creation of the only philosopher's stone, the establishment of the alchemical system that bridged the medieval to the modern era, and the enduring trend of keeping toads as pets for over 6 centuries. Ah, Nicholas Flamel. How splendid. I completed a full set of cards, Fred proclaimed excitedly. A complete collection of chocolate frog cards comprises several hundred, making it quite a challenge to gather. Hence their considerable value. Fred's motivation for collecting them was not mere enjoyment, but rather the anticipation of selling them at a premium to fellow wizards. Upon witnessing Fred's accomplishment, George, Cedric, and Lee Jordan joined the fervent endeavor of unwrapping chocolate frogs. In the midst of this frenzied consumption, time seemed to slip away, as if drawn away by an unseen force. Before long, evening had arrived. William glanced out of the train window, noting that darkness had enveloped the landscape, with deep purple skies above a panorama of mountains and woodlands, as the train began to slow its pace. In 5 minutes, we shall arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. We will transport it to the school for you. The train decelerated, finally coming to a halt. Students jostled one another, eagerly flocking toward the doors, descending onto a small, dimly lit platform. Soon, a lamp swung above the heads of the students, and William heard a familiar voice calling out. First-year students, first years, come over here. Amidst the throng of bustling heads, Hagrid, towering nearly 5 meters tall, stood out distinctly. With a warm smile, he beckoned, "Come on. Follow me. Are there any more first years? Watch your step. All right. First years, follow me." After parting ways with Cedric and the others, William and Autumn stumbled toward Hagrid. Under Hagrid's guidance, the first years departed from the larger group, traversing a steep, narrow path downhill, the ground slippery and entangled with various vines. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, save for Hagrid's dim oil lamp illuminating the way. William sighed, pondering the backwardness of Hogwarts, lamenting the absence of streetlights. He raised his wand, giving a flick while softly murmuring, "Lumos." A gentle white light emerged from the tip of his wand, swiftly exploding forth like fireworks, illuminating the narrow path ahead for nearly 50 meters. Hagrid's hearty laughter echoed from afar. "Thank you, William. You know I can't use magic." Autumn gazed at William's face, as if just now recognizing him. "Have you truly mastered the art of magic?" Autumn mused, recalling how William had perused the second-year spellbook. She had thought him merely pretending, but it appeared her assumptions had been misguided. William shrugged nonchalantly. "Isn't it quite simple?" Yet, as those words escaped his lips, he was taken aback. In a past life, when he had posed inquiries about intricate mathematical problems, the scholars had merely smiled, their gaze imbued with a patronizing affection, effortlessly responding, "Isn't it quite simple?" By Merlin's beard, how had he come to utter such a phrase himself? Was this the esteemed realm of the academic elite? However, regret swiftly washed over him. Once he had unleashed a glow with his wand, the first-year wizards seemed to rally around him, crowding in with fervor. William was once again reminded of the bustling chaos during spring travel, and he bellowed, "Do not push. Whose wandering hands are these? Keep to yourselves." Hagrid chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Turn this corner, and you shall behold Hogwarts for the first time." Indeed, after a chorus of astonished gasps, at the end of the narrow path, a vast black lake unfolded before them. On the opposite shore, a majestic castle loomed atop a steep hillside, its towers piercing the starry sky, and countless windows twinkling like stars. "No boat may carry more than 4. Hagrid bellowed, gesturing toward a row of small vessels moored at the shoreline, warning that exceeding this limit might lead to calamity. Once again, shoving ensued, as everyone desired to share a boat with William. These fragile crafts appeared precarious enough, and traversing a large lake posed a risk. What if they capsized? Being aboard with William, a wizard, at least provided a semblance of safety. "Form an orderly line," Hagrid commanded, using his imposing figure to block the throng, urging William and Autumn to board swiftly. He then randomly selected 2 additional young wizards from the crowd and hoisted them aboard, gradually restoring some semblance of order. "Is everyone on board?" Hagrid called out, as he himself took a separate vessel. "Then we shall set sail." A fleet of small boats began to glide across the mirror-like lake, propelled by an unseen force. Silence enveloped them as they gazed upon the towering castle that seemed to scrape the heavens. As they approached the cliff that cradled the castle, it appeared to loom ominously above them. "Duck!" Hagrid shouted as the first boats neared the precipice. All heads bowed as the boats glided beneath a verdant curtain of ivy, revealing a hidden, expansive entrance. They traversed a dark tunnel, descending into the depths of the castle, ultimately arriving at a subterranean dock before ascending onto a surface of rubble and pebbles. Guided by the light of Hagrid's lantern, they climbed through a rocky passage until they finally emerged onto a damp, flat expanse of grass beneath the castle shadow. Hagrid raised a massive fist and knocked thrice upon the castle door. Bang, bang, bang. The door swung open, revealing a wizard within. Chapter 18. The Nature of Wizards. Some individuals arrive with their own comedic flair, while others come accompanied by a musical score. Some find the melody lacking and choose to carry their own speakers. Before them stood a tall, black-haired witch draped in a resplendent emerald robe, approaching with a chilling wind that seemed to herald her presence. The atmosphere was laden with silence. The previously chattering young wizards now rendered mute in her presence. Professor McGonagall, one of the most formidable figures feared by the Weasley brothers, wore a serious expression, her lips pressed tightly together. The first-year students followed her as Hagrid, avoiding the witch's gaze, spoke swiftly, "Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take it from here." Hagrid cast a glance of good luck toward William before hurriedly retreating through another entrance, clearly unnerved. Who could blame him? Hagrid had repeatedly violated magical regulations during the summer and had clandestinely acquired a three-headed dog, a creature forbidden by the Ministry of Magic, certainly a time for trepidation. Even if McGonagall was his junior, as they traversed the stone-paved floor, the buzz of hundreds of voices emanated from the nearby room. However, Professor McGonagall did not lead them directly into the hall. Instead, she turned and guided them to a small, vacant room at the other end. They spilled in, jostling against one another, anxiously surveying their surroundings. First and foremost, welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall began her address. The feast is about to commence. But before you take your seats in the dining hall, you must each ascertain which house you will be sorted into. The sorting ceremony is a significant rite of passage, as your house will become your home during your time at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with your housemates, reside in your house as dormitory, and spend leisure time in your house as common room. The four houses are named Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts a rich history and has nurtured remarkable witches and wizards. Your exemplary conduct during your time at Hogwarts will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in point deductions. At the year's end, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of which house you are sorted into, you will strive to bring glory to your house rather than indulge in mischief. The last few words of McGonagall were drawn out, accompanied by a glance in William's direction. Through her stern gaze, William felt as though she was aware of the events on the train. His intuition was seldom wrong. Nevertheless, he considered himself the most inconspicuous among the many accomplices, far overshadowed by the notorious Weasley brothers and that troublesome Niffler. He found solace in this thought, comforting his tender and fragile spirit. Fortunately, McGonagall merely cast a glance at William without publicly admonishing him. He wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering how someone with a less resilient disposition might have been reduced to tears. Truly, she was Professor McGonagall. In a few moments, the sorting ceremony would commence before the entire student body and faculty, and he suggested they take a moment to alleviate their anxiety. Once preparations are complete on that side, I shall come to escort you. Professor McGonagall turned and strode into the hall, casting a glance over her shoulder as she instructed, "Please maintain silence while you wait." However, scarcely had she departed from the room when the crowd erupted into a buzz of conversation. How could they possibly determine which house we belonged to? A girl inquired of William. Her name was Marietta Edgecombe, who had just been crammed into a small boat with William, nearly clutching his hand and trembling in his embrace. Nearby, a boy named Cornelius Fudge McLaggen boasted, "Regardless of the test, I will undoubtedly be accepted, my uncle." His uncle, Tiberius, was acquainted with Rufus Scrimgeour from the Ministry of Magic, the head of the Auror office. In the brief span of time, McLaggen had repeated this several times. The nature of humanity is that of a parrot, and wizards are no exception. McLaggen further bragged about his flying prowess, claiming he would join the Quidditch team in his first year, becoming the youngest player in history. As he spoke, he cast a challenging glance at William, a gesture that seemed to stem from the moment he realized William was merely a muggle. William, feeling the weight of his wand, contemplated casting a silencing charm to quiet McLaggen's incessant chatter, but Professor McGonagall happened to approach at that moment. He immediately feigned an innocent demeanor. Thus, McLaggen found himself in trouble, as Professor McGonagall loomed behind him like a specter, while the boy continued babbling about his uncle's acquaintances. McLaggen's legs turned to jelly, and he quivered, nearly colliding with Marietta Edgecombe. The girl shot him a death glare and shifted closer to William, seeking refuge in his presence for a sense of security. Autumn, positioned behind Professor McGonagall, made exaggerated gestures, signaling William to seize the opportunity. Seize what opportunity? William thought to himself. He was here to learn, not to engage in romantic pursuits. Of course, if a particularly lovely witch were to cross his path, he would not be averse to forming a soul bond. Yet, with Marietta Edgecombe, it seemed there was no chance. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the atmosphere. McLaggen howled, for several ghosts had materialized behind him. He gasped for breath, and the surrounding crowd mirrored his alarm, as the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. These pearlescent, translucent specters glided through the hall, whispering among themselves, seemingly indifferent to the first-year students, as if debating some matter. Bloodman Barrow has gone to seek Ms. Gray, you know. There have been some issues in the Ravenclaw common room recently, remarked a plump, monk-like ghost. Therefore, let us grant Peeves another chance, as long as he attends the feast. Absolutely not. My good monk, have we not afforded Peeves enough opportunities? He only brings us disgrace. I say, what are you doing here? The ghost clad in a ruffled collar suddenly noticed the first-year students. McLaggen, frightened, hastily concealed himself behind William, which only tightened Professor McGonagall's already pursed lips. Ah, first years. The plump monk smiled at them, suggesting that they were likely about to undergo a test. William nodded amicably, expressing a hope that they would be sorted in a Hufflepuff. As the monk revealed his own past as a student of that house, the ghosts glided towards the hall, vanishing through the walls, while Professor McGonagall's voice resonated once more. Now, please proceed forward. The sorting ceremony is about to commence, she instructed the first-year students. All gathered dutifully made their way into the hall. Chapter 19. The Grimy Sorting Hat. The crowd exited the room, traversing the foyer and passing through a pair of grand double doors, entering an opulent dining hall. Students from other year groups had already gathered around 4 long tables, illuminated by thousands of floating candles suspended in midair. Gleaming gold plates and goblets adorned the tables, while a long table at the head of the hall was reserved for the faculty. At the center sat Dumbledore, draped in a magnificent deep blue robe embroidered with various symbols, exuding a distinctly wizardly aura. His flowing silver hair and meticulously groomed, long beard drew attention. But perhaps most striking was his elongated, hooked nose, which appeared to have been broken on several occasions. He wore a pair of crescent-shaped spectacles, behind which sparkled 2 penetrating azure eyes, as if they were capable of seeing through layers of reality. An empty seat beside Dumbledore was presumably reserved for Professor McGonagall, while next to it sat a rather greasy-haired, hook-nosed teacher with a sallow complexion. William quickly settled into his seat, for the descriptions provided by his twin brothers had rendered the professors quite distinctive, if not eccentric. Thus, this man could only be the old that they had spoken of, Professor Snape, the greasy middle-aged man. William shook his head. His brother's words were excessively harsh, yet curiously precise, filled with a nuanced understanding. Professor McGonagall led the first-year students to the center of the hall, positioning them before the upperclassmen lined up in rows, with the faculty standing behind them. The flickering candlelight illuminated hundreds of faces staring back at them, akin to pale lanterns. The ghosts mingled among the students, shimmering with a faint silver glow. Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool before the first years, followed by a pointed wizard hat, which she set atop the stool. The hat was tattered and exceedingly old, appearing as though it had never been washed. William mused that the hat was more suited for a basin filled with detergent than for a stool. Was the sorting test merely to see who could cleanse the hat the fastest? Suddenly, the hat began to twitch and sway, as if performing a dance. A wide seam opened along its brim, resembling a mouth, and the hat commenced to sing in a peculiar melody. You may find me rather charming, but do not dare to fall in love. It will only lead to heartache, and I, the enchanting and delightful sorting hat, shall feel no remorse. William noted that Professor McGonagall's lips pressed even tighter as she seemed poised to draw her wand and cast a silencing spell upon the hat. Yet William felt a pang of disappointment as Professor McGonagall drew in several deep breaths, her countenance regaining its former serenity. He suspected she had employed a wandless, silent incantation to cast a hearing-blocking charm upon him. The sorting hat continued to produce its cacophonous sounds. Gryffindor, where courage lies buried within the heart. Ravenclaw, where innate cleverness and wisdom reside. Hufflepuff, where eternal loyalty and kindness flourish. Slytherin, where ambition and pursuit are indelibly marked upon the soul. Hogwarts, the shared home of the 4 houses. The frequency of the sorting hat's movements quickened, as if it were entranced by music, caught in the exuberance of a rock youth. Though in truth it resembled an elderly lady partaking in a square dance. William felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the hat was oblivious to hip-hop, or might have delivered a cringe-worthy rap. After a full 10 minutes, the sorting hat concluded its annual epic-making performance, eliciting a thunderous applause from the assembly. The Weasley twins even stood atop their chairs, cheering as if they were about to rush forward for autographs. The sorting hat bowed to each of the 4 tables before coming to a standstill, its mouth still moving, muttering indistinctly. Gazing at that mouth, an audacious thought flashed through William's mind. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, clutching a scroll of parchment. When I call a name, that individual shall don a hat, take a seat, and await their sorting, she announced. Arthur, a boy with dark hair, promptly advanced. As the hat barely grazed his head, it shrieked, Slytherin. The boy beamed with satisfaction, bowing slightly towards the Slytherin table, which erupted in applause. Katie Bell, a rosy-cheeked girl with tousled golden locks, hurriedly stepped out of the line, placing the hat upon her head, which obscured her eyes. She sat down, pausing for a moment. Gryffindor, the hat proclaimed. The farthest table on the left burst into cheers, while the twins produced a megaphone from seemingly nowhere, amplifying the ruckus. Percy shot them an exasperated glare, though his own cheers were quite loud. Gavin Campbell, a boy with a head of curly hair, rushed forward. Hufflepuff, the table on the right applauded and cheered for Gavin, welcoming him to their ranks, while the ghost of the fat friar waved jovially at him. Soon it was Autumn's turn. She approached the sorting hat and placed it upon her head. However, this time the hat hesitated for an extended moment before announcing, Ravenclaw. Oh no, Cedric groaned, covering his face in despair. He had not anticipated such a dismal beginning to the second year. Autumn took a seat beside Marietta Edgecombe, who had also been sorted into Ravenclaw. William Stark, Professor McGonagall called. William walked calmly to the sorting hat, noting its dilapidated condition was even worse than he had imagined. The hat was pilled and adorned with numerous patches. To make matters worse, one side was ensnared in cobwebs, with a tiny spider eyeing William intently. Fortunately, it was not a cockroach. Otherwise, William would truly be concerned about the hygiene of the entire Hogwarts. He picked up the hat, shook off the dust atop it, and disdainfully placed it upon his head. Hey, young man, what sort of attitude is this? A faint voice echoed in William's ear. Do not deny it. The sorting hat's tone has sharpened a few notches. I can see through your thoughts. Let me take a peek into your little mind to determine which house you shall belong to. William scratched his deep brown hair, feeling a slight itch on his scalp that swiftly spread throughout his body. The sorting hat seemed to take great offense, its pride swelling as it raised its voice. Never. Think of me with such sordid thoughts. I'm a hat with a penchant for cleanliness. Have you ever encountered a hat that has bathed 1,000 times? For a hat, 1,000 baths could indeed be considered excessive, yet had existed for over a millennium, averaging a wash only once a year. The sorting hat was acutely aware of William's thoughts, huffing and puffing as it shifted the topic. Dumbledore cleared his throat twice, reminding the sorting hat to expedite the process. Even if he was not hungry, could the delightful students possibly be? Chapter 20, The Hero of Gryffindor. Dumbledore's cough proved effective, and the sorting hat promptly adjusted its demeanor, stating, Difficult, very difficult. It is evident you possess great courage, a kind heart, and remarkable talent, along with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. However, your honesty leaves much to be desired. Hufflepuff is certainly out of the question. So, where shall I place you? William suspected that this hat, much like Ollivander, offered similar remarks to everyone. As the sorting hat pondered, a small spider dangling from the hat dangled before William's eyes. It was brandishing its legs and frothing at the mouth, seemingly attempting to communicate. William, feeling bored, exhaled a breath, sending the spider swinging. Astonishingly, the thread did not break. He extended his hand, intending to flick the little creature away, but the sorting hat interjected. I warn you not to do so. That little fellow is my dear friend. His great-great-grandfather was a creature named Aragog. Aragog? William frowned. What do you know him? In truth, William had perused a description of such a creature in the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. It appeared rather dangerous. Yet, due to his blind trust in Hagrid and his naivete as a newcomer to the magical world, he naively believed that the author, Newt Scamander, was exaggerating. If it were indeed an exaggeration, what was there to fear? Moreover, he had Hagrid's protection, did he not? He slightly curled his right index finger and flicked it forcefully at the abdomen of the eight-eyed spider. The silk did not snap, but the tremendous force sent the little spider crashing into the sorting hat's mouth. The spider squeaked in a pitiful manner, tumbling into the tangled yarn. The sorting hat was furious. It grinned maliciously and suddenly exclaimed, Ha! William, you are quite amusing to say that Professor Snape resembles a greasy old bat. The entire hall was enveloped in an eerie silence as Snape, with a pallid complexion, fixed a piercing gaze upon William, clutching a strand of black hair that he had just yanked out with excessive force. Fred was surreptitiously unwrapping a chocolate frog when, startled, he accidentally dropped it onto the head of a niffler. George regarded William with a reverence reserved for a hero, yet the term hero often intertwines with the specter of death. At this moment, William felt a murderous impulse. He had erred gravely. The sorting hat ought not to have been submerged in dish soap, but rather filled with 84 disinfectant. The sorting hat, having succeeded in its scheme, languidly proclaimed, Ravenclaw. William was oblivious to how he had found himself at the Ravenclaw table, only recalling the coolness of the night, the starlit sky above, and the smiles directed at him by his fellow students. Confused and bewildered, he pondered how an unremarkable first-year Ravenclaw had suddenly emerged as a celebrated hero of Gryffindor. His mind was a labyrinth of questions. Cedric, in a state of despair, noted that both Autumn and William had gone to Ravenclaw, and he was now keen to inquire about the process of transferring houses. Once Ulysses Alexander was sorted into Slytherin and all students had been assigned their houses, Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the sorting hat with her. Just before departing, the sorting hat cast a triumphant glance in William's direction. Dumbledore rose, his face radiant with joy as he surveyed the assembled students, arms outstretched as if to embrace them. There seemed to be nothing that delighted him more than witnessing the gathering of students. "Welcome," he exclaimed. "Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year." Suddenly, the empty plates around them were magically filled with an array of food. Roast beef, roasted chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steaks, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, fried chips, and Yorkshire pudding. While the spread appeared lavish, one must admit that British cuisine often serves merely for amusement. True culinary satisfaction lies within the delicacies of the East. William prodded the onion and tomato baked sausage on his plate with a fork, inexplicably reminiscing about steamed lamb, bear paw, deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chick, and roasted goose. Though he had never actually tasted any of these, he shook his head, thinking perhaps the sorting hat was experiencing its own midlife crisis. Nearby, a witch with curly brown hair cautioned him, "You should be careful. Professor Snape will undoubtedly seek you out." As she spoke, she cast a glance towards the head table where Snape squinted, his gaze fixed intently upon the Ravenclaw direction. A shiver ran down her spine, prompting her to lower her head. Penelope Clearwater, now a fourth-year senior, was well-versed in the inner workings of the faculty, and such intel was typically reliable. William had spent 12 years at a school near an orphanage, and many new teachers seeking first-hand insights from the administration would approach him. Information, of course, came in varying degrees. Those who paid less received only the most rudimentary details, while those willing to pay a premium could uncover the preferences of the leadership. Hence, if the senior claimed that Snape would seek him out, it was a certainty. That wretched sorting hat would one day receive a generous dose of Lao-Gon-Ma, followed by a salt bath. The cuisine at Hogwarts is quite palatable, devoid of an abundance of dark culinary creations, and the portions are ample enough to satiate even the most ravenous appetites. One could genuinely lean against the wall to enter and subsequently lean against it to exit. After indulging in the final dessert, all traces of the meal vanished. Dumbledore rose to his feet, and a serene silence enveloped the dining hall. With everyone sufficiently nourished and refreshed, he addressed the assembly once more. At the onset of the term, I wish to impart a few important reminders. First-year students, take heed. The forbidden forest surrounding the castle is strictly off-limits to all students. I urge our older students to remember this as well. Furthermore, students in their third year and below are prohibited from visiting Hogsmeade Village. Dumbledore cast a gleaming glance towards the Weasley twins. Additionally, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to practice magic in the corridors during breaks, and absolutely no use of fireworks smoke bombs is permitted. Lastly, allow me to introduce our new defense against the dark arts instructor, Dumbledore proclaimed with delight. Professor Taywin, a tall, handsome wizard, rose beside Hagrid. This wizard, in his early 30s, boasted flowing golden locks, striking light green eyes, and a smile as sharp as a blade. Snape, stroking his greasy black hair, exhibited a flicker of disdain. Dumbledore clapped his hands, and the entire assembly followed suit, particularly the younger witches who welcomed him enthusiastically. As the applause subsided, Dumbledore cheerfully announced, "Now, before everyone retires for the evening, let us join together in singing the school anthem." The smiles of the faculty froze, especially that of Professor McGonagall. She contemplated discreetly using earplugs, only to be caught by the keen-eyed Dumbledore. With a subtle smile, he flicked his wand, releasing a long, golden ribbon that twirled and coiled above the grand dining table, forming lines of text, akin to a karaoke display. He held his wand as a maestro would his baton. "Everyone may select their preferred melody," Dumbledore said with excitement. "Ready, sing?" Consequently, the entire faculty and student body raised their voices in song. Hogwarts, 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 Hogwarts. Bestow upon us knowledge, whether we are balding elders or children with scraped knees. Our minds are open, eager to embrace intriguing ideas. For now, our thoughts are vacant, filled with air, dead flies, and trivialities. Enlighten us with valuable insights, Restore to us what we have forgotten. We shall exert our utmost efforts, and the rest we shall handle ourselves. We will strive in our studies until we become dust. Chapter 21. Generally, one does not smile unless compelled. William swiftly completed the song to the tune of Two Tigers. The crowd sang with varying degrees of harmony, and even from the Hufflepuff section, some began to hum the melody of the International. William nearly mistook it for comrades from an infiltrated international organization. After the finale, only the Weasley twins continued to sing along to the gentle strains of the wedding march. It is time to enlighten the wizards of Hogwarts about the brainwashing anthems from the Celestial Empire, William mused. This way, when they sing in the future, their voices will resonate in harmonious unity, echoing a singular melody. For instance, Mango Planting and Shoulder Dance. Dumbledore, unaware of William's grand scheme, was wiping his eyes, uncertain whether it was tears of emotion or some crude, solid impurities. Perhaps Dumbledore had once contemplated using this very tune at his own wedding. He waxed lyrical for a full 10 minutes, extolling the virtues of a certain Hogwarts headmaster who composed this school song, declaring her the most formidable lyricist in history. Only after Professor McGonagall's persistent coughing did he reluctantly conclude this evening's feast. A first-year Ravenclaw student, accompanied by Prefect Robert Hilliard, navigated through the bustling crowd and exited the dining hall. In the distance, a cacophony erupted from the Gryffindor table. Percy was frantically waving his arms, shouting, "I will kill you all." William had never seen Percy in such a state of desperation, as he was usually quite mindful of his image. George, hiding behind Lee Jordan, pitifully inquired, "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Percy gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "The answers! Why do so many of your summer homework answers match mine exactly?" Fred dodged a flying shoe and whispered, "How would we know?" Perhaps this assignment was just too easy. William suddenly realized that the answers to the fourth-year summer homework had originated from Percy. Unbeknownst to him, Percy had just boasted about his answers, only to receive this shocking revelation. It was evident that the Weasley twins had stealthily pilfered Percy's answers over the summer and had sold copies for profit. What was most infuriating was that Percy had not earned a single canute from it. "I will get you for this," Percy exclaimed, tossing another of Wood's shoes into the fray. George, producing a stick from seemingly nowhere, skillfully sent the shoe flying, akin to a Quidditch maneuver. It became clear that one should never surreptitiously remove their shoes during mealtime, lest they suffer dire consequences. For instance, Wood, happily indulging in a box of pudding while reveling in the chaos before him, excitedly applauded, "What a splendid strike." He critiqued like a seasoned professional, noting the accuracy, force, and timing were all commendable. "George, you undoubtedly possess the talent to join the school team. It seems Charlie trained you well over the summer. Hurry and participate in next week's team selection. With you brothers on board, we shall easily claim the Quidditch Cup this year." "Wait a moment. Why does that shoe look so familiar? Where's my shoe?" Wood, clad in flamboyant pink socks adorned with the likeness of the renowned witch singer, Celestina Warbeck, stood atop his chair. He bellowed, "Stop! Stop! That is a limited edition flying shoe, with a signature from Aidan Lynch." Aidan Lynch, a seeker for the Irish national Quidditch team, was also one of Wood's favorite players. However, no matter how Wood shouted in vain, the shoe gracefully traced a beautiful arc, hurtling directly towards the headmaster's table. Severus Snape, pursing his lips, listened with palpable impatience as Dumbledore discussed the allure of rock music. In a moment of distraction, the shoe descended from above, exuding a pungent odor that rushed toward him. The scent was quite overwhelming, nearly rendering Snape faint. Judging by its trajectory, it was certain to strike him. Snape hastily drew his wand, instinctively preparing a spell that would shatter the object into pieces. Yet, he refrained from casting it, instead gently waving his wand, causing the shoe to alter its course and accelerate towards Professor Tywin, who was not far off. Snape glanced at Dumbledore, lazily inquiring, "Where were we? Please continue." The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly. Not even a strand of his greasy black hair was disturbed. Had it been an ordinary wizard, they would likely have been struck by the shoe, but Professor Tywin exemplified the formidable nature of an agile wizard. In a split second, he surprisingly tilted his head aside, allowing the shoe to barely graze his golden hair before careening towards Hagrid, who was frantically raising his pink umbrella. Hogwarts' secret art of defense, Hagrid's rebound. Bang! The shoe skimmed past Professor Tywin's nose, which he inhaled deeply, almost causing him to regurgitate his supper. Fortunately, he narrowly avoided disaster. His nose was not large enough to become the first in Hogwarts history to suffer a broken nose from a shoe. Though almost suffocated, that title would hardly be commendable. It dawned on Tywin that the position of defense against the dark arts professor was indeed cursed, and he fully grasped the profound implications of that statement. Without further ado, he resolved to collect his annual salary and surely depart by the following year. The shoe, having missed Professor Tywin, continued its trajectory towards Snape, hurtling at a staggering speed of 180 miles per hour. Fortunately, it did not strike him. Unluckily, it landed in a bowl on the table, erupting a thick, milky substance mixed with a sharp odor, splattering pure milk all over Snape's face. Dumbledore removed his crescent-shaped glasses and wiped his murky old eyes, seemingly having seen nothing. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath and, before Snape could erupt, announced loudly Percy Weasley, George Weasley, and Fred Weasley for their rowdiness in the dining hall. Gryffindor loses 30 points. Rowdiness? It was clearly a brawl, an attempt to murder a professor. Tywin thought. They should be sent to Azkaban, especially Oliver Wood. Let the Dementors give him a foul-foot odor kiss. Snape's face turned a shade of stormy gray. He had intended to deduct 300 points. But with McGonagall already speaking, he had no choice but to remain silent. However, that did not mean he would swallow his indignation. If they were capable, they should not attend his potions class. A smile crept onto Dumbledore's lips as he gave McGonagall a thumbs up. Her cleverness was indeed commendable, with the term just beginning. How could one truly deduct 300 points and still contend for the House Cup? Snape's dead fish eyes fixed on Dumbledore, resembling a venomous serpent. The smile on the elder's face vanished in an instant, as he continued to wipe his glasses with an impassive demeanor, muttering, "Ah, what bad luck. To encounter a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean that tastes like earwax. Haagen-Dazs is far superior, and he gifted me several boxes. Yet I wonder why she didn't send me more while expecting me to look after her brother, William. As long as he doesn't bully anyone, I'll count my blessings. Before I sleep, I must indulge in another bowl of Haagen-Dazs." Snape then directed his gaze towards Professor McGonagall. She hastily rose, avoiding his eyes, her expression stiff as she descended from the head table and made her way to the Gryffindor dining table. No laughter. If I were to laugh aloud now, Snape would surely have me killed. Yet it was incredibly difficult to suppress the urge. Professor McGonagall bit her lip tightly, her hands trembling as she pinched her thigh, determined not to betray any sign of abnormality. Truly, Dumbledore is remarkable. Professor McGonagall mused. Being so close to Snape, he still maintained such composure. Surely, he must have undergone extensive training. Chapter 22. The Eagle-Shaped Bronze Door Knocker. What transpired next remained a mystery to William. The Ravenclaw students, urged by Dean Flitwick, hastily vacated the scene of potential chaos. Remaining any longer could very well lead to an all-out brawl within the school, a frequent occurrence. The Ravenclaw Common Room is situated atop a high tower on the western side of the castle. Under the guidance of Prefect Robert, they ascended the dizzying spiral staircase. Eventually, they arrived at a door. This door bore no handle or keyhole, only an aged, smooth wooden panel featuring an eagle-shaped bronze knocker. The knocker appeared rather exquisite, showing signs of age, but such relics were commonplace at Hogwarts, and age alone was hardly astonishing. Prefect Robert Hilliard rapped on the door, causing the eagle's beak to part. However, instead of a bird's call, it spoke in a voice as gentle as the fragrance of cilantro, asking, "What is something you cannot live without, yet cannot see?" William harbored serious doubts that the knocker was equipped with a magical voice package. "Our common room door is guarded solely by this enchanted eagle-shaped bronze knocker," he proudly declared. "For nearly a millennium, no one but Ravenclaw students has managed to pass through this simple barrier. Some first-year students may find the knocker's question daunting, but fear not. Ravenclaws are adept at learning, and you will soon relish the challenges posed by the knocker. It is not uncommon for 20 individuals to gather at the common room entrance, attempting to collectively answer the day's riddle. This also serves as an excellent opportunity to meet other Ravenclaw students from different years and learn from them. However, when you forget your Quidditch robes and need to rush in and out, it can be somewhat vexing." Robert continued, "So, who wishes to take a crack at that last question? Don't be shy, first years." The eagle knocker replied, "That makes sense." With that, the door swung open. Just as William was about to enter with the group, Robert swiftly closed the door with a snap. He knocked again. The gentle voice of Kana Hanazawa echoed once more. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Silence enveloped the room until Autumn nudged William, nearly colliding with Marietta Aikmo. Kana Hanazawa continued softly, "You are so wonderful." Bang! Robert slammed the door shut again. "What about the duck egg?" Kana Hanazawa remarked. "You are so impressive." Bang! The door was closed once more. This playful game of opening and closing doors persisted for a full half hour, with Robert repeatedly engaging in this act. William, unsure if it was merely his imagination, felt that the sound of the doorbell transitioned from Kana Hanazawa's gentle tones to those reminiscent of Shizuka Kurizawa, ultimately veering towards the vocal inflections of Chiao Bailu. The doorbell's current mood likely mirrored that of Professor Snape. It had never encountered such foolish students. Observing Robert's enraptured expression, William suspected he had come solely to relish the voice packs. This lad must surely be an auditory enthusiast, perhaps even a cross-dresser. Yawning, everyone entered the Ravenclaw common room. The common room was a grand circular chamber, adorned with an ethereal decor. Elegant arched windows lined the walls, draped in blue and bronze silks. The vaulted ceiling was painted with stars, and the deep blue carpet below was similarly sprinkled with celestial motifs. Tables, chairs, and bookshelves were arranged on the floor, while a statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, crafted from white marble, stood majestically in a niche across from the entrance. The sculpture of Ravenclaw was strikingly lifelike, her cobalt blue eyes seemingly lost in contemplation. A subtle, enigmatic smile graced her lips, and following her gaze was an enormous floor-to-ceiling window, beyond which lay an expanse of darkness. Above her head, a delicately carved circular crown, replicated in marble, bore the inscription, "Exceptional wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure." With excitement, head boy Robert declared, "Once again, welcome, young witches and wizards. This is our common room. Our house emblem is an eagle soaring high above unattainable heights. Our colors are sky blue and bronze. I do not wish to be ostentatious, but this is the abode of the most brilliant witches and wizards, just like our founder, Rowena Ravenclaw. We carry a rather unique label. Some narrow-minded individuals may even call us eccentric. Yet, geniuses often tread a path distinct from the ordinary. Unlike certain other houses, we believe you may don any attire you desire, embrace any belief you wish, and express any thoughts that bring you joy. We do not disdain the unconventional. On the contrary, we celebrate them." Applause erupted, and the previous antics of Robert at the door were swiftly forgiven. Adolescents often exhibit a sense of uniqueness. After the head boy's remarks, everyone felt even more validated in their distinctiveness. Sometimes, an individual's qualities are reinforced through such reiterations, ultimately shaping the essence of the entire house. Under the guidance of the male and female head students, the young witches and wizards proceeded to their respective dormitories. This is an expansive chamber, adorned similarly to a grand hall, draped in cerulean decor, featuring 5 beds, each supported by 4 elegant pillars and adorned with bronze-hued flannel draperies. The trunks had long been delivered. Poppy T sat regally atop one of the beds, squinting as it dozed, while not far from it, a rabbit, a toad, a mouse, and a small yellow bear sat on the floor, their eyes wide open, too cautious to sleep. At some point, Poppy T had established itself as the undisputed leader among the dormitory pets. After everyone had completed their evening routines and donned their nightgowns, they reclined to sleep. Poppy T nestled in William's arms, both gazing out the window. From this vantage, one could see the black lake reflecting the moonlight in the dense forbidden forest. William soon succumbed to slumber, while Poppy T burrowed into the bedding, curling up beside his hand, its tail wrapped around his arm, purring softly. William dreamt a peculiar dream. He envisioned a door knocker transforming into a monstrous creature with a human body and an eagle's head, emitting a voice akin to that of a famous actress, luring him closer. As William approached, the eagle-headed creature opened its gaping maw and swallowed him whole. Chapter 23. The Leap of the Celestial Cat. From a metaphysical perspective, nightmares experienced at night are often believed to be followed by a fortuitous day. However, the enigmatic powers of the East seem to bizarrely fail at Hogwarts. At dawn, William found himself utterly lost. The staircases of Hogwarts totaled 142, some vast and spacious, while others were narrow and precarious. At specific times, certain staircases would lead to different locations, arriving with more precision than a monthly cycle. Some staircases would halt mid-ascent, causing a step to vanish unexpectedly, and if one was unprepared, they would find themselves falling through the air. If this occurred during class time, one might as well sustain an injury and be taken to the infirmary, thus providing a valid excuse for tardiness, saving one from the deduction of house points. This way, they would avoid being stuck at an intersection, waiting in vain for the prefect to resolve Peeves' mischief. The students had even coined a thrilling name for these staircases, the jumping machine. Moreover, Hogwarts boasted numerous doors. Unless one politely requested them to open or precisely poked in the right spot, they would remain obstinately shut. Some doors were mere facades, sturdy walls masquerading as entrances. Remembering the locations of various items was no easy feat, as everything seemed to be in constant motion. The figures in the portraits frequently visited one another, and even suits of armor would wander about. It was said that this whimsical design was the brainchild of Rowena Ravenclaw herself, intended to dissuade those less intellectually inclined from attending. Poppy T yawned behind William, patiently awaiting his discovery of the path to the dining hall. This was food offered by the newly recruited mini bear. Just then, its ears perked back, folding into airplane-like shapes. William inquired, "What is it? Have you found the way?" Poppy T responded with a cautious meow, and William followed its gaze, spotting a cat crouched beneath a suit of armor. Before him stood a gaunt feline, its form emaciated. The cat possessed a head of moderate width, with a square-shaped muzzle and a pointed chin that aligned perfectly with its upper lip and nose. Its ears were large and adorned with a profusion of fur, while its prominent eyes and elongated tail complemented its dark gray, flowing coat. This was a Maine Coon, a breed William recognized. However, the creature's frail appearance cast an ominous shadow, and its bulging eyes scrutinized William intently. Or perhaps it was Bobo-cha. Its gaze was icy. The pet of the administrator, Mrs. Norris, was known to be a harbinger of trouble, according to the descriptions provided by the twins. Filch was regarded as one of the three scourges of Hogwarts. Wherever Mrs. Norris was present, Filch was sure to follow, often as her accomplice. William intended to hastily escort Bobo-cha away, wishing to evade Filch and avoid being late for the morning potions class. Upon glimpsing the schedule on the common room wall, William was taken aback. His luck today was abysmal. Yet, Bobo-cha ambled over, settling down a short distance from Mrs. Norris. The two cats engaged in an intense stare-down. After what felt like an eternity, Mrs. Norris rose silently and made her way down a corridor. Was it truly safe? Would they not be deliberately led into forbidden territory? With Filch lurking nearby, ready to ensnare them, William harbored a lingering suspicion that Mrs. Norris was indulging in some feline trickery. The adult world was rife with schemes, and one could hardly expect sincerity from the realm of cats. Fortunately, their journey was uneventful as William followed Mrs. Norris through several secluded corridors, eventually reaching the dining hall on the first floor. He retrieved a small fish treat from his pocket as a token of gratitude, but Mrs. Norris disregarded him entirely, casting a glance at Bobo-cha before turning away. It seemed William was but a discarded piece of refuse. Merlin S. Beard. How can new Ravenclaw heartthrob, like himself, be so utterly ignored by a mere cat? Indeed, we live in an age that, judged by species, let the mutual disdain ensue. The dining hall was sparsely populated, as many had yet to shake off the lethargy of summer. Just as William settled at the Ravenclaw table, Cedric approached with two small rolls in hand, having just come from the Hufflepuff table. He sat beside William and, taking a bite of his roll, mumbled, "Why are you alone?" William picked up a slice of pumpkin pie, the matcha flavor wafting towards him, with the Hogwarts castle etched on its side. Last night, Prefect Robert had served a copious amount of chicken soup, and the first-year wizards had clamored, vowing to transform the magical world with their wisdom. Yet, this did not prevent them from sleeping in this morning. Cedric took a sip of milk, a white ring forming around his mouth, and remarked, "Who asked about your roommate?" William retorted, "Oh, you asked about Autumn, and since I don't reside in the girls' dormitory, how could I possibly know?" "Hey, Cedric, since you're so curious, why not apply to Professor Flitwick and join us in Ravenclaw?" Cedric chuckled, imparting the wisdom of his senior years. "William, you simply do not comprehend. Have you ever seen a student from one college pursue a girlfriend from their own? It is always those from other faculties, for this is what we call complementary personalities." Indeed, William found a kernel of truth in Cedric's words. As the saying goes, a rabbit does not graze near its burrow. Yet another adage reminds us, the pavilion by the water gets the moonlight first. Wasn't Cedric constantly seeking information from William? Thus, language is profoundly intricate. William still needed to ponder over it carefully. Chapter 24. Snape invites you to listen to ghost stories. Cedric retrieved a piece of parchment from his pocket, scrawled with dense handwriting. "Here, this is my compilation of the Hogwarts map." The content on the parchment was derived from his own experiences and extensive observations. When memorized, it sufficed to navigate most staircases. For those seasoned veterans who had lingered for years, it was of little use. However, for the younger novices, its value was immense, as their daily routine consisted of either getting lost or wandering through the paths of confusion. William took the parchment and examined it thoroughly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. I got lost this morning, but fortunately encountered Madame Loris." "Who did you encounter?" Cedric inquired, his expression resembling that of a perplexed individual. William promptly recounted the recent incident. "Incredible," Cedric remarked. "Could your pet, Popocha, possibly be the long-lost child of Madame Loris?" William cast a glance at Popocha, who was indulging in dried fish, and chuckled. "How could that be? Hogwarts is so far from my home. Do you think Filch would let go of a kitten born to Madame Loris? Absolutely not, Cedric affirmed. Despite Filch's stern demeanor, he held a particular fondness for Madame Loris. He suddenly laughed. If the twins knew, they would surely envy you. I must tell you, last year they were caught by Madame Loris during their nocturnal escapades on multiple occasions, and on several occasions, they contemplated administering rat poison to that cat. I wager, Madame Loris would never consume anything offered by a stranger. William recalled the cat's previous demeanor. Cedric nodded in agreement. Indeed, Madame Loris only consumes food provided by Filch. She refuses all else. Suddenly, he rose and walked toward a certain direction. Autumn, clad in a sky-blue wizarding robe, was ambling into the dining hall. Cedric pulled out another piece of parchment, appearing more refined than the one in William's possession, with a staircase diagram delicately illustrated on the reverse side with a quill. His cheeks flushed, his demeanor slightly awkward, and his smile rather impish. His gaze wandered from William's perspective. The joys of a devoted admirer can be quite mundane. William held the parchment thoughtfully. Suddenly, he recognized a business opportunity. If even a wizard is astute as he could become lost, how much more so others? Why not create a Hogwarts map that encompasses all variations and pathways and can swiftly display the shortest route to any location? This would be akin to a Hogwarts version of Gauda Map. Once they were seated, William shared his thoughts with Cedric. William nodded, acknowledging that it would be insufficient with just the two of them. They needed to enlist the help of others. By the way, where are George and Fred? Cedric smirked mischievously. Last night, Professor McGonagall summoned them to her office and lectured them for quite some time. They likely received further punishment and probably have yet to rise. William inquired, should you inform them about the map, or shall I? Autumn sat silently beside them, quietly enjoying her breakfast, refraining from interjecting. As a first-year witch, her understanding of magic was nearly non-existent, rendering her unable to assist in such matters. Yet she would soon learn. That was the essence of Ravenclaw. After finishing their meal, the trio proceeded towards the classroom. At a junction, William and Autumn parted ways with Cedric. Before departing, he cast William a look of resigned foreboding. The terms greasy, old bat, black underwear, and mudblood were all taboos associated with Snape, and last night, the Sorting Hat had audaciously uttered two of them in unison. It was certain that Snape would seek to make William's life arduous today. If that were not enough, Snape had also been insulted by the Milk Society, and he was likely brimming with pin-up ire, eager to unleash it upon someone. As the first student to attend his class that day, William would undoubtedly bear the brunt of his wrath. The potions classroom was situated in a basement, significantly colder than the main castle. Glass jars lined the walls, preserving various animal specimens in formaldehyde. One might easily mistake it for a medical school. Babacha, moving with a gait that suggested a lack of recognition, followed closely behind William, swaying unsteadily towards the door, only to be met by the sight of a floating Persian cat carcass. It let out a yowl, its fur standing on end, and promptly fled. Babacha squatted in the corridor, adamant about not entering, compelling William to let it remain while he and Autumn ventured into the classroom. Before long, Snape, clad in a voluminous black cloak, strode into the room, causing the temperature to plummet further still. He squinted as he surveyed the class, then picked up the attendance sheet and commenced calling names. When he reached William's name, he elongated the syllables, casting him a glare that seemed capable of pouring formaldehyde into his robes. Suddenly, the wooden door swung open, and William's roommates, Bradley and his companions, arrived late. Marcos Bell stammered, "Apologies, Professor, we got lost." Snape coldly interrupted, "I believe that an IQ above that of a troll should suffice to avoid getting lost. It appears I have overestimated the students of Ravenclaw. Perhaps I should suggest to the headmaster that the admission standards be raised." Silence enveloped the room, save for the crackling of torches. Bradley and his friends stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Snape bellowed, "Quickly, find a seat and do not stand there like fools. You're lowering the IQ of the entire classroom." Amidst the cacophony, Snape turned his gaze towards William. "Stark, why did you not assist your classmates in finding their way this morning? Their tardiness could have showcased your kindness. Ravenclaw loses a point because of you." William and Autumn exchanged a glance, both rendered speechless by the unfolding events. Snape let out a satisfied grunt, lifting his gaze to survey the entire class. His eyes were cold and devoid of emotion. "You are here to study the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion-making," he intoned, his voice barely above a whisper. Yet every word resonated clearly with each student. In this space devoid of frivolous wand-waving, many among you may find it hard to believe this is indeed magic. I did not expect you to fully grasp the exquisite essence of a simmering cauldron, releasing fragrant wisps of steam. nor will you comprehend the enchanting power of a liquid coursing through one's veins, stirring the heart and bewildering the mind. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, concoct glory, and even stave off death, but there is one stipulation. You must not be the sort of imbeciles I frequently encounter. William suddenly recognized that Snape possessed a flair for storytelling, particularly of the macabre variety. If he were to host a ghost story broadcast, he would undoubtedly find success. As the 25th chapter unfolds, the unexpected occurs in potion class. William had long been prepared for a trial, yet he did not anticipate its swift arrival. No sooner had Snape concluded his opening remarks than his gaze shifted back to him. Stock. If I were to add the feather of a mute bird to an infusion of lionfish spine, what would be the result? Snape's expression darkened, as if William owed him 1,000 galleons. If I were to instruct you to procure a piece of a whirling stone, where would you seek it? William contemplated suggesting Hagrid, but upon witnessing Snape's countenance, he refrained from jesting and responded earnestly. The whirling stone possesses detoxifying properties and should be extracted from the stomach of a goat. Snape emitted a cold snort through his nose. And if I asked you to obtain the slime of a flobberworm, how would you proceed? You would place the flobberworm in an environment filled with lettuce. After consuming it, they would secrete a substantial amount of fluid. Regurgitating textbook knowledge, Snape remarked dismissively. Naturally, this was characteristic of William, being a Ravenclaw. Had he been a Gryffindor, Ravenclaw gains a point. William shrugged and sat back down. Why do you not write all of this down? Have you all comprehended it? Snape's voice thundered once more. You're the worst class I have ever taught. The classroom was instantly enveloped in the rustling sounds of quills and parchment. Amidst the cacophony, Snape declared, Today, I shall instruct you in the preparation of a simple potion to treat scabies. I truly cannot conceive of a simpler concoction. If anyone fails, I shall seriously suggest to the headmaster that we reconsider admitting imbeciles. Everyone held their breath, ears perked to absorb every detail, lest they miss something crucial, resulting in a failed potion and being branded as simple-minded. Snape waved his wand, and a multitude of words appeared on the blackboard. Ah yes, regarding the tome in your hands, magical potions and elixirs, Snape drawled, adopting a mocking demeanor. Authored by the illustrious wizard Arsene Gig. It is a textbook sanctioned by the Ministry of Magic. While I mean no offense, some of its content is indeed 50 years outdated. If my experimental procedure differs from that in the textbook, do not be overly surprised. Simply follow my lead. A Hufflepuff badger murmured. What is the point of purchasing these textbooks then? William recognized him as Cadwallader. Snape fixed his gaze on Cadwallader, unusually restrained, opting instead to elucidate. The contents of the textbooks are indeed accurate, yet many procedures have become outdated. When it came to potions, Snape's demeanor transformed entirely. He approached the lectern and, almost in a whisper, stated, Let me reiterate, potions is a precise science and a rigorous craft. For us, there is no such thing as a textbook. We only have reference materials. Beyond the principles that have been established, many brewing techniques are still evolving and not entirely fixed. I shall not delve too deeply into theory or rely entirely on the textbook. That is for you to study and master independently. My role is merely to guide you, to convey what I consider the optimal brewing methods. With an impassive expression, Snape gestured toward the blackboard beside him, which was filled with white chalk writing. Enough of the preamble. All the steps are written on the board, and the materials are on the workstation. Pair up. You may now commence your operations. As he finished speaking, the students hastily sprang into action. Snape smirked maliciously once more. Marietta Edgecombe, seated beside William, wore a face of disappointment. As she was left to pair with Autumn, William nonchalantly unfolded the cauldron. In truth, he had indeed brewed several potions at home, following the textbook's guidelines, experiencing both failures and successes. However, concocting the cure for scabies would certainly pose no challenge for him. 30 minutes later, Snape began to glide through the classroom, his long black cloak trailing behind him. Wherever he walked, sounds akin to explosions followed. His oppressive presence loomed. Standing near him felt like being next to a venomous serpent, his face adorned with a cryptic, mocking smile. His expression, reminiscent of condescension towards the inept, made any young wizard instinctively doubt their own abilities, causing them to fluster and feel cold. Snape strode deliberately, producing sharp sounds with each step, venom dripping from his words as he scornfully remarked, I have always believed that everything that exists has its reason. Even refuse possesses its utility. It appears I was mistaken. Almost every student had faced his critique, and as Snape roamed, he positioned himself beside William, anticipating his error. William remained unperturbed, placing 4 slugs and 2 quills of porcupine into the cauldron, stirring clockwise 5 times while waving his wand. Done. Snape leaned in to inspect the cauldron, which bubbled with a deep blue hue. He inhaled the aroma. Indeed, it was the familiar yet intoxicating scent of rotten eggs. The color, the fragrance, the timing were all impeccable. Even he could find no fault. Just as Snape was about to speak, Marietta Edgecombe, not far away, exaggeratedly waved her wand, accidentally jabbing him in the rear. Walnut wood, dragon heartstring, 13 3/4 inches, exquisite rigidity. The ancient wand of Hogwarts, the essence of spells, struck at a vital point. Severus Snape trembled, nearly plunging headfirst into William's cauldron. In that critical moment, he centered himself and executed a technique he had honed over the years, the old tree's roots, successfully stabilizing his upper body. Snape's prominent hooked nose was a mere centimeter from the potion. He took a breath, nearly dooming his illustrious reputation. However, fury soon replaced his momentary calm. This was undoubtedly an act of murder. Suddenly, in the underground classroom, a noxious green smoke erupted, accompanied by a loud hissing sound. Marietta Edgecombe had carelessly waved her wand, inadvertently transforming Autumn's cauldron into a twisted mass, causing the potion within to spill onto the stone floor. Geographically, William's cauldron was adjacent to Autumn's, with Snape standing precisely in between, his back to Autumn's cauldron. A torrent of green liquid splashed forth, burning holes in Snape's shoes. With his equilibrium disrupted, his face plunged directly into William's potion. Within seconds, the entire class had climbed onto their chairs, and when the cauldron toppled, Professor Snape was drenched in the potion. His back, arms, and legs were covered in red, inflamed sores. Ironically, the potion was intended to cure such ailments, yet its effects had manifested in the opposite manner. It was a mystery how the two girls had concocted it. Snape was rendered speechless, his face devoid of sores, for William's potion had indeed been successfully brewed. But it had yet to cool. Under the searing heat, Snape felt as if he were unrecognizable, especially with that striking hooked nose. Chapter 26. Dumbledore in all his flamboyance. Professor Snape trembled as he pointed a finger at Marietta, his mouth covered in blisters, voicing incomprehensible sounds. He appeared quite pitiable. However, Marietta's condition was hardly better. She was also afflicted with sores and began to sob, even sprouting additional ones on her nose. The young wizards were in disarray, unsure of what to do. While their only professor lay injured, unable to articulate a word, William drew his wand, waved it, and softly uttered, "Cleanse." Instantly, the potion spilled on the ground vanished. He glanced at Snape and Marietta, then cast a furtive look at his own cauldron. He was confident that his potion was complete. In other words, its efficacy was assured. Observing the agonized pair, William resolved to act, waving his wand once more. Cool swiftly. The potion, which had been bubbling, gradually began to cool. Although he employed only the most basic spells from the first and second years, their effects were precisely what was needed. He seized a test tube from the workstation, scooping up the potion, and splashed it onto Professor Snape. The sores on Snape's neck receded as if they had never existed. It was indeed effective. All the young wizards rushed over, eager to assist. Yet progress was too slow. William waved his wand again, intending to use the levitation charm to lift the cauldron and pour its contents directly over the two. However, his actions were not yet complete when a sturdy Ravenclaw wizard strode forward. "Step aside, watch me," bellowed Baleen in a raspy voice. The boy rolled up his sleeves, lifted the cauldron, and stood on a chair, pouring the blue liquid over the two individuals entirely. William was uncertain whether he was aiding them or seizing the opportunity to retaliate against Snape, but the scabies was completely eradicated. Achoo! Professor Snape sneezed. The temperature in the underground classroom was already low, and to enhance the atmosphere, he had deliberately extinguished some of the torches surrounding them. For the first time, Snape regretted choosing this classroom for potions class. "All right, no more spectators. I shall escort them to Madame Pomfrey," he declared, although Snape's scabies had cleared. The burns on his face remained unhealed. Marietta also needed to be examined to prevent any lingering consequences. He cast a glance at Autumn, signaling her to keep an eye on everyone and prevent further teaching mishaps. At that moment, Snape could only remain silent, allowing William to take charge. Fortunately, neither the Ravenclaw nor Hufflepuff students were particularly unruly, so significant trouble was unlikely. Exiting the corridor, William was greeted by the sight of Babacha squatting beside the glass window, basking in the sun, accompanied by Madame Loris. Babacha looked at William and Snape in confusion, unable to comprehend how everything had changed in such a short time. It shook its tail, relieved to have avoided entering the classroom. Too dangerous. Along the way, Professor Snape tightly wrapped his damp black cloak around himself, shivering uncontrollably. The old bat could no longer take flight. William felt a sense of nostalgia. Had it not been for Professor Snape blocking that position, he would likely have been the one injured. Just look at what it means to be a teacher of the people. Tactical retreat. Madame Pomfrey was a plump witch who appeared somewhat stern. Oh, Merlin's beard, what has transpired? I have applied the scabies potion I brewed for her. Please examine her, she requested. And what about Professor Snape? Why is he not taking care of the young wizard? Utterly irresponsible, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed. Before she could finish her tirade, she caught sight of Snape lurking behind the door. Snape stood awkwardly in place, his face marred by numerous burned blisters, startling Madame Pomfrey. Furrowing her brow, she scrutinized the grotesque figure before her, and after a moment, sighed and said, "Everyone should lie down. You will recover soon." William nodded, assisting Marietta inside. Moments later, Dumbledore arrived. Madame Pomfrey retreated, continuing to cluck her tongue in discontent. Potions class is far too perilous. It should be abolished. Dumbledore first glanced at Marietta, who had taken her medicine and quickly succumbed to sleep. Snape had a potion applied to his face, holding a dark cup in his hand, containing a potion that resembled sludge from the riverbed. This cold remedy was concocted by Snape himself for the school infirmary. Yet, that was precisely why it was so unpalatable. He had added something non-toxic but difficult to swallow. "Good afternoon, William and Professor Snape," Dumbledore cheerfully greeted. "Good day, Headmaster." The classroom. "I am already aware of the entire situation and have dispatched Professor McGonagall to assess the circumstances." Dumbledore blinked. "There's no need for concern. It is merely our potions professor who is unable to conduct his classes for the time being." Professor Snape gulped down the potion, which ignited a fiery sensation in his mouth and coursed down his throat, causing him to cough violently, spittle flying. "It tastes utterly foul." He suddenly turned to Dumbledore, pointing at Marietta and exclaiming, "I shall deduct 500 points from her." Dumbledore furrowed his brow, displaying a look of perplexity, and glanced at William, hoping for a translation. William hastily waved his hand, saying, "Professor Snape, let us reserve the thanks for when your injuries have healed. As for the matter of awarding 150 points to our house, let's not even broach the subject." Snape, frothing at the mouth, gesticulated wildly towards William, appearing quite agitated. "My dear child," Dumbledore blinked again and smiled. "Though you say so, maintaining composure is not an ability possessed by every student, especially first-year wizards. Our aim at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is to cultivate such wizards. Therefore, I shall reward Ravenclaw House 50 points. Dumbledore remarked, "Now let us go. Our potions professor requires rest, lest Professor Pomfrey chase us out." As they walked along, Dumbledore greeted the young wizards continuously. William shared his idea of designing a Hogwarts map with Dumbledore. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore responded, "A splendid notion. However, I must remind you, William, Hogwarts harbors many secrets, so numerous that even I cannot fully comprehend them. Many of these secrets must be uncovered by the young wizards themselves and should not be widely known, such as certain secret passages leading outside the school." William nodded thoughtfully. "I recall that the school library contains blueprints of Hogwarts Castle. I hope they may assist you. Oh, by the way," at an intersection, Dumbledore seemed to recall something, his expression shifting to one of cunning amusement. "When sending a get-well card to your friend, Miss Eckmore, do not forget our potions professor. He, too, is in need of care." William was left speechless, feeling that Dumbledore possessed an oddly whimsical demeanor. Chapter 27. The Marauder's Map. The news of Snape's classroom mishap spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. By noon, nearly everyone was aware of the incident, and casual conversations on the corridors echoed with similar exchanges. "Have you heard?" "What?" "During class, a potion brewed by a Ravenclaw student exploded." "Have you heard?" "What?" "During class, his potion exploded." "I heard. Professor Snape blew up." The news of Professor Snape's explosion quickly reached every corner of Hogwarts, with William, one of the involved parties, becoming a focal point. He was branded as the principal architect of Snape's explosive mishap. Yesterday, during the sorting ceremony, William remarked that Snape was a greasy old bat, and today everyone was anticipating his misfortune. However, no one expected him to have blown up Snape. Truly a remarkable feat at Hogwarts. Before William could reach the Ravenclaw table, he was pulled aside by George and Fred. They raised their pumpkin juice in a toast, exuberantly exclaiming, "Let us welcome the hero of Hogwarts, William Stark. He has vanquished the notorious Professor Snape." The twins' boisterous celebration drew the attention of numerous young wizards, who, oblivious, might have thought they had dismantled a Death Eater stronghold. At the Gryffindor table, every face radiated joy, with Wood even shedding tears of excitement. It was evident how profoundly he had suffered under Professor Snape's torment and humiliation over the years. Those painful years had not only left physical scars, but had also carved indelible wounds upon his spirit. After several gulps of pumpkin juice, William finally caught his breath. He remarked, "Are you spreading rumors?" George clapped William on the shoulder, smiling, "Brother, ignore the gossip. Just enjoy the moment." Fred chimed in, "Indeed. This means we won't have to endure the old bats class on Wednesday." George handed William a cup of raspberry panna cotta, encouraging him to dine at the Gryffindor table. "In my opinion, you shouldn't have rescued Snape. You have no idea how vile he is." William chuckled, confident that in such circumstances, any young wizard would opt to treat Snape's scabies with potions, including the twins. He chose not to pursue that topic further and asked, "Did Cedric tell you about my desire to create a map?" George took a bite of his rum-soaked jam pudding and replied, "William, to be honest, that is quite a challenge. The crux of the matter is that you need to be thoroughly familiar with Hogwarts, which you are not. That's why I came to you too," William said, a smile tugging at his lips. "I dare say, not even Professor Dumbledore knows Hogwarts as well as you do." Fred burst into laughter, nearly choking. George grinned. "Oh dear, if we stayed a few more years, we might agree with you, William, but certainly not now." Fred winked. "We are currently humbly learning." With that, he cautiously glanced around and whispered, Come, let me show you a great treasure." For some reason, William felt that Fred seemed particularly mischievous. The three of them lowered their heads as Fred carefully retrieved his treasure from the folds of his black robe. It was a large square piece of ancient parchment, entirely blank. William was curious as to why Fred chose to conceal such an object in a manner that could easily lead to misunderstandings. After all, parchment was hardly comfortable to carry. Fred placed the parchment on the bench while keeping a wary eye on their surroundings. William wondered if such caution was truly warranted. "Do not give me that look, William," George murmured, "for this is a mysterious magical artifact, a gateway to a new world." William's eyes lit up. Could it be a manuscript? George, pleased with William's expression, patted the parchment and began to explain, "In our first year, we were young, carefree, and rather naive." William squinted at the two, skeptical about whether Fred and George had ever truly been innocent. "Well, certainly more innocent than you. In our first year, we did not ambush Slytherin on the train, nor did we declare at the sorting feast that Snape was a greasy old bat." William promptly interrupted George. George cleared his throat and reminisced, "Though we were quite naive, we did have a small altercation with Filch. We left a large dung bomb in the corridor, which, for some reason, greatly distressed him. Therefore, he dragged us to his office and began administering his usual punishment, detention. He intended to extract our entrails. Yet, we could not help but notice a drawer in his filing cabinet labeled, 'Confiscated items, highly dangerous.'" William chuckled. "So what did you do?" Fred asked with a mischievous grin, while George tossed another dung bomb to distract him. "I quickly yanked open the drawer and seized this. It was not as dreadful as it sounds, George chuckled. "We presumed Filch never discovered how to use this parchment. However, he likely had an inkling of its significance. Otherwise, he would not have confiscated it. Do you know how to use it?" William inquired eagerly. "Somewhat. More details are still being unlocked," George replied with a grin. "But this is a Hogwarts map." Upon learning it was not a manuscript, William felt a pang of disappointment, having gradually forgotten the original purpose of seeking out the twins. "What are you doing?" At that moment, a stern voice suddenly resonated from behind them. Professor McGonagall had appeared without their notice. With a stern expression, she inquired, "What are you up to?" McGonagall's demeanor softened slightly as she continued, "Mr. Stark, I am aware of what transpired this morning. Well done. Professor Flitwick will be proud of you. However, should I discover that you are plotting any mischief..." She cast a glance at the parchment beneath William, then turned her gaze toward the twin brothers. "You two will stay after hours." "What are we to do, Professor?" Fred asked cautiously. Last night, they had written 2,000 words of lines, and today they were to face further punishment. "You will assist Mr. Filch in polishing the silverware in the trophy room," Professor McGonagall instructed. "No magic, understood? You will all polish with your hands, Mr. Weasley." The twin brothers trembled. William gasped in shock. The Weasley brothers were experiencing the consequences of their actions, and Professor McGonagall was making an example of them. For the first time, William had a profound understanding of the rules at Hogwarts. Violations were permissible, but one must never be caught. A lesson learned through the blood of experience. Chapter 28, Professor Tywin. In the afternoon, Ravenclaw and Slytherin attended history of magic together. In his previous life, William was a student of the sciences, yet he harbored a profound interest in history. However, the study of magical history left him utterly astounded, as it was so excruciatingly dull that it threatened to lull him to sleep. Professor Binns, with his pearlescent form, glided through the blackboard into the classroom, startling everyone present. He was a ghost. Had he donned female attire, His entrance would have rivaled that of a certain renowned figure from folklore. Professor Binns appeared exceedingly aged, even more so than Dumbledore. His entire being was a tapestry of wrinkles, lacking any semblance of roundness, yet no one dared to question him. Numerous legends surrounded Professor Binns at Hogwarts. The official narrative states that, in his living days, he stood up one day to teach, inadvertently leaving his corporeal form behind in an armchair before the fire in the staff lounge. Ever since, his daily activities continued unchanged, as if he had not realized he was deceased, diligently conducting classes and illuminating the minds of his students. He is regarded as a model for professors, one of the 10 most revered figures in the magical community, inspiring all to follow in his footsteps. William found it difficult to imagine that even after Severus Snape's demise, his spirit would still linger with greasy hair in the dungeons, tormenting generations of students with his acerbic tongue. Moreover, William harbored doubts about the official account. This seemed to him a blatant exploitation, not even sparing a ghost from the burden of teaching without remuneration or sustenance. The magical world was indeed callous, especially when Professor Binns, with his almost hypnotic voice, languidly recounted tales of the villainous Morag and the eccentric Uric. William's sentiments intensified. He longed to rescue Professor Binns, hoping to expedite the arrival of a new instructor. William was not alone in this sentiment. Autumn's head bobbed like a chick pecking a grain. She was oblivious, mistakenly believing she was enthralled and in agreement with Professor Binns's views. Babaccia scrutinized her for an extended period, leaving a dark mark on her face with his paw. Yet she remained unresponsive. Babaccia then swept his fluffy tail, causing the textbook on magical history to topple from the table. This was the very book Autumn had propped against her flat chest to prevent her body from collapsing onto the desk. Without its support, her face plummeted directly onto the surface. The poor little rabbit, munching on a carrot at the table, was startled as it plopped down, rolling its eyes in shock before fainting once again. The Slytherin serpent's plot for revenge on the headmaster also fell short, for they were simply too fatigued. There was a mole among them, and the plan was abandoned. It was time to sleep. If any class was eagerly anticipated, it was undoubtedly defense against the dark arts on Tuesday mornings. The allure of the subject itself was compelling, further amplified by the ominous legend of a new professor each year, adding an extra layer of mystery. When the students arrived for Professor Tuin's inaugural defense against the dark arts class, he was conspicuously absent. They settled into their seats, retrieving their books, quills, and parchment. When Professor Tuin finally entered the classroom, just as they began to converse, dressed in a well-fitted robe, with meticulously groomed golden short hair, he presented a stark contrast to Severus Snape. With a faint smile, he held no textbook in his hand, only a wand crafted from ebony. The classroom soon fell into a hushed silence, as several young witches gazed at Professor Tywin with unabashed admiration. He was undoubtedly a most captivating wizard. However, the creaking of chairs persisted in the background, a sound that Professor Tywin chose not to quell. William recognized the source as the students from Slytherin. In truth, the overlap of classes between Ravenclaw and Slytherin was significantly greater than with other houses. The school often paired 2 amicable houses together, eagles with serpents, badgers with lions. The noise was a small act of retaliation from the Slytherin snakes, a petty endeavor aimed solely at annoyance. "Good morning, everyone," Professor Tywin said gently. "I am delighted to see that you all have your copies of the textbook Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense. It is quite an old tome, having been in use at Hogwarts for either 120 or 150 years. I cannot recall precisely. However, I do know that the author, Professor Quentin Trimble, has had his portrait hanging in the headmaster's office for over a century. The longevity of this textbook speaks volumes about its classic status. Of course, Professor Trimble himself may not share this sentiment. Now, let us turn to the front page, where we can observe the elegant inscription, "Practical application always surpasses theory." This implies that we shall engage in minimal theoretical lessons, with the majority of our time devoted to practical exercises. As Professor Snape has stated, I will not dwell excessively on theory or rely wholly on the textbook. That is something you are expected to learn and master independently outside of class. This, too, is a message I wish to impart to you. Professor Tywin suddenly chuckled. I am aware, that our dear Professor Snape uttered this very phrase before he retired to the hospital wing yesterday, so I will exercise utmost caution to avoid a similar fate. I must take this opportunity to commend Mr. Stark. He truly embodies the spirit of Ravenclaw. William remained expressionless, realizing that Professor Tywin had inadvertently drawn further ire towards him, with all the Slytherins now fixating their gazes upon him. Stepping down from the lectern, Professor Tywin proclaimed, "As you all know, Defense Against the Dark Arts is a course dedicated to learning how to confront the malevolent spells and creatures of dark magic. Autumn rose, contemplating vampires. Indeed, he affirmed, vampires are terrifying magical beings originating from the Balkan Peninsula. I have had the unfortunate luck of encountering a couple during my travels. They are quite formidable. Muggles may attempt to defend themselves with garlic and holy water, but such efforts are utterly futile. In contemporary romantic literature, tales of vampires are becoming increasingly prevalent. Many witches, eager to cater to the market, have reimagined vampires as dashing, immortal beings. This is, without a doubt, a grievous error. Trust me, Tywin winked at Autumn. Never attempt to engage in romance with a vampire. Autumn's cheeks flushed crimson. For reasons unknown, William was reminded of Cedric, who likely would not hold Professor Tywin in high regard, and perhaps even fantasize about becoming a vampire to take a bite out of Tywin himself. Professor, will you teach us how to deal with vampires? A bold Slytherin girl asked. She bore freckles on her face, was somewhat plump, and her voice resembled that of the legendary witch, Lady Xiao by Luo. Observing her infatuated demeanor, William speculated that she was likely not interested in learning to subdue vampires, but rather in mastering the affections of Professor Tywin. With a smile, Professor Tywin remarked, of course, if I manage to teach through to the 3rd grade. I shall personally instruct you, Miss Crouch. Laughter erupted among the crowd, for the dreadful tales surrounding the position of defense against the dark arts had left a profound impression on all. By the way, 5 points to Ravenclaw, he added, not hiding his fondness for the Ravenclaw house, as he himself was an alumnus of that very institution, albeit over a decade ago. Chapter 29, Grindylow. Professor Tywin stood at the podium, surveying all the young wizards. The magical realm was undoubtedly perilous. Recalling the reign of the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters, which had plagued them over a decade ago, a hush fell over the room. In an elusive tone, Professor Tywin stated, of course, the Dark Lord has been vanquished by Harry Potter. Moreover, there existed a plethora of dark creatures and magical beings that required us to learn how to confront them. Take my predecessor, Professor Robert. He met his demise at the hands of a devil's snare and a blast-ended screw-it in the Forbidden Forest. All were captivated by Professor Tywin's words. The previous creaking of chairs now silenced. Satisfied, he nodded. The level of noise in the classroom was always the best indicator of whether students were attentively listening. Today, I shall instruct you on how to deal with some dark creatures, utilizing highly effective spells. Curiosity sparked amongst them, and they quickly stowed away their books. None had ever experienced practical lessons in defense against the dark arts. It sounded both exhilarating and daunting. Under Professor Tywin's guidance, they traversed a serene corridor, turning a corner only to be greeted by Peeves. The poltergeist was the most notorious prankster of Hogwarts, even more troublesome than the Weasley twins. He floated mid-air, brandishing a balloon-like object crafted from a peculiar rubber, filled with a copious amount of liquid. Remarkably, despite containing 5 or 6 liters of fluid, the rubber balloon showed no signs of bursting. It was only when Professor Tywin was 2 meters away that Peeves looked up, swaying his crooked feet, and began to sing. Bad Tywin, Peeves sang as he prowled the corridors at night, sneaky and sly. Peeves, consistently rude and unruly, was typically difficult to manage, yet he often exhibited a modicum of respect towards teachers. The students swiftly turned their gaze to Professor Tywin, eager to see how he would address the situation or what measures he might employ. With a smile, Tywin replied, if I were in your position, Peeves, I would mix your balloon with a concoction of dung and throw out of Hogwarts. Such a vile biochemical weapon. The students recoiled 5 feet back, wary of being splattered by the foul mixture. Tywin continued jovially, Mr. Filch cannot use magic. He would be utterly helpless in cleaning up such a mess. Unable to wield magic, isn't that just a damp squib? A renewed buzzing reverberated through the crowd, particularly emanating from a Slytherin team, who were taken aback by the revelation that the seemingly formidable administrator was, in fact, a mute. William detected a hint of derisive laughter among them. Professor Tywin brandished his ebony wand and turned to address the students, declaring, this is a most useful spell, and it constitutes a lesson I shall impart to you. Observe closely. He elevated his wand to chest height, demonstrating the essential movements with precision. Once all eyes were trained upon him, he swiftly intoned a Bazit. In an instant, 4 balloons exploded, yet the viscous liquid did not splatter chaotically. Rather, it followed the trajectory indicated by Tywin's wand, tracing a graceful arc and drenching the poltergeist. The poltergeist ascended hastily, vociferously cursing Professor Tywin's immediate relatives, only to soon find liquid pouring into his mouth. Impressive, Professor, exclaimed Odors Larsent in astonishment. Thank you, Mr. Larsent. Professor Tywin replied, furrowing his brow as he observed the few droplets of liquid pooling on the ground. With a flick of his wand, he commanded, "Sweep away the whirlwind." The liquid vanished, along with the foul odor that had pervaded the air. William astutely noted that Professor Tywin seemed to possess a touch of obsessive cleanliness, perhaps a consequence of the earlier encounter with Wood's malodorous footwear. After the poltergeist departed, the group continued onward, gazing at their professor with newfound admiration. Professor Tywin guided them into a third corridor, halting before an empty classroom. "Enter," he instructed. "This shall be our training room henceforth." The interior was spacious, dominated by an enormous water tank, its contents obscured by murky sediment and long strands of aquatic vegetation. As Professor Tywin positioned himself beside the tank, a series of loud thuds erupted from within, as if some creature were attempting to shatter the glass. A wave of apprehension swept through the group. Marietta Eckmer anxiously clutched William's arm, taking advantage of his proximity. Marcos Belby cast a fearful glance at Professor Tywin, his eyes reflecting terror, while several Slytherin students stole furtive looks at the quaking tank. "The Grindylow is a dark creature that resides in water," Professor Tywin elucidated. "In my youth, I was once dragged to the riverbed by one of these creatures while swimming naked in the river. I suspect many of you may have had similar experiences." He continued, "This Grindylow was captured just yesterday from the Black Lake, and I sought permission from the headmaster to utilize it for educational purposes." "What? Such a creature exists in the Black Lake?" exclaimed a Slytherin girl, intent on winning Tywin's favor, her face contorted in terror. Her freckles clustered like the seeds of a dragon fruit. With a wink and a smile, Professor Tywin replied, "Indeed, Miss Crouch. I must inform you that the Black Lake is home to numerous magical creatures, and the Grindylow is merely one of the most commonplace among them." Many faces paled at the thought of traversing the Black Lake in their small boat on the very first day. "I shall write to my uncle," Judy Crouch piped up, her voice sharp with indignation. "The school cannot allow such dangerous creatures to dwell in my vicinity." Her uncle, Barty Crouch, serves as the director of the International Magical Cooperation Department. While this title may sound impressive, it is in truth largely ineffectual, having long been marginalized by political maneuvers. Even if Crouch still wielded significant power, Tywin harbored doubts about whether a cold-blooded wizard capable of casting his own son into Azkaban would heed the nonsensical ramblings of a mere young girl. Such a scenario was undoubtedly implausible. Thus, Judy's boasting was more a means to impress the naive young serpents around her. Nevertheless, a smile graced Tywin's face, his gaze radiating encouragement, as if it were a habit he deliberately maintained. Time had elapsed considerably. We must act with urgency. The first question we ought to pose to ourselves is, what precisely is a Grindylow? William stood firm, elucidating. A Grindylow is a dark magical creature concealed within the aquatic vegetation at the lake's bottom. Its body is green, adorned with green teeth, sporting horns atop its head, and possessing exceptionally long fingers, one of its vulnerabilities. In this brief moment, Ravenclaw had already garnered 10 points. In previous times, only Professor Snape would have so shamelessly favored his own house. Could it be that a springtime of prosperity is dawning for Ravenclaw? Chapter 30. The Enigmatic Levitation Charm. Standing beside the tank, Professor Tywin tapped the glass with his wand. Repelling a Grindylow is a straightforward task. Do not allow it to grasp you, and employ the levitation charm. However, it is crucial to understand that for this incantation to succeed, one must possess unwavering resolve. "Oh, Mr. Wolf, please refrain from that expression," Professor Tywin whispered. "You all undoubtedly possess confidence. Slytherin and Ravenclaw, I would assert, are the most distinguished houses at Hogwarts. Many exceptional wizards have emerged from these two." The faces of Slytherin students were largely alight with smug smiles. Professor Tywin continued, "Should you falter, there is no need for trepidation, with me present. What is there to fear? Now, let us recite the incantation without our wands. Ascendio." The class responded in unison, "Ascendio." "Excellent," proclaimed Professor Tywin. "However, I fear this may only be the easiest part. You see, merely uttering the incantation is insufficient. The success of this endeavor rests upon you, Judy." Judy Crouch approached, trembling, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Tywin stood beside her, and she caught a whiff of an overpowering perfume. The tank trembled once more, emitting a faint growl. Holding his ebony wand, Tywin gently inquired, "So, Judy, are you afraid?" The girl shook her head vigorously, her freckled face flushed, resembling a spoiled dragon fruit from a distance. "Very well," Professor Tywin announced, "I shall open the tank." Judy, her hands quivering, began to feel apprehensive. Yet she did not retreat, bolstered by the presence of her professor. As the ebony wand emitted a beam of green light, the tank let out a resounding crack, and the upper panel swung open automatically. The green horns emerged first, revealing a sickly green creature that pressed its face against the glass, making grimaces and incessantly curling its slender claws. It let out a guttural roar, exuding a putrid stench, its densely packed, sharp yellow teeth resembling a row of painted steel needles. William's roommate, Marcus Belby, trembled all over, his face flushed, and his eyes bulged wide with what seemed to be an audacious thought. Judy Clouch appeared frozen in fear, standing motionless. Professor Tywin spoke softly. "Judy, do not be afraid. I am here. Steady your wand." Upon hearing the professor's words, Judy appeared to muster some courage. She raised her wand, her lips moving without uttering a sound. Grindylow advanced menacingly towards her, its claws suddenly elongating like tendrils of a whip. No, that forceful grip was akin to crushing a walnut, intent on shattering his bones. "Hahasa!" Judy shrieked. A cacophony ensued, reminiscent of a whip cracking, leaving Grindylow momentarily bewildered as one of its long fingers inexplicably vanished. Losing its balance, it stumbled to the ground, its remaining claws flailing comically as if lying in a hospital bed, about to be reprimanded by Snape. Professor Tywin shouted, "Arthur, step forward." Arthur advanced, his face stern, while Grindylow glided alongside him, once more extending its claws. The claws glimmered with a green light, appearing translucent. "Hahasa!" Arthur bellowed. Another explosion echoed as Grindylow lost yet another claw. More individuals surged forward, as one Calendilo was entirely disarmed of its claws, and Professor Tywin retrieved another from the tank. Soon it was Autumn's turn. Professor Tywin cautioned loudly, "Do not aim the disarming spell at a wizard. It is an exceedingly perilous incantation. Once, I inadvertently stripped a wizard of his clothing, and another time, I nearly—" His words trailed off as an unforeseen incident transpired. As the first to cast a spell, Judy Clouch, whether out of excessive excitement or inflated confidence, charged forward. She aimed her wand at Professor Tywin behind Grindylow. The disarming spell. She wished to witness the peculiar effect of the professor's robe being removed, much like what Tywin had done to an unknown wizard. Wizards are not always the most astute, let alone a young witch in an exuberant state. Professor Tywin did not anticipate such an occurrence. His full attention was on Autumn. A radiant beam of light pierced through the gaps between Grindylow's claws, heading straight for Tywin. More precisely, for his groin. An unusual, profoundly discomforting sensation surged through Professor Tywin's thigh to his calf, as if his bones were being siphoned away. Gasps of shock filled the air as the bone in the professor's right leg vanished entirely. Unable to support himself, he collapsed to the ground, his ebony wand rolling across the floor. Tywin's leg felt no pain, yet it bore no resemblance to a leg, resembling instead a thick, flesh-colored rubber legging. He attempted to move his thigh, but it yielded no response. "Ahaha." Professor Tywin managed to chuckle weakly. "This is what I meant by an alternative outcome. Having the bones extracted." Judy Clough was once again left speechless, and Professor Tywin dared not utter any further words of encouragement. This was the consequence of provoking the situation beyond measure. Professor Tywin lay on the ground, surrounded by young wizards, yet none ventured to assist him. Irritated, he exclaimed, "All right, someone, please take me to the hospital. Mrs. Pomfrey can." Suddenly, a sharp, piercing dolphin-like sound erupted. Everyone had overlooked Grindylow, which stealthily crawled along the ground, waiting until it was close enough to launch an attack on the nearest Autumn and Marietta. In a panic, Marietta screamed, wildly waving her wand. Fortunately, William managed to dodge just in time. Otherwise, that sturdy walnut wand might have pierced his handsome visage. The magical abilities of young wizards are exceedingly unstable, and under great emotional duress, magical uprisings can easily occur. Almost all young wizards experience such incidents before their enrollment. Therefore, the moment Marietta perceived Grindylow lunging toward her, a magical upheaval ensued. The water tank exploded instantaneously, glass scattering everywhere. Though the tank appeared modest in size, it had been magically expanded with the undetectable extension charm, concealing 6 Grindylows within. They emerged from the tank, claws bared, glaring menacingly at the young wizards. Having never encountered such a spectacle, the students turned and jostled toward the exit. Professor Tywin found himself in dire straits, lying on the ground, grimacing, his expensive robe marred by numerous footprints. He nearly became the first professor at Hogwarts to be trampled to death. Grateful thanks to the esteemed Kanglinmai and the Inky Crow for their generous donations. Chapter 31. William's Magical Talent. Tywin deeply regretted his decision to assume the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Within mere days, he had faced life-threatening crises, twice. Those troublesome young wizards. He straightened up, attempting to retrieve his wand, but it had been kicked away by someone, striking a Grindylow squarely on the head before bouncing off and landing near the shattered tank. By Merlin's beard, the English national team has hope. Mrs. Hooch, do you realize the talent resides in this classroom? Professor Tywin wanted to call for help. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. As everyone surged toward the exit, the classroom quickly emptied. A few Ravenclaw students remained, not because they had suddenly awakened Gryffindor traits, but because someone had inadvertently locked the door. William's roommate, Bradley, pounded on the door angrily. Damn it, the door is locked. It won't open. Marcos velbi shouted. William, what's the unlocking spell? Marcos pointed his wand at the lock, but failed. William, hurry up, we can't get it open. Bradley shouted. All the young Ravenclaw wizards stepped aside, anxiously awaiting William to unlock the wooden door and escape the terrifying classroom. William remained rooted in place, with Autumn standing behind him. Marietta found herself cornered against the wall by a pair of Grindylows, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. The sinister creatures approached her, their green claws glistening as they leered and licked at them, exuding an unsettling aura. Come here, run, Autumn shouted to Marietta. Yet, the girl remained immobilized, pressed tightly against the wall, her mouth agape in terror. Autumn brandished her wand, ready to charge forward. After all, Marietta was her roommate. William intervened, grasping her arm. If anything were to happen to Autumn, Cedric would surely have his head. Without hesitation, William summoned his wand into his right hand. Hassack, a beam of light, as thick as a thumb, shot forth, striking one of the Grindylows squarely on the head. The green horn was neatly severed by the light, and under the influence of the disarming charm, the Grindylow's cranial cap was instantly whisked away. Deprived of its bony support, the creature's head deflated like a punctured balloon. Its yellow eyes plummeted from their sockets, akin to ripe persimmons falling to the ground, bursting upon impact, splattered with the creature's green blood. Marietta stood frozen in shock before collapsing to the floor. The remaining Grindylows turned their gaze toward William, their collective animosity palpable. The resounding blast had captured the attention of all the Ravenclaw wizards, who stared at William in astonishment. The same spell could yield different results. Some might produce a useless beam. Others could cause nosebleeds, while a select few could shatter a Grindylow's tentacles. Yet, there were those who could directly extinguish a Grindylow's life. This disparity in talent was undeniable. William's display of magical prowess far surpassed that of his peers. However, it was not merely his skill that stood out, but his composure. Standing before his fellow Ravenclaws, he raised his cherrywood wand and waved it once more. Opposite, this incantation, a technique taught by Professor Tywin for dealing with peeves, was not directed at a balloon, but aimed at the shards of glass from a water tank. The larger fragments exploded again, transforming into sharp, pointed projectiles that spiraled like a tornado under William's guidance, converging into an arc aimed at the remaining Grindylows. The creatures recoiled in fear. William had seized control of the situation, commanding with the authority of a professor. Calm down. Everyone gather around. The Ravenclaw students obediently clustered behind him, a mix of excitement and reverence palpable in the air. Is it a problem to take on one Grindylow with two of us? William seemed to embody the essence of the defense against the dark arts professor. No, they chorused in unison. Satisfied, William nodded, confident in entrusting the remaining Grindylows to his classmates. Grindylows were not particularly formidable. They belonged to a category of dark creatures classified as XX by the Ministry of Magic. This indicated they were either harmless or trainable. It was worth noting that magical creatures of the same classification included beings such as bowtruckles and goblins. Even the timid Sniffles possesses a certain caliber, not to mention the particularly perilous creatures like the trolls. Thus, several young wizards are more than capable of handling a few Grindylows. The chaos that has ensued is merely a result of these children's inexperience and propensity to panic, compounded by Professor Tywin fortuitously being struck by the disarming charm, rendering him incapable of battle. Fortunately, the situation has not escalated too dramatically. William gradually approached Marietta, who was being comforted by Autumn standing beside her. Is Marietta injured? He inquired. Autumn's pallid complexion regained a hint of color as she shook her head. No, she's simply overwhelmed with fear. Please keep an eye on her. Autumn then picked up the wand that lay on the floor and rose, preparing to join the ranks in addressing the Grindylows. A faint smile crept onto William's lips. He had just noticed that Autumn, apart from himself, was the only one who did not cower in fright, eager to rescue Marietta. Autumn displayed considerable courage. Otherwise, William would genuinely question Cedric's judgment. As for Marietta, She remained huddled in a corner, trembling, and William chose not to attend to her. Mental health counseling was not within his purview, nor did he possess such specialized skills. Of course, he would not object to becoming a decade-long sufferer of depression if a charming older which were to offer psychological support. William picked up the ebony wand and approached Professor Tywin. "Professor, are you able to stand?" he asked cheerfully as he crouched down. Professor Tywin struggled momentarily, managing to force a smile. "The bone of my thigh is gone. Even with essence of bone, it will likely take until tomorrow morning to heal. But what a splendid job you just did. You applied everything you learned from me in real combat. I must say, your instruction was exceptional." A smile mirrored on William's face as he handed the wand over. "Your magical talent truly astonishes me. It reminds me of a few individuals from the past who were equally brilliant and gifted. Were they your classmates, Professor?" he asked. "Well, they were from Gryffindor, though regrettably, one has passed away and another is in Azkaban. By the way," Tywin said, propping himself up with one hand on his robe, "if squatting is too tiring for you, feel free to assist me to the hospital wing, where we can engage in a more extensive conversation." "No worries, I'm not fatigued. Squats are beneficial for a man's physique." Chapter 32. Snape's Love Letter. Professor Tywin was undoubtedly fortunate. Judy Crouch's disarming charm struck him just at the base of his thigh, less than a centimeter away from a particularly sensitive area. At that distance, had Judy's small hand trembled even slightly, Tywin would have lost his ability to smile entirely. While there are no bones in that region, who can guarantee that the corpus spongiosum or prostate would not vanish? After all, no wizard has ever ventured to find out. Madame Pomfrey was quite displeased. "You should not be teaching such perilous magic to young wizards," she exclaimed in fury. "If you are injured yourselves, how can you safeguard the children?" Madame Pomfrey reiterated her gratitude to William, suggesting that he might consider teaching at Hogwarts in the future, as the school is in dire need of a professor of his caliber. This rendered both Severus Snape and Tywin Lannister, reclining in their beds, quite embarrassed. Madame Pomfrey melancholically tossed a set of pajamas to Tywin, stating, "Professor, you must remain here for the night, though it may be a rather uncomfortable experience." She retrieved a large vial labeled with the name Essence of Bone from her cart. "However, with Professor Snape accompanying you, it should not be excessively unbearable," she added, pouring a steaming cup of the potion and handing it to Professor Lannister. The taste was peculiar, yet remarkably effective. Professor Lannister gazed at the thick, yellowish liquid in the cup, suppressing his nausea, and took a gulp. The essence of bone ignited in his mouth, searing down his throat, prompting a series of coughs as the yellow liquid splattered. Yet, the visual impact was far more distressing than the unpleasant taste. Madame Pomfrey retreated, persistently smacking her lips in discontent, lamenting the perilous nature of defense against the dark arts and the incompetence of the instructors. Were she to be headmistress, it seemed likely that only medical courses would be permitted. Severus Snape's bed lay not far from Professor Lannister's. He donned a pair of black cartoon pajamas, adorned not with green serpents, but with two silver doves grazing together. An enigmatic smile graced Snape's face as he remarked, "Ah, let me see. Who is this? Tywin, you appear to be rather gravely injured." "I'm quite all right," Tywin chuckled, "just learning from you." The burns on Snape's face had nearly healed, yet his neck remained swathed in bandages, resembling a mummy. William observed a scant collection of get-well cards on Snape's desk, alongside a solitary French cream cake. The offerings were pitifully meager. Aside from a few items sent by Cedric and several Ravenclaw students, the only other tokens of sympathy were from the professors. Hardly any students, not even from Slytherin, had sent anything. William harbored serious doubts that the professor's cards were merely a subtle hint from Dumbledore, indicating the professor's poor standing among peers. Suddenly, a flicker of astonishment crossed William's emerald green eyes. By Merlin's beard, he had spotted a bouquet of flowers in the trash, and they were roses. In any culture, roses symbolized love, and the magical realm was no exception. Could it be that even the old bat had found a springtime of his own? Following William's gaze, Professor Tywin noticed as well, discreetly retrieving his wand from the bedside and casting the summoning charm towards the flowers. The entire bouquet soared into Professor Lannister's hands, accompanied by a small pink card depicting a flamboyantly dressed witch blowing kisses. Astounding. In the Hogwarts hospital wing, before Professor Snape's sickbed, lay one of those little cards typically found in hotels. Surely, Professor Snape would not be wooed by a witch? William had clearly let his imagination run wild. The magical world was not yet privy to such sophisticated ruses. This was merely a simple and sincere declaration of affection. Professor Tywin cleared his throat and, like a poet, read aloud with emotion. "Ah, your eyes, dark as the excrement of a dung beetle freshly rolling its ball, your tresses, glimmering with a sheen reminiscent of used cooking oil. You are brimming with tales nearly as ancient as the shadowy depths of a dungeon. I yearn for you to be mine. You are truly striking, a valiant conqueror of potions. In a sudden explosion, the card burst apart as Professor Tywin's incantation remained unfinished, leaving Severus Snape with a pale visage, his gaze fixed upon Tywin, radiating an air of lethal intent. Unyielding, Professor Tywin grasped his wand, aiming it directly at Snape. Come forth, Severus. I have longed for a duel with you. The facade of a smile vanished from Tywin's face as he bellowed. You despicable traitor. Snape's pupils constricted sharply, a flicker of anguish crossing his features. No. Then how did James and the Dark Lord meet their demise? What gives you the right to reside in Hogwarts so securely for a decade? Tywin's tone was icily accusatory. Severus, it is you who ought to be confined to Azkaban, not Sirius. William stood there, utterly bewildered. The individuals Professor Tywin mentioned, aside from the Dark Lord, were unknown to him. Yet, it was evident that Snape and Tywin shared a past, perhaps as classmates from different houses. Madame Pomfrey, alerted by the commotion, swiftly entered, screaming as both wizards lowered their wands simultaneously. Soon after, William was ushered out. In a span of 2 days, 2 professors had fallen, and the moniker of killer had swiftly spread regarding William. All faculty began to avoid him. Nevertheless, within Ravenclaw, his reputation soared, and he was greatly adored. His performance in the classroom was evident to all, and the students of Ravenclaw were well aware of the truth. Naturally, the majority of Hogwarts students eagerly anticipated that William would once again achieve remarkable feats, potentially leading a 3rd or 4th professor to the hospital. Regrettably, Professor Flitwick was exceptionally astute. In the initial weeks of Charms class, he would not teach spells, but rather the gestures necessary for wand movements. There were only 7 fundamental motions. However, they could give rise to over 200 variations. When it came to ancient spells, such as those in ancient runes, the wand movements became even more intricate and convoluted. Professor Flitwick would not impart all of this knowledge. He confined his teachings to the basics, sufficient for academic and everyday needs. The remaining concepts would be reserved for advanced classes or left for the more capable students to explore. As for the ordinary students, there were no excessive expectations. To prevent any instructional mishaps, Professor Flitwick forbade the young witches and wizards from using wands, mandating that they utilize wooden sticks of similar size instead. He was genuinely concerned that some students might inadvertently poke others or conjure further mischief, resulting in his own hospitalization. William executed the wand movements with remarkable precision, prompting Professor Flitwick to award him a point before urging him to cease. William felt quite aggrieved, as the entire incident stemmed from the actions of others. He was merely addressing the aftermath, bearing no responsibility for it. Certainly, the aftermath is not without its advantages. In just a brief span of 2 days, William has managed to elevate Ravenclaw by 120 points. 100 of these points were awarded due to the unfortunate teaching mishaps involving Snape and Tywin. Consequently, Ravenclaw now leads by an impressive margin, with sapphires in the hourglass that could encircle Hogwarts itself, marking 2 consecutive days at the pinnacle of the school. Chapter 33, The Advancing Bobo Tea. Among all the subjects, Transfiguration undoubtedly stands as William's most anticipated class. Cedric, being exceptionally skilled in this discipline, imparted much knowledge to William during the summer. However, despite his keen interest, Transfiguration has proven to be a less favorable subject for him. It was here that William finally recognized a field in which he did not excel. His talents shone brightly in charms and potions, particularly the former. Upon first encountering magic, he effortlessly performed the levitation charm and deftly executed various defensive spells against the dark arts taught by Professor Tywin, with remarkable ease. Many standard spells from the 1st and 2nd years were executed flawlessly on his first attempt, far surpassing his peers in efficacy. Such is the mark of innate talent. Transfiguration, however, presented a stark contrast. His self-study over the summer progressed at a sluggish pace. The confidence he exuded in charms and potions seemed to vanish, as he transformed from an academic prodigy into a struggling learner. While some individuals grasp concepts with merely a glance, others toil endlessly without comprehension. William undoubtedly falls into the latter category. This is not to imply that he is truly deficient. In the realm of transfiguration, he merely attains an average level of competence. Is this truly satisfactory? It is crucial to remember that comparison breeds discontent. Take, for instance, a singular matchstick. William took over half a month to awkwardly transform it into a grotesque needle. In contrast, Cedric, during his initial attempts, required only 2 days to achieve perfection. 2 days versus 15 days. Presently, Cedric is on the verge of mastering third-year transfiguration and has begun preparations for becoming an animagus. In light of this comparison, Cedric's aptitude in transfiguration renders William's efforts utterly insufficient. The transfiguration classroom is located on the second floor, where sunlight streams through the windows, providing a warmth noticeably absent from Snape's potions classroom. William, Autumn, and Cedric part ways at the corridor, entering the classroom, which is already bustling with students, particularly from Gryffindor. They are acutely aware of Professor McGonagall's sternness, hence their reluctance to arrive late. Yet, despite being their head of house, many Gryffindors secretly hope for William to excel further, hoping to see her hospitalized for a brief respite. However, they are likely to be disappointed. Upon careful reflection during lunch, William deduced that the primary instigator behind the 2 teaching incidents was Marietta. Due to the overwhelming shock, she remains hospitalized. William would wager a canute on this. Money is not a concern. Rather, he has faith in Professor McGonagall's capabilities, unlike certain individuals still languishing in their sickbeds. Bobo Tea follows closely behind William, swaying unsteadily. It had slumbered throughout the morning, and now, brimming with vitality, it followed William outside for a leisurely stroll. Most importantly, the classroom was devoid of the unpleasant, damp odor and the presence of its fellow specimens. Instead, a peculiar scent wafted through the air, inexplicably alluring. How delightful! The creature, Bobo Tea, with its perked ears, sniffed incessantly in search of the source of this captivating aroma. Fortunately, it maintained a semblance of decorum, refraining from marking its territory. William casually chose a spot, and Autumn settled beside him. Apart from a few young wizards, the majority of Gryffindor students sat at a distance, seemingly wary of being splattered by William's blood. Had Professor McGonagall arrived? Autumn mused, glancing around after retrieving her textbook. She had heard that McGonagall was the most formidable of professors, and with only 2 minutes remaining before class, could it be that something had delayed her? Autumn cast a peculiar look at William. She was not alone. All eyes were on him. William touched his face, wondering if he had somehow become more handsome today. That seemed implausible. He had already reached the pinnacle of human attractiveness. At that moment, Bobo Tea on William's desk suddenly stood upright. It had finally discerned the cause of its agitation. At the front of the classroom, perched upon the podium, was a cat, an extraordinarily beautiful tabby cat, with exquisite fur and a well-proportioned figure, certainly not a mere dyed pig. The cat's most remarkable feature was not the unique markings around its eyes, but rather its demeanor. Its gaze was piercing and cold, reminiscent not of a cat, but of a human. William abruptly recalled a character from a novel he had once read, featuring a foolish cat named Haydn. He stared at the tabby, and it returned his gaze. As they engaged in this silent duel of wits, Bobo Tea seized a small fish treat and leapt into action. With its tiny legs, it appeared to soar, bounding onto the fluffy heads of several Gryffindor students, demonstrating the legendary skill of limpid wave steps as it approached the tabby cat. William's face turned pale, resembling a sickly Snape in a hospital bed. Connecting this with his earlier discussion with Cedric about animagi and the cat's peculiarities, it dawned on him who this feline truly was. Indeed, how could Professor McGonagall, who guided Cedric on animagi, not possess the ability herself? This was the true feline sovereign. William finally understood why Cedric had been so evasive when inquiring about the 7 registered animagi. It also clarified why Cedric had repeatedly suggested he bring Bobo Tea to class that afternoon. The pretext of forgetting names, or that Professor McGonagall adored cats and would award points to Ravenclaw upon seeing Bobo Tea, was a ruse. Cedric, with his expressive brows and large eyes, was far more cunning beneath the surface. Was this not a form of bullying the unsuspecting? Due to William's strict dietary regimen, Bobo Tea had not yet morphed into a pig. It was well-proportioned and agile, toppling 3 ink bottles and snapping 2 quill pens before, with the grace of an antelope, leaping onto the podium by way of Colin McLagan's head. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, with the little fish snack still nestled in its mouth. The tabby cat appeared utterly bewildered, casting a wary glance at William, when suddenly, a small orange kitten darted in. Bobo Cha placed the fish snack on the table, eagerly nudging it towards the tabby cat. William's complexion grew increasingly pale as a dreadful thought struck him. Cats are peculiar creatures. When they encounter unfamiliar felines, they sometimes engage in sniffing each other's rears, akin to how humans greet acquaintances by asking if they have eaten. Quick, do something to prevent Bobo Cha from making a grave mistake. William had no desire to be hospitalized, nor to meet his demise alongside it. Fortunately, Bobo Cha circled the tabby cat, hesitating under the latter's icy gaze, lacking the courage to advance further. William exhaled, reassured that his cat was still a shy little darling, not prone to rudeness or directness. Yet, in the next moment, Bobo-cha suddenly lay down, meowing to signal the tabby cat that it could groom it. Chapter 34. The Burning Eloise. The tabby cat vanished, replaced by Professor McGonagall. She wore square glasses that mirrored the patterns around the cat's eyes. McGonagall's demeanor remained unchanged, suggesting that this was not her first encounter with such a situation. Indeed, William harbored grave suspicions that a student had previously teased her with a cat toy or petted her head. Silence enveloped the room, as everyone was startled by Professor McGonagall's sudden appearance. Bobo-cha was even more terrified, bewildered by the transformation of the beautiful tabby cat into a stern woman. Its fur bristled as it clutched its fish snack and turned to flee the scene. Professor McGonagall did not intervene, but surveyed the room, lingering on William for a moment longer. Like Professor Snape, she exuded a palpable aura that commanded respect. It was widely known that she was not to be trifled with. Professor McGonagall spoke. Transfiguration will be the most complex and perilous spell you encounter in your studies at Hogwarts. Anyone who misbehaves in my classroom will be promptly dismissed and barred from re-entering. Consider this your formal warning. No one uttered a word. Bobo-cha cowered beside William, trembling. Transfiguration, as its name suggests, is the art of transforming one object into another. It can breathe life into inanimate objects or change vibrant, living beings into mere objects. As Professor McGonagall elaborated, she retrieved her wand from her robes. Just like this, she waved her wand gently, and Bobo-cha, hiding at William's feet, suddenly soared into the air. Professor McGonagall caught Bobo-cha, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Bobo-cha gazed up at her with pleading eyes, mewing in a pitiful attempt to charm its way out of trouble. With a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall transformed Bobo-cha into a cup. Grasping the handle, shaped like a cat's tail, she waved it in the air for the students below to see. All attention was captivated. With a few more deft motions of her wand, a pink, pig-shaped balloon appeared on the desk, squealing as it floated into view. On the back of the creature, known as Bobo-T, there existed a pair of wings. Professor McGonagall waved her wand, causing it to ascend into the air, resembling an unmanned drone. The students erupted into applause, their faces alight with excitement as they gazed upward, eager to commence their lessons. All right, everyone, please open your beginner's guide to Transfiguration. Today, we shall discuss the fundamental principles in Gamp's first law of transfiguration, Professor McGonagall announced. As they flipped open their books, they were met with a plethora of dense formulas and theorems, which rendered them somewhat disheartened. Professor McGonagall continued, if all goes well, you may have the opportunity to attempt some transfiguration today. Upon hearing this, the students' excitement rekindled. The theoretical knowledge was undeniably tedious. For Professor McGonagall, it was a challenging and intricate lesson. An hour passed, and she remained engrossed in the theoretical discourse, while each student diligently took notes. To capture their attention, Professor McGonagall occasionally showcased impressive transfiguration feats, with Bobo-T serving as her feline model. Sensing that her students were becoming overwhelmed, Professor McGonagall finally set aside the textbook and, observing the relieved expressions on their faces, proclaimed, "Now, we can attempt some practical exercises." She distributed a matchstick to each student and stated, "Your objective is to transform the matchstick into a needle. The more exquisite, the better." Autumn pointed her wand at the matchstick, attempting a fierce glare spell. Yet the matchstick remained motionless, lying placidly on the table. Marcos jabbed at his matchstick forcefully, causing it to snap with a crack. He stole a glance at Professor McGonagall, hesitant to request another matchstick, instead feigning indifference as he continued to poke at it. The other students fared little better. Most of them were unfamiliar with the incantations and simply sat there, bewildered. "Have you learned it?" Autumn abandoned her efforts and turned to William. William was still perusing the textbook, but it was evident that he was studying advanced content. "I can manage," he replied, setting down the book and picking up his wand. With a gentle tap on the matchstick, it vanished, replaced by a slender needle on the table. To be precise, the object he created, referred to as a needle, was actually a small iron rod, nearly the same thickness as the matchstick, with one end slightly tapered to suggest a point. This was sufficiently impressive, as he had clearly outpaced his classmates. "How did you accomplish that?" Katie Bell, sitting in the back, stood up and asked, her voice tinged with envy. She recognized the disparity among individuals. Indeed, the brilliance of a Ravenclaw was not to be underestimated. William shrugged and replied, "I spent a considerable amount of time on this during the summer. As a great wizard once said, I merely devoted the time others spent drinking coffee to the study of transfiguration." Several students, drawn by Katie Bell's exclamation, turned to witness William's successful transfiguration. Their expressions filled with astonishment. Professor McGonagall approached William, while Bobo Tea nestled within her robes, hesitant to reveal itself. She cast a surprised glance at the iron rod on the table, her previously pursed lips now appearing less taut, transforming a matchstick into a slender needle. This task would be presented in a few weeks, and the majority of students were eager to accomplish it, having been enrolled for over a month. Professor McGonagall merely intended to lighten the atmosphere, not truly expecting anyone to succeed. Mr. Stark, quite commendable, she remarked, awarding a point to Ravenclaw. Cormac McLaggen snorted. He had been displeased with William since the beginning of term. McLaggen had anticipated that his exceptional talent would fully manifest upon entering the school. Yet he found himself increasingly distanced from William. He grasped his wand and focused intently on the matchstick, his veins bulging and his countenance darkening as his magical energy coursed through him, causing the wand to tremble in his hand. At last, a cloud of impure air surged upward as the pure air descended, achieving a balance between the two. An unpleasant and pungent gas erupted from his body, filling the classroom with an overwhelming stench. Relief washed over McLaggen, oblivious to the reactions of his fellow Gryffindors, who clutched their noses and recoiled in disgust. In his euphoric state, he lightly prodded the matchstick with his wand, casting a spell. To his horror, the match ignited instantly, flames leaping into the air, fueled by the noxious gas. Startled, McLaggen hurled the match away, where it landed upon Eloise Midgen's fluffy, light-colored hair, which had evidently not seen shampoo in some time. The greasy strands ignited at once, transforming Eloise into a larger-than-life matchstick. Chapter 35. The Cross-Dressing Master Snape. Professor McGonagall, enraged, waved her wand, and a fountain of water surged forth, swiftly extinguishing the flames atop Eloise's head. After his blunder, McLaggen sat frozen in his seat, contemplating that while heaven may not lie ahead, hell certainly lingered nearby. Professor McGonagall cast a withering glare at him, as if wishing to transmute him into a mouse. Eloise, equally incensed, lamented the loss of her summer hair, reduced to a mere patch. The look she directed at McLaggen was as if she wished to cast an Avada Kedavra upon his head. Mr. McLaggen, due to your actions, 5 points shall be deducted from Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall declared sternly. Upon hearing this, all the Gryffindor students glared at McLaggen, their expressions suggesting they wished to inflict a severe punishment upon him. It was imperative to note that Gryffindor's house points had already plunged into the negative. Eloise began to weep. What girl does not cherish beauty, despite her previous appearance? She conjured a large, red hat adorned with a moving lion's head, which she donned to cover her hair that resembled a dog's chew toy. Katie Bell accompanied her to the hospital wing, while Professor McGonagall quietly advised Katie to take the less crowded staircase. At last, after 5 minutes, the class concluded. Professor McGonagall retained William after the others had departed. Professor McGonagall, what do you require of me? William inquired once the classroom was empty. Mr. Stark, your progress in transfiguration is remarkably swift. Professor McGonagall considered her words carefully. According to the previous teaching schedule, most students would complete the transformation of a matchstick into a needle approximately 6 weeks after the commencement of the new term. This implies that you are at least 6 weeks ahead of your peers. I am curious to know if you engaged in any preparatory study during the summer. William nodded earnestly, affirming, yes, I studied on my own. He did not wish to create an illusion of being a prodigy in transfiguration, as he was, in truth, not exceptionally gifted in that domain. How long did you spend? Professor McGonagall inquired. Over half a month, replied William. The look of astonishment in Professor McGonagall's eyes faded. While half a month is commendable among peers, it hardly qualifies as genius. This pace is merely slightly better than that of an average young wizard. Yet when compared to those who can master transformations within a few days, it is a stark contrast, not to boast. But McGonagall herself completed her transformations in a single day and had finished the 6th grade transfiguration textbook by her 3rd year, earning the accolade of the most promising newcomer in contemporary transfiguration before graduation. In terms of talent in this field, McGonagall was not intimidated by anyone. Initially, she had believed that William was also a remarkably talented wizard in transfiguration, but it appeared otherwise now. Nonetheless, her admiration for him did not diminish. Rather, it intensified. Wizards of such age who possess the ability to focus and diligently study are indeed rare. Such a fervent thirst for knowledge, Mr. Stark. I understand why you were sorted into Ravenclaw, Professor McGonagall continued. Hufflepuff has always asserted that diligence is the greatest catalyst for a wizard's advancement. With diligence coupled with wisdom, Mr. Stark, you are destined to become an outstanding Ravenclaw. It is a pity that the Sorting Hat contemplated placing you in Gryffindor. Just call me William, Professor. He replied with a smile. The Sorting Hat did indeed consider that. I have never believed that a wizard possesses only a singular quality. Many children embody traits from all four houses. Professor McGonagall winked and said with a sly grin, the Sorting Hat once contemplated placing me in Ravenclaw as well. What a pity. Ravenclaw has thus missed out on an exceptional witch, William remarked. Professor McGonagall chuckled, patting William on the shoulder. I have no desire to compete with Flitwick for the position of Ravenclaw's head. Very well. Should you have any queries, feel free to approach me. William nodded, I will. Cedric has advised me similarly. Professor McGonagall expressed surprise. I recall that you are of Muggle descent. Are you not? Yes. Cedric and I met during the summer at Ollivander Swan's shop, and I learned a great deal from him during the break, William explained. I have advised that boy not to invest too much energy in wand crafting. It would be a waste of his talents, Professor McGonagall said, shaking her head, indicating her disapproval of the wand-making profession. However, Cedric is indeed one of the most outstanding prodigies I have taught in the realm of transfiguration. The last one with such remarkable talent was James over a decade ago, Professor McGonagall sighed. William recalled the altercation that had transpired in the hospital wing, where Professor Tywin had mentioned the name James. James Potter was a student of Gryffindor who met his demise at the hands of a dark wizard, lamented Professor McGonagall. With this mention, William immediately recognized the identity of the individual in question, the renowned Harry Potter's father. He inquired, Professor McGonagall, may I ask if Professors Snape and Trelawney were classmates? McGonagall nodded affirmatively, noting that they were indeed classmates, albeit from different houses. Did they have any conflicts? She replied with a hint of curiosity. Why do you ask such a question? With a serious demeanor, she cautioned, William, there are no conflicts among professors. Your focus should be on your studies. William nodded, daunted by her stern gaze, which deterred him from pursuing the topic further. Fortunately, apart from Professor McGonagall, he had others to consult. A venerable man who had spent 50 years at Hogwarts, possibly more knowledgeable about the institution than most professors. On Thursday morning, Professor Snape was finally discharged from the hospital. However, his troubles were far from over. With his return to the school, rumors of a romantic confession began to circulate once more. The origin of these whispers was lost to time, yet seemingly overnight. It appeared that everyone was aware of the contents of the love letter, as if they had witnessed it firsthand. Professor Snape became increasingly busy, squinting as he endeavored to uncover the instigator behind the malicious gossip. He directed all his ire toward the other three houses, imposing significant penalties over the course of several days, particularly on Gryffindor. Ravenclaw, benefiting from the initial advantage brought forth by William, maintained its leading position. Meanwhile, Gryffindor was galloping toward an all-time low in house points, seemingly irretrievable. In truth, Professor Snape's instincts were not misplaced. The rumors had indeed been propagated by Gryffindor. The letter had been penned by the Weasley twins. During one dinner, Lee Jordan even went so far as to hire an owl to deliver a set of Lolita dresses to Professor Snape, further solidifying his reputation as an unexpected fashion maven. Chapter 36. The Three-Headed Dog, Fluffy. On Saturday morning, William, Cedric, and Cho departed the castle, traversing the fields toward the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid resided in a small hut on the edge of the forest, with a stone bow and a pair of rubber boots positioned by the door. On Thursday, William had received a letter from Hagrid, inviting him to a gathering at the hut for some quality time with the three-headed dog. Consequently, he brought Cedric along, who in turn persuaded Cho to join them. Upon knocking on the door, they were met with sounds of a tense struggle and low, rumbling barks from within. Moments later, Hagrid's voice echoed, "Back away, Fawn, back away." He opened the door a crack, revealing his bearded countenance. Hagrid, with hair unkempt by oil, appeared rugged yet more normal. "Wait a moment," he said. "Back away, Fawn." Hagrid opened the door, ushering the three of them inside, while desperately clutching the collar of a massive black hound. The dog was immense and quite intimidating. William swiftly tossed a small fish treat, and the creature broke free from Hagrid's grasp, snapping it up and swallowing it whole. Panting eagerly with its tongue lolling out in anticipation of more, William retrieved a package from his pocket, drew out his wand, and proclaimed, "Enlarge." From a now expanded package, he extracted a generous supply of fish treats and placed them on the table, alongside a can of pet-friendly beef kibble, which he set on the floor. Yaya wagged its tail and dashed towards the offerings. The others regarded William with bemusement. Who carries such items around? William explained, "These are snacks for Popocha. He finished them anyway, so I thought I'd share with Yaya. She'll couldn't help but interject, your cat certainly has refined tastes." She still recalled how Popocha had disdainfully rejected her lunch on the train. Hagrid inquired, "By the way, where is Popocha?" "I haven't seen him." William shrugged. "He has been quite traumatized lately and has gone to Madame Lorelei for some psychological relief. Since that transfiguration class, Popocha had been avoiding Professor McGonagall at all costs. The sight of her tabby cat form had wounded the tender heart of a young kitten. "Remarkable," Hagrid exclaimed in astonishment. "Did you know that Madame Lorelei is kept by old Filch? Every time I go to school, he follows me everywhere. I can't shake him off. It must be Filch's doing. I really wanted to introduce him to my Yaya, but since Popocha gets along with her, perhaps it's best left alone." Hagrid expressed his regret, feeling quite sorry for Yaya, who was still eagerly gobbling the beef kibble. The small hut contained but a single room. Ham and wild fowl hung from the ceiling, while a copper kettle boiled water over the hearth, and a large bed made of patched fabric sat in the corner. The three of them took a seat on a bench. "This is Chio," Cedric introduced to Hagrid. "Oh, hello," Hagrid exclaimed, extending his hand hastily. Chio, undaunted, graciously accepted his large hand in hers. Hagrid beamed with delight, saying, "You must be starving. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you?" He stood, pouring the boiling water into a large teapot while placing rock cakes onto a serving plate. He also broke off some crumbs and tossed them in a Yaya's bowl, which the dog eagerly nudged away with its nose. The rock cakes were so hard they nearly threatened to crack William and his friend's teeth, yet they feigned enthusiasm for them. Thankfully, Popocha was not present, or the scene would have undoubtedly turned awkward. Once Yaya finished the canned food, it nestled its head onto William's lap, drooling and soaking a sizable patch of his robes. William refrained from offering further treats, and Hagrid had taken away the fish snacks, leaving Yaya quite disheartened. Hagrid drew the curtain tightly and opened the fireplace, revealing a darkened space with a tattered blanket inside. The three, like excited little birds, gathered eagerly around Hagrid, for they were about to behold the legendary three-headed dog. Contrary to William's expectations, he had anticipated a glimpse of the handsome visage of Siberian Husky. Yet the reality presented before him was grotesque in nature. It resembled a malformed creature, with three disproportionately large heads that would certainly induce discomfort in anyone with obsessive tendencies. The most egregious of these heads bore a squinting eye, its eyes unnaturally squished together, rendering it decidedly unattractive. The left head, slightly smaller, was adorned with a dense array of teeth, which densely filled its mouth and extended deep into its throat. The smallest head on the right was even less appealing, marked by a large, dark birthmark on its face. What manner of monster is this? Upon seeing Hagrid, the three-headed dog squeezed towards the fireplace's opening, three drooling mouths producing saliva that hung like viscous strings from sharp teeth. Hagrid beamed with a fond smile as he retrieved a well-preserved plump chicken from the rafters and tossed it into the fray. The three-headed beast began to tussle, baring their teeth at one another. Hagrid boomed, "Leave some for Big Hair. Look at that skinny head. It's practically malnourished." He had even bestowed names upon each head: Big Hair, Middle Hair, and Little Hair. This three-headed dog also possessed a grandiose yet elegant name, Fluffy. Hagrid appeared quite pleased. "Isn't it beautiful?" he asked, extending a hand to stroke Big Hair's head. Big Hair promptly clamped down on his finger, revealing its sharp, elongated fangs. "My goodness, behold the strength of its jaws. For a mother, this is the greatest reward," Hagrid exclaimed with excitement. William, Cedric, and Autumn exchanged glances, sensing that Hagrid had become utterly consumed by his role-playing fantasy. Hagrid then took the small bag of fish treats that William had gifted and tossed a portion into the fireplace. The three dog heads resumed their frenzied tearing. Yaya, irate, protested, for that was its gift. It clawed at the rocky wall of the fireplace, glaring fiercely at the three-headed pup. Fluffy abandoned the fish treats and bounded toward Yaya, still a mere few months old, yearning for milk. However, Yaya was a male dog, and upon casting a glance at a certain part of its anatomy, it seemed greatly offended, howling in distress before turning to flee towards the door. All right, it's time for bed, little Fluffy," Hagrid cooed as he affectionately patted Big Hair's head and began to sing a lullaby. Although the tune sounded akin to a wailing banshee, remarkably, Fluffy soon succumbed to slumber. Hagrid closed the fireplace with a sense of triumph, declaring, "As soon as I sing, Fluffy falls asleep. It truly regards me as its mother." Cedric inquired, "Hagrid, have you informed Professor Dumbledore about your new three-headed dog?" Hagrid scratched his head, hesitating. "I was about to tell him." William, surprised, responded, "Weren't you supposed to inform him before the term began? I am unsure how to approach it. What if Professor Dumbledore forbids me from keeping it?" Hagrid replied. Cedric, concerned, warned, "That would be troublesome. My father works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, so I am quite aware. Such magical beings are not permitted for private ownership, and if discovered, the consequences would be dire." Hagrid's countenance turned pale. Chapter 37. The Attack on the Ministry of Magic. Though Hagrid is quite advanced in years, he occasionally exhibits the demeanor of a child. His fondness for magical creatures, particularly those that are large, robust, and imposing, is well known. According to Ollivander, Hagrid was once expelled for breaking a wand. William suspects that the true reason for his expulsion was his penchant for nurturing peculiar little beings at Hogwarts. This certainly aligns with Hagrid's character, as evidenced by the illegal three-headed dog he currently harbors. But what can be done? In these times, who does not possess a unique hobby? For instance, the widely circulated rumor about Professor Snape's affinity for cross-dressing. Ravenclaw has never regarded others with disdain, even if Snape were indeed a cross-dressing connoisseur. Thus, William felt compelled to reassure Hagrid, "You must promptly inform Professor Dumbledore. He can effortlessly resolve this matter." Dumbledore remains the tallest and stoutest evergreen in the realm of magic. With his capabilities, there is scarcely an issue across the British Isles or even the European continent that he cannot untangle. A mere three-headed dog hardly poses a challenge. Hagrid nodded eagerly, though whether he truly absorbed William's words remains uncertain. After their visit with the three-headed dog, the trio relayed the events of their class to Hagrid. After some idle chatter, William inquired, "Do Professors Snape and Tywin harbor any animosity towards one another?" Having resided at Hogwarts for half a century, Hagrid is privy to most occurrences within the school. He paused, shaking his head. "Who told you that? How could they possibly have a feud?" William quickly recounted the events at the hospital, having previously shared the details with Cedric and Cho just days prior. Hagrid was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that professors would resort to using wands within the confines of a hospital, especially in front of a young wizard like William. During their school days, Tywin was an unremarkable Ravenclaw student, so ordinary that one could hardly distinguish him in a crowd. A bit of a bookworm, he certainly did not possess the notoriety of Snape or James in his circle. "James Potter, you say?" "Yes." Hagrid hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge more about them. Back then, Snape and James had a long-standing rivalry, culminating in an all-out brawl between their houses at one point. "I recall that day vividly. Dumbledore was furious, unlike anything I had ever witnessed. That year's House Cup competition was barely halfway through when Slytherin and Gryffindor were both declared losers. Yet, James's demise was in no way attributable to Professor Snape. It was the betrayal of Sirius that bore the blame." Hagrid nearly roared in indignation. "The filthy, stinking traitor." His voice resonated loudly, rousing a bark from the fireplace, as Fong seemed to wake from his slumber. During their time at school, Sirius and James were nearly inseparable. Sirius even served as James's best man at his wedding to Lily, later being named godfather to Harry. Yet that wretched fellow had long since betrayed them, aligning himself with the Dark Lord. At the mention of the Dark Lord, Cedric shivered. Coming from a family of wizards, he had grown up hearing tales of the Dark Lord's name. Even when Cedric was merely 1 or 2 years old, Voldemort had not yet fallen. He still retained some fragmented memories. Hagrid, visibly agitated, declared, "I always knew that the Black family were all Slytherins." Even if Sirius entered Gryffindor, his nature would remain unchanged. It was his betrayal that led to James's demise, and of course, he was punished by being imprisoned in Azkaban. William tentatively inquired, "So, as James Potter's adversary, Professor Snape never betrayed him? He has always been on our side?" Hagrid fell silent, opening the fireplace and soothing Louis to sleep before he spoke again. "This is not a matter for you young wizards to ponder. Remember, Professor Dumbledore believes in him, and that should suffice." William, Cedric, and Cho exchanged knowing glances, realizing that the situation was far more complex and shrouded in secrecy. James Potter, the illustrious father of Harry Potter, was renowned as a hero who perished at the hands of Voldemort. Yet, Professor Tywin suggested that both James and Voldemort's deaths were a result of Snape's betrayal. He must know something. Otherwise, why would he assert such a claim? However, this assertion was perplexing. Professor Snape had always taught at Hogwarts, operating under Dumbledore's watchful eye, and was the head of Slytherin House. It was inconceivable that he could have been aligned with Voldemort. Could it be that Snape had once betrayed James Potter, leading to his untimely death? And as James's close friend, Professor Tywin uncovered this secret, hence his accusation of Snape as a traitor. William and Cedric were engulfed in confusion. Yet, Hagrid steadfastly refused to broach the subject of Snape again, swiftly redirecting the conversation. "The Gryffindor Quidditch team selection is today, right?" Hagrid scratched his beard. "I wonder if Charlie will find some capable assistance. I admire him for his adeptness with magical creatures. This is his final year at Hogwarts, and I hope Gryffindor can clinch the championship." Cedric cleared his throat, expressing his dissent. He proceeded to elaborate to Hagrid on the Hufflepuff team's greater chances of victory, discussing their synergy, depth of roster, and historical matchups. Cho listened with keen interest, as she too held a fondness for Quidditch. In the latest reports, The Ministry of Magic faced an incident of unlawful intrusion. Investigations regarding the August 1st breach of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures are ongoing. It is widely believed that an unidentified dark wizard was responsible. The director of the department, Cuthbert Mockridge, reiterated today that no magical creatures have been stolen. The rooms that were searched by the intruders had, in fact, executed illegal magical creatures earlier that day. A spokesperson for the department, Amos Diggory, stated this afternoon, "We cannot disclose what precisely is stored in the department's warehouses. It is best not to interfere with this matter." In truth, rumors of an attack had circulated during the summer. William had heard Lee Jordan mention it on the train. At that time, everyone dismissed it as a mere joke. Yet it had unexpectedly unfolded into reality. In that newspaper, the words Magical Creatures Management Office and illegal smuggling had been distinctly circled in red by Hagrid. There was a reason for Hagrid's emphasis. On the day of the attack, August 1st, he had been escorting William to Diagon Alley. Due to financial constraints, Hagrid had only managed to purchase the three-headed dog, Fluffy, at a high price from a Greek man several days later. After the Greek had mysteriously vanished for an extended period, Hagrid began to worry that the Greek had first attacked the Ministry of Magic and then sold the illicitly obtained magical creatures to him. If discovered, Hagrid would surely find himself imprisoned in Azkaban. As for the newspaper's claim that ministry officials stated there were no losses, could such official words be trusted? Chapter 38. Chaos at the Quidditch Training Ground. Their pockets were heavily laden with rock cakes, and out of courtesy, the trio felt obliged to accept them. As they walked, William inquired, "What do you think?" Cedric shook his head, responding, "William, it is impossible for the three-headed dog to have been stolen from the Magical Creatures Management Office. I have never heard my father mention any seized magical creatures of that sort." Cedric's father, Amos Diggory, worked in the Magical Creatures Management Office and was the spokesperson interviewed. Whatever occurred at the ministry, he would certainly relay it to his son, Cedric. However, prior to the attack, Cedric had never heard of any three-headed dog being seized. Most crucially, after the day of the attack, he had not heard his father mention anything about the department being assaulted. Was there a gag order in place that day? The key issue did not lie there. It was perplexing that the attack occurred on August 1st, yet it was only recently that the prophet had reported on it. What was the ministry concealing? William sensed that matters were beginning to grow intriguing. The three engaged in discussion all the way to the Quidditch training ground, where the Gryffindor tryouts were still ongoing. However, contrary to the anticipated cheerful scene, the entire training ground was in an uproar, resembling a brawl. What was happening? Had something gone awry again? Autumn looked at William, puzzled. "I have no idea." William shook his head and sighed. "Autumn, next time something happens at school, don't look at me. It's not my doing, but I noticed that wherever you appear, accidents tend to follow." The situation seemed quite serious. Cedric glanced around, his tone grave. He appeared exceedingly worried, yet inwardly, he felt an unexpected thrill. Though it was not particularly noble to admit, as a competitor, Cedric certainly hoped that the Gryffindor team selection would encounter a minor issue. Charlie Weasley was widely recognized for his formidable skills, and Professor McGonagall had boasted more than once that Gryffindor might produce another national team player. With such a captain, no house would underestimate Gryffindor. William, Cedric, and Autumn squeezed into the crowd, where they indeed found someone injured, a girl named Angelina Johnson. Angelina and Cedric, the twin siblings, are both second-year students. She possesses long black hair, styled into an elaborate braid, and appears exceedingly tall and beautiful. However, at this moment, she lies on the grass. George's nose is smeared with blood, seemingly the result of a collision. Fred is gripping Angelina's shoulders, shaking her vigorously while calling her name loudly. The girl, in a dazed state, loses consciousness. William suspects that she is more likely to have fainted from Fred's vigorous shaking. Fred, filled with rage, rises abruptly, intent on confronting Cormac McLaggen. Autumn pulls a Gryffindor girl aside to inquire about the events leading up to this chaos. The situation is straightforward. Angelina was competing for the position of Seeker, having thrown 10 balls and skillfully scored 8, leading to her immediate selection by Charlie Weasley for the house team. With a spirit likely inherited from both Star-Lord and Indian ancestry, Angelina exuberantly begins to dance on the training field. Everything seemed perfect until McLaggen, seizing the moment while everyone was engaged in a spirited dance, stealthily acquired a Comet 250. Confident in his flying skills, McLaggen lost control just 10 seconds after takeoff, hurtling towards Angelina. Surrounded by a crowd, she was performing a dance infused with exotic prairie flair, embodying the vigor of a gallant rider as swift as the wind. McLaggen indeed approached like a tempest. Angelina was knocked aside, but fortunately, the presence of many people provided her with ample cushioning. George, however, was less fortunate. His nose was struck by the oak handle of the Comet 250, blood gushing forth like a rushing stream. Fred, filled with fury, marched towards McLaggen, only to be restrained by those around him. Should another fight erupt, Gryffindor's house points would surely plummet to a staggering deficit of 100, perilously close to the historical low record, likely driving Professor McGonagall to the brink of madness. With tissue stuffed in his nose, George buzzes out a comforting, "It's all right, Fred, I'm fine. Brother, don't be so agitated. This little injury will heal quickly." Believing Fred to be avenging him, George feels a swell of emotion, causing the tissue to fall and blood to gush anew. He then loudly reproaches Charlie. "You are the captain. How could you fail to ensure everyone has safety? This is your responsibility." "What? Say that again," Charlie Weasley replies, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms. Compared to Charlie, McLaggen resembles a frail twig. "Is this person mad?" Cedric comments. As captain, Charlie has lost all patience and declares, "Mr. McLaggen, please depart. According to the rules, only second-year students may participate in the Quidditch selection. If you do not leave, I will recommend to Professor McGonagall that you be permanently banned from participating in the Gryffindor Quidditch team selection." McLaggen's face reddens. He steps back and sneers. "You think you can force me out? Ban me from the selection? I shall inform my uncle, who is acquainted with the head of the Auror office at the Ministry of Magic." He cursed, "Once again, you have squandered your chance at victory." McLaggen shoved his way through the crowd, but was tripped, and William saw Eloise's foot extended. Her hair had grown long, adorned with the lion hat gifted by Professor McGonagall, which she seemed to cherish greatly. McLaggen rose, dusted himself off, and suddenly dashed towards the fallen bat of Fred not far away. For reasons known only to him, he swung fiercely at the bludger, sending it soaring away. Charlie was tending to Angelina's injuries when the red bludger traced a beautiful arc and struck him on the head, rendering him unconscious. The crowd erupted in screams, plunging into chaos once more. The bludger ricocheted high, hurtling towards William. He drew his wand, initially intending to cast Reducio, but then changed his mind. Wadawasi. The bludger, under William's command, sharply veered and sped towards McLaggen's thigh. The Quidditch pitch descended into turmoil, with some rushing to fetch Madame Pomfrey, while others checked on Angelina and Charlie's injuries. He began to feel an overwhelming sense of dread. Chapter 39. Annie and Dumbledore. Skull-crushing. That McLaggen scoundrel. George shouted furiously from the stands of the Quidditch training pitch. By this time, it was afternoon, and the pitch was once again crowded, though now filled with Hufflepuff students. Fred, with a furrowed brow, lamented, "What should we do? How do I write to Mom? Perhaps it's best not to say anything." George slapped his face in fear. William inquired, "What did Madame Pomfrey say?" Her abilities were formidable. No matter how severe the ailment, she could swiftly remedy it. Cedric sat nearby, feeling anxious as he was about to participate in the team selection. Not only he, but also the novices on the field were quite tense, especially after the morning incident with Gryffindor. The team captain, Charlie Weasley, had suffered a fractured skull, highlighting the perilous nature of this sport. Fred reassured him, "Don't be too nervous, brother. If you showcase just a quarter of your potential, you'll surely make the cut." George chimed in, "Indeed. Look at us. We breezed into the house team, and your abilities surpass mine." William patted Cedric on the shoulder, smiling. "As long as you don't act like McLaggen, you'll be just fine." Cedric still trembled. Autumn closed the book in her hands, her smile radiant. "We all believe in you, Cedric." Suddenly, Cedric leapt to his feet, invigorated as if fueled by some magical elixir. "Autumn, thank you for your encouragement. I feel much better now. Thanks to you. I am certain I will be selected." William, the twins, what was that saying again? Even a sycophant can't make the house. An owl swooped into the Quidditch training pitch. Soon, a second one followed. It was William's owl. Zhuogung paused beside William, twirling its large, yellow eyes and cooing affectionately. Unbeknownst to Zhuogung, who was oblivious to the absence of Bobo tea, it remained cheerful and began to solicit food from William. The owl, named Milia, paused nearby, feeling a tinge of disappointment at not seeing Bobo tea, for it had taken a liking to that particular cat. George affectionately patted Zhuogung's head, well acquainted with the owl, during the summer break. It was William who had sent Zhuogung to deliver messages at the humble abode. Puzzled, he inquired, "Was T. Zhuogung left at home?" William retrieved a few small fish treats from his pocket and offered them to the owl, nodding. Indeed, it flew here from home to deliver the message. Fred expressed his astonishment. And what about the letter? He noticed no envelope on Zhuogung, nor in any other pocket, could have fallen along the way. Observing William bestowing treats upon Zhuogung while neglecting to offer any to herself, Milia let out a couple of indignant coos. flapping her wings in a mock display of injury as she sprawled on the ground. She glanced around, finally casting a pitiful look towards Chio. With tears welling in her eyes, Chio rummaged through her pockets, generously offering all her snacks to the forlorn owl. The girl urged Cedric and the others to empty their pockets of treats as well. Zhuogen gazed at the few fish treats before it, then glanced at the towering mound of snacks in front of Milia, wearing a bewildered expression. Perhaps captivated by Milia's beggary skills, Zhuogen too decided to lie down. Chio, deceived by Milia, felt as though her intelligence had been carelessly tossed aside and trampled upon. William chuckled, cradling Zhuogen, and seemingly conjured a letter from thin air. It was a correspondence from Annie, detailing her recent circumstances and inquiring about life at Hogwarts. Enclosed within were a stack of photographs, some featuring Annie and others depicting the Stark family portrait. The purpose of her letter was to request William to use the revealing potion to create animated photographs. Before William could finish reading, George snatched the photographs away, distributing them among those present, and William made no attempt to intervene. Raising an eyebrow, George exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "William, you have a sister." William, taken aback, replied, "Didn't I mention to you all?" The others shook their heads in unison. Chio, glancing at the photographs, remarked with a smile, "Your sister is truly beautiful." William beamed. "Of course, Annie and I resemble each other. Naturally, she is lovely." George draped his arm around William's shoulder, marveling. "From the moment I laid eyes on your sister's photograph, I knew I had found a great friend in you." William squinted, elongating his words. "George, are you also yearning for a stay in the hospital? Or perhaps I should inform Professor Snape about who penned him love letters." No, please don't say that." George raised his hand, but added earnestly, "Your sister looks just like you. She should come to Gryffindor. I'll take care of her." Fred nodded in agreement. George patted William's shoulder, grinning. "I can introduce you to my sister Ginny, and then we'll be even. Don't be fooled by how ordinary Ginny seems now. She will undoubtedly grow to be quite stunning." Fred burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This is quite the challenge. Ginny has been calling out for Harry all day, and she has been doing so for many years." William raised an eyebrow, astonished to discover that there were starstruck girls even in the wizarding world. "Hey, William, what kind of look is that?" George remarked with dissatisfaction. "Oh, Merlin's beard." Fred displayed an exaggerated expression. "Since the start of the school year, several girls have declared their affection for you, yet you seem utterly disinterested. When it comes to my sister Ginny, you wear the same uninterested expression." "I see now." Fred's face illuminated with understanding, while George, hiding behind Cedric, spoke with a hint of fear. "So you aren't interested in girls? Are we in danger?" "Hey, William, we have no prejudice against homosexuality. If you truly have such inclinations, I can introduce you to my brother Ron, just as long as I'm not your target," George said. William drew his wand, prompting George to hastily surrender and change the subject. "Speaking of which, where did you get that letter?" Fred also looked at Jorkin with curiosity. Jorkin had finished his fish snacks, yet he seemed to lack any pockets for holding an envelope. William stood up, and Jorkin immediately left his arm, soaring towards the castle. William chuckled. "Did you not notice the golden ring on Jorkin's claw? It is enchanted with a spell for seamless expansion and numerous protective charms, including a confidentiality charm to prevent wizards from stealing the letter. You didn't set up, did you?" George inquired. William shook his head. "I lack such capabilities at present. It was Professor Dumbledore who arranged it." "Dumbledore, you say?" William joyfully continued. "Jorkin is delivering a letter to Dumbledore. Annie and Professor Dumbledore have been corresponding daily. I have seen the salutation in her letters. Dear Grandpa Albus, George, if you wish to pursue my sister, go ahead. I shall not hinder you. However, it remains uncertain whether Dumbledore might break your legs." Chapter 40. The Tactics of a Politician. Jorkin went off to deliver a letter, while Milia remained. William took out 5 nuts, and Milia proudly extended one of her long legs, requesting him to place the coin into a small pouch tied to her leg. Subsequently, she took the remaining snacks and flew towards Hogwarts Solary. William opened the envelope, discovering it did not contain a letter, but rather the latest edition of the Daily Prophet in urgent print. The others gathered around William, peering at the Ministry of Magic's latest investigation. Upon opening the newspaper, the headline proclaimed the shocking news of an attack on the Ministry of Magic, revealing crucial evidence. The title was boldly inscribed in black ink. "Shock. Attack on the Ministry of Magic. Important evidence discovered." Accompanying it was a photograph of a wand. William found it strikingly familiar. Indeed, he should, for he had recently seen it in Diagon Alley. It was Lucius Malfoy's wand. It bore the Malfoy family crest, and, at the top, there was a dent where a dove's egg had once been embedded. On that day in Diagon Alley, Lucius had only found the dove's egg, having lost his wand. which now mysteriously appeared at the scene of the Ministry attack. Could it be Malfoy? Autumn inquired after glancing at the newspaper. Listening to the various descriptions, it appeared that Lucius Malfoy was far from a commendable character. Autumn, their entire family are dark wizards. George exclaimed indignantly. The Malfoys are nefarious individuals. I harbor no doubts regarding their actions. George was still seething over the incident in Diagon Alley, where Lucius had scorned them, likening their proliferation to that of mudbloods. The term mudblood is one of the most derogatory in the magical realm. Cedric, resting his chin on his hand, remarked, however, we all witnessed Malfoy fighting in Diagon Alley that day. You mentioned that his wand was lost. Yet who would steal a diamond to obtain a wand worth merely 10 galleons? This could very well be a self-staged event. Autumn's analysis was quite astute. Nonetheless, the twins exchanged glances. Fred glanced around and whispered, do you remember that day when my father mentioned Mad-Eye Moody was investigating Malfoy? Who is Mad-Eye Moody? Autumn asked, puzzled. George replied, Mad-Eye Moody, whose real name is Alastair Moody, is a nearly retired Auror. He is formidable. The Death Eaters he has captured could fill half of Azkaban's cells. Fred added, most importantly, Mad-Eye is undoubtedly on our side. He has a strong rapport with Dumbledore and possesses significant capabilities. Since Mad-Eye is observing Malfoy, has he uncovered anything? Cedric inquired. Indeed, there are some findings. George pondered his words carefully. These are revelations Fred and I overheard. My father informed Malfoy that Mad-Eye would be investigating him, intending to provoke him into relocating any dark artifacts hidden in his home. Fred lamented. Mad-Eye was too hasty. He should have waited a few days. Although Malfoy sold a cursed necklace, its dark magic was minimal. He was merely testing the waters. The Ministry would likely impose a fine, allowing him to be bailed out without facing imprisonment in Azkaban. Autumn contemplated this, perplexed. But doesn't this inadvertently confirm that Malfoy did not attack the Ministry? He was out selling goods at night. How would he have time to launch an assault? Fred replied with a wry smile. That is precisely the issue. Mad-Eye was particularly irked upon hearing about the Ministry's attack. Autumn displayed an expression of deep confusion, frowning as she queried, if Malfoy did not attack, why would the Daily Prophet report on Malfoy's wand? Isn't that deliberately misleading? A scapegoat. Autumn, William elucidated. The Ministry cannot identify the assailant, and Fudge requires a scapegoat to temporarily divert attention. This would make them appear less incompetent, alleviating some pressure from the Ministry. Miscarriages of justice are not uncommon, and the magical world is no exception. William had long been perplexed. The enmity between the two families was well known, yet such matters were rarely brought to light. However, the most widely circulated newspaper had been tracking this story for over half a month. Now, William finally understood that Fudge aimed to obscure the fact that the Ministry had been attacked. In the event of a major incident, one must employ more sensational topics to distract the public's attention. This is a technique often seen in later times. The masses seem to possess memories as fleeting as those of fish. As the fervor dissipates, discussions surrounding that infuriatingly grave incident fade into oblivion, awaiting the next eruption. The Ministry of Magic's assault by dark wizards stands as a scandal that must be suppressed. The repercussions for the Ministry's reputation are undoubtedly severe. Fudge could not tolerate the label of incompetence affixed to his name. For a politician dedicated to a prolonged tenure, such a blow would be catastrophic. Thus, he opted to allow the Daily Prophet to sensationalize the brawl, attempting to redirect public attention. However, Fudge underestimated the impact of the attack, and rumors inevitably surfaced. When the Ministry realized it could no longer contain the truth, it chose to cease its concealment and proactively disclose the information. By this time, more than a month had elapsed since the attack on the Ministry. The delay in reporting and addressing the issue incited public outrage. Often, the common folk do not concern themselves with the veracity of events or their consequences. Rather, they are incensed by the feeling of being deceived. The authorities' efforts to obscure the incident fundamentally represent a form of deception. Astute politicians, in such moments, artfully present scapegoats to divert the populace's attention. An attack that leaves the Ministry in disarray and a case where the perpetrator has already been apprehended are fundamentally different. Malfoy serves as a convenient scapegoat, and the wand discovered at the scene serves as the perfect sensational element. Regardless of the truth, William realizes that the newly appointed Minister of Magic is not as inept as Hagrid had previously claimed. Chapter 41. The Selection of Hufflepuff. Listening to William's analysis, those present fell into deep contemplation. The eldest among them, Cedric, had only recently celebrated his 13th birthday. They had never pondered such matters in this manner before. While William's insights were undoubtedly astute, they felt an inexplicable awe, having immersed himself in the world of literature for over a decade in his past life. William had delved into various tales, mysteries, and even the intricacies of monetary warfare, becoming quite the connoisseur. However, the ministry could not genuinely consider Lucius Malfoy a criminal, given the immense influence of his family. Cedric remarked that he had once managed to exonerate himself with gold galleons, claiming to have been under the control of a mysterious individual. Indeed, it was precisely because of their wealth that the ministry felt compelled to report extensively. William asserted that only through such reporting could public sentiment turn against Malfoy, prompting him to pay a hefty sum in galleons to bribe the higher-ups and secure his own safety. William vividly recalled Percy's astonishment at the book declaring the new Minister Fudge's blood-stained endorsement. Fudge had barely taken office before embarking on his lucrative schemes. How could the higher-ups possibly relinquish their grip on a lucrative figure like Malfoy? Though Malfoy was innocent, he would undoubtedly be subject to exploitation. What the actual perpetrator? Cedric inquired. Once they release Malfoy, how will they explain it? This indicates that William pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps the Ministry of Magic is already aware of the true perpetrator. Malfoy is merely a smokescreen, intended to distract the real criminal while simultaneously providing an opportunity to extort money from Malfoy. No one is a fool, especially those cunning politicians. While they may lack strength and occasionally possess a shallow understanding, they're always adept at generating revenue and manipulating public opinion. Take Malfoy, for instance. He is undoubtedly innocent, yet with his wand missing and a stick found at the crime scene, whether by coincidence or through deliberate framing, he has become a target for others to seize an opportunity. Fudge does not require Malfoy to languish in Azkaban. Having just assumed office, his priority is to generate funds. This is a benefit not afforded to the Minister of Magical Catastrophes. Consequently, Malfoy has become the scapegoat, a victim of circumstance. However, Malfoy is not lacking in galleons. His financial prowess is not merely talk. Of course, these are merely William's reasonable speculations based on the information at hand. Beyond this, he could glean no further insights. At this juncture, the selection for the Hufflepuff Quidditch team finally commenced. After imparting his wisdom on the broader landscape, William found the Quidditch tryouts to be somewhat childish, rendering them rather dull. The Weasley brothers and Cho were brimming with excitement. Cho, with her genuine love for Quidditch, had been an athletic girl even before entering Hogwarts. Full of vitality, Cedric had finally found a common interest with her, marking a promising beginning. William suddenly discovered a rather amusing thought. Once Cho joined the Ravenclaw team, wouldn't Hufflepuff be directly diminished by one player? What? Daring to hinder Ravenclaw's quest for victory, you do not love me? Let's part ways. William could already envision Cho, hands on her hips, scolding Cedric. George and Fred were even more exhilarated, keenly observing Hufflepuff's prowess. Although Charlie's injury would heal swiftly, it remained uncertain whether it would leave any lingering effects or impact his performance. Cedric and Hagrid's analysis was indeed accurate. Hufflepuff is a formidable opponent. It is worth noting that Gryffindor has not won the Quidditch Cup in 4 years, while Hufflepuff had managed to secure victory just 2 years prior. George and Fred were eager to claim the Quidditch championship. They had spent a week polishing the silverware in Filch's trophy room, which had resulted in some mishaps, and they longed to touch the medals, including the Quidditch trophy. Percy, however, faced an even grimmer fate. He now felt compelled to enter the restroom at the mere sight of one, regardless of gender. The reason was simple. Percy's punishment involved a week of scrubbing toilets. George and Fred often caused mischief, and logically, Filch should harbor greater disdain for them. Yet, he entrusted the dirty task of cleaning the lavatories to Percy. Poor Percy, as a top student, was quite favored at home and frequently praised by professors at school, rarely having to work or face punishment. William heard from George that Percy often presented himself with an air of superiority before Filch, frequently leveraging his status as a model student to belittle him. Yet, Firk was hardly even considered a poor student. He was a mere dullard, never having attended Hogwarts. Perhaps this was the reason for his envy towards Percy. Peeves had been spreading rumors that Percy had peeped on Moaning Myrtle while she was in the restroom, suggesting that there might be some truth to it. At that moment, the training grounds had commenced the selection process. The Hufflepuff students displayed remarkable unity, with nearly all young wizards gathering to observe the trials, maintaining an orderly environment to prevent any mishaps. Cedric, caught amidst the crowd, appeared exceedingly inconspicuous. All applicants to join the team were divided into groups of 10, each taking a lap around the pitch. Some participants seemed to be mere fillers, their flying erratic as if they had consumed something intoxicating, crashing directly into the goalposts. To avert any accidents, Madame Hooch made her presence known on the field. Her eyelids fluttered, indicating her anxiety over the potential damage to the pitch's infrastructure. The second group consisted of 10 girls, and as their captain, Gabrielle Dudley, blew her whistle, they erupted into fits of giggles, huddling together in a flurry of excitement. The scene was quite delightful, reminiscent of a garden in full bloom. The Weasley twins whistled, urging them to undergo the selection process once more, while William, rarely intrigued, watched with keen interest. The three of them leaned against the railing in the stands, enjoying the gentle breeze, critiquing the girls' figures with the discerning eye of connoisseurs. As if judging a beauty pageant, Autumn sat nearby, arms crossed, visibly irritated. With a scoff, she remarked on the boys' behavior. Fortunately, Cedric was not present. Had he been, he would likely have joined the ranks of those participating in the beauty contest, only to be unceremoniously kicked off the training grounds by Autumn. Of course, he would probably have taken a seat beside her, hypocritically chastising William and the others. The third group crashed mid-flight into a heap, while most of the fourth group arrived broomless. To everyone's surprise, the fifth group was entirely composed of Gryffindor students. Lee Jordan, having failed to make the house team, decided to bring a gaggle of first-year wizards in an attempt to disrupt Hufflepuff's proceedings. Unfortunately for him, he had not anticipated Madame Hooch's vigilant presence. This stern woman seized Lee by the ear and expelled him from the field. Fred informed William that Lee intended to apply for the position of Quidditch commentator, eager to showcase his understanding of the game. Lee even claimed that Charlie would regret overlooking such a talent, one capable of revitalizing the English national team. 2 hours later, Captain Dudley had lost his temper multiple times, smashing a Comet 260 in his fury, and several participants had ended up with missing teeth. Eventually, Hufflepuff selected 3 chasers. Cedric did not make the cut, seemingly too exhilarated, which hindered his performance. It was not merely a matter of poor technique. He transformed into a veritable blacksmith. As when Cedric attempted to shoot, the only sound heard was the thudding of the hoop, akin to someone hammering metal. He attempted 30 bludgers, scoring only once. Had this been a basketball court, Cedric would be the enemy's undercover agent, while our own Kobe. Nevertheless, Cedric's flying skills were commendable, prompting Captain Gabrielle Dudley to grant him another opportunity to participate in the selection for Seekers. The audience erupted into raucous laughter, and Cedric's complexion turned pale, resembling that of a vampire, clearly discontented. He shielded his eyes from the sun, seemingly lamenting how the sunlight hindered his performance. "Come on, Cedric." A voice suddenly rang out from the stands. Chio stood atop her seat, cupping her hands in a trumpet shape, shouting with fervor. All eyes were upon her. Yet the girl showed no signs of timidity, unwavering in her encouragement for Cedric. A tangy scent reminiscent of lemons wafted through the Quidditch training ground, and even the captain, Truman, seemed reluctant to grant Cedric any further opportunities. How sour it was. William, George, and Fred were not idle either. They retrieved a silver tattered sheet from the Niffler's treasure bag, upon which Cedric's name was emblazoned in black ink, the letters twinkling like neon lights. The Niffler lay sobbing loudly on the benches, its tiny paws incessantly kicking towards Fred's thigh. Fred remained unfazed, while William marveled at the spectacle, seemingly having mastered the legendary iron crotch technique after the previous biting incident. In just 5 minutes, Cedric captured the golden snitch, undoubtedly becoming the youngest Seeker in Hufflepuff's Quidditch team. Witnessing the Quidditch selections, William began to anticipate the arrival of the flying lessons. In his former life, he had been the star point guard of the orphanage's basketball team, famously dubbed the three-point killer, Little Curry by villagers far and wide. Ravenclaw's flying lessons would commence on Friday afternoon of the second week, where they would share the class with Hufflepuff. As an institution renowned for its academic prowess, athletics had never been Ravenclaw's forte. The Little Eagles were faring worse than Gryffindor, having gone 7 consecutive years without securing the Quidditch Cup. To Slytherin, Ravenclaw's Quidditch team was akin to a simple dish, while Gryffindor regarded them as a free pass. And Hufflepuff saw them as a mere plaything. Dean Flitwick, the headmaster, was equally disheartened. He wished he could compete himself. After all, even he could manage a 3-0 score. The decline of Ravenclaw to such a state was attributed to numerous factors: a lack of fighting spirit, a flawed selection system, and the players' attitudes. Any flaw one could conceive could be found within Ravenclaw. In the words of Jack Van, the former captain and current coach of the Scottish runners-up, what level is Ravenclaw Quidditch at now? With so few players, even Roger Davies is playing as a chaser. Can he score? No, he lacks the ability, you know. Ultimately, in an interview with the Daily Prophet, Jack Van directed his criticism squarely at the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. How to explain Ravenclaw's 7 consecutive defeats? They had no shame left. Jack Van asserted that Ravenclaw needed a talented captain to lead them, someone of the caliber of the prodigious Crumb, who emerged from Bulgaria. Well, despite the dismal reputation of Ravenclaw Quidditch, it did not deter the first-year witches and wizards from boasting. They all believed themselves to be the extraordinary talents among the crowd. Marcos Bell, perpetually engrossed in discussing the merits and demerits of various broomsticks on the market, would make one think he was the chief designer for the Nimbus 2000 company. He vociferously lamented that first-year students were unqualified to join the college Quidditch team, regaling us with an abundance of lengthy, self-aggrandizing tales. He always concluded with a boast about nearly breaking through the Earth's atmosphere. Yet, he was not alone in such grandiloquence. Listening to Eddie Camekeel, it seemed that every moment of his childhood was spent soaring upon a broomstick. He claimed to be writing to the Chudley Cannons, and the team owner indicated that he would seriously consider his suggestions. Even Marietta Edgecombe, whenever there was someone willing to listen, would recount an incident where she nearly collided with a rocket while riding her lady's broom, nearly causing a Muggle aviation disaster. Every individual hailing from a wizarding family incessantly discussed Quidditch. The tome Quidditch Through the Ages, which had languished in the library, suddenly became a sensation. Other similar books were swiftly checked out, as if possessing this volume granted one an advantage from the very start. Marcus Belby had a heated argument with his dorm mates, Bradley and Chambers, over who was the greatest athlete. Marcus asserted that it was Hector Lamont, the Scottish seeker. Although the Scottish national team narrowly lost to Canada by 30 points in this year's Quidditch World Cup, securing second place, this did nothing to diminish Lamont's greatness. After all, he had given his all. The defeat was not his fault. Marcus even suggested that Hector should join the Irish national team to play hometown Quidditch. Chambers, however, contended that Diego Maradona was the greatest player of all. William inadvertently spotted Marcus poking at Bradley's poster of the Lakers, attempting to animate the players. William found it curious how they could argue over three entirely different sports. The debate finally dissipated when William adorned the dormitory wall with a large poster of Madonna and produced a few brochures promoting the Victoria's Secret Angels in the UK. No one dared to claim that any of those individuals were the greatest players anymore. Marcus even sheepishly apologized, while Chambers lamented his own immaturity. William couldn't help but reflect on the innocence of these young wizards, recalling how his high school roommates had similarly quarreled over a handful of athletes. He pulled out similar posters from the islands, expecting a reconciliation, only to find that they suddenly became enamored with gambling. Every night, William could hear his roommates whispering from their beds about the first online casino in Macau. Consequently, he hastily moved out, fearing they might ask to borrow money from him. Chapter 43, The Devil's Net. On Friday afternoon at 3:30, William and the other students from Ravenclaw hurried down the stairs to the field in front, preparing for their inaugural flying lesson. It was a clear day with a gentle breeze, and as they briskly descended the sloping grass toward a flat patch of lawn on the opposite side, the blades of grass below them rippled slightly. The Hufflepuff students were already there, with dozens of broomsticks neatly arranged on the ground. William had once overheard Fred and George lamenting about the flying brooms at school, and now he could see that their complaints were justified. Each broom appeared dilapidated, resembling ancient relics that had seen decades of use. The safety features were questionable, and the overall sensory experience was quite dismal. Is Hogwarts short on funds? Certainly not. Madame Hooch approached briskly, her short gray hair framing her face and her yellow eyes, reminiscent of an eagle's gaze, scanning the scene. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" she exclaimed sternly, as everyone positioned themselves beside a broomstick. "Hurry, hurry! We mustn't waste time." William selected a broom that looked somewhat less worn and attempted to establish a connection with it through his gaze. Having never interacted with such an object before, he hoped it would respond favorably. "Extend your right hand and place it above the broomstick," Madame Hooch instructed, then commanded up. "Up," echoed the chorus of voices. William's broom trembled as it began to ascend, as if laboriously scaling a mountain. He raised his voice, but the broom speed only marginally increased. Autumn's broom swiftly soared into her grasp, and with a raised eyebrow, she cast a triumphant glance at William. This marked the first occasion in any class where she had outperformed him, as each broom landed in its owner's hands. Madame Hooch demonstrated how to mount the broom without sliding off. Riding the broom was not as uncomfortable as he had imagined. There was an invisible support, as if a cushion were placed beneath him. Madame Hooch walked among the students, correcting their grip. "Now, at the sound of my whistle, you will kick off the ground with both legs, and do so with force," she instructed. "Listen for my whistle on the count of 3. However, Hufflepuff's Schaber appeared overly anxious. He did not wait for the whistle to touch Madame Hooch's lips before forcefully kicking off, soaring into the air. While Fred and George had claimed the brooms were slow, William felt they were rather swift. In mere moments, Schaber had vanished from sight. Surely, the Nimbus 1700 couldn't compete with that? Not far from the greenhouse, they located Shabur. He was fortunate. Nearby lay the special fertilizer used for irrigating various herbaceous plants, excrement from magical creatures. Although there was a layer of magical protection surrounding the cesspool, at that speed, it was conceivable that Shabur could breach the defenses and plunge directly into it. Unfortunately for him, when Shabur fell from the sky, he was spared injury only by landing in a tangle of vines. The broom continued its vigorous movements, awakening the plant, which sent forth numerous tendril-like branches from the ground, swiftly breaking the old broom apart. Shabur leapt up, struggling toward a damp wall, but the plant extended its serpent-like tendrils, ensnaring his ankles and lifting him off the ground. He desperately tore at the vines, but the more he fought, the tighter they wrapped around him. By the time William and the others arrived, Shabur was entangled like a dumpling, suspended from the eaves like a gourd. "Help me!" Shabur trembled, swaying precariously. From a distance, he resembled a green caterpillar. However, no one dared to approach as the dozen-meter-long tentacles writhed menacingly in mid-air, crashing against the ground and creating a substantial crater. The impact resembled that of 10 arrows unleashing their full might. All eyes turned towards Madame Hooch, whose expression shifted subtly as she recognized the plant before her, the Devil's Snare. It was instantly identifiable, not due to her extensive knowledge or unique contributions to herbology, but rather because a few months prior, Professor Roberts, the defense against the dark arts instructor, had met his demise at the hands of this very plant. His fate was indeed tragic. Having drunkenly stumbled upon a wild boar and sustained severe injuries, he inadvertently fell into the grasp of the Devil's Snare, where he remained ensnared until he bled out and perished. Madame Hooch was well aware that Professor Sprout had transplanted the Devil's Snare, but she never anticipated that it would be situated so perilously close to the cesspit. Why of all places did the broom choose to fly here? Admittedly, other areas were equally hazardous. To the west and north loomed tall walls, to the south lay the Black Lake, and further east was the Forbidden Forest, with an even more dangerous whomping willow nearby. Hogwarts truly was a treacherous place. As for Madame Hooch, despite being an adult witch and a teacher, she was not well versed in the intricacies of the Devil's Snare. One could hardly expect a physical education instructor to elucidate calculus problems or calculate the probability of colorblind carriers. Could they? It was equally unreasonable to expect a Quidditch teacher to recall the weaknesses of the Devil's Snare. Even if she had once known, the knowledge would have long since returned to her professors. "Wait here. I shall fetch Pomona," Madame Hooch said in a flustered manner, but before she could finish her sentence, the Devil's Snare expanded once more. Provoked by the multitude, its temper flared, and numerous tendrils erupted from the ground, wreaking havoc all around. The crowd began to retreat, and Shabur was flung high into the air, a vine carrying him towards the cesspit. The young wizards gasped, fearing they might witness Shabur attempting a freestyle swim within. Autumn grasped her broom, seemingly intent on rescuing Shabur. "Are you out of your mind?" William exclaimed. "Before you even get close, you'll be ensnared by the Devil's Snare." "What then shall we do?" Autumn shouted, clenching her wand anxiously. "I've heard Hagrid mention that the Devil's Snare thrives in dark, damp conditions, but we have no fire." Autumn cried out, wringing her hands in desperation. William, astonished, retorted, "Are you even a witch?" He drew his wand, brandishing it and reciting an incantation. At the tip of his wand, a flame akin to blue bellflowers burst forth. He maneuvered through the crowd, gradually advancing towards the Devil's Snare, the flame hovering above his wand like a cerulean lantern. All eyes were fixed upon William as many young wizards shielded their eyes. Yet, despite the multitude of grasping vines, none dared approach him. They all retreated to the shadows. Within mere seconds, Shabur felt the tendrils release their grip. The plant twisted and writhed, relinquishing its hold on him, and he was finally free. With a sigh of relief, Shabur plummeted from the air. Help!" he cried out. Chapter 44. The Taste from Above. In the face of an unexpected crisis, Madame Hooch's experience seemed somewhat inadequate. Her complexion was ashen, leaving her at a loss as to what to do. William observed that among the faculty at Hogwarts, only Professors Flitwick and McGonagall were truly reliable, while Snape and Tuin had only recently emerged from the hospital. Wingardium Leviosa. William raised his wand, casting the levitation charm. Shabby's descent began to decelerate. Although he could not entirely prevent the fall, at least he was now gently descending into the grass. Madame Hooch hurried over, bending down to examine Shabby, her face resembling that of a ghost, pale as if dusted with BB cream. "Oh, Merlin," he unharmed, merely entangled by vines, with some bruising. Madame Hooch assessed Shabby's injuries. There, The child is fine now. Rise. I shall take you to Pomfrey, and she will have you healed within moments. Standing upright, Madame Hooch turned to William, saying, Excellent job with the bluebell flames and the levitation charm, my dear. Thanks to you, Ravenclaw earns 5 points. The crowd erupted in applause. William sighed. He had saved lives far too often recently, and the teachers seemed to have collectively agreed to reduce their scoring from 50 points to a mere 5. It was needless to say that Professor Snape had likely played a significant role in this, as he had been wearing a rather lewd grin whenever he looked at William lately. Otherwise, before anyone could utter a word about Quidditch, they would have been expelled from Hogwarts. Just as she finished speaking, the Devil's Snare suddenly went berserk. The Devil's Snare, fearing flames, retracted all its vines into the ground, leaving only a trunk as thick as an arm. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled as if struck by a drum, and several magical creatures' waste disposal pools shook violently, their enchantments disrupted. Boom! The Hogwarts microbial cultivation pool exploded. The crowd quickly dispersed, with Autumn being the swiftest. She mounted her broom and soared towards the training grounds. William leapt up, clutching the end of the broom. The dilapidated broom slowed to a crawl, akin to an aged locomotive straining to move forward. A pungent odor began to permeate the air, carried swiftly by the breeze, as the scene grew increasingly dire. The headmaster's office was located on the 8th floor, providing a vantage point over much of the school's architecture. Dumbledore stood by the window, gazing at the horizon, accompanied by a large crimson bird, reminiscent of a swan, which sang its peculiar melody at the window. Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses and clapped his hands, saying, Fawkes, your song is as enchanting as ever, perfectly complementing the lyrics of the Sorting Hat, akin to a theatrical masterpiece. Fawkes bowed slightly, graciously accepting Dumbledore's flattering praise. Dumbledore retrieved some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from his pocket and inquired, Care for one? I've had remarkable luck lately, having acquired several strawberry-flavored beans. They possess a rather peculiar taste. Fawkes blinked his bright, beady black eyes, fixating on a certain spot, and moments later, he vanished from the office without warning. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. It was uncommon for Fawkes to exhibit such alarm. He unwrapped a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, took one, and held it near his nose. With a twist and a sniff, a murky aroma assaulted his senses. Dumbledore inhaled deeply once more. This scent was rather intoxicating. Had Bertie Bott introduced a new flavor? It seemed that, for some time, a peculiar odor had enveloped the entirety of Hogwarts. It arrived so quietly, so unexpectedly mysterious and overwhelming, far more potent than the dung bombs from Zonko's joke shop. To put it mildly, this aroma could very well be deemed lethal. Consequently, Quidditch practice was temporarily suspended. The young wizards grumbled incessantly, and the teams eager to train resorted to indoor Quidditch. Of course, it wasn't entirely without merit. The school had swiftly procured a new batch of enchanted brooms. After all, the primary cause of this incident was the broom's antiquated condition. According to Shabby's account post-incident, he had engaged with Quidditch at the age of 3 and was soaring freely at 50 meters by 5. By 10, he had received invitations from numerous clubs, evidently marking him as the next Victor Krum. However, this was not feasible. The crux of the issue lay in the inferior quality of the school's brooms. Thus, countless students sought justifications. It was not their flying skills that were lacking, but rather the brooms that constrained their capabilities. Naturally, when Autumn fled the foul odor atop her decrepit broom, she soared like a bird, a scene conveniently overlooked by everyone. According to Madame Hooch, Ravenclaw had finally produced a talent. William was inclined to assert that he too was a prodigy. As the reigning 3-point champion of 6 consecutive orphanage basketball tournaments in his past life, William refrained from boasting. Yet, with his exceptional touch, had he not been so diminutive, he would undoubtedly have become the top point guard in Asia. Madame Hooch had not permitted the students to engage with the snitch, leaving William, who was eager to demonstrate his dribbling prowess and break through the defenses, deeply disappointed. After a few days apart, it seemed as though Rue had consumed growth hormones. Its stature had multiplied several times, now rivaling Yaya in height. Hagrid secluded himself in his little hut, lamenting that this odor had affected Rue's appetite. William was skeptical. He had noted that Rue was eating with greater gusto. And not just Rue, but even Yaya exhibited the same vigor. Hagrid had yet to inform Dumbledore about Rue, especially with the passage of time and Malfoy still at large, prompting the public to demand the truth. The Ministry of Magic was nearing its breaking point. Thus, Hagrid was filled with trepidation. William could not provide daily comfort to Hagrid, as the stench was truly unbearable. Everyone donned masks, and those unaware might have thought Hogwarts was experiencing an avian flu outbreak. Filch crafted a splendid mask for Madame Rosmerta and donned one himself, prowling about with a stick in hand. He consistently claimed that the Weasley twins were responsible for the odors, urging Dumbledore to impose severe penalties on them, at the very least deducting points. With just over a month into the school year, Gryffindor had already lost 130 points, perilously close to a historical low. Chapter 45. You are surrounded by Aurors. All the young lions are diligently vying for points, striving to avoid being inscribed on the pillar of historical shame. Professor McGonagall, a woman of dignity, adheres to her professional ethics, demanding fairness and impartiality. Despite Gryffindor's considerable point deductions, she steadfastly maintains her customary criteria for awarding points, refusing to show favoritism towards the young lions. In contrast, teachers hailing from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff display a bias in favor of Gryffindor, particularly Professor Flitwick. Nevertheless, Gryffindor's scores stubbornly inch closer to the historical records. Professor Snape possesses formidable prowess, outmatching 6 individuals single-handedly, and his ruthlessness knows no bounds. Gryffindor eagerly anticipates that William might once again send Snape to the hospital, yet Snape remains a safe distance of 8 meters from Marietta during potions class. Professor Flitwick announces in Charms class that he believes they are ready to begin levitating objects. Ever since witnessing William rescue Chabby, the students have been keenly eager to attempt this skill. Flitwick divides the class into pairs for practice. Now, let's not forget the subtle wrist motion we have been training, he exclaims, standing atop his stack of books as usual. A swish and a flick, remember, a swish and a flick. It proves quite challenging, as Autumn and Marietta repeatedly attempt the motion, but the feather they hope to levitate remains stubbornly grounded on the floor. In a fit of frustration, Marcos jabs his wand at the feather, igniting it in flames. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick had anticipated such an occurrence, averting a potential disaster. Enunciating the incantation correctly is crucial. Never forget the case of Professor Baruffio, who mistakenly pronounced F as S, resulting in him finding himself flat on the floor, with a bull standing on his chest. Surely, children who peruse the Daily Prophet during the summer are aware of Mr. Stark's erroneous demonstration in Diagon Ellie. Poor Malfoy. One hopes his mind remains unscathed. The Daily Prophet has reported that the child has developed a resistance to magic. As class nears its end, Professor Flitwick calls upon William to demonstrate the bull-headed charm, and the class erupts into applause. The banquet is lavish, with delectable dishes suddenly appearing on golden platters, reminiscent of the feast at the start of term, as everyone digs in ravenously. Dumbledore, clad in a purple robe, regales the audience with a joke, yet none of the faculty members at the staff table seem amused, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. Professor McGonagall wears a stern expression. The thought of Gryffindor setting a record for the lowest points weighs heavily on her spirits. Snape methodically consumes his potatoes, occasionally scanning the crowd with a keen eye, still searching for the group responsible for sending him love notes. Professor Taven appears dejected as he discusses spells with Professor Flitwick, seemingly stumped by a particular aspect. Hagrid, usually responsive to Dumbledore, seems lost in thought, taking swigs from a bottle of mead. Yet this does little to lift his spirits. The latest news from the Daily Prophet reveals that the Ministry of Magic has declared Malfoy innocent and claims to have identified a suspect, who is soon to be apprehended. The dinner was lively, and just as it reached its zenith, Filch suddenly burst through the door, rushing into the dining hall. His patterned mask was askew beneath his chin, his face a canvas of terror, drawing the attention of all present. His complexion was flushed, yet he showed no signs of slowing, his steps faltering as he nearly tripped over a chair. He approached Professor Dumbledore's table, leaned heavily upon it, gasping for breath, and stammered. A large number of Aurors have barged in. We are surrounded by Aurors. Instantly, chaos erupted in the hall. Professor Dumbledore rose, and with the tip of his wand, he produced a series of piercing fireworks, restoring silence to the room. Hagrid trembled violently, crushing the glass bottle in his hand, splattering its contents all over Professor Twin. This tremendous noise resonated sharply in the hushed hall. All eyes turned to Hagrid, who quavered, "I don't want to go to Azkaban." A smirk creased Snape's lips as he cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore, speaking in a tone laced with schadenfreude. "It seems our keykeeper has committed yet another audacious act. I wonder if the headmaster is aware." Dumbledore furrowed his brow, his voice low and stern. "Head of house, escort your students to the dormitories immediately." Percy, the exemplary student, rose with determination, eager to assist Gryffindor's head of house. "Follow me. Stay close, first years. As long as you heed my commands, there is no need for fear. Now, stay right behind me. Excuse me, I am a model student." However, before they could leave the table, the grand doors of the hall swung open once more. Filch's account was inaccurate. It was not merely Aurors who had arrived. Leading the procession was none other than Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Fudge was short and stout, with a disheveled mop of gray hair and an anxious expression on his face. His attire was a peculiar mishmash, a pinstriped suit, a bright red tie, a long black cloak, purple pointed boots, and atop his head, a dark green top hat. 2 Aurors followed closely behind him. One was tall, bald, and of dark complexion, adorned with a golden earring on one ear, while the other appeared robust, with tightly cropped hair. Marietta whispered, "It's Kingsley Shacklebolt and Dolores. I've heard my mother mention them." Marietta's mother worked in the Department of Magical Transportation's Flu Network Authority, thus she was familiar with the wizarding establishment. Fudge approached Dumbledore, tucking his dark green top hat under his arm, and produced a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Dumbledore remained seated, unperturbed, while the minister stood beside him like a subordinate. As Fudge gazed at Dumbledore, he appeared to grow increasingly anxious. Chapter 46. The Logical Genius, Pomfrey. The two remained silent, as if the first to speak would lose the upper hand. After an indeterminate period, Minister Fudge could no longer contain himself and began to speak. Everyone turned their astonished gazes toward Dumbledore, for it seemed he had anticipated Fudge's arrival. He waved his hand, signaling Professor McGonagall to escort the students outside. The hall erupted into a cacophony once more, for everyone wished to remain and eavesdrop on the conversation between the Minister of Magic and the headmaster of Hogwarts, an affair that surely pertained to the safety of the magical realm. Yet, under Professor McGonagall's stern gaze, all the students reluctantly made their exit. Once the last student had departed, Fudge settled into McGonagall's chair. "Look here, Albus," Fudge began awkwardly. "I am under considerable pressure at the moment. The incident on the night in question, where Lucius was apprehended by Alastor, is not as grave as it appears, and it does affirm his innocence." The smile on Snape's face froze. Moments ago, he had been relishing the misfortune of Hagrid. Upon hearing Snape's name, Hagrid finally ceased to tremble, straightened his back, and grasped a bottle of mead. Fudge, with an uncomfortable chuckle, wiped the sweat from his brow and continued, "Indeed, we shall investigate and prosecute. The issue lies in the fact that on the night of the incident, Snape was not at the school. He was seen elsewhere." Dumbledore interrupted Fudge. "On that day, Snape was acting on my orders to investigate Professor Robert's demise. He was not present at the ministry." Fudge appeared as though pricked by a needle. He rose from his seat, squinting as he questioned, "Are you suggesting that Robert's death was not an accident?" Dumbledore shook his head. "It was indeed an accident. Yet his identity raises certain concerns that necessitate verification. Thus, I dispatched Professor Snape to ascertain the facts. However, the attack on the ministry has no connection to Snape. Albus, you ought to have informed me about your private investigation so that I could dispatch Aurors for assistance, don't you think?" Fudge's expression darkened, and he abruptly adopted a firmer stance, stating earnestly, "Snape's past record is quite detrimental to his case. Albus, although you testified during that trial, given the current circumstances, the ministry is compelled to take some measures. I've already been in contact with the Board of Governors." "Connolly, I must tell you that taking Snape into custody would be utterly pointless," Dumbledore retorted, his blue eyes glimmering with fury. "Consider my perspective," Fudge said, fiddling with his top hat. "I am under immense pressure. I must appear as though I am making an effort. Take me away." Snape's voice was cold as ice. "To where?" "The time is short," Fudge replied, avoiding Snape's gaze. "This is not punishment, merely a precaution. If another suspect is apprehended, you will be released with full apologies." With that, Fudge stood and exited first, while Dumbledore subtly shook his head at Snape. In the minds of the onlookers, Hagrid was expected to be taken by the ministry, especially given his evident distress when the Aurors arrived. Yet to their surprise, it was Professor Snape who vanished. This turn of events was rather dramatic. While Hagrid was in fear, Snape had savored his plight. The Gryffindors were exhilarated, akin to students celebrating the cancellation of final exams. The departure of Professor Snape signified that Gryffindor had distanced itself from its historically low standing. Indeed, the reality is as such. The water level in the scoring funnel has begun to gradually decline, and it is only a matter of time before the long-awaited Crimson Gem makes its appearance. The disappearance of Professor Snape seems to be a cause for celebration, except for the Slytherin house. The little serpents of Slytherin hang their heads, forlorn in the absence of their Snake King. Speaking of which, Professor Snape's fate is rather unfortunate. He was assaulted by foul shoes at the start of the term, barely emerged from the hospital wing after his first class, only to be taken away by the Ministry of Magic shortly thereafter. Could it be that the dreadful curse afflicting the defense against the dark arts position has now shifted to the potions class? Rumors abound. The prevailing sentiment suggests a connection between Professor Snape and the Ministry's assault. It is a logical conclusion, as the Ministry had just released Malfoy before promptly whisking Snape away, led personally by the Minister of Magic. To assert that there is no correlation between these two events would be utterly implausible. Yet, whether Snape was the mastermind, an accomplice, or merely cooperating with the Ministry's investigation remains shrouded in mystery. The professors are tight-lipped, revealing not a whisper about the events of that fateful night. In the meantime, Madame Pomfrey has temporarily taken over the potions class, reputedly a master of her craft. This claim awaits validation. For the unpalatable potions administered in the hospital wing surely bore Snape's distinctive touch. Only he would dare to mix in repugnant, yet harmless ingredients. Nonetheless, the arrival of Madame Pomfrey has brought some joy. At least they are spared from Snape's biting sarcasm and unwarranted point deductions. However, their relief was short-lived. Clad in a purple robe, Madame Pomfrey stepped into the warm underground classroom, which indeed felt quite cozy. Upon his return from the hospital, Professor Snape had promptly added a fireplace, even lighting it during the sweltering summer for unforeseen circumstances. This alteration cannot be easily classified as good or bad. While it is undeniably comforting in cold weather, Snape has an unsettling habit of brandishing the smoldering coals in front of the young wizards, casting dubious glances their way. The failure rate of the young wizard's potions has surged by 30%. With a discerning gaze, Madame Pomfrey surveyed the classroom's amenities, evidently displeased with the surroundings. During Professor Snape's absence, she is likely to undertake some minor renovations. Now, Madame Pomfrey hastily declared, "Remove your cauldrons and take out your quills." Most students exchanged puzzled glances. The command to remove their cauldrons seemed particularly peculiar in a potions class. Without cauldrons, how could they brew potions? William folded his cauldron away and retrieved his quill, ink, and parchment. Madame Pomfrey opened her handbag and produced her wand, which was notably short, and with a swift jab at the blackboard. Words began to materialize. Post-injury care for wizards. All right, now, this course has always been taught by Professor Snape. Madame Pomfrey turned her face towards the classroom. Potions is undoubtedly a challenging subject, and many young wizards emerge from it with various issues. Madame Pomfrey carefully considered her words. In the vernacular of muggles, it is a psychological disorder, and in severe cases, it may even resemble autism. Thus, it is asserted that potions is an exceedingly perilous subject. William cast a perplexed glance at Madame Pomfrey. How could this be attributed to the study of potions when the issue clearly lay with Professor Snape? Madame Pomfrey truly possessed an extraordinary talent for logic. Hogwarts had struck gold. Chapter 47. Everyone misses Snape. You poor souls. We shall refrain from brewing potions for now, and instead delve into the care of witches and wizards, so that you may know how to respond when injured. Madame Pomfrey declared after a brief circuit of the classroom. The sound of quills scratching against parchment filled the air. Once everyone had transcribed the words from the blackboard, she inquired, "Does each of you possess a copy of The Complete Nurse?" A murmur of agreement swept through the room. "Very well," Madame Pomfrey continued. "This book comprises 5 volumes, and we shall commence with the first." It was dreadfully mundane, akin to listening to Professor Bin's lecture on the history of magic. William began to twirl his quill with remarkable dexterity between his fingers, simultaneously spinning his textbook as if he were a performer in a duet. Autumn fixated on the quill in William's hand, her pupils dilating as she seemed to drift into a reverie. Halfway through the lesson, Judy Crouch could no longer contain herself and raised her hand. "No, it is not a question pertaining to the content of this lesson," Judy stated. "Since it bears no relation to the current subject, we may discuss it after class." "Madam, I have a query regarding your course objectives." Judy stood up, addressing the class. "Isn't this a potions class? Are we not to brew potions?" "Brew potions?" Madame Pomfrey chuckled softly. "Rest assured, we shall indeed brew potions. I will instruct you in concocting remedies for wounds. However, that is part of next year's curriculum. For now, let us focus on the fundamentals of medical care." Another young wizard raised his hand, a Slytherin named Arthur. "May I inquire where Professor Snape has gone?" "Has Professor Snape assaulted the Ministry of Magic?" shouted Bellamy from Ravenclaw. The entire class turned their gaze toward Madame Pomfrey, who appeared uneasy under their collective scrutiny, yet every face was alight with anticipation. The unusual fervor displayed by the students placed Madame Pomfrey in a most uncomfortable position. "Such a scenario is implausible. One must have faith in Professor Dumbledore," she insisted. "But why would Professor Snape have been taken away?" Madame Pomfrey's irritation was evident. "Who informed you that he was captured?" "Such nonsense," she retorted. "On the day in question, Professor Snape was dispatched by Dumbledore to undertake a mission. Now, let us not dwell on this topic any longer," she commanded, returning to her lesson. The students soon succumbed to a state of drowsiness. On the first day without Snape, they found themselves missing him. Autumn wrapped her little rabbit in layer upon layer of bandages, seemingly intent on strangling it. Marietta had taken to playing a game of bondage. The execution was lamentably poor. It was entirely unacceptable. The blood-replenishing potion lacked an essential ingredient, the white ginseng. What use could it possibly serve? Professor Snape surprisingly received 2 points. If it were me, I would certainly not exceed 5. My Merlin! Madame Pomfrey exclaimed in shock as she picked up a vial. Professor Snape is teaching the preparation of the draft of living death? This potion is harmful to children. How could such a thing be taught? Madame Pomfrey expressed her profound dissatisfaction with Snape's curriculum. In her view, only potions for healing injuries should be taught, while all others fall under the category of dangerous substances. In that brief moment, Madame Pomfrey had already claimed several times that she would report Professor Snape, urging Dumbledore to deduct his salary. Poor Snape, truly a victim of circumstances beyond his control. Your paper must be as long as a parchment and submitted to me by Monday. With Professor Snape absent, it falls upon me to expedite your efforts. The draft of living death is a potent sedative that requires considerable stimulation of the stomach to expel the potion. As everyone rose to leave the underground classroom, they began to fervently discuss Madame Pomfrey once they were out of earshot. Madame Pomfrey hardly resembled a potions professor. She forbids us from brewing potions. Will we be able to keep up during exams? Ravenclaw students, unlike their peers from other houses, have already begun to worry about their final examinations. Potions class is undoubtedly essential, requiring extensive practice. Poor performance could lead to being held back by the school, making it difficult to pass the OWLs in 5th year. Despite being a somewhat eccentric head, one who favors his own house, he is still quite satisfactory. Not everyone is anxious, however. Marietta is quite pleased. Today, Madame Pomfrey awarded 2 points for her beautifully tied bandage. Overall, the debate over who is superior, Madame Pomfrey or Professor Snape, remains contentious. Snape may have a worse temperament, yet he possesses genuine knowledge and would never have them read such material as the aftercare of the Sow or post-injury care for wizards. Nevertheless, William's attention was soon diverted by other matters. Hagrid had written to invite William to the hut for an important discussion. Chapter 48, The Room of Requirements. On Saturday afternoon, William, Cedric, and Cho had to set aside their assignments and leave the castle to visit Hagrid's hut. The hut had undergone a significant transformation, now surrounded by layer upon layer of reinforced fencing, resembling a labyrinth. The sole artist Hagrid had drawn a map, and following that crooked sketch, William wound his way around several times before finally entering. As he knocked on the door, sound of a tense struggle and 3 low growls from a dog resonated from within. Then Hagrid's voice called out, "Step back, Fawn, step back." Hagrid opened the door slightly, revealing his bearded face. "Wait a moment," he said. "Step back, Fawn." Hagrid swung the door wide, allowing the 3 of them to enter while desperately holding onto the collar of a massive black hound. Hagrid's hut had changed dramatically. The ceiling was now adorned with hams and wildfowl, all replaced by several thick tomes. The books titled The Three-Headed Dog Breeds of Great Britain and Ireland. The life cycle of the three-headed dog and the guide to cutting eggs for three-headed dogs are the only intact items in the dilapidated cabin. The large bed in the corner, with all 4 legs broken, lies on the floor, marked by a row of dog bite marks on the splintered wood. The interior is a chaotic mess, littered with torn belongings. Hagrid's hut has been dismantled by the 3-headed dog. A boy stands inside, Charlie Weasley. Like Hagrid, Charlie shares a fascination for furry magical creatures, and they're good friends. Hagrid moved 5 stools from the corner, and they all took their seats. Autumn glanced around and inquired, "Where's Yaya?" Luo Wei, not only large in stature, but increasingly grotesque in appearance, stared with its 3 mouths agape, drooling in a rather horrifying manner. "Let it go," Hagrid, Cedric urged. "Just release it." "I cannot," Hagrid protested. "It's only 6 months old, still a child." Charlie remarked, "Hagrid, 3-headed dogs grow rapidly. Before long, it will be as tall as your hut." He continued, "Don't forget, we still don't know if Professor Snape has attacked the Ministry of Magic, but what if an Auror comes and discovers your 3-headed dog here?" Hagrid gazed at Luo Wei with tear-filled eyes as the creature continued to shred the fluffy toy Hagrid had made for it. "Where shall he put it then?" Hagrid finally relented. "The Forbidden Forest?" Autumn suggested. "No." Hagrid shook his head. "I've consulted the creatures in the Forbidden Forest, and the Centaur tribe made it clear that if we were to place Luo Wei there, they would kill it. While the combat capabilities of a fully grown 3-headed dog are formidable, it is currently just a novice. This matter is quite straightforward. All Hagrid needs to do is inform Dumbledore, yet he is too frightened to tell the headmaster. Although William suspects that Dumbledore is already aware, we could keep Luo Wei in Hogwarts Castle Charlie hesitated for a moment before proposing. I know it grows quickly, but if I endure this year, I'll graduate. During the summer, I could take Lou away to Romania, as I plan to study dragons there. Everyone stared at Charlie in astonishment. Charlie is regarded as a Quidditch prodigy by Professor McGonagall, a statement that holds true. He showcased extraordinary talent from the moment he joined the house team in his second year. In that year's finals, he withstood immense pressure, catching the golden snitch in just 15 minutes, successfully aiding Gryffindor in reclaiming the Quidditch Cup after a 5-year hiatus. Although they did not win for the next 4 consecutive years, this did not diminish his prowess. It was merely a result of insufficient support from his teammates. Nearly every wizard who witnessed Charlie's matches believed that he would undoubtedly join the national team after graduation. Rumors even circulated that the England national team had already reached out to him. Yet, his announcement of intending to travel to Romania next year to study dragons is utterly astonishing. Charlie raised his hand and chuckled. Don't look at me like that. If we include this last year, I played Quidditch for 6 years. Though I have a fondness for this sport, I find myself weary and in search of other adventures, those that sufficiently stimulate my senses. Charlie rose, gently stroking Ruvy's head, prompting the creature to obediently lie on the ground. Embodying the essence of a devoted companion. With a hearty laugh, Charlie declared, I am not one to embrace monotony. I detest tranquility. While others assume I shall join the Quidditch team, and I occasionally entertain that notion during solitary evenings, such a predictable future is not what I desire. My passion for magical creatures led me to ponder one day, why not study dragons? It was as simple as that. William and Cedric gazed at Charlie in astonishment. Such an impulsive wizard is undoubtedly a natural Gryffindor. Hagrid pursed his lips, reminiscent of Professor McGonagall, and after a moment of contemplation, he inquired gravely, Have you spoken to Arthur and Molly about this? Charlie paused for a few seconds before nodding. I informed my father, and he advised me to withhold the news from my mother for now, assuring me he would find an opportune moment. Hagrid sighed, indeed. Your brother Bill made a similar sudden decision to venture to Egypt. A remarkable child, he achieved 12 certificates on his OWLs, and everyone presumed he would enter the Ministry of Magic. Molly was heartbroken over that, and now you two wish to embark on a journey to distant Romania. Hagrid fell silent. Though he cherished various magical creatures, he held an even deeper reverence for the concept of home. He adored dragons. Yet he would never encourage Charlie to pursue his studies in Romania, for Hagrid would never abandon Hogwarts for the sake of dragons. This place is his true home. After a brief silence, Charlie feigned nonchalance. This matter must remain confidential, particularly from George and Fred. William, Cedric, and Autumn nodded in agreement. Now, let us shift the focus from my affairs to Ruby. It is clear that he cannot remain here. We require a discreet location for his care. Fortunately, I know of a place called the Room of Requirement. Upon hearing the name, Cedric raised an eyebrow. William, noticing his expression, asked, What is it, Cedric? Do you know of it? Cedric nodded. As you are aware, our common room is not far from the Hogwarts kitchens. When I sneak into the little kitchen for a midnight snack, the house elves often chatter with me, and on one occasion, they mentioned a special room. They referred to it as the Room of Requirement. Why is that? Autumn inquired curiously. Because this room can only be accessed by someone who truly needs it. Charlie explained earnestly. It appears at times and disappears at others, yet when it manifests, it is always arranged to meet the needs of the seeker. I have attempted numerous times to discern its patterns of appearance. How many are aware of this? Hagrid asked, his excitement palpable. Few, I would wager. It must be one of the most clandestine places in Hogwarts. Even George and Fred are oblivious. Charlie chuckled. That sounds splendid, Hagrid exclaimed, his heart racing. We can keep the creature hidden there, can't we? He was once again captivated by the idea of nurturing the creature for an extended period. William shook his head, replying, That is simply not feasible, Hagrid. If Charlie managed to discover that room, other students could as well. At most, we can only care for the creature until next summer, when Charlie will take it away. If it grows too large and a young wizard inadvertently stumbles upon it, it could be perilous. Indeed, William, Hagrid conceded, you are right. Let us proceed as you suggest. With a decision made, the group prepared to act that very night. This was not William's first nocturnal adventure. He had previously ventured out with the Weasley twins on several occasions. Despite Hogwarts' myriad restrictions, there was but one cardinal rule. One could break the rules, but one must not be caught. If discovered, one would simply have to accept their misfortune, face point deductions, or even detention. Thanks to the Marauders map, William had followed the Weasley twins without being caught thus far. At 11:30, once his roommates had succumbed to slumber, William donned his cloak, grasped his wand, and stealthily traversed the castle's chambers, descending the spiral staircase. Following closely behind was the spectral figure of Peeves. Peeves was determined to accompany them. Having not summoned the Weasley twins this evening, the Marauders' map remained in their possession. With Peeves' acute hearing and sense of smell, he could swiftly detect Filch's presence. Most crucially, with Peeves around, the fat lady would turn a blind eye to William, ensuring that Filch was not alerted. Upon entering the Ravenclaw common room, the embers of the fireplace glimmered softly, casting faint light that transformed the armchairs into shadowy silhouettes. Peeves let out a meow, focusing intently on a dark corner. As William squinted into the shadows, he discerned a figure seated there, nodding off. Autumn, upon hearing the noise, jolted awake, yawning as she complained, "I arrived at 10:30. William, why are you only just now showing up?" William frowned, asking, "Autumn, what are you doing here? I recall Cedric saying you weren't allowed to come." Autumn shook her head, becoming more alert as she retorted, "Why shouldn't I be allowed?" Sliding off her chair, clad in her cloak and clutching her wand, she declared, "I can definitely be of assistance. I was the long-distance champion in primary school for several years, renowned for my speed. When the time comes, I can assure you I will outrun both of you and evade Filch." William contemplated for a moment before nodding. "Very well. You can help carry the box for the creature. It is quite heavy." The three of them rendezvoused at the staircase. Throughout their journey, Cedric lamented about William bringing Autumn along, as if she were a delicate child. William cast a glance at Cedric, weighing their respective physiques. In the event of a mishap, he only needed to outrun Cedric. Charlie awaited them in the entrance hall on the first floor. "We must hurry. Filch just passed by here, and I led him to the trophy room. Are we really going like this?" Autumn inquired. "Certainly not, my dear." Charlie extracted his weathered wand and deftly tapped it several times, even remembering to include the boba tea. A chilling liquid seemed to flow from the points where the wand struck, coursing through his entire being. William glanced down at his body, or rather, the body he once inhabited. It appeared as though it no longer belonged to him. It was not invisible, yet its color and texture had become indistinguishable from the floor of the hall. He seemed to have transformed into a human chameleon. Cedric exclaimed with excitement, "The disillusionment charm. How cool." Charlie, leading the way, whispered, "It's a rather practical spell. The incantation is disillusionment, and it took me quite some time to master." Autumn curiously glanced at herself and marveled. "If I could learn this spell, wouldn't that mean I could roam freely at night?" William shook his head, replying, "Not quite. For those powerful wizards, this charm can be easily seen through." Charlie chuckled, "That's true. I once tried it at home, and Mad-Eye Moody saw right through it. Of course, he possesses a peculiar magical eye, but I dare say that even Dumbledore would be able to discern it. As for the professors, I cannot say, but it should suffice against Filch. Filch is merely a nuisance. Ever since Professor Taywin inadvertently let it slip, this matter has circulated throughout the entire campus." As they traversed the clearing and approached Hagrid's wooden hut, they found a great hound Fong sitting outside, his tail wrapped in bandages. Charlie released the disillusionment charm and knocked on the door. Hagrid spoke to them through the window. "I can't let you in," he gasped. "Rubeus seems to have sensed something. It's quite difficult to deal with him right now." Charlie climbed through the window, and both he and William struggled to put Rubeus to sleep. Hagrid's singing had proven ineffective. Ever since Autumn had sung a few times, Rubeus had grown weary of Hagrid's off-key melodies and stubbornly refused to doze off. Autumn stood at the window and began to sing, at which point Rubeus finally began to drift off awkwardly. Once Rubeus was secured in a wooden crate, Hagrid's eyes brimmed with tears, though it could also be attributed to Rubeus having just bitten his leg. "Huh, it's all right. He only nipped my boot. He was just playing. After all, he is still just a little pup. I prepared plenty of old bacon for him and a few plump chickens. That should suffice for his breakfast tomorrow." Hagrid said in a solemn tone. "I even placed his favorite toy inside to prevent him from feeling lonely at night." William reassured him, "It's fine. You'll be able to see him by noon tomorrow." Hagrid sniffled. "Oh, my little darling, just one night away from Mama. The poor child has never been apart from me. Make sure not to kick the blankets while sleeping." Hagrid placed a blanket in the crate for Rubeus to snuggle with, although William thought it would likely be shredded by morning. William nodded his wand and cast the levitation charm, causing the crate to float. Each of the four grasped a corner as they made their way toward the castle. "Merlin, let us hope nothing goes awry this night." Chapter 50, The Midnight Assault. As the midnight hour approached, they carried the unconscious Lu Wei up the marble steps of the foyer, traversing the pitch-dark corridor, ascending one flight of stairs after another. "Stop!" William suddenly exclaimed. Bobo, his ears twitching like those of a plane, gestured that someone was approaching in the distance. Indeed, moments later, a figure emerged from a room. It was Professor Tywin. Clad in plaid-patterned pajamas and clutching a wand, he cautiously made his way downstairs. Oddly, although his chamber was located on the third floor, he was now heading toward the first. The four of them held their breath, concealed in the shadows of the corner, too fearful to make sound. Fortunately, with the disillusionment charm and the surrounding darkness, Professor Tywin remained oblivious to their presence. After a while, the footsteps faded away, and the four resumed their ascent, hastening towards the upper floors. What could Professor Tywin be doing at this hour? Chio whispered. Perhaps he is on patrol? Cedric speculated. Have you ever seen anyone in pajamas on patrol? William retorted. Charlie glanced around and murmured, We should hurry. I have an unsettling feeling. The four quickened their pace, and thereafter, their journey was uneventful. They encountered neither the professor nor Filch and Peeves. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Chio even began to hum a little tune. They were almost free of Lu Wei. The location of the room of requirement was opposite the tapestry depicting the giant squashing the hapless Barnaby on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Charlie pondered for a moment and said, We need a place to hide our belongings. William reached for the brass handle, pulling open the door and leading them into a spacious chamber. The sight before them left them astounded. This space was as vast as a cathedral, with surroundings resembling a city. The towering walls appeared to be constructed from the items hidden by generations of Hogwarts students. Not far away lay countless books, undoubtedly forbidden texts, scrawled over tomes or stolen volumes. Chio picked up a wolf-tooth flying disc, threw it lightly, and the disc spun out, colliding with a towering pile of prohibited items, causing a small mountain to collapse and a cloud of dust to billow forth. Cedric seized a rusty sword, swung it fiercely a couple of times, and it snapped in two, nearly landing on his foot. It was indeed a massive junkyard, albeit one that resembled a treasure trove. It lay in a deep slumber. William felt quite satisfied with the environment. Amidst the plethora of debris, Lu Wei's penchant for destruction could flourish. Unleash your nature, my child. The four of them took a deep breath and began to sift through the junk for treasure. Most magical items had deteriorated over time, yet many precious books and intriguing trinkets remained. Each of them collected a few before departing the room of requirement. Where to next? Chio inquired. We could head to the kitchen for a midnight snack, Cedric suggested. Will the house elves be awake at this hour? William asked. Not to worry. Some will be on duty to keep the mice from stealing food. Charlie chuckled, clearly experienced. The four chatted happily as they descended the stairs. Boom! A few individuals cautiously crouched at the 5th floor staircase, peering through the narrow gap below. The scene illuminated by bright lights revealed the commotion downstairs. Autumn grasped the wooden railing, her voice trembling with fear. Could it be that we had been discovered? William, having spotted Professor McGonagall descending the staircase, shook his head. It's impossible. This must be an alarm triggered by some room unrelated to us. Charlie, straining to listen to the beeping alarm, declared after a moment. It's definitely Professor Snape's potion storage room. There is no doubt about it. Previously, students attempted to break in and vandalize Professor Snape's treasures, and this was the very sound that ensued. Could there be other students out for a midnight stroll besides us? Cedric exclaimed in astonishment. While the group conversed, the professors hurriedly made their way to the 1st floor. Professor McGonagall, clad in a floral nightgown embroidered with a golden lion, brandished her wand and called out. Who is there? It's me, Professor McGonagall. Do not take action, replied Professor Tywin, who similarly appeared to have just risen from slumber, now crouching down to inspect the signs of damage. This is dire. Someone has attacked Professor Snape's potion storage. Upon hearing the commotion, I rushed down, Professor Tywin stated. Have you identified the culprit? Professor McGonagall inquired as she bent down to examine the scattered debris. Unclear. They fled swiftly. Likely a student seeking to wreak havoc in Professor Snape's absence, she continued, her anger palpable. This is utterly deplorable. Do not let me catch you. Filch approached briskly, carrying an oil lamp, followed closely by Madame Pomfrey. He surveyed the surroundings and confidently asserted, It must be the Weasley brothers. Someone deliberately diverted my attention. And it certainly is them. Professor McGonagall's expression darkened as she replied in an extremely grave tone, Do not slander my students without concrete evidence. Filch, his face flushed, retorted, If I catch the perpetrator, I will surely toss them into the Forbidden Forest. Glimpsing through the haze, he cast a glance at the potion storage room, a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. This room houses Professor Snape's most cherished possessions, and he forbids anyone from entering, not even Headmaster Dumbledore. How could someone have broken in? Dumbledore approached, a pointed nightcap perched atop his head, a white pom-pom dangling from one side. Clad in pristine white French-imported nightwear and thick woolen socks, his visage notably perplexed. Good evening, everyone. It appears there has been a disturbance in Professor Snape's potion chamber. Headmaster, this is theft, a heinous assault. I believe we should employ handcuffs, whips, and candles on those two little thieves. Filch spat vehemently. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Have you apprehended the culprits? Not yet, Filch haughtily scoffed, but I know who it is. Aside from those two rascals, no one else possesses such malice. Chapter 51. Never cross the librarian. Dumbledore nodded, dismissing Filch's fervent accusations. He surveyed the area, first examining the damaged door before entering to inspect the missing potions. After a brief moment, he inquired seriously who was the first to arrive at the scene. Professor Taven stepped forward and replied, "It was I, Headmaster. But I did not see the assailant. They fled quite swiftly." Dumbledore squinted, tapping his index finger against his thumb, and after a moment's contemplation, chuckled. It appears that Hogwarts has cultivated some remarkably capable students. Professor McGonagall then asked, "What shall we do?" Dumbledore replied gently, "Let us secure the common rooms. We are likely to encounter several students wandering about at this late hour. It is far too perilous, and we shall deduct points as a warning." Meanwhile, in the corridor of the 5th floor, William and his companions remained. However, the Hufflepuff common room is located on the ground floor. Would Cedric not be caught red-handed if he ventured down? What about attempting the disillusionment charm? Suggested Autumn. William pondered for a moment and then asked, "Could the Room of Requirement create 3 secret passages leading directly to the common room?" "William, you are a genius," Cedric exclaimed, embracing William's shoulders, almost overwhelmed with affection. William, however, disdainfully pushed him away. The four once again entered the Room of Requirement, where the dog, Ruby, had awakened and was energetically tearing at the blanket Hagrid had made for him. One of the dog's heads, eyes darting about, aimed at a medieval 4-poster bed adorned with a Gryffindor crest. What a splendid object for gnawing, William thought as he closed his eyes and murmured, "I require 3 secret passages leading to the common room. Until tomorrow." The group then dispersed into different corridors. After their departure, the passages vanished. Professor Flitwick had yet to arrive at the common room, and William and Autumn hurried back to their dormitory. Indeed, as Charlie had mentioned, the professors arrived at the common room, commencing roll call followed by a thorough search. Dumbledore stood at the window, gazing at the thick moonlight in contemplative silence. Professor McGonagall, positioned behind him, inquired, "Professor, do you believe it was the students?" The students would not have breached Snape's defenses. He has set up numerous intriguing enchantments," Dumbledore replied. McGonagall expressed her concern. "Is it possible that someone has infiltrated Hogwarts?" "There are some speculations, but the specifics remain unclear," Dumbledore responded gently. "Conduct a meticulous search and strictly prohibit those students from night wandering. It is far too dangerous." "Understood," McGonagall said before turning to leave. The 4 houses worked with remarkable efficiency, swiftly identifying all the students who had been out after hours. 3 Gryffindors were apprehended, while a couple from Ravenclaw and Slytherin were discovered hiding in the thicket, enjoying a clandestine rendezvous. 2 Hufflepuff students were caught sneaking a midnight snack in the kitchens. The consequences for those caught were severe. In addition to a deduction of 50 points each, they were required to serve 2 weeks of detention with Filch. The absence of the Weasley twins left Filch somewhat disheartened. The following day, rumors spread throughout the school regarding the theft from Snape's potion storeroom. Excitement buzzed among the students as they speculated about the identity of the perpetrator behind such a monumental act. The prevailing theory pointed towards the Weasley twins. It was well known that Snape harbored animosity towards Gryffindor and particularly loathed the Weasley brothers. Just days prior, they had even mentioned their intention to vandalize his office in his absence. What is now being compromised is not the office, but rather Severus Snape's most coveted potion storeroom. Is that not a grave issue? Indeed, it is. They have even suspended their nocturnal escapades, which are far removed from base pursuits, let alone a nighttime raid on Snape's potion chamber. The crux of the matter is, can a mere second-year wizard gain access to the sanctum where Snape hoards his precious treasures? Why must all blame be cast upon them? Moreover, on what grounds does Filch assert he has discerned their scent? Is he endowed with the olfactory prowess of a canine? It is simply idle banter, a fleeting thrill. Seated on a chair in the library, George furiously clutched a book, maligning Filch with a volume that drew the attention of several young wizards. William, Cedric, and Fred turned away, attempting to feign ignorance of George. As expected, Madame Pants, wielding a feather duster, stealthily appeared behind George. She seized his ear, dragging him out. William and the others exchanged mischievous glances and rose to gather their belongings, following suit. Upon exiting the library, Fred gleefully remarked at the sight of George sprawled on the ground, "How do you never learn your lesson?" George rubbed his reddened ear, visibly disgruntled, having momentarily forgotten himself. As if he were in the Gryffindor common room. Madame Pants is a stern and rule-abiding librarian of Hogwarts. She is almost always present in the library, Safeguarding the books she cherishes while vigilantly monitoring the students who utilize them. She is particularly unforgiving towards those who contravene Hogwarts regulations, unable to tolerate any breach of conduct. Even Dumbledore must adhere to her authority within the library. William has never dared to provoke Madame Pance's ire. Angering the librarian is tantamount to courting disaster. Chapter 52. The prankster system. The four stood at the library's threshold amidst the bustling crowd. After rubbing his ear, George maliciously speculated, "It's not merely because I creased her book, but rather because I spoke ill of Filch." The quartet broke into lewd grins. Rumors swirl that Madame Pance shares an unusual relationship with Filch. Fred proposed, "We can no longer linger in the library. Let us retreat to the Gryffindor common room to study the Marauders map." They were currently engaged in the creation of a Hogwarts map intended for sale. The group initially sought to replicate the Marauders map, yet this endeavor proved far more challenging than anticipated, certainly beyond the capabilities of their age. As for the architectural blueprint of Hogwarts that Dumbledore had once suggested, William had perused it in the library. That series comprises 7 volumes, each containing thousands of pages. William suspected that Dumbledore recommended this tome merely to provide him with a distraction, thus preventing him from breaching school rules. Yet is such a task fit for leisure? It is akin to a lifetime's work. William had no intention of pursuing studies in architecture or civil engineering, the very field he had studied in his past life. Advising one to embark upon civil engineering is akin to inviting calamity. Cedric cast a glance around, whispering, "We could venture to the room of requirement and take a look at the three-headed dog. It appears to be unoccupied." William nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the twin brothers wore perplexed expressions, wondering what this room of requirement could possibly be. Standing opposite the tapestry of the giant that thrashed the hapless Barnabas on the 8th floor of the castle, William turned thrice, and a remarkably smooth door materialized on the wall. Upon entering, the surroundings transformed entirely. To be precise, this place had indeed been reduced to a veritable junkyard by the three-headed dog, with numerous items torn asunder. Fred surveyed the room, bemused. How strange. "We once eluded Filch here. George, do you recall?" Indeed, at that time, it was merely a broom cupboard. The two soon became animated, for uncovering Hogwarts secrets brought them immense joy. Their attention was drawn to the three-headed dog. George excitedly pranced around, expressing his dissatisfaction. "You have a three-headed dog here and didn't bother to inform us?" "No, it belongs to Hagrid." William recounted the events of the previous night. "Charlie knows about such places and yet failed to inform us. We are his younger brothers." Fred exclaimed loudly. "So, while you were hiding from the three-headed dog last night, you did not witness who attacked Snape's potion store?" George sat upon a cabinet, a contemplative expression gracing his face. "Could have been Professor Tywin? Did you encounter him stealthily descending the stairs as you ascended?" Fred added, "Indeed, let us not forget. William once witnessed a confrontation between Professor Tywin and Snape in the hospital. Yet, we possess no evidence," Cedric interjected with a shrug. "Moreover, Professor Tywin had no motive to assault Snape's potion store. If it were merely an act of retribution, it does not seem characteristic of a professor, but rather." His gaze shifted towards George and Fred. Fred casually hurled a doll crafted by Hagrid for the three-headed dog at Cedric, who caught it with a chuckle. Upon touching it, Cedric felt a damp sensation and looked down to find a large stain of indeterminate liquid on the chest of the nearly shredded doll. Hastily, he discarded it, wiping his hands against William's robe, which William narrowly evaded. The group erupted into laughter. Cedric, grimacing, resorted to his wand, casting Aguamini to cleanse his arms. As he washed, he mused, "I believe that since this individual has attacked once, they may strike again. All we need to do is decipher the incantation for the Marauders map and keep watch over that small room to apprehend him." George produced the tattered parchment from his robe. Just then, a cry echoed through the air. Fred was amusing the three-headed dog with a piece of fish, only to have the middle head latch on his right hand. Fred tumbled to the ground, the creature atop him tearing at his clothes. "Help! Someone come quickly! How do I make this beast release me?" William shouted. "Music! The three-headed dog loves music. It will fall asleep upon hearing it." Without hesitation, Fred began to whistle. 3 canine heads simultaneously relaxed, tilting in unison as they curiously fixated on Fred's lips, as if gazing at 2 glistening sausages. Lu Wei, an extraordinary three-headed dog, possessed a profound love for music, rivaling even that of Dumbledore. Its Achilles' heel was melody. Upon hearing harmonious tunes, it would succumb to deep slumber. However, amidst the myriad of musical forms, whistling stood as an exception. Lu Wei exhibited an extraordinary sensitivity to it, remaining awake and particularly exhilarated. The creature lunged forward, its 3 heads fervently licking Fred, who found himself overwhelmed by the fervent affections of the three-headed beast. It took a considerable amount of time for the group to separate the two. Fred spat a few times, covering his mouth in silence, his lips transformed into sausage-like appendages. "All right," George suppressed his laughter and declared, "let us continue our exploration of the map." The quartet fixated on the parchment, their expressions veiled in enigma. This map elicited both adoration and frustration. It displayed Hogwarts layout and provided real-time updates on the status of its staircases. Most importantly, it accurately pinpointed the location of every individual, including Dumbledore himself, a veritable weapon for nocturnal escapades. William intended to replicate this wondrous map into a simplified version to sell to other young wizards. Yet, a conundrum remained. The four had not fully deciphered its secrets, as it required a password for proper utilization. In essence, the map harbored a secret code. Until one was privy to this code and had fully unlocked its potential, it functioned merely as a rudimentary tool. Wishing to employ the map? Quite simple. Beyond lauding the creators of the map, one must complete a plethora of tasks linked to its release. Even upon executing pranks, the map's usability was limited. Initially, it allowed 24 hours of access, but with increased usage, it dwindled to just 1 hour. This limitation was a significant reason why the twin brothers had not engaged in nocturnal adventures recently. To put it plainly, without cracking the code, one was merely playing on a trial version, unable to fully grasp the map's capabilities. To utilize the map, one must incessantly partake in mischief. Obtaining the secret code was not entirely impossible. The most straightforward, and perhaps the most arduous, method involved fulfilling the map's demands by completing thousands of pranks, after which the map would reveal the password, elevating you to the status of an authentic player. Thus, it constituted a prank system, perpetually enticing one to breach school regulations. A testament to the creator's wicked sense of humor. "I have just learned a new method. Perhaps it will prove effective," William remarked. "Reveal the password." He tapped the map gently with his wand. This incantation had been gleaned through eavesdropping on Professor Flitwick, and the headmaster had staunchly asserted its efficacy. Yet, nothing transpired. Moments later, as if an invisible hand were inscribing upon the parchment, words began to materialize on the map's smooth surface. "Mr." Moonface extended his greetings to Professor Flitwick and informed Mr. Stark that they need not strain their minds further. Every spell they could conceive had already been contemplated by them. William offered an awkward smile in response. Mr. Pointed Fork concurred with Mr. Moonface's sentiments and added that he holds Mr. Stark in high esteem. However, due to his unsuccessful challenge, the next map usage time would be curtailed by 5 minutes. Mr. Wormtail greeted Mr. Diggory, advising that good children should refrain from mingling with such bad company. The writing soon faded away. Chapter 53. The Flaw in the Active Map. William and his companions gazed at the map, feeling quite helpless. The map's creator seemed to have devised every conceivable decryption spell, sufficient to deter young wizards from forcibly unraveling its secrets. Yet without knowledge of the password, one could not wield this map freely, nor could they monitor Snape's potion storage for an extended period to discern the identity of the assailant. William remained silent, fixated on the map. George offered reassurance. "It's all right, William. If worst comes to worst, we can increase the frequency of our pranks. Although it may be slow, we shall inevitably complete the map's 1,000 little objectives." Nonetheless, William's emerald green eyes remained glued to the map, as though he were deep in thought. "What troubles you, William?" Cedric inquired. "Do you have any thoughts?" "Indeed, I do," William replied. "I recall that there must be more than one way to obtain the password, correct?" George rested his chin on his hand. "That is true, but William, I doubt this map has any oversights. The methods for deciphering the map are certainly not limited to one. The most immediate approach would be to employ powerful magic to forcefully unlock it. However, that would necessitate formidable confusion spells to befuddle the map, and the four of them could not even wield such spells, let alone confuse the map itself. The second method involves fulfilling a specified number of rather challenging pranks as per the map's requirements, after which the map would automatically reveal the password. This is the most foolish method, yet it remains the only one with which they have any confidence. If the Weasley brothers maintain a high frequency of pranks, they might accomplish this task by next year. The third method is to uncover a secret unknown even to the map's creator. As George rightly noted, this is no small feat. The map reflects the creator's profound understanding of Hogwarts, and they are assured that the school harbors no secrets from them. Nor do they believe there are unexplored areas. Should anyone discover a secret they have overlooked, the map would likewise reveal the password. However, since William has brought it up, he must have a notion in mind. George produced his wand and pointed at the parchment, declaring, "Map, reveal." Soon, fine ink lines, resembling a spider's web, began to emerge from the spot where the wand had touched. These lines intertwined and extended to every corner of the parchment. Then, letters began to materialize above the parchment, forming curvaceous green text that read, Magical Prank Active Map, proudly presented by the Marauders, Moonface, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Mr. Pointed Fork. Beneath it, a line of small emerald green text appeared. Mr. Pointed Fork extends his regards to Mr. Weasley. Please state the password. I am ready to execute a prank. Fred spoke earnestly, then immediately donned a sycophantic smile. Mr. Pointed Fork, you have always been so handsome. I imagine many girls admired you back in school. It was as if an invisible hand inscribed upon the parchment, and words began to appear on the map. Bigfoot's foot stiffened slightly in agreement, as if anticipating something. George chuckled, of course. Mr. Bigfoot is quite dashing as well. The parchment revealed more writing. Incorrect secret command. However, the evaluations of Mr. Weasley by Mr. Pointed Fork and Mr. Bigfoot are acknowledged. Consequently, you shall receive a 55-minute privilege to utilize the map. Do cherish this time for mischief. William gazed intently at the map. Tiny ink dots traversed its surface, each marked with minuscule letters denoting a name. In the upper left corner, a small ink dot indicated Professor Dumbledore pacing in his office. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, paused in the 8th-floor corridor, seemingly sniffing the scent on the floor. The mischievous ghost Peeves was frolicking in the trophy room. Yet, conspicuously absent from the entire map were the names of William and his friends. It was as if they had been erased from existence on the parchment. William remarked, just as I suspected. The group huddled around the map, and Cedric soon noticed the anomaly, exclaiming, Our names are missing? This is unprecedented. George adopted a stern expression, gravely serious, reminiscent of Professor McGonagall. He had always believed the map to be infallible, perhaps even a treasure left by the 4 founders a millennium ago, akin to the Sorting Hat. Naturally, if it were indeed a relic of the founders, the creation of this map would undoubtedly be attributed to Gryffindor. But now, it appeared otherwise. George felt disheartened, experiencing a sense of faith crumbling, for he had long regarded the Marauders as his life mentors. Fred sighed. It seems that Pointed Fork and his companions have not discovered the Room of Requirement. Cedric scrutinized the map for a long while before stating, It's not necessarily that they have failed to discover the room. It is also possible that this room has been rendered unplottable. Unplottable is a particular type of magic used to conceal a specific area in the world. Locations that are unplottable cannot be seen directly or simply cannot be marked on a map. Typically, unplottable sites include the residences of wizards and magical schools. Spells such as those cast over Spells Academy, Durmstrang Institute, and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry protect their students and secrets from muggles and dark wizards. Similarly, the infamous Azkaban is located on an unplottable island in the North Sea, isolating it from the rest of the world. William shook his head. This house may indeed be unplottable, but I believe it is the Marauder Quartet that has failed to discover the Room of Requirement. How so? William elaborated. Consider this. Perhaps many years ago, there were 4 students, much like us, eager to uncover the secrets of Hogwarts. Then I ask you, George, if you believed you had mastered all the secrets of Hogwarts, what thoughts would occupy your mind during nocturnal wander? I would yearn to uncover a passageway or chamber that has eluded my discovery. William chuckled. Indeed, the Room of Requirement only materializes when one genuinely needs it. This paradoxical logic constitutes an ineffective command. Thus, the Room of Requirement seldom reveals itself before a mere handful. Chapter 54, Christmas. The group pondered William's words intently. After a moment, Fred, whose swollen lips had returned to normal, playfully slapped William's thigh and exclaimed, Why overthink it? We can simply consult the Marauders map. The map displayed its contents as Fred tapped his wand once more. Marauders, have you noticed that the 4 of us have vanished from the map? Soon, the inscriptions on Marauders' map transformed. The Pointed Fork was quite intrigued by this unknown location, believing it could present a challenge. Following this, a new series of words emerged below. The large foot acknowledged the magic. The moon face concurred, and Wormtail had no objections, just as Fred remained astonished. The writings on the map were abruptly erased, followed by a line of green text appearing on the parchment. The map's activation incantation read, I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The closing incantation stated, Mischief managed. The group gazed at the parchment with a sense of resignation, never anticipating that the opening and closing phrases of the map would be thus. His so-called endeavors, aside from mischief, amounted to midnight escapades. On a morning in mid-December, the students awoke to find several feet of snow blanketing the grounds, with the lake's surface hardened by ice. George and Fred found themselves in a predicament, attempting to breach Snape's potion storeroom. only to be ensnared by Dumbledore's magic and subsequently caught by Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall assigned the two to clear the snow from the castle entrance by hand. The ground was exceedingly slippery, causing many young witches and wizards to tumble. While shoveling the snow, the duo crafted a snowman resembling a giant troll, even placing a large stick in its hand. The surrounding young witches and wizards applauded, as the troll's form was exceedingly lifelike. Before long, students from all four houses gathered to construct their own snowmen, each more imaginative than the last: a giant Scottish round-faced plump chicken, a Grindylow, a fire dragon, and a boggart. Madame Pomfrey remained as ever, yet she finally promised to teach everyone how to brew potions, as influenza had begun to circulate at Hogwarts. The idea of consuming one's own concocted potion didn't seem particularly wise, which prompted attentive listening from the students, much to Madame Pomfrey's satisfaction. A few owls soared through the stormy sky, delivering mail. Enduring numerous hardships, they required Hagrid's care to regain their strength before they could continue their flight. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, anticipation for the holiday break mounted amongst the students. Although the common room of Ravenclaw and the hall were ablaze with a roaring fire, the corridors, chilled by a biting draft, felt frigid to the bone. The windows of the classrooms rattled under the assault of the fierce cold wind. Meanwhile, the twin brothers continued their escapades within the school, needing to assess the safety of several secret passages while simultaneously monitoring who had dared to raid Professor Snape's potion storeroom. Upon exiting the underground classroom after their potions lesson, William and Autumn discovered that a large fir tree completely obstructed the corridor ahead. Noticing the two sizable feet protruding from beneath the tree and hearing the loud huffing sounds, they knew that Hagrid was undoubtedly behind it. "Hey, Hagrid, do you need a hand?" Autumn inquired, peeking through the branches. "No, I've got it sorted," Hagrid replied. "Come on, let us head to the Great Hall." Agreed. "Could you bring that last tree over there to the corner?" William asked, surveying the magnificent hall, which was adorned with winter holly and mistletoe garlands, and featuring 12 towering Christmas trees, some glistening with tiny icicles while others sparkled with hundreds of candles. In comparison, Hogwarts truly was splendid. "How peculiar," William mused. 2 days later, the term finally came to an end. Autumn's father, a man from the East, had a round face and a genial demeanor, speaking in perfect Chinglish. William found this very endearing, as his own spoken English in a past life had been even less proficient. This made Cedric, who sought to befriend him, feel somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he greeted Autumn's father with the clumsy East Asian dialect he had learned from William, while Autumn's father conversed with Cedric in grammatically correct East Asian speech. Their conversation was lively and engaging. As for why William spoke East Asian with greater fluency than Autumn, does the brilliance of a genius need explanation? Cedric's father was a rotund wizard with a brown beard, currently shaking hands with Roy. "I have heard Cedric mention your William several times. He seems like a fine young lad. It's a pity he is not in Hufflepuff. But no matter, Cedric, as a senior, can impart much knowledge to William. Can't he? I hear Cedric has joined the Hufflepuff Quidditch team and has become a seeker, much like I did in my youth." Cedric felt a bit awkward. Having such an enthusiastic father was somewhat overwhelming. After they parted ways, William climbed into the car as his family drove home. Bobo sat in Annie's lap, nuzzling against her and making soft purring sounds. Annie rummaged through William's pockets, retrieving an assortment of snacks, much to her delight. Throughout the journey, William regaled his family with amusing tales from Hogwarts. Family evoked a different kind of emotion, entirely distinct from that of Hogwarts. Because of William, they became particularly intrigued by the world of magic. Even his father, initially opposed to him attending a magical academy, was smiling joyfully after hearing William's anecdotes about school. William cherished this way of life. Chapter 55. Christmas Gifts. Early the next morning, William was awakened by Annie. The little girl, clad in the wizard robe he had gifted her, was perched at the edge of his bed, eagerly unwrapping presents. A considerable number of gifts lay piled high, resembling a small mountain beside the bed. Clearly, the brilliance of Ravenclaw had its allure. To William's surprise, he had also received a significant amount of chocolates from several Slytherin girls, suggesting that his reputation within Slytherin was not entirely unfavorable. Annie bounced downstairs to report to Roy and Leanna, announcing that William had received numerous chocolates and love letters from girls. Leanna was preparing breakfast. She paused to examine a few Christmas cards, nodding in satisfaction. Quite impressive. The girls of Hogwarts certainly possessed discernment, she thought, as she had initially worried that the school lacked female students. A smile crept onto Roy's face as he remarked, "Well, I was even more popular back in the day. The chocolates I received could fill an entire room. A few classmates even fought over me." However, he quickly fell silent upon noticing Leanna wielding a kitchen knife. Once William dressed and completed his morning routine, he began to unwrap his Christmas gifts. Hagrid's present was the largest, beautifully packaged in a wooden box. Upon opening it, William discovered an enormous assortment of candies, all his favorite flavors: Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, Chudley Cannon's super bubblegum, and Honeyduck's fizzing Whizbees. It was well known that William did not enjoy chocolate frogs, and Hagrid had remembered this preference, refraining from including them. In return, William had gifted Hagrid a comprehensive set of photographs showcasing various types of dragons. From the moment he met Hagrid, he knew of his fondness for dragons. While he could not offer the real creatures, he hoped the photos would suffice to satisfy his curiosity. Cedric presented William with a complete collection of the Singing Contrarian magazine, a series Cedric adored, though William found it less than captivating. In contrast, William's gift to Cedric was highly practical, a set of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization, accompanied by a complimentary Chinese dictionary from the bookstore. He hoped this collection would assist Cedric in learning Mandarin, fostering more shared conversations with Cho. Cho gifted William a pocket spyglass, which would emit light and spin when detecting untrustworthy individuals nearby. Although Cho claimed it was imported from Egypt, William noticed the packaging bore the label Made in England. William gave Cho a detailed guide on Quidditch maneuvers, recalling her interest in Quidditch literature during their train ride. George gifted William a wizard's chess set, while Fred provided a lightweight pencil sharpener, equipped with various gadgets for unlocking locks and untangling knots. In return, William bestowed upon the twins a Nintendo Entertainment System, which featured the newly developed Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. However, as Hogwarts prohibited electronic devices, the two would have to venture to Hogsmeade if they wished to indulge in gaming. What astonished William the most was that Dumbledore had also gifted him a present, a model of Hogwarts Castle. The entire castle was constructed from wood, devoid of any screws, entirely fashioned through magic. The staircases, mimicking those of Hogwarts, could rotate and transform automatically. William was particularly enamored with it until he laid eyes on its gift. Dumbledore had bestowed upon a pair of two-way mirrors. These mirrors, a rare alchemical artifact, are a pair of enchanted looking glasses that allow for rapid communication between individuals at different locations. It was akin to a video call within the magical realm. William was excited, envisioning how useful it would be for his future romantic endeavors, and thus proposed to exchange all his chocolate for a pair of mirrors. However, the little girl outright rejected his offer. Settling for less, he requested just one mirror. He spent his days in the perilous Hogwarts, and his silly sister, not wish to have her brother close to her? Yet, and remained steadfast in her refusal, insisting that Dumbledore receive the other mirror piece, and gifted William a handmade doll, instructing him to take it to school and place it by his pillow. She also presented Dumbledore with a pair of thick woolen socks. According to Dumbledore, even with the plush woolen socks, he felt cold in the summer. The old man's plight was pitiful, prompting him to select a warm pair of socks for him. William understood immediately. This was the legendary affliction of cold legs. Initially, he contemplated gifting Dumbledore a book on civil engineering, but, influenced by Anne's words, decided instead to procure a pair of therapeutic insoles for him. Those insoles, though expensive, were reputed to cure all ailments. Regrettably, William could not find a store in London selling them. Consequently, he resorted to gifting a bottle of calcium tablets, hoping to alleviate Dumbledore's osteoporosis and chronic cold legs. William also intended to smuggle a bottle of a brain supplement from the East for Dumbledore, believing that at his age, he must be plagued by many ailments. A dose of the supplement might enhance his memory and stave off dementia. William realized how thoughtful he truly was. Bobo, too, received a plethora of gifts, primarily consisting of dried fish and cat food. In accordance with Bobo's wishes, William selected some of its provisions to share with Madame Loris. He did not forget about Filch, sending him a set of mop care tools. Even Severus Snape was not overlooked. William arranged for a set of shampoo and conditioner to be sent his way. As he was uncertain of the professor's whereabouts, the items were temporarily entrusted to Dumbledore for delivery. One could only wonder if Professor Snape would be moved to tears upon seeing the shampoo in Dumbledore's hands. As William descended the staircase, he found Roy seated on the sofa, savoring a cup of tea while reading the Daily Prophet. Ever since William had entered Hogwarts, Roy had taken an interest in the significant affairs of the magical world, primarily gathering information from the Daily Prophet. "Your school as Professor Snape is to be tried soon," Roy remarked, casting a glance at William. William picked up the newspaper and glanced at its contents. The headline read, "Hogwarts Dark Arts Defense Professor." However, the introduction did not mention Tywin, but rather recounted the history of dark arts defense professors. According to the Daily Prophet, Hogwarts hires a new professor every year. Yet these dark arts defense professors are all scoundrels beasts, and parasites. Professor Roberts was no exception. He was found engaging in illegal hunting of magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, selling them on the black market. Recent investigations revealed that Roberts had also swindled a significant quantity of precious magical materials from the Keeper of Keys, Hagrid, such as unicorn hair, centaur dung, mermaid scales, and the venom of acromantulas, all of considerable value. As for Snape's appearance at the Ministry, it was likely a disguise employed by some wizard. Chapter 56. 9 out of 10 men are bald. The moment William and Roy read the Daily Prophet, they believed that Professor Snape would surely be released during this holiday. Indeed, the article first dragged the history of dark arts defense professors through the mud before leading into Snape's summer investigation of the smuggler Roberts, despite the personal risks involved. Such a magnificent professor. How could any parent wish to see him imprisoned in Azkaban? This was Dumbledore's orchestrating of public sentiment. In no time, all opinions rallied for Snape's exoneration. Subsequently, Dumbledore attended Snape's hearing, providing crucial evidence. It turned out that throughout the summer, Snape had been collaborating with the renowned magizoologist Newt Scamander. Thus, Snape was acquitted on the spot. The onlookers seemed to forget who had actually attacked the Ministry. It was as if that event had never transpired. On the eve of the end of the Christmas break, William boarded the Hogwarts Express with Bobo the cat nestled in his arms, both gazing out at the scenery. He had purchased a cat tree for Bobo, intending to set it up in their dormitory for some exercise. Moments later, Cedric knocked and entered, followed closely by Cho. Once Cho took her seat, Cedric locked the compartment door. It was undoubtedly unwise to be alone with Cedric in a compartment, had it not been for Cho's presence. William would have been concerned for his safety. Cho seemed to share this sentiment. Cedric's father held a significant position in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and he surely possessed insider knowledge. William and Cho exchanged exasperated glances at Cedric. What a troublesome son. Cedric shot William a glare and asked, "Are you listening?" "Yes, yes," William quickly replied. In these times, whoever holds the information holds the power. Cedric, lowering his voice like a conspirator, said, "My dad told me that the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures was not attacked at all." "What?" Cho frowned. "How could that be? The Daily Prophet has been reporting on Professor Snape and the attack all Christmas break. It has been the talk of the term." Note, ISNT. Cedric leaned back in his chair, shaking his head. The Ministry of Magic was indeed attacked, but the assault did not occur at the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. It transpired at the Department of Mysteries. The Department of Mysteries? What is its purpose? William and Shio, neither hailing from wizarding families, were unfamiliar with the organizational structure of the Ministry. The Department of Mysteries represents an enigmatic realm. Shrouded in secrecy, Cedric whispered. "Does your father not know?" "Well, he is also in the dark. He only knows that the Department of Mysteries is responsible for conducting clandestine research. The vast majority of its operations are highly classified. Only a select few wizards within the Ministry are privy to its contents. Those who work in the Department of Mysteries are referred to as unspeakables." Cedric pondered for a moment and remarked, "However, there is a prevailing notion that the Minister of Magic utilizes the Department of Mysteries to concoct dreadful potions, surreptitiously administering them to those who oppose him." William rolled his eyes. "That is hardly a prevailing notion. It is merely a statement from Singing Contradictions." As a devoted reader of that publication, Cedric seemed intent on disseminating his conspiracy theories. In any case, it is shrouded in mystery, perhaps harboring powers capable of upending the entire wizarding world, Cedric asserted. William nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, it is plausible that something of significant importance has been lost there, something so crucial that its revelation would incite severe turmoil. Otherwise, Minister Fudge would not be concealing the fact that the Department of Mysteries was attacked, instead misrepresenting it as an incident involving the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. The loss of a few smuggled magical creatures would hardly be perceived as critical, nor would it garner much public attention. What could have been lost? Chio queried anxiously. "Perhaps a formidable weapon," Cedric shrugged. "I have heard my father mention that perhaps the Death Eaters, dissatisfied with the demise of their master, are preparing to resurrect him. This matter is, in any case, forbidden for being disclosed." The trio could not arrive at any concrete conclusions. To pass the time, they engaged in a game of do di ju. William, a master in this arena, was unlikely to err and fall victim to a 17-card defeat, thus winning numerous snacks along the way. On the first night of the new term, they encountered Professor Snape, who had been absent for a considerable portion of the semester. He appeared exceedingly gaunt, his complexion pale, akin to someone suffering from malnutrition. The Weasley twins applauded the loudest, perhaps embodying the legendary notion of black humor. Professor Snape maintained his characteristic aloof demeanor. Yet, Aided by the atmosphere, he consumed several cups of wine, his conversation seeming to flourish. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, William could not shake the impression that Professor Snape's hairline had receded significantly during their time apart. In England, it is said that 9 out of 10 men face balding, and a man of Dumbledore's age still possessing a full head of hair is a rarity. Professor Snape, now in his 30s, was at the prime age for balding. Given the considerable teaching pressures at Hogwarts, compounded by his role as head of Slytherin House, the likelihood of Professor Snape beginning to lose his hair seemed entirely plausible to William. As William pondered seriously the issue of Professor Snape's receding hairline, Dumbledore cheerfully patted Snape on the shoulder and produced a gift box. Ah, how familiar it seemed. William recalled that this was the shampoo and conditioner he had asked Dumbledore to deliver on his behalf. Wait a moment, if Professor Snape were not bald, gifting him shampoo would not pose a problem, but given the current predicament, presenting such a gift was akin to courting disaster. Indeed, Dumbledore gestured towards William, and Snape fixed him with a venomous glare reminiscent of a snake. William now deeply regretted not having sent a hair-curling machine instead. Chapter 57. The Ravenclaw Bronze Ring. Before the banquet concluded, the twin brothers stealthily approached the Ravenclaw dining table. With prominent dark circles beneath their eyes, they yawned incessantly, clearly fatigued from a long night of wakefulness. Their earnest demeanor was undeniably moving. It appeared their usual carefree facade was merely an act, for in critical moments, the twins proved to be more dependable than anyone else. Without further ado, William resolved to concoct a potion of sleep for them, ensuring they would enjoy a restful slumber. This potion was the finest sedative, far superior to any melatonin. Of course, it was also William's first attempt, providing an excellent opportunity to hone his skills. George retrieved a notebook from his robe and handed it to William. Are there really that many suspects? William exclaimed in astonishment. You even keep a little notebook. This is quite professional. Before he could finish his sentence, he was taken aback. The first page of the notebook bore the title, Super Mario Level Guide. So, the twin brothers had not been monitoring, but rather had ventured to Hogsmeade to play a game? Fred groaned. William, how do you get past level 7? Exactly. Fred and I have tried several times and still haven't succeeded. The twins, having spent their childhood tossing gnomes and riding broomsticks, had never engaged with Muggle gaming consoles before. In just one Christmas holiday, they had transformed into avid gamers, even sneaking off to Muggle homes to recharge. It's not that we didn't team monitor. It's just that no one went to Snape's potion storage, George explained. Including us, there are hardly any students in the school. Everyone remains comfortably in their respective common rooms. Fred yawned again. George continued. We initially suspected Professor Tywin, but he left the school on the very first day. With that, George handed William a large assortment of snacks purchased from Hogsmeade. William picked up a bag of small, mischievous pepper candies and remarked, well, since we are idle, we might as well disregard it. But we must pay attention, Fred asserted with seriousness. Next time, if they cause trouble again, we can follow and lend a hand. After the banquet concluded, William and Autumn followed the other Ravenclaws along the usual route to Ravenclaw Tower. The atmosphere was lively, filled with laughter and joy. However, upon reaching the wooden door, they discovered a throng of people crowded in the corridor. Why is everyone standing outside? Marietta inquired curiously. William peered over the heads in front of him and noticed that the wooden door appeared to be closed. Please, let me through. The voice of the head boy, Robert, resonated as he swiftly emerged from the throng. The crowd fell silent, starting from the front, as if a chilling breeze swept through the corridor. In this stillness, a sudden, ear-splitting wail pierced the air, hauntingly sorrowful, causing William to feel an inexplicable pang in his heart. Beside Robert, there was an opening the width of a man's arm. The bronze door knocker in the shape of an eagle had vanished. Oh dear, Marietta gasped, gripping William's arm tightly. Once again, William felt a sharp pain. After a brief holiday apart, Marietta's strength had evidently increased. What a pity she wasn't a batter. Quickly, summon Professor Dumbledore. Someone shouted. After a while, Professor Dumbledore arrived, hastily making his way toward the wooden door, while the students of Ravenclaw clustered together to allow him passage. Dumbledore cast a swift glance at the damaged door, then drew his wand and tapped it. Before long, a line of red letters began to materialize, forming a message. The Ravenclaw bronze ring is taken by me, Professor Flitwick. You must go immediately to Filch and instruct him to secure the entire castle, Dumbledore said with grave authority. The culprit has already fled. A hoarse voice suddenly interjected. Peeves the poltergeist was leaping above the heads of the crowd, looking quite gleeful at the chaos and distress surrounding him, as was his nature. What do you mean by that, Peeves? Dumbledore inquired calmly. Peeves' smile faded a touch. He avoided Dumbledore's piercing blue gaze and adopted a more glib tone. sounding somewhat less hoarse. Apologies, headmaster, but just a few moments ago, I saw a shadow rushing past here. He caught sight of me, smiled, and even spoke. Peeves was positively jubilant. Oh, what did he say? Dumbledore asked quietly. Let me think. Oh, I remember now. Peeves smirked, casting a mischievous glance at the young wizards and lowering his voice once more. He laughed heartily and proclaimed, I am a Death Eater, and I shall take the Ravenclaw ring to resurrect the Dark Lord. A scream rippled through the crowd, and the young wizards began to jostle one another. Silence. Dumbledore's voice seemed to possess a magical quality, gradually quelling the tumult. He glanced at the line of letters, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Yet he maintained his composure as he asked, Peeves, did you get a good look at the person? Yes, I saw him clearly, Peeves replied, casting a fearful glance at Dumbledore. He looked just like Professor Snape. Suddenly, Peeves executed a somersault in the air, soaring swiftly toward the ceiling. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. This was utterly impossible. Professor Snape was seated in the guest of honor's position that very night, having not moved an inch. Not only him, but William recognized all the professors who were also seated in the guest of honors section, none of whom had left their places. 10 minutes later, students from Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and Slytherin houses arrived, all wearing expressions of bewilderment. The professors and I shall conduct a thorough search of the castle. Professor Dumbledore's expression was exceedingly grave. You will spend the night in the Great Hall. At that moment, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick closed all the doors to the hall. For your own safety, it seems you will need to stay here overnight. I asked the prefects to stand guard at the entrance, and the heads of the boys' and girls' student councils will remain in the hall to oversee matters. Report any incidents to me immediately. Professor Dumbledore paused, on the verge of leaving the hall, and added, Oh, by the way, you will need. With a casual flick of his wand, the long tables flew to the edges of the hall. With another wave, hundreds of purple sleeping bags covered the floor. Sleep well, Professor Dumbledore said, closing the door behind him as he exited. Chapter 58, The Melancholy Professor. As Dumbledore departed, a wave of excited murmurs filled the hall. The Ravenclaw students busily recounted the events that had just transpired. Everyone in his sleeping bags. Penelope cried, urging the Ravenclaw students to settle down and maintain silence. Prefect Robert had turned into a mere shell of himself, listlessly squatting on the floor as he stared at the ceiling. The loss of the door knocker had hit him hard. He had even been dragged to the hall by his roommate. Penelope reluctantly stepped in to fulfill the duties of prefect in his stead. Come on, Cedric said to Autumn and William. They grabbed 3 sleeping bags and retreated to a corner, while the twin brothers squeezed in beside them. Autumn broached the recent events, and silence enveloped the group. Do you think that Death Eater is still in the castle? After a moment, Autumn asked quietly. Dumbledore seems to think so, Cedric replied. There are so few students. If there were an outsider, we would surely notice. The 5 of them crawled into their sleeping bags, propping themselves up on their elbows to converse. What do you make of Peeves' words? George inquired. He is lying, Autumn countered. Professor Snape was clearly present in the hall. Everyone saw him. However, I do not believe he is lying. Fred shook his head. No one dares to lie in front of Professor Dumbledore, not even Peeves. Indeed, George straightened up, recalling the Ministry's trial. They also saw Snape at the scene of the attack. But at that time, Snape was in Dorset, Cedric interjected. Both Professor Dumbledore and Newt Scamander provided crucial evidence. True, but I also don't think the Ministry is lying, Fred frowned. Does this mean someone is impersonating Snape to commit crimes? It's possible, William nodded. I know several ways to impersonate someone, such as using Polyjuice Potion. That Death Eater likely has a vendetta against Professor Snape. Autumn speculated, but I still don't understand why they would steal a decrepit door knocker. Can such a thing truly resurrect the Dark Lord? Now, lights out. The male president of the student council bellowed. I want everyone to get into their sleeping bags and cease all conversation. Instantly, all the candles extinguished. The only remaining light emanated from the silver specters, who glided about, conversing gravely with the prefects. The enchanted ceiling resembled the night sky, adorned with countless stars. In this atmosphere, whispers still filled the hall, and William felt as though he were resting outdoors, with a gentle breeze caressing his face. Bobo, nestled in his arms, had fallen peacefully asleep, displaying a commendable sense of calm. Every hour, a teacher appeared in the hall to ensure everything was peaceful. Around 3 in the morning, many students finally succumbed to slumber, at which point Professor Dumbledore entered. Dumbledore scanned the room for Robert, who had consumed chocolate and, though somewhat fatigued, was nearly restored. Robert was not far from William, Cedric, and the twins, who quickly pretended to be asleep. At that moment, Dumbledore's footsteps grew increasingly audible. Any sign of the doorbell, Professor? Robert croaked. None. What about here? Everything is under control, Professor. And the original doorbell, Professor? Robert's voice trembled. The hall door creaked open, accompanied by the soft sound of footsteps. One need not open their eyes to know it was Snape, who walked as if he were a specter. Headmaster? Snape inquired upon entering. The few remaining still lay, quietly, straining to listen, including Autumn. Several secret passages have been checked. He is not there. Filch has examined the main castle. He is not there either. What about the astronomy tower? Professor Trelawney's chamber? The places where owls roost? All have been searched. Very well. Severus, I do not believe a Death Eater would linger. How did they manage to do it? Do you have any insights on this matter, Headmaster? Snape asked. William lifted his head slightly, straining to hear with his other ear. Many, Severus, each distinct. William cracked his eyes open a sliver, stealthily glancing at their position. Dumbledore's back was turned to him, but he could see Robert's focused expression and the side profile of Snape, who appeared irate. Snape shot a glare at Robert, who promptly took the hint and moved away. What does the Ministry say? Snape inquired after a moment. What exactly has the Department of Mysteries reported as missing? Cornelius stated that the planet room was attacked. Huh. Another lie, Snape scoffed. I concur, Dumbledore replied. Snape fell silent for a moment before quietly stating, Do you recall our conversation, Headmaster, shortly after the beginning of the term? As Snape spoke, his lips barely parted, as if reluctant for anyone else to overhear their exchange. I remember, Severus, Dumbledore responded. It seems that the title of Dark Lord is one only his followers would employ. A mere title. It signifies nothing. We cannot unjustly suspect the innocent based solely on this, Dumbledore stated calmly. Innocent? What about me? Severus Snape's voice suddenly sharpened. Headmaster, someone is deliberately framing me, seeking retribution. I apologize, Severus. Dumbledore's voice carried a hint of guilt. I shall ensure that you are not sent to Azkaban to confront those Dementors. I promise. Snape let out a derisive scoff, turning his back on Dumbledore, his tone icy. It matters not. The Dementors hold no power over me, as you well know. I have long since lost the capacity for joy. Dumbledore opened his mouth, finding himself at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he placed a comforting hand on the shoulder of the man before him. Snape gazed vacantly out the window. From William's perspective, he could see the professor's hands trembling, tears cascading down his cheeks without restraint. The scene was both ludicrous and sorrowful. Chapter 59, The Goddess Ravenclaw. A decade had passed since the mysterious figure's disappearance. Death Eaters had either been imprisoned in Azkaban or hidden away, and their brazen appearance at Hogwarts undoubtedly incited considerable alarm. The bronze door knocker, shaped like an eagle, was steeped in legend. Though its size seemed excessive for a mere door knocker, none understood why it was referred to as Ravenclaw's ring. Nonetheless, its notoriety was undeniable. Everyone believed that this knocker possessed immense power. How else could it resurrect the Dark Lord? Dumbledore had replaced the knocker at Ravenclaw's common room with a new substitute, nearly identical in design to the original. However, it was a pity that the familiar voice of the beloved actress had been supplanted by a cold, mechanical tone. This change unsettled all the young witches and wizards of Ravenclaw. Gone were the days when students would gather around the knocker to answer riddles. And perhaps the most disheartened among them was Prefect Robert. His affection for the knocker was well known. Had he not been dining in the hall on the day of the incident, his current sorrow might have led others to suspect he had stolen it. Now in his 7th year, Robert had only a few months left at Hogwarts, and the motive for theft was certainly compelling. Unfazed by the rumors, he resolved to regain his composure, his eyes perpetually red, wandering near the wooden door in an attempt to locate the thief among the Death Eaters. William had acquired the Marauder's map and ceased to concern himself with the identity of the assailant who had attacked Snape's potion store, redirecting his focus to that Death Eater. However, this proved futile. The school was teeming with students, and William could not possibly know them all, most names remaining unfamiliar to him. The twin brothers were exceedingly frustrated. Had they utilized the Marauder's map at the time, they would have undoubtedly identified the culprit. In the library, several students were seated at a table, diligently working on their assignments. William, have you finished your homework? George inquired, having just completed the reference answers for the second-year assignment, sourced from Cedric. William nodded and handed over a stack of parchment. Fred accepted it and began to replicate the answers using magic. They had established a steady trade of reference answers. After each assignment was assigned by the teachers, answers would swiftly circulate among the students, available for all grades. A few individuals reveled in their earnings, while the young wizards took great delight in their endeavors as well. However, William harbored doubts regarding the caliber of the current students, perceiving them as mere pests gnawing at the foundations of Hogwarts. Despite a twinge of guilt, The allure of profit was too enticing to resist. After all, one must seize the opportunity when it arises. This trade had yet to be uncovered by the professors, and William and his companions exercised utmost caution, never selling directly. They had fabricated an identity, dispatching their transactions through owls departing from Hogsmeade. Likewise, no reports of their activities had surfaced. Cedric emerged from between the shelves, clearly vexed. William shrugged and remarked, "Indeed, there are records of the Ravenclaw bronze ring, but regrettably, my memory fails me." "We can inquire with the professors during class," suggested Autumn. "The professors certainly won't divulge anything to us," Fred interjected, shaking his head. "No, not the ordinary professors," Autumn chuckled. "We can ask Professor Binns." The history of magic was, without a doubt, the most tedious subject on their curriculum, and among all their instructors, only the one teaching this course was a ghost. Today, as usual, the lesson was excruciatingly dull. Professor Binns opened his notes and began to drone on in a dry, monotonous tone, reminiscent of a sluggish tractor. After half an hour, an unprecedented event transpired. Autumn raised her hand as Binns laboriously recounted the tale of how the great wizard Merlin guided King Arthur to obtain the Sword of Kings. He paused, seemingly taken aback. "You are." Bellamy had been staring blankly out the window, lost in thought, when he suddenly snapped back to reality. Marietta lifted her head from her arms, dazed and confused. Professor Binns blinked, as if pondering something akin to a perplexed Psyduck. "This course is about the history of magic," he stated in his dry, wheezing voice. "I study facts, Miss Zhang, rather than myths and legends." He cleared his throat, producing a sound reminiscent of chalk snapping. He continued, "King Arthur received the holy sword known as the Sword of Kings from the Lady of the Lake. This sword was crafted by elves in Avalon, with a hilt forged from gold and adorned with jewels." He faltered momentarily, and Autumn once again raised her hand, waving it in the air. "Mr. Binns, may I inquire," she began, "isn't it true that legends often have a basis in fact?" Professor Binns gazed at her, utterly astonished. "Well," he said slowly, "I suppose you could say that." He scrutinized Autumn intently, as if he had never truly examined a student before. "However, the legends you speak of are merely absurd fairy tales." Now, the entire class was rapt, hanging on every word that Professor Binns uttered. He peered at them through his foggy eyes, noting that every face was turned toward him. "Oh, very well," he said slowly, "let me think about the Ravenclaw bronze ring. Surely, you're all aware that the esteemed Hogwarts School was established over a millennium ago, although the exact date remains somewhat uncertain. The founders were the four most remarkable witches and wizards of their time." Professor Binns paused, casting a vague gaze around the classroom before continuing, "Among the four founders, the most astute was undoubtedly Lady Ravenclaw, a paragon of wisdom akin to the goddess of knowledge. Her erudition was unparalleled." Professor Binns extolled Ravenclaw for a full 10 minutes, seemingly exhausting his repertoire of laudatory language in her honor. Without a doubt, he was portraying Ravenclaw through the lens of an imagined divine figure. By his description, even William could not help but question the competence of the other founders, particularly Gryffindor and Slytherin, summarizing the situation as Ravenclaw accompanied by two inept men. Chapter 60, The Heir of Ravenclaw. Professor Binns stood at the lectern, with all eyes fixated upon him. Ravenclaw was undeniably a perfect witch. Her exceptional prowess sparked a multitude of rumors, with speculations that she possessed legendary magical artifacts that bestowed upon her such wisdom. Among these tales, the most prevalent were those of Ravenclaw's diadem and ring. Although Professor Binns' voice was rather unmelodious, the class listened intently. Such attentiveness was a rarity. He felt somewhat wounded, as his lessons typically failed to garner such seriousness. Clearing his throat, he pressed on Ravenclaw's diadem and bronze ring, most notably her diadem. This diadem, a radiant crown adorned with jewels, bears the inscription of Ravenclaw's famous maxim, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Legend has it that she enchanted the diadem to enhance the wisdom of its wearer. A palpable excitement filled the air, as the allure of such an intellect-enhancing object was undeniable. Provided one's baseline intelligence was not excessively low, donning it would undoubtedly transform one into a genius. Who would covet such brilliance? Professor Binns surveyed the room, hastily adding, "As for Ravenclaw's bronze ring, it does not augment wisdom." William noted the unfamiliar term-time reversal charm in his book, intending to investigate it further at the library. Professor Binns' voice dwindled, taking on an almost ghostly quality. It is said that after Ravenclaw's diadem was lost, she concealed the ring to prevent further theft, awaiting the arrival of her true heir. Only that heir would be worthy of receiving the ring and her legacy. As the story concluded, a profound silence enveloped the classroom. distinct from the usual drowsy atmosphere of Professor Bin's lectures. Each student remained riveted, yearning for him to elaborate further, the tension palpable, which only served to irritate Professor Binns more. Of course, he grumbled, this entire narrative is complete nonsense. Ravenclaw's diadem has long been lost, and there is no such magic that enhances wisdom. As for the ring, that is even more absurd. No one has ever discovered any ring with special powers in Ravenclaw's common room. However, after a brief moment, Arthur from Slytherin raised his hand. He inquired, since that ring can only be inherited by the heir of Ravenclaw, others may never uncover its uniqueness, correct? Nonsense, Professor Binns retorted in an irritable tone. Ravenclaw House graduates numerous exceptional wizards each year. Many of them have even ascended to the positions of Minister of Magic or Headmaster of Hogwarts. If such remarkable wizards cannot locate the ring, then who could possibly be the heir of Ravenclaw? But Professor, Marietta interjected sharply. It is likely that one must employ dark magic to find it. The absence of dark magic usage by a wizard does not imply an inability to wield it. Professor Binns admonished sternly. I shall reiterate, if someone is distinguished as Professor Flitwick cannot, but, Sir, Marietta persisted, that Death Eater must have found some clues. Do you not think? Clues? Professor Binns fumed. I tell you, the ring of Ravenclaw's common room has been lost more than once, occurring at intervals throughout the years. All eyes widened in fear at Professor Binns. However, if it were useful, the ring would not still be there. Thus, that Death Eater cannot possibly resurrect the Dark Lord? Hans Bibo inquired cautiously. A sudden hush fell over the classroom as all gazes turned to Professor Binns. After all their discussion, this was the very matter they sought to address. Clearly, he could not be revived. That Death Eater was merely a madman. Yet, Professor, they argued, the madman you speak of stole the ring right under Professor Dumbledore's nose. Enough, Professor Binns declared sternly. This is a fairy tale. It does not exist. I truly regret having shared this absurd story with you. Professor Binns resumed, lecturing from the textbook, ignoring the students' inquiries. Within 5 minutes, the class had succumbed once more to a drowsy stupor. At that moment, everyone was laboriously traversing the crowded corridors, preparing to set down their bags for lunch. Autumn took a breath. A large space cleared around the two, as they had just uttered Voldemort's name. Frankly, William found it quite perplexing. It was one thing for young wizards from wizarding families who had lived through that era and bore its shadows. But why did Muggle-born wizards also cower at the mere mention of Voldemort, trembling at the thought? William was deeply puzzled. If Voldemort could instill such fear, what would become of them upon hearing the name of the Führer? Truly, it was a naive assumption. Chapter 61. The Secret Passage of Hogwarts. Hogwarts is an extraordinary place, at least in William's opinion. His belief was not a baseless slander, but rather a conclusion drawn from careful observation, bold hypothesis, and meticulous verification. For instance, take Headmaster Dumbledore, who wore fleece-lined socks yet complained of the cold even in summer. Such a peculiar affliction. Naturally, examples of this nature abound. The stern and humorless Transfiguration professor has a penchant for betting. The potion master, who never washes his hair, fears baldness. And the keeper of keys has an unusual fondness for dragons. Most bizarre of all, however, is the fact that the door handle of Ravenclaw House mysteriously vanished. If that alone were not enough, a dramatic turn of events unfolded when the door knocker reappeared in a pile of refuse outside the entrance a month after its disappearance. This incident inevitably caused a degree of embarrassment among the faculty and students alike, particularly on that fateful night when Professor Dumbledore ordered everyone to sleep in the Great Hall. Countless teachers conducted thorough inspections, and numerous prefects kept watch, leaving the students in a state of anxiety, fearing the resurgence of a mysterious entity. The first to discover this peculiar situation was Prefect Robert, who had dedicated the final months of his time at Hogwarts to monitoring the students. Perhaps moved by celestial forces, one morning he unexpectedly stumbled upon the door knocker, initially intending to feign ignorance and discreetly remove it from the scene. He was caught red-handed by a wandering Bowtruckle and Madame Loris. Once Madame Loris became aware, it was inevitable that the caretaker, Filch, would also find out. William, feeling that his recent efforts had been in vain, concluded that this was merely a prank by the young wizards. What else could it be? Crucially on that day, William had been examining the Marauders' map. The bustling crowds of students from various houses, eager to admire Hogwarts, were evident to him, and he even spotted numerous Slytherin names on the map, including Judith Barty and Arthur. It was during this bustling period that the door knocker had unexpectedly surfaced, leading to Robert's discovery. This implied that the only individuals capable of placing the door knocker there were those students, who had likely wrapped it in newspaper and discreetly discarded it in the corner amidst the throng of people. The reasoning behind this? Perhaps the impact was too severe, and they feared being caught, prompting them to abandon the knocker. As time passed, the incident of Death Eaters infiltrating the school to steal the ring began to fade from collective memory. The weather gradually warmed, and the students of Ravenclaw commenced their intense revision, despite being over 10 weeks away from the final examinations. Such early preparation had been uncommon in previous years. The rationale was simple. Ravenclaw firmly held the top position in the house point standings, and they had not won the House Cup in 9 years. Now, they were but a step away. The Quidditch Cup, however, was unattainable. Even the most confident Ravenclaw players would not entertain the notion of contending for a top 3 finish. In other words, the Ravenclaw Quidditch team was certain to finish last, although the Quidditch Cup competition culminated in a final match. The champion was determined by the total points accumulated throughout the entire semester. Only the team with the highest score could claim the Quidditch Cup. Historically, other houses would host a Quidditch Oscars night, performing a match or two to allow Ravenclaw to score at least some points and avoid a shutout. However, this year was different. The points between the 3 houses were too closely contested, with every point being crucial, and everyone was intent on scoring as much as possible against Ravenclaw. This has resulted in the current awkward predicament for the house. The students of Ravenclaw were also aware of the situation, thus they diligently studied, preparing to intensify their efforts and accumulate more points in hopes of claiming the prestigious House Cup. The entire school seemed to have suddenly fallen silent, with everyone preoccupied with their own tasks, and there were no further confrontations between Professor Taywin and Professor Snape. However, Professor Taywin appeared particularly vexed, unlike his usual demeanor, which was often accompanied by a smile. Professor Snape also bore a gloomy countenance, suggesting that life in Azkaban was not as comfortable as one might presume. The group congregated in the library, swiftly jotting down answers, hoping to fetch a good prize for their efforts. William was convinced that this cohort of students would indeed be the least competent, as much of their homework was copied. The point differential between the two teams was a mere 20 points, and Slytherin had already widened the gap. This would be the decisive match, determining the ultimate fate of the Quidditch Cup. On the afternoon prior to the match, all students abandoned their studies, eagerly anticipating the final showdown the following day. Recently, the weather at Hogwarts had been splendid. The ground surrounding the castle, along with the sky and the lake, shimmered in a delicate shade of lavender blue, while the greenhouse burst forth with blossoms as large as cabbages. Cedric and the twin brothers were participating in their first final, and they felt the weight of pressure upon them. To alleviate this stress, William resolved to sneak the 3 of them to Hogsmeade for some recreation. This was not the first time William had engaged in such escapades. The night before final exams in his previous life, he had taken his roommates out for an all-night adventure, and they had thoroughly enjoyed themselves, relieving the pent-up tension. Although ultimately, he was the only one who passed the exam. Students below the 3rd year were prohibited from visiting Hogsmeade, so the 4 of them carefully sneaked to the mirror on the 5th floor. Madame Lorelei had already been lured away by the boba tea, alleviating any concerns about Filch's appearance. William drew his wand and lightly tapped the mirror, exclaiming, "Reveal yourself." The mirror promptly transformed into a transparent portal, large enough for a slightly lean individual to pass through. Cedric, at the rear, quickly glanced down the corridor in both directions. William concealed the map and peered towards the secret passage before slipping inside. He stood up and surveyed his surroundings, which were enveloped in darkness. He raised his wand and murmured, "Lumos." A circular, low passageway appeared before them. George nodded in agreement, though regrettably, Filch was aware of 4 of the routes. The 3 unknown passages included the one behind the 5th floor mirror, another leading directly to the Honeyduke's cellar, with the entrance at the hunchback statue of the one-eyed witch. "What about the 3rd? Cedric inquired. William chuckled. "You wouldn't want to go there. The Whomping Willow is planted at its entrance." Cedric's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Whomping Willow was a splendid source of wand-making material, and he had yet to experience it. Next time, let us venture there. Chapter 62, The Hogwarts Underground. This circular, low passage twisted and turned, with a few leaks. Guided by the faint glow of their wands, the 4 quickly exited the passage, revealing a tall stone tunnel before them. Upon reaching this point, they had finally embarked on the right path, yet a considerable distance remained before they could arrive at Hogsmeade. William had never traversed this area before. His previous journeys had followed an entirely different route. This was his inaugural adventure with the twin brothers, who spoke of the locality's enigmatic nature, eager to broaden his and Cedric's horizons. However, the moment he set foot here, William instinctively recognized the place. The underground expanse had been mentioned in the architectural tomes of Hogwarts recommended by Dumbledore. Consequently, Gryffindor had concealed this secret passage with magic, rendering its entrance elusive thereafter. Little did they anticipate that it would be discovered by raiders, who also unearthed the incantation to unlock it. To be candid, rather than a mere passage, this space resembled the catacombs of Hogwarts. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a subterranean mausoleum, featuring a main thoroughfare, flanked by countless small chambers and corridors. Walking through the grand catacombs, William felt that should they stray too far, they might easily lose their way within. Fortunately, they had the Marauder's map, which revealed a direct route to Hogsmeade. As the four examined the map, they delved deeper into the depths of Hogwarts Castle, with each step downward. William's heart raced a bit faster. The terrain here was intricate, resembling a colossal labyrinth, even more convoluted than the castle's staircases. William harbored grave suspicions that Ravenclaw had a hand in the design of this crypt. The air was stifling, and he sensed a budding claustrophobia taking hold. As their footsteps echoed, soft lights illuminated the low ceilings of the cavern. With the illumination, they could discern the robust forms of 40 door columns supporting the marble flooring above. Their ability to recognize such a structure was not due to William's extensive knowledge, but rather because the architecture felt remarkably familiar. He recalled the Parthenon, situated at the heart of the Acropolis in Athens, atop a limestone hill. Having seen photographs, that architectural style, once encountered, was indelibly etched in his memory. The edifice before him mirrored the majestic rectangular structure of the Parthenon. However, unlike the Parthenon, the architecture of this catacomb bore no trace of the passage of time. The reliefs were vividly lifelike, and the colonnade was adorned with intricate ancient hieroglyphs. William's gaze was transfixed upon the temple, utterly captivated. "Relax, William," Fred said with a playful arch of his brow. "This building is nothing. There's more to see." With that, Fred swiftly veered left, leading the group through the expansive subterranean space. The corridor was lined with various statues, and William spotted a model of Hogwarts Castle that was an exact replica of the one Dumbledore had gifted him. Yet this model was crafted from gold, gleaming brilliantly, far more precious than the wooden structure bestowed by Dumbledore. Suddenly, William heard the sound of flowing water. It was a lake. In the middle of the lake lay a small island, upon which stood a singular structure. This edifice was approximately 2 stories tall and composed of granite. Under the glow of the lights, all 4 faces revealed a polished sheen, exquisite in its craftsmanship. It was a pyramid. However, the conundrum lies in the absence of a pointed apex atop the pyramid. Upon its smooth platform rests a wooden bier, adorned with 4 coffins, each distinct in hue. "What do you think?" George inquired with a grin. "Isn't it quite astonishing?" Fred, captivated, cast a glance at the pyramid and remarked, "We were equally taken aback upon our first sighting. Who could have anticipated the existence of such a structure deep within Hogwarts Castle?" Cedric approached the lake's edge, only to be met by an invisible barrier. "There's a magical ward surrounding this area. We cannot proceed," Fred shrugged. "Whose coffins might these be?" Cedric pondered. Could they belong to the 4 founders? William speculated. He had an inkling that this was the final resting place of the founders, for only they could have constructed such a monument within the castle. Perhaps it was a mausoleum they prepared for themselves, though I doubt it contains their remains, Cedric mused. "I've heard that, apart from Lady Hufflepuff, the other 3 founders have departed from the school." A chilling breeze swept past, causing the 4 to shiver as they gazed at the coffins. In their haste to leave, they failed to notice the golden compass at the island's edge quivering slightly. The quartet quickened their pace, traversing the catacombs until they re-entered a narrow corridor. This labyrinth of passageways was lined with numerous doors, each marked with a numbered insignia. "Can we open them?" Cedric inquired eagerly. "Every door is locked," Fred responded. William aimed his wand at what appeared to be the lock, intoning Alohomora, yet the door remained steadfastly shut. He then produced a knife from his robe, a gift from his twin brothers, inserting it into the crevice between the door and the wall. He scraped it from top to bottom before withdrawing it. The door remained obstinately closed, and to their dismay, the blade had melted. "Perhaps we should procure some Muggle explosives next time to blow it open," George suggested. William rolled his eyes, questioning where they might acquire such explosives. George felt a twinge of disappointment. For a wizard dedicated to exploring Hogwarts, this was undeniably disheartening. "Let us proceed to Hogsmeade," William proposed. At this juncture, their exploration was limited to mere glimpses, as no other doors yielded access. After a lengthy passage, the scenery became rather mundane. Thankfully, the snacks from Honeydukes provided a sweet motivation to continue. Approximately 40 minutes later, the corridor inclined upward. "We are nearing the end." George indicated towards what seemed an endless passageway, addressing William and Cedric. Just then, William halted suddenly. "Did you hear that sound?" he asked. "What? It sounds like someone moving." William replied. He strained to listen, the noise appearing both distant and near. Could it be that there were others within this catacomb, aside from themselves? Chapter 63. The Serpent. After listening intently for a moment, William ventured down a particular corridor, with Cedric and the others following closely behind. It is impossible for the individual to be a wizard. Strictly speaking, this area still falls within the bounds of Hogwarts. Only the names of William and his 3 companions appear on the Marauder's map, with no other wizards in sight. Suddenly, with a crack, William stepped on a mouse's skull. Lowering his wand, he examined the ground and discovered an array of small animal bones scattered about. William, there is something over there, Cedric whispered, gripping William's shoulder. Instantly, the 4 of them froze, their gazes fixed in that direction. William beheld the outline of a colossal creature coiled on the other side of the corridor, lying motionless. He raised his wand, and the light illuminated the object. It was a massive snake's skin, pale and clearly shed long ago. The skin lay coiled on the corridor floor, its interior hollow. Yet, it was evident that the serpent that had discarded this skin was at least 15 meters long. My goodness, Fred said, bewildered. What on earth is that? Are we just going to sit here and wait to be devoured by that enormous snake? The group, still shaken, slumped against the corridor floor, gasping for breath. How could the school allow such a creature in the depths of the castle? Cedric exclaimed in anger. Upon encountering something particularly intriguing, Cedric had a habit of contemplating whether it could be fashioned into a wand. He had previously considered using the branches of the Whomping Willow, the fur of the 3-headed dog Fluffy, and Dumbledore's fox. However, at that moment, he refrained from suggesting they use the giant python-esque skin for wand making. After all, one might end up becoming a mere snack. But Cedric, Fred gasped while clutching his chest. Don't forget, technically, the secret passage is off limits. We will be violating school rules. That doesn't justify leaving the school unguarded. It's far too dangerous. Did you see that snake's skin? I would wager that serpent is a full 60 feet long. George exclaimed loudly. William took a moment to steady himself before asking, Did you not discover the snake's skin the last time you came here? No, Fred replied with a wry smile. If we'd found it, we wouldn't have dared to traverse that secret passage. We would be courting death. George nodded in agreement, his expression one of understanding. Could that snake be left behind by the 4 founders to guard the temple and the pyramid? William suggested. It's possible, Cedric pondered seriously. Let's not forget, Slytherin is most renowned for his ability to speak Parseltongue. He might have left a giant serpent at the school to protect the pyramid. The 4 continued to deliberate. But whether it pertained to the temple, the pyramid, the coffin, or the giant python, they could not arrive at anything particularly useful. However, they unanimously agreed that the secret passage should remain undisturbed for the time being. Who knew when they might encounter a famished giant python that would consider them as its next meal? Equally, venturing to Hogsmeade today was out of the question, which was quite disappointing. Overall, this adventure was rather exhilarating, leaving William sleepless throughout the night. He dreamt of a giant python swallowing him whole, while several coffins swayed around him as if beckoning him to lie within. William felt somewhat disgruntled. While coffins are indeed meant for resting, it seemed far too premature for him to be invited to lie down in one. After all, it would be rather unreasonable to expect to live a shorter life than Dumbledore, let alone to match the longevity of Nicholas Flamel. William felt the necessity to find a moment to offer paper money to the 4 great figures, beseeching them for safety, hoping to no longer dream of those ominous coffins. Surely, they must all be deceased? Indeed, they must be. Sitting up, he noticed the absence of Babacha, who had recently become increasingly unruly, often sneaking out at night for escapades. After donning his coat and taking a bit longer to attend to his grooming, he finally ventured outside. The common room was already populated by numerous young wizards. Today marked the Quidditch finals. Though Ravenclaw was not involved, who could resist the allure of Quidditch? Even if the national football team played poorly, one would still watch, wouldn't they? After sitting for a while, William opened the wooden door of the common room, intending to seek out Cedric and the others, only to be startled by the sight at the entrance. There stood Robert, his eyes red and weary, resembling a vampire as he scrutinized each young wizard emerging. His hair was disheveled, and he swayed unsteadily, giving off an impression of being on the verge of collapse. Are you all right? William approached and inquired softly, his face etched with concern, a warm smile gracing his lips. Like a caring grandmother, he rummaged through his robe and produced a blue vial. Prefect, this contains the elixir of life that I concocted. I've only allowed a 3-headed dog to consume it, with commendable results, though it has yet to undergo human trials. Nevertheless, I assure you of its efficacy. Merely 2 spoonfuls will guarantee you a swift descent into deep slumber. 2 hours of rest will equate to the typical 8 hours for others. Is that true? Robert, astonished, accepted the blue vial. He deftly removed the cap. Inspecting the liquid's hue and inhaling its fragrance, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. Ah, it is indeed the elixir of life. Splendid. With this, I shall require only 2 hours of sleep to feel utterly revitalized. After the Quidditch finals, I will be more than ready to continue guarding the entrance. How much do I owe you? William's smile widened as he patted Robert's shoulder. What talk of money? Just inform me of the results once you awaken. I understand. I used to assist Professor Snape with potion testing. Robert chuckled. In the future, you can count on me for such matters. William grinned. Thank you and good luck. Upon reaching the Great Hall, he found it already teeming with young wizards. Chapter 64. The Quidditch Finals. Both Hufflepuff and Gryffindor were present. Neither had held the cup in quite some time. Victory would carve history, while defeat would lead to disgrace. Despite their previously amicable relations, tensions ran high, and neither side was willing to yield. Fortunately, both remained on the edge of restraint, avoiding any outright conflict, though the supporters of Hufflepuff were noticeably more numerous. Slytherin would rather see the Badgers claim the Quidditch Cup than allow Gryffindor to triumph. The Ravenclaw students were indifferent, with supporters for both houses present. For instance, Marietta openly championed Gryffindor, her spirited nature drawing her to those who craved the spotlight. As for the unassuming Hufflepuff, perhaps it is best to leave it be. It simply does not pique her interest. Autumn, of course, supports Hufflepuff, as Cedric hails from that very house. She is not particularly familiar with the Gryffindor students. Thus, she adorns her head with a hat, upon which sits a small badger. As for William, he finds himself in a predicament. Should he align with Hufflepuff or Gryffindor? It is a matter worthy of contemplation. Which option is safer? Enduring Cedric's incessant mental jabs or facing the relentless pranks of the twins? Indeed, William is caught between two worlds. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the crowd began to make its way toward the Quidditch pitch. 3/5 of the spectators donned pale yellow chrysanthemums, waving flags emblazoned with the Hufflepuff badger, while others brandished small banners proclaiming Hufflepuff triumph. Behind the Gryffindor goalposts, 200 individuals sported red roses and the Gryffindor lion, roaring upon their flags. Professor McGonagall stood beside the commentary box, waving a massive lion, visibly exhilarated. The Gryffindor team is here, shouted Lee Jordan. True to his word, he had taken up the role of commentator. The Gryffindor team comprised the Weasley triplets, Johnson, Spinnet, Neymar, and Wood. Although the Weasley twins and Angelina Johnson are fresh faces in their second year, there is no doubt of their prodigious talent. Lee Jordan enthusiastically introduced the Gryffindor players. Grasping the microphone, he bellowed, "This Gryffindor team is widely regarded as a golden generation and one of the finest teams Hogwarts has seen in recent years." The Slytherin students were the first to jeer, asserting their disagreement, as they have claimed the Quidditch Cup more times than any other house in recent years. The Hufflepuff team, led by Captain Truman, made their entrance. He appeared to have taken a growth potion, standing a full head taller than last year, his physique considerably more robust, seemingly intent on winning through strength rather than skill. They were also joined by a new seeker, Cedric Diggory. Cedric's face began to flush. However, Lee Jordan offered no kind words, loudly proclaiming, "Though Cedric is my friend, I must say, you fall far short of Charlie." Lee's commentary was drowned out by the boos from the other three houses, with numerous students gesturing rudely in his direction. William shook his head. Lee Jordan may have a knack for riling up emotions. The match had yet to commence, and already the psychological warfare was underway. "Captains, shake hands," announced Hooch. Charlie and Truman approached one another, gripping each other's hands tightly. Both faces flushed, as if each wished to crush the other's fingers, the air thick with tension. The match was on the verge of beginning. However, William noticed something peculiar. Headmaster Dumbledore was absent, as were Professors Snape and Tywin. This situation seemed rather odd. It was plausible that Snape had chosen to forego attending the match since Slytherin did not reach the finals. Professor Tywin never misses a Quidditch match. Much like Professor McGonagall, he is an ardent enthusiast of the sport. Today marks the final match, and there is even less likelihood of Dumbledore's absence. Yet, such an occurrence has transpired. Where could they have gone? William patted his pocket, only to realize he had forgotten to bring the Marauder's map at the most inopportune moment. "What's the matter, William?" Hagrid inquired, lowering his binoculars in puzzlement. Seated alongside William in the Ravenclaw stands, Hagrid occupied 3 seats by himself, concerned about obstructing the view of the younger wizards seated behind them, all situated in the last row. A telescope was essential for discerning the action on the pitch. "I've noticed that Headmaster Dumbledore is absent," William declared loudly. The surroundings were filled with hissing sounds. One had to raise their voice considerably to be heard. "It's rather odd. He typically does not arrive late," Hagrid remarked, scanning the crowd and indeed failing to spot Dumbledore. Perhaps he is delayed, due to some matter. There's no need for concern, Hagrid said cheerfully, producing a handful of walnuts from his pocket. While Hagrid's rock-hard rock cakes were akin to weapons, his roasted walnuts were a culinary marvel, perfectly seasoned and cooked to just the right degree. With a white, thin-gloved hand, Hagrid gently squeezed the walnuts, splitting them effortlessly in two before handing some to William. "Thank you, Hagrid." William, no longer troubled, accepted the walnuts and enjoyed the snack while attentively watching the match. Autumn was fully immersed, preparing to join the Ravenclaw Quidditch team in her second year, and both teams competing in the final would be her rivals. They've begun. Lee Jordan shouted ecstatically. The quaffle was now in Gryffindor's possession, and Gryffindor's Elias Pinay was charging straight for Hufflepuff's goal. She maneuvered past two players with astonishing speed, looking splendid. Elias. Oh no, the quaffle has been intercepted by Warrington of Hufflepuff, advancing across the field. He intends to backtrack and commit a foul. How despicable. Oh, what a splendid dodging move, executed by George Weasley. George, you are truly a genius. If we can secure the championship, I shall wash your socks this month. Professor McGonagall called out. Oh, my apologies, Professor. Warrington lost the quaffle, which was snatched by Angelina Johnson. A magnificent steal, undoubtedly a top 10 play of the day. Firmly established, the quaffle was back in Gryffindor's possession. What? Angelina is launching a fast break. Incredible speed. Angelina, go girl, charge ahead, beautifully pausing next to Cadwallader. Angelina, she is about to shoot. She shoots. She scores. Lee Jordan exclaimed, pounding on the table as the microphone crackled with noise. Chapter 65, The Hogwarts Murder Incident. Lee Jordan's voice crescendoed, and the crowd rose in jubilant cheer. The quaffle has successfully gone through. She has scored. 10-0, Gryffindor leads. Regardless of the outcome. Angelina, the striking young lady, I shall wash your lingerie this month. William rose to his feet, applauding fervently. He had never witnessed such a remarkable Quidditch match. Both teams exhibited an extraordinary level of tactical sophistication from the very outset. In the realm of Quidditch, the Seeker undeniably plays a pivotal role, as capturing the Golden Snitch yields 150 points and can conclude the game. However, this sport is not one for solitary heroes. It is a team endeavor, with chasers maneuvering the bludgers to disrupt the Seekers. Although 150 points may seem substantial, matches can extend for months. And even the Quidditch World Cup final lasted 3 days and nights. William pressed his binoculars firmly against his eyes. A formation change occurred. The eagle head offensive strategy, an exquisite transformation, fluid and seamless. Lee Jordan showcased ample tactical acumen, articulating the formation employed by Gryffindor with aplomb. William observed 3 Gryffindor chasers soaring in close formation, advancing towards the Hufflepuff players. Suddenly, Angelina feigned an ascent with the quaffle, diverting the chaser Warrington before tossing the ball to Neymar. One of Hufflepuff's beaters, Walco, struck the approaching bludger with his bat, directing it towards Neymar. Neymar ducked to evade the bludger and launched the quaffle, which Angelina deftly caught as she spiraled below. Angelina scored again. Lee Jordan's booming voice echoed, prompting a chorus of cheers that reverberated throughout the Quidditch pitch. Autumn leaped with excitement, fervently waving her arms. The match progressed to the 40th minute, yet the score remained tightly contested. Hagrid exclaimed with enthusiasm, declaring it the most thrilling final in recent years. Unlike in previous years, when Slytherin students often resorted to foul tactics that fragmented the game, Slytherin's penchant for fouls had contributed to their repeated championships. In contrast, Hufflepuff and Gryffindor exhibited far cleaner play, devoid of elbowing or intentional collisions. Suddenly, a resounding phoenix cry echoed above Hogwarts Castle. A magnificent silver creature burst through the window and gracefully descended, lifting its proud head. This was a phoenix, the silver guardian of Dumbledore. The phoenix, resplendent and elegant, alighted in the center of the pitch. It opened its beak wide, and in Dumbledore's resonant, deep and measured voice, it conveyed a message. Then, the phoenix vanished, as if it had never existed. Dumbledore seldom employed his Patronus to relay messages unless in dire circumstances. Professor McGonagall, without a moment's hesitation, leapt into action, displaying agility unbecoming of her age. She appeared at the podium, snatching the microphone from Lee Jordan's grasp. Discontented boos and shouts erupted from the crowd, unwilling to miss such an exhilarating Quidditch final. Oliver Wood appeared crestfallen, descending to the ground without dismounting his broom, and hurried towards Professor McGonagall. But Professor, he exclaimed loudly, we must compete for the Quidditch Cup. Gryffindor is on the verge of victory. At that moment, the difference between the two teams was merely 20 points. His audacity was remarkable. The crowd murmured, pushing together towards the castle, some grumbling about the cancellation of the match, while others exhibited signs of anxiety. They were engrossed in discussions about the significant event that warranted the cancellation of even the Quidditch final. Marietta jokingly suggested the involvement of Death Eaters, while Bradlide speculated that the final exam papers had been incinerated. Many young wizards seemed to endorse or even anticipate this outcome, as it appeared to absolve them from the burden of examinations. As they neared the Ravenclaw common room, Professor Flitwick suddenly emerged from the throng at the back. "Mr. Stark, I need to speak with you. Come with me." William felt a sense of foreboding, casting an innocent glance at Autumn to indicate his ignorance of the situation. He truly did not know, but he suspected it might be related to the incident in the secret passage the previous day, which had now come to light. William followed Professor Flitwick away from the crowd and ascended the marble staircase. However, this time they were not taken to any office, but rather to the hospital wing. As they approached, Professor Flitwick spoke in a serious tone. "William, what I am about to disclose may shock you. A death has just occurred." William's heart seemed to falter momentarily. He reasoned that since his friends were at the Quidditch pitch, it could not be one of them. Professor Flitwick, in a profoundly sorrowful tone, revealed his head boy Robert Hilliard. "This cannot be." William paused, incredulity washing over him. "I encountered him just 2 hours ago at the entrance to the common room." Indeed, Professor Flitwick lamented, the attack transpired during the final. He was killed by dark magic. "Who did it?" "The perpetrator has yet to be identified," Professor Flitwick replied. "A vial of potion was found in his possession. Madame Pomfrey stated that you made it. You inquired about its preparation points during your potion brewing session." "Yes, that is correct." William quickly recounted their conversation from that morning. "Did you notice anything else unusual?" After a moment's reflection, William shook his head. "No, Professor." Professor Flitwick sighed, as if the last lead had crumbled. Just then, Dumbledore entered, his expression grave, and Professor Flitwick shook his head at him. Dumbledore was about to speak when a sudden clattering of footsteps echoed down the corridor. Filch rushed in, panting heavily, stammering, "Headmaster, you must go to Professor Tywin. He's dead." Chapter 66. The Missing Bronze Ring. Dumbledore exited the room, striding purposefully towards the 3rd floor, where the Defense Against the Dark Arts office was located. The professors were deeply troubled, hardly paying him any heed. A crowd of teachers had already gathered outside Professor Tywin's office, with Professor McGonagall standing at the forefront, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief. This was the first time William had ever witnessed McGonagall in tears. Severus Snape furrowed his brow, appearing exceedingly perplexed, even troubled. An oppressive silence enveloped the room as Albus Dumbledore entered briskly, his pupils constricting at the sight before him. Through a narrow gap, William peered inside. The office was impeccably organized, seemingly devoid of any issues. Yet in one corner stood an independent restroom, its wooden door ajar. Professor Tywin was slumped on the toilet, his head bowed, his robes tattered and stained with congealed blood. A long wound marred his chest, clearly a fatal injury. Most horrifying were his legs. Through the torn fabric of his robes, grotesque bite marks were visible, an alarming sight indeed. Professor Tywin was dead, lifeless on the toilet in his own office restroom. Dumbledore approached, gently pressing his hand against Tywin's chest, feeling the dark magic that lingered there. Snape entered, bending down to point at the wound, speaking to Dumbledore, who merely shook his head in silence. William could not discern their conversation, his attention wholly captivated by the row of bite marks. His complexion paled. These were unmistakably the marks of a large magical creature, densely packed and vicious. The only creature that came to his mind at Hogwarts was the 3-headed dog, Fluffy. He suppressed his nausea, observing for a moment before turning to exit the room. Professor Flitwick, noticing him, followed suit. Flitwick escorted William to his office and retrieved a piece of chocolate from his drawer. He handed it to William gently, saying, "Here, my child, eat this." Witnessing such a scene must have frightened you. William accepted it and took a substantial bite, attempting to alleviate the horror that gripped him. Flitwick's voice trembled as he continued. Poor Robert. He had only a few months left before graduation. And Professor Tywin, too. Just days ago, he mentioned his intention to resign after this year. William remained silent, uncertain of how Robert had met his demise, but the savage bite marks on Professor Tywin's legs were unmistakably real. Was it Fluffy? If Professor Tywin had inadvertently entered the room of requirement and encountered Fluffy, it was entirely feasible. What, then, would become of Hagrid, the illegal keeper of the 3-headed dog? As William chewed on the chocolate, he contemplated and asked Professor what would happen if the perpetrator were caught. Flitwick sighed. They would undoubtedly be sent to Azkaban. The circumstances are too dire. A life sentence seems likely. Despite it being April, a chill akin to winter enveloped William. What is troubling you, William? Flitwick inquired. reaching once more into his drawer to retrieve a larger bag of chocolate. If this is insufficient, I have more to help ease your discomfort. Nothing, Professor. I simply... William faltered, unsure of what to say. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside in the corridor. William recognized the voice of Minister Fudge. With such a grave incident at Hogwarts, Dumbledore would certainly need to notify the Ministry of Magic. Peering through the window, William observed a throng of aurors gathering in the castle courtyard. Professor Flitwick sighed, expressing his unease. If the perpetrator is not apprehended, the school may face closure. 50 years ago, the death of a student nearly led to the school's closure. Today, we have lost both a student and a professor. William found himself at a loss for how to exit Professor Flitwick's office. His mind was in a daze. He yearned to seek Cedric. Yet it was likely that the Hufflepuff common room was under lockdown as well. William paced the corridor several times, contemplating whether to approach Hagrid, but ultimately refrained. He settled at the staircase, grappling with what to do next. He was resolute in not wanting Hagrid to be sent to Azkaban. Yet if Professor Taywin truly had perished at the hands of the beast, what then? Time seemed to elapse without notice until William finally ascended to the 8th floor. After meandering for a few circles, the doorknob of the room of requirement materialized before him, and he stepped inside. Following the trail of congealed blood on the floor, William discovered the creature, Luvi, in a corner, licking its paw. Its claws had been singed black, and there was a visible wound upon them. The last vestiges of hope evaporated. Professor Taywin must have inadvertently entered the room of requirement, yet Luvi did not recognize him and had attacked instead. A sudden realization struck William. How had Professor Taywin gained entry to the room of requirement? His emerald eyes brightened, sensing something amiss. He had overlooked a crucial detail. William circled Luvi, meticulously pondering the sequence of events. Typically, if someone is utilizing the room of requirement, outsiders cannot enter unless they are acquainted with the individual inside and understand how to access the room. For instance, if William were inside, needing a place to hide something, others could only enter if they too sought to conceal an object. Otherwise, entry would be impossible. In other words, when Luvi was inside, Professor Taywin could only have accessed the room if he desired to hide something. What could a Hogwarts professor like Taywin possibly need to conceal within the room of requirement? William lowered his gaze and searched around, but the litter was overwhelming, making it difficult to discern which items belonged to Taywin. With a sigh, he noticed Luvi bowing its head, panting and attempting to nuzzle against his thigh. The three-headed dog possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. A minor injury meant little to Luvi, who was primarily driven by hunger. "You only think of eating. One day, you'll eat yourself to death," William exclaimed, unceremoniously kicking the middle head away to create some distance. Suddenly, a clear sound rang out. An object fell from Luvi's mouth, bouncing on the ground before rolling into a pile of debris. William furrowed his brow, hurrying over to investigate the noise. After rummaging through the refuse, he retrieved a ring. It was a bronze ring shaped like an eagle. Its design ancient and chilling to the touch. Inscribed on the inner band were the words, "Exceptional wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure." Chapter 67. Professor McGonagall. William's attention was captivated by the ring, his heart racing. The design bore a striking resemblance to the eagle-shaped bronze knocker of the Ravenclaw common room. If the ring were magnified tenfold, it would resemble that door knocker. William's thoughts began to drift. If this object was indeed the lounge's door knocker, how could it possibly be in Ro's mouth? The only visitor here today was Professor Taywin. William approached Ro, stepping over the refuse, and pried open his mouth. "Good boy. Little Ro, I was just a bit brusque earlier. Here, have a treat, now open wide and mimic me, ah." Ro opened his mouth, and a foul stench wafted forth, causing William to hastily hold his breath, lest he suffocate. William thrust his head inside, akin to a veterinarian examining Ro's teeth. Sharp, slender teeth bore numerous bloodstains, likely from Professor Taywin, with a wand lodged between them. A wand of ebony wood. This was indeed Professor Taywin's wand. It follows that this door knocker was brought by him. As William extracted the wand and stood still, his thoughts churned fiercely. He comprehended everything. The one who had pilfered the door knocker was Professor Taywin, the very individual who had left the inscription, declaring himself a Death Eater. But why would he steal the knocker? Could this truly be Ravenclaw's bronze ring? William gazed at the ring and, as if compelled by some unseen force, slipped it onto his right index finger. He closed his eyes, waited, and yet nothing transpired. Where was the promised magic? If there was none, then it must be harboring the spirit of Ravenclaw, perhaps requiring a secret incantation, much like the Marauder's map. William cleared his throat, as if in a solemn recitation, and proclaimed, "Ring of hidden knowledge and power, reveal your true might before me." I, star, command you, unseal. There was not a hint of change. Only the sound of Ro voraciously munching on snacks echoed around him. William felt a twinge of disappointment. He squinted in contemplation. Could it be that he had worn it incorrectly? He recalled that Ravenclaw had a daughter, indicating she was likely married. Thus, the ring ought to rest upon the fourth finger. William tugged at the ring, attempting to remove it. However, a peculiar occurrence transpired. A ring that had been so effortlessly donned now refused to budge. Sighing at the ring, William concluded it would be prudent to seek out Dumbledore. Dumbledore, with his vast knowledge, would surely assist him, especially considering Anne's influence. Furthermore, having uncovered Professor Tywin's secret, William felt there was still a chance to salvage the situation by informing Dumbledore. If it could be verified that Professor Tywin was indeed a Death Eater, Ro would not only be vindicated but commended as well. Along with him, William might even earn a prestigious contribution award from the school. Regardless, he must inform Dumbledore. With his capabilities, he would not abandon Hagrid in peril. What alternative was there? Did William, a mere young wizard, intend to single-handedly storm Azkaban to rescue Hagrid, or imagine he could resolve the entire dilemma alone? That would be sheer arrogance, far too Gryffindor. It seemed as though everyone had departed. William wandered through several offices, yet he could not find the professor. He arrived at the first-floor hall and discovered Professor McGonagall standing alone at the entrance. The wind rustled her robes, and she remained silent, tears streaming down her face. It was the first time William realized how profoundly emotional Professor McGonagall truly was. "Professor McGonagall, here," he said, approaching her and extending a piece of parchment. McGonagall nodded, but did not leave. Instead, she inquired, "Where's Professor Dumbledore? Is he in his office?" "No, he has gone to the Ministry of Magic with Minister Fudge," came the reply. Why would the headmaster go to the ministry? William's heart raced. Could it be that Hagrid had been captured? Upon learning it was not Hagrid, he exhaled in relief, only to be struck by another thought. What? Professor Snape has been captured again. His astonishment was warranted. Professor Snape had indeed been having a string of misfortunes lately, almost resembling a scapegoat. 2 visits to the ministry in a year was quite a record. William remained rooted to the spot. With Dumbledore absent, McGonagall was the only professor he could turn to. He trusted her as much as he did Dumbledore. After a moment of contemplation, as McGonagall's patience began to wane, he decisively stated, "Professor, I need to speak with Professor Dumbledore about the murderer of Professor Tin. Since he is not here, I must share this with you." With that, he produced the ebony wand and handed it to her. McGonagall's pupils dilated as she fixed her gaze upon William, her tone turning grave. "We have been searching for Professor Tywin's wand for a long time. How could it be in your possession?" William promptly recounted everything he knew, carefully omitting any details of his own rule-breaking, presenting it as if he had suddenly stumbled upon Lu Wei and realized Tywin's predicament. Naturally, McGonagall was not inclined to accept his account without skepticism. He then led her to the room of requirement to showcase Lu Wei, substantiating his claims. Upon returning to her office, McGonagall sat in her chair, her hands clasped. Deep in thought, her brow furrowed in seriousness. Many aspects remained shrouded in ambiguity. Yet, William's narrative did possess a certain logical coherence that warranted her cautious consideration. Seated in her office, William surveyed his surroundings with mild boredom. It was his first time entering Professor McGonagall's workspace, and he was greeted by the sight of numerous books. McGonagall had once mentioned that the Sorting Hat had contemplated placing her in Ravenclaw, and it seemed her words held truth. Chapter 68, April 20th. In addition to the plethora of books, McGonagall's office housed other intriguing items. On the right wall stood an antiquated broomstick, Comet 200. William, having studied the history of broomstick development, recognized it as a model released in 1940, an antique by any standard. It was evident that this was the very broom McGonagall had once used while playing for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and even now, she retained it as a cherished artifact. Beside the broom, there was a poster featuring the Montrose Magpies, once the most triumphant team in the British and Irish League. The Montrose Magpies had claimed the League Cup championship 32 times and had been crowned European champions twice. However, the team had long since fallen for grace. Yet Professor McGonagall still cherished her youthful fascination with it. On the wall behind her, a photograph hung displaying a younger McGonagall alongside a wizard unknown to William. As William surveyed the office, a troubled McGonagall finally took a piece of parchment, meticulously inscribing numerous words with a quill before sealing it in an envelope. She entrusted it to a white owl perched at the window. The owl affectionately pecked McGonagall before soaring into the sky, swiftly vanishing from Hogwarts. William immediately ceased his wandering gaze and nodded earnestly. Professor McGonagall fixed her eyes on William and continued, Child, what you have learned today must remain between us for now. It may pertain to the lives of 3 innocent souls. The 3 innocents refer to were Snape, Hagrid, and Robert. After a brief hesitation, McGonagall glanced at the ring on William's finger and remarked, I too cannot remove that ring. I believe Professor Dumbledore will find a way, so do not worry excessively. William sensed that McGonagall was merely offering him comfort, yet he rose to depart. Just as he was about to exit, he abruptly turned and inquired, Professor McGonagall, may I ask why Professor Snape was taken away? Is it merely due to suspicions of wrongdoing? McGonagall hesitated, unsure whether to divulge the information to William. After a moment, she exhaled softly, saying, a wand from dark magic was discovered on Tywin. Enlightenment dawned upon William. It seemed that Professor Tywin had indeed engaged in a confrontation with Snape before entering the room of requirement. Yet this raised further questions. Why had they fought? Standing by the wooden door, he noticed the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker had vanished, replaced by a gaping hole. The students remained oblivious to the true events, believing instead that the knocker had been stolen once more. The heads of houses had mandated that the 4 houses secure their common room doors, forbidding anyone from venturing outside. Thus, dinner was taken in their respective dormitories. Late into the night, he lay in bed, absent-mindedly stroking his pet, pondering the events of the day. In his hand was the Marauders map, which still bore no names for Dumbledore or Snape, nor for Robert and Professor Tywin. As the night deepened, William gradually succumbed to sleep, and the ring on his finger emitted a sudden azure glow, twinkling in the darkness like a star. In the depths of the night, several individuals and a cat slumbered soundly, unaware that in a certain Ravenclaw dormitory, the light shone as brightly as day. Deep within the Hogwarts catacombs, the lake stirred with ripples, and the golden compass at the shore slowly turned in a circle. Time passed, and everything returned to tranquility as if nothing had ever occurred. At dawn, William awoke punctually. He sat up and glanced around, realizing that Bobo T had mysteriously vanished. The ring on his finger served as a poignant reminder that yesterday's events were no mere farce. William rubbed his face, rose swiftly, completed his morning rituals, rolled up the Marauders map, and tucked it into his pocket, preparing to seek out Cedric. Upon exiting the dormitory and entering the common room, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Numerous young wizards were fervently gathered, animatedly discussing the Quidditch finals, as if a rematch were imminent that very day. William furrowed his brow and spotted Cho amidst the throng. The girl was seated on a sofa, fiddling with a hat adorned with a Hufflepuff badger. She was wielding her wand, attempting to animate the badger through transfiguration, but her efforts were evidently in vain. Suddenly, Cho froze, and with a jab of her wand, the hat flew off, striking Marietta squarely on the head. The finals have been canceled? Who told you that? Marietta exclaimed. Professor Flitwick hasn't announced anything. She placed the hat atop her own head and laughed heartily. William, have you lost your wits? Today is the finals. How could they possibly be canceled? Look, you can still see the Quidditch pitch being prepared from here. Following Marietta's gaze through the expansive windows of Ravenclaw Tower, William beheld the distant Quidditch arena. Hagrid was hoisting a microphone, readying it for the podium, while Madam Hooch was inspecting the safety measures of the venue. Professor McGonagall stood before the Gryffindor stands, wand in hand, conjuring a roaring lion. Something was amiss. William stood frozen, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally inquired, what date is it today? It's April 20th. No, yesterday was April 20th. Today must be the 21st. William hastily procured the Marauders map, and, after uttering the incantation, numerous names appeared upon its surface. His heart raced violently, as though it might burst from his chest. On the map, he spotted Robert's name at the common room entrance. He saw Professor Tywin in the office. He saw Dumbledore. He saw Snape. William was utterly bewildered. Chapter 69. The anomalous Professor Tywin at the entrance of the common room. William reached out and pinched Robert's cheek. The elasticity was commendable, the texture fine, and the freckles were vividly real, based on his years of experience with flesh. He deduced that this was genuine, not a robot or synthetic meat. Merlin, how could this man, who was supposed to be dead, have inexplicably returned? William sensed that matters were far more complex than they appeared and resolved to conduct a thorough examination of Robert's condition. What are you doing? Robert protested, wriggling free from William's grasp and shielding himself. He took 2 steps back, furrowing his brow in confusion. Are you out of your mind? William indeed felt that his own sanity was in question. Ignoring the curious whispers of the surrounding young wizards, he turned and stepped into the washroom, splashing cold water on his face while staring blankly at his handsome yet melancholic reflection in the mirror. What had gone awry? After regaining his composure, William exited and sought a secluded corner to sit and analyze the bewildering situation he found himself in. Firstly, all of this stems from an excessive sorrow that has birthed illusions. Yet, William perceives himself to be neither so fragile nor so sentimental. Secondly, the events of yesterday have yet to unfold. William has awakened a peculiar ability akin to that of the Grim Reaper, allowing him to foresee the demise of Robert and others. However, this foresight proved rather prolonged, as William experienced an entire day in its entirety, and most crucially, he did not witness how Robert and the others met their end. What sort of foresight is that? Thirdly, William has traversed once more. Though this time the journey was brief, spanning merely a day, one he had already lived through. Can such a traversal be repeated? As a man seasoned in the art of time travel, William has never encountered such a peculiar occurrence. The fourth possibility involves William idly twirling the ring on his finger. This ring, known as the Ravenclaw Bronze Ring, is likely the source of any peculiar happenings. He recalls Professor McGonagall's words from yesterday. This concerns the lives of 3 innocent souls. Is this ring compelling William to save Robert and the others? Gazing out the window, he notices numerous students making their way to the Quidditch pitch, and he realizes that time is of the essence. William's mind begins to race. Contemplating his next course of action, the pivotal figure is undoubtedly Tywin. Based on the information at hand, Professor Tywin's next move should involve taking advantage of the crowd at the Quidditch match to abscond with the hoop. He likely encountered Robert at the entrance, casually killing him before inadvertently wandering into the room of requirement, where he was bitten by Louis. As for why Snape would engage in combat with Professor Tywin, William is still unclear. If he wishes to alter the course of events, he merely needs to thwart Professor Tywin. However, it is essential to remember that he is just a first-year wizard. Despite being labeled a genius, his repertoire of spells is limited to what he has learned in textbooks, rendering him no match for an adult wizard. William must seek assistance. His first thought is of Headmaster Dumbledore. If he can locate Dumbledore, he will undoubtedly be able to prevent Tywin's actions. This line of thought is undeniably sound. With this in mind, William hastily retrieves the Marauder's map, discovering that Dumbledore is still in his office. He recalls that Dumbledore did not attend the Quidditch match, likely delayed by some matter. Rising swiftly, he strides toward the door. Autumn is packing her belongings, preparing to head to the pitch, and she calls out, "William, the match is about to begin. Aren't you going to the Great Hall? Cedric is waiting for us there." William turns and replies, "You go ahead. I'll join you shortly." Once he deals with Tywin, he will still have time to watch the match. With that thought, he quickens his pace. Exiting the Ravenclaw common room, he finds Robert still standing at the door, fixated on the young wizards, oblivious to the impending doom. William rolls his eyes, thinking that such a person would meet their demise without realizing it. He refrains from lingering and turns to sprint toward Dumbledore's office. Time is running short. The match is about to commence. William had to take a detour to avoid the throngs of people before he finally reached the corridor on the 3rd floor. He halted in front of an extraordinarily grotesque stone beast. Gazing at the creature, he suddenly realized that he did not know the password to Dumbledore's office. At that moment, he heard the sound of a whistle, signifying that the team members had entered the arena. Just as William was about to turn to seek out Professor Flitwick, the beast unexpectedly sprang to life, leaping aside as the wall behind it cracked open. Dumbledore, clad in a flowing blue robe, swiftly emerged from within. Upon spotting the boy at the entrance, he cheerfully inquired, "William, why are you not watching the match, but here instead?" "Professor, I have something to discuss with you." William hurriedly replied. "Let us converse as we walk," Dumbledore said, leading William upwards. William quickly recounted all he knew, deliberately omitting mention of the 3-headed dog and the ring. After all, the notion of resurrection was exceedingly shocking. He merely stated that Tywin was a Death Eater. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, continuing his brisk pace down the corridor, his tone remarkably calm, as he remarked, "Quite an intriguing story. Professor, this is no mere story. Then do you possess evidence, William? Accusing a professor necessitates proof. We cannot simply apprehend him based on the word of a young wizard. Even if I were to believe you, the officials at the Ministry of Magic certainly would not." Of course, William had no evidence, as none of this had yet transpired. Let's set this aside for now. I am on my way to the Ravenclaw common room to ask Ms. Grey a few questions. Come, let us go together. Dumbledore blinked, remaining unperturbed. However, on the 4th floor, they encountered Professor Tywin in a corner, standing by the window, waiting for something. William's breath quickened. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Professor Tywin, what brings you here instead of watching the match?" "I'm here to wait for you, Professor." Tywin turned around and, upon seeing William, frowned slightly in surprise, but quickly replaced it with a smile, saying, "I have something to discuss with you regarding Professor Snape." Is that so? Please wait. Professor. It is urgent, Tywin interrupted Dumbledore. I know some details about James's death and the secrets of the Dark Lord. Chapter 70. An unchanging conclusion. Tywin was insistent on conveying certain information to Dumbledore, which took William somewhat aback. Dumbledore glanced at the Quidditch match that had already begun and suggested, "Since Professor Tywin is so eager, let us discuss in my office." William took a breath. If Tywin were to enter Dumbledore's office, he would momentarily have no opportunity to commit any misdeeds. Yet, William was left with some confusion. According to Dumbledore's intentions, he was originally heading to the Ravenclaw Tower. So how could Tywin possibly act under the very nose of the headmaster? "Professor Dumbledore, I will await you after your discussion." Dumbledore nodded and led Tywin inside. William remained at the window, continuing to watch the match. Although he had seen the events of the game yesterday, he was still thoroughly engrossed. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, the creature suddenly sprang to life, leaping aside as the wall behind it fractured into two. Tywin emerged from within, a smile gracing his face as he cast a contemplative glance at William before turning to descend to the first floor, seemingly intent on observing the match. "Moments latte." Dumbledore strode out with a grave demeanor, stating, "William, as you can see, Professor Tywin did not steal the door ring, nor did he launch an attack." Just as his words faded, a cacophony of hurried footsteps announced Professor Snape, who rushed down from above, wand in hand, his body smeared with blood. "Headmaster," Snape gasped. "There has been an incident. A student is dead." William inhaled sharply, his fingers tightening around the ring, turning pale. "Who has died?" He stood frozen for a considerable time, his mind spiraling into chaos. Professor Tywin had just exited Dumbledore's office. He had no time to commit such a crime. Yet Robert was still dead. Who was responsible? Had William misjudged the situation? He had traversed the Ravenclaw common room countless times, but never had he sprinted as he did now. As he neared the wooden door of Ravenclaw, he felt as though he were moving in a daze. There lay Robert on the floor, his left eye socket hollow, blood long since dried, devoid of any other signs of violence, his face contorted in terror, as if he had witnessed something dreadful before his demise. Nearby, a gaping hole marred the wooden door, and the eagle-shaped ring had vanished once more. William was aware that he still bore a ring on his finger. Dumbledore knelt beside Robert, examining his wounds. "It was the killing curse, Headmaster," Snape remarked, wiping the blood from his face. Indeed, Dumbledore's voice was serious, then turned perplexed, but how could this be? He gazed into Robert's vacant eye socket, flipping the body over. The missing left eye hung intact above the wooden door, obscured by Robert S. form. A large pool of black blood curled around the eye, resembling chaotic graffiti, yet upon closer inspection, it formed a long, sweeping outline pointing towards the earth. Dumbledore's voice resonated, as if elucidating for William. "The Eye of Horus. This symbol has become exceedingly rare today, yet has appeared numerous times throughout history, coveted and shrouded in mystery by ancient sorcerers." Professor Snape, equally perplexed, inquired, "What does it signify for the adversary to leave such a mark?" "In traditional terms, Severus, it pertains to resurrection." "Resurrection of what?" William asked. Dumbledore gestured for Snape to move Robert's body, straightening his posture as he declared, "For thousands of years, the Eye of Horus has been imbued with the connotation of resurrection. In essence, it symbolizes the impending revival of a significant figure. Ancient sorcerers, pharaohs, emperors. It could indeed refer to Voldemort." Snape's hand trembled around his wand, his face shrouded in shadow, obscuring his expression. "Very well, Severus, things may not be as dire as they seem." Dumbledore commanded, "Let us transfer the child's body to the infirmary, where I shall await you. However, what has transpired with you will have to wait. I have other matters to attend to." "Come, William." Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on William's shoulder as they descended the stairs. "Where are we going, Professor?" William could still glimpse the Quidditch pitch, where a fierce match was unfolding, yet the clamor felt like a distant echo. "We are to see Professor Tywin. You mentioned that Robert would be killed, and that event has indeed come to pass. I fear Professor Tywin may also be in grave danger, but I do not comprehend. How could Robert be slain while Tywin was in my office?" Dumbledore appeared to read the thoughts swirling in William's mind. William nodded, adding, "Moreover, Professor Tywin has just descended to the first floor. How could he?" Dumbledore spoke in a calm, gentle tone. "My dear child, I believe this is the very reason you have been summoned here." "Summoned?" William absently rubbed the ring on his finger, feeling bewildered. Dumbledore ceased further dialogue. Striding forward with purpose, they swiftly arrived at the Office of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Dumbledore drew his wand, and with a flick, the door was blasted open, taking a portion of the wall with it. William winced, He felt Dumbledore could have approached the situation with a touch more delicacy, eschewing such violence. Dumbledore stepped through the haze, surveying the room before making his way directly to the restroom. Unlike the previous day, Tywin had not yet succumbed, but he was on the brink of death. Tywin's chest heaved violently, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, rendering him incapable of uttering a word. Yet his elbows were locked, fingers gripping the edge of the toilet as if striving to rise. His pupils dilated, vision fading, yet for some inexplicable reason, he recognized Dumbledore. He attempted to speak, but no words emerged. Instead, blood flowed more profusely from his lips. Dumbledore gently placed a hand upon his chest, feeling the shattered bones beneath his touch, the robe soaked in blood yet still warm. Dumbledore bent down, shaking his head softly. "We are too late, William." William remained silent, his brow furrowed. Events had surpassed his understanding. This meant that the Quidditch match must come to an end. Dumbledore raised his wand, summoning a silver phoenix. The magnificent creature circled around William twice, enveloping him in warmth, then shattered the glass as it soared towards the Quidditch pitch. "Come, let us proceed to my office. We need to converse earnestly." Dumbledore turned away, casting not a glance at Professor Tywin's lifeless body. Chapter 71. The Great Dumbledore. Haagen-Dazs. From the third floor, Dumbledore uttered a command. The beast suddenly sprang to life, leaping aside as the wall behind it cracked open. Beyond lay a spiraling staircase, ascending slowly like an escalator. The moment Dumbledore and William stepped onto it, a thunderous sound echoed behind them as the wall sealed shut once more. They ascended higher and higher, as if riding an elevator. William believed such a splendid invention should be accessible to all students rather than allowing them to traverse the stairs while the headmaster enjoyed the luxury of the lift. Soon, a gleaming oak door appeared before them, adorned with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin. William gazed at the knocker with keen interest, having developed a sensitivity to such curiosities. Pushing the door open, they entered, where Professor Dumbledore withdrew a piece of parchment and began to write. William stood alone, taking in the surroundings of the headmaster's office for the first time. It was a spacious, beautifully circular room filled with a chorus of whimsical sounds. On a slender-legged table, an array of peculiar silver artifacts spun, emitting wisps of smoke. The walls were lined with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, all gently snoring within their frames. In the room was a massive table with claw-like legs, and upon a nearby shelf rested a tattered and crumpled sorting hat. Before long, Dumbledore completed his writing and cast the parchment into the fireplace, where it vanished in a burst of flames. William understood that Dumbledore had written to the Ministry of Magic. Otherwise, Fudge and his associates would not have arrived so promptly. After finishing his task, the headmaster rose and regarded William, opting not to engage in deeper conversation. Instead, he instructed, "William, I have a few matters to confirm. Please wait here and refrain from wandering. You may have lunch here at noon, and there are numerous books in the room for you to peruse." William nodded eagerly. Dumbledore strode out, and the wooden door closed behind him. The portraits of headmasters ceased their pretense of slumber and began to scrutinize William. Under their collective gaze, he felt a wave of discomfort, but he found solace in the familiar surroundings. Stealthily, William navigated around the table and picked up the sorting hat, examining it closely without placing it upon his head. The hat remained as disheveled as ever, as if it had not been cleaned in centuries. At that moment, a small voice piped up, "You're still alive, William Stark? I thought Severus had dispatched you long ago." At the mention of this, William's temper flared, and he retorted with a mischievous grin, "Thanks to your good fortune, I'm still here, while Professor Snape has found himself in Azkaban." "Oh, and what of that little spider?" William inquired. The sorting hat replied warily, "What are you plotting?" Just as it finished speaking, the tiny spider emerged from a tangled ball of yarn, seeming to have just awakened from slumber. "Remarkable, it's still here," William mused, observing the spider with curiosity. "How peculiar. I recall that acromantula hatchlings are typically quite large, yet this one is diminutive in size." After nearly a year of study, William was no longer the naive first-year student. He possessed considerable knowledge. The eggs of an acromantula were the size of a golf ball. Yet this spider was far too small. This mutation seems rather absurd, doesn't it? I have yet to see a pair of parents towering at 2 meters. Yet their offspring is a rut. This genetic mutation defies all logic. William's gaze towards the small spider transformed instantly. He speculated that it was either a case of mistaken identity or that the spider's father had been betrayed. He glanced at the sorting hat, contemplating whether to take advantage of Dumbledore's absence to give it a thorough cleaning. However, upon reflecting on the current atmosphere, he refrained from acting. After all, he would not be wearing that hat in the future, Let the worries rest upon the shoulders of the younger students. Professor Dumbledore's phoenix, Fox, perched on a golden stand by the door, its size comparable to that of a swan, feathers resplendent in shades of scarlet and gold. It flicked its long tail feathers and winked at William with a friendly gesture. William swallowed hard. He had yet to sample the Scottish long-tailed turkey. Setting aside the hat, William approached the window to gaze outside, where a crowd was making its way towards the castle. Autumn, Cedric, and the twin brothers were scanning the playground, searching for William's figure. Studying in the headmaster's office certainly exuded prestige. William opened a side door, gasping in astonishment at the sight within, shelves brimming with books. Resembling a miniature library, he walked directly towards a bookshelf adorned with labels indicating scholarly content. It is widely known that folders labeled study on computers often harbor rather unhealthy materials. Thus, William speculated that this shelf might contain treasures he desired. Well, it was evident he had overindulged in imagination. The books here were indeed academic in nature. He casually flipped through a few volumes, noting that they bore no signs of previous use, pristine as if freshly purchased. William shook his head. Individuals who stocked their offices with books typically only feigned scholarly pursuits and rarely engaged with the material. TSK. It seemed even Headmaster Dumbledore was not exempt from this trend. Wait a moment. William glanced at the author and discovered it was Dumbledore himself. How intrusive. He flipped through a few more books, realizing they were either authored by Dumbledore or co-written with other eminent wizards. These periodicals were akin to the scientific journals of the Muggle world. While an ordinary person might struggle to publish a single article, Dumbledore had begun publishing since his 4th year, contributing thousands of papers over the course of a century. What was most remarkable was not his focus on a singular discipline. Rather, he had made significant contributions across nearly all fields. This was the hallmark of a true academic giant. Dumbledore's esteemed status was not merely a consequence of vanquishing Grindelwald. That was but a trivial accomplishment among his myriad successes. Dumbledore's greatness lay in his holistic advancement of the magical community, both in terms of peace and scholarship. Without a doubt, this was the kind of wizard William aspired to become. Chapter 72. The Pensieve. He placed down a copy of today's Transfiguration, walked a few laps around the headmaster's office, and performed a round of the 9th set of radio calisthenics to stretch his body. The portraits of former headmasters, half-lidded, attempted to learn a move or two from the Eastern Continent's body conditioning techniques. The most popular among them was Tai Chi. Moments ago, a few headmasters had complained that the frames were too small to fully extend their bodies. William found it perplexing how this group of portraits could muster such energy. How dreadfully dull it must be. William leaned against the window, feeling the gentle breeze as the entire castle seemed to fall into a serene silence. The night was truly beautiful. He realized that, apart from the towering Ravenclaw common room, this vantage point offered the most exquisite view of Hogwarts. Alas, Dumbledore had many years left before retirement. Otherwise, William would have considered applying for the position of headmaster, eager to inherit that esteemed office. The night deepened further, and the Auror who had been stationed at the school gate departed. Of course, the Marauder's map revealed that both Dumbledore and Snape had vanished, just as they had the previous day. After a moment's hesitation, William rose and approached the cabinet. He opened the door to reveal a shallow stone basin, adorned with strange, intricate carvings. William recognized some runes and alchemical symbols, yet he could not decipher their meanings. Ancient runes were a subject introduced in the 3rd year, and he had yet to reach that level of study. The silvery glow emanated from the contents of the basin. It resembled bright silver, but flowed incessantly, like ripples on a water surface stirred by a gentle breeze, or clouds drifting gracefully, softly swirling. William leaned closer, expecting to see the bottom of the stone basin. But beneath that mysterious substance lay a train compartment, as if he were peering through a circular skylight into the carriage. He brought his face nearer, his nose just an inch away from the glassy surface. Inside, he discerned several young wizards engaged in a heated argument. William recognized it as the Hogwarts Express. Continuing to gaze downward, he was struck by the likeness of a young Professor Snape, whose demeanor mirrored that of his adult self almost identically. The corners of the compartment remained obscured from his view. Leaning in even closer, his nose brushed against the peculiar substance. Suddenly, Dumbledore's office tilted, and William's body lurched forward, his head plunging into the basin. Yet, his hair did not touch the bottom. He fell into a cold, dark substance, as if drawn into a black vortex. In an instant, he found himself seated on a long bench within the train compartment, the sound of the train echoing in his ears. He knew what this was. He had seen it in a book about alchemy. A pensieve, a rare and precious alchemical object used for viewing memories. However, this was not Dumbledore's memory, but rather that of a young wizard in the compartment. At that moment, the boisterous boys were talking, while a solitary girl sat in the corner by the window, her face pressed against the glass. After a moment, the young Snape opened the compartment door and sat opposite the girl. She glanced at him before turning her gaze back outside, tears streaming down her face. "I don't want to talk to you," she said, her voice taut. "Why not?" "Penny. She hates me. She hates me for reading the letter she sent to Dumbledore." "So what?" he replied, but the girl shot him a look of utter disdain. "She is my sister." He began, but the girl, hastily wiping her tears, did not catch his words. "But Lily, we are leaving." He expressed his excitement with difficulty, saying, just like that, "We are about to arrive at Hogwarts." She nodded, wiped her eyes, and despite everything, managed a faint smile. "You'd better be sorted into Slytherin," Snape remarked, encouraged by her slightly improved mood. "Slytherin?" In the carriage, a boy who had previously shown no interest in Snape or Lily turned his gaze upon hearing that word. He was a boy with dark hair, somewhat resembling Snape. Yet the air of pampered privilege on his face was something Snape would never possess. "Who wants to get into Slytherin? I think I'd rather leave this place." "Aren't you going?" the dark-haired boy asked lazily, reclining opposite another boy. However, the latter did not smile. "My entire family is in Slytherin," he replied. "Oh dear," exclaimed the dark-haired boy. "You must be too." The boy grinned widely. "Perhaps I will break that tradition. If given the choice, which house would you prefer?" He made a theatrical gesture, as if drawing a sword. "Gryffindor, the House of Heroes. Just like my father." Snape snorted with a hint of disdain. The dark-haired boy turned to him. "Do you find something amiss?" "Not at all," Snape replied, although his slight smirk clearly suggested otherwise. "As long as you are content to be a brawny fool. And which house would you prefer? You seem rather simple-minded yourself," chimed in the boy beside him. The dark-haired boy burst into laughter, while Lily stood up, her face flushed with anger, glaring at the pair. "Come on, Severus, let us find another compartment." Oh. The two boys mimicked her haughty tone, and the dark-haired boy attempted to trip Snape as he passed by. Yet, the scene did not fade, indicating that the memory did not belong solely to Professor Snape and a girl named Lily. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am James Potter, but you could just call me James. And you? I'm Sirius Black." The two shook hands. William was taken aback. This was none other than the famed father of Harry Potter, while the other was the traitor mentioned by Hagrid. "And you?" James inquired of the other children. A tattered boy with a pale complexion replied, "I am Remus Lupin. You can call me Remus." The boy beside James was about to speak when James embraced him, laughing. "This is Tywin, my friend." Tywin's face turned crimson, caught between discomfort and delight at such familiarity. William then noticed Tywin, who, as Hagrid had said, truly appeared quite ordinary in his youth. In both appearance and demeanor, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, lacking the calmness that always seemed to accompany a smile. Chapter 73, Twisted Emotions. "Which house are you all hoping to join?" After becoming acquainted, James eagerly asked. Remus, appearing somewhat frail, coughed twice and said, "I am not sure which house someone like me would belong to." "Someone like you?" Sirius wore a smile at the corner of his lips. "What kind of person are you? Are you worried that you might end up in Hufflepuff?" Lupin chuckled. "I possess a modicum of confidence." The arc of Sirius's smile widened as his gaze shifted toward Tywin. "And you?" Tywin smiled shyly, casting a furtive glance at James, and replied uncertainly, "I wish to be placed in Gryffindor." "Another Gryffindor," Sirius shook his head. James burst into laughter. "Tywin will undoubtedly end up in Hufflepuff. He has always been a bit dim-witted. Once he and I went swimming in the river, and he was caught by Grindylow, dragged to the bottom, and it was I who ultimately saved him." As James recounted Tywin's numerous embarrassing moments, laughter erupted from the other two. Tywin, feeling a bit embarrassed by the jests of newly acquainted friends, felt tears welling in his eyes. Soon, the snack cart arrived. James grabbed Tywin's hand and dashed toward the cart, with Sirius trailing behind. However, the scene remained static, as Lupin sat alone in the carriage. William finally understood whose memory this was. The scene within the carriage quickly faded into obscurity. William found himself standing beside the Ravenclaw long table, facing the illuminated head table adorned with a row of attentive faces. Professor McGonagall called out, "James Potter." James swaggered towards the sorting hat and took a seat on the stool. The moment the hat touched his dark hair, it declared Gryffindor. William heard Tywin beside him let out a pained sigh. Tywin was neither sorted into Gryffindor nor Hufflepuff, but unexpectedly into Ravenclaw. A flicker of jealousy and disappointment crossed Tywin's eyes, furrowing his brow. William experienced an utterly absurd thought. Tywin's theft of the Ravenclaw ring was not for the purpose of resurrecting Voldemort, but to bring back James Potter. who had been slain by Voldemort. Could this be possible? Come now, Dumbledore's voice broke in as he reached to steady William's elbow. William felt himself slowly rising into the air. Hogwarts began to dissolve, leaving only a void of darkness. It felt as though he had executed a slow-motion somersault, his feet suddenly landing on the ground, surrounded by blinding light. He found himself in Dumbledore's office. The stone basin on the cabinet before him shimmered, and Dumbledore stood beside him. "Professor," William hurriedly apologized, "I did not intend to look at these memories." The cabinet door was ajar. "No matter. You would have seen them sooner or later," Dumbledore replied. He lifted the stone basin and walked to his desk, placing it upon the smooth surface before sitting in the chair behind the desk, gesturing for William to take a seat opposite him. "I believe you have discerned what this is," Dumbledore stated. "The pensive, Professor." William nodded, his mind brimming with confusion. "At this moment, I employed the pensive." Dumbledore pointed to the stone basin and instructed, "Extract the superfluous thoughts from your mind and pour them into this basin. When you have the leisure, observe them closely. In this state, we are better able to discern their forms and the connections between them." It sounded reminiscent of Sherlock Holmes's memory palace. Dumbledore withdrew his wand from within his robes, inserting the tip into his silver hair near his temple. As he withdrew the wand, it appeared to have snagged a few strands of hair, but William quickly discerned that it was, in fact, a small wisp of the same silvery substance as that in the basin. Dumbledore added this new memory to the basin, and William beheld Severus Snape's face swirling within it. The headmaster cradled the pensieve with his elongated hands, rotating it as a gold miner would sift through sand. "Headmaster, I see myself, yet I am certain that is not truly me." The figure bore the scent of Polyjuice potion. He was injured and attempted to rush into my potion storeroom, but I stopped him. Following the trail of blood, I arrived at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, only to discover the lifeless Robert. Soon, Snape's visage faded, morphing into that of Minister Fudge. "I must take him to Azkaban, regardless of what you say, Albus." Dumbledore gazed at William from above the crescent-shaped lens. "When you arrived, I was utilizing the pensieve. Madame Grey had sent me an alert, and I hastily stored it away, intending to go to the Ravenclaw common room. I must have left the cabinet door ajar, which naturally drew your attention." "My apologies," William reiterated. Dumbledore shook his head, with a slight furrow of his brow. He prodded the thoughts within the basin with his wand. Immediately, a humanoid figure emerged, that of a tall, lean youth of 17 or 18, his face contorted with anger. His legs remained submerged in the basin, disregarding both William and Dumbledore. "James is dating Lily Evans, Professor Dumbledore. I am merely a bit incensed. I had no intention of casting any dark curses upon that girl. I mean, I saw them kissing at Madame Putafoot's tea shop, and I could not contain my anger." "Professor Dumbledore," William looked up at the boy and quietly inquired, "has Professor Tywin always harbored feelings for James Potter? I mean, feelings of affection?" "Affection?" Dumbledore echoed slowly, seemingly recalling something, before sighing. Chapter 74. The Primordial Mysteries. The office suddenly fell into silence. Dumbledore stirred the memories in the basin, and Tywin sank beneath the surface, the basin transforming back into an opaque silvery hue. The argent glow of the pensieve illuminated Dumbledore's face. After a moment of silence, he sighed. "William, to have affection is not a sin, even if the individuals are of the same gender. However, we must tread carefully when discussing such unrecognized emotions and refrain from hasty conclusions." William felt a certain awkwardness in addressing such matters with Dumbledore in the office. Yet he understood, for the complexities of the wizarding world were manifold. Fortunately, the headmaster soon remarked, "From my experience and observations, Professor Tywin indeed harbors some special feelings for James." The sentiment began when James rescued Tywin. Was it not Tywin who had just transformed into Professor Snape using the potion? I believe it was him. Yet, how could that be possible? I mean, Tywin must have been conversing with you at that time, right? Could one of them be an imposter? They are both him, William. How could it be? How could he be in two places simultaneously? Very well, William. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, interrupting his inquiry. "I cannot disclose any further information, lest it affect your time here." "What do you mean, Professor?" "At this juncture, I should have been at the Ministry of Magic, but since your appearance this morning, circumstances have altered, hence my presence here." Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon William's eyes. "Before we delve into our discussion, I must pose a question to you." "What question, Professor?" "William, how many cycles have you experienced?" Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Suddenly, an epiphany surged over William like a wave, and he faintly grasped why he was here. That premonition grew increasingly potent. "William?" Dumbledore called out, "You appear somewhat pale. Are you unwell?" William instinctively attempted to spin his ring, but remained immobile jolting him from his reverie. Dumbledore slightly leaned forward, his broken nose nearly brushing against William's face, his blue eyes scrutinizing him. "It seems my words have sparked a revelation within you." "Indeed, Professor," William replied, having formed a few conjectures. Oh, Dumbledore's interest piqued. He chuckled. "Do share. Am I perchance caught in some former time loop?" William's swift realization stemmed not only from Dumbledore's prompting, but also from memories of several films he had watched in a previous life. Groundhog Day depicts Phil waking up to the same day repeatedly. February 2nd, Groundhog Day. The events of that day played out like a tape on repeat around him. In Doctor Who, the Doctor, in a bid to save Clara, was trapped in a confessional dial for 5 billion years, reliving a single day. In both instances, they were undoubtedly ensnared in a time loop, akin to William's current predicament. Of course, whether it was truly as he suspected would depend on tomorrow, April 20th. Dumbledore gestured for William to raise his right hand. Under the soft light, the ring appeared antiquated and elegant, shrouded in mystery. "William, your conjecture is not unfounded. You indeed find yourself in a peculiar cycle, your time frozen, perhaps even perpetually anchored to today." William furrowed his brow. However, this contradicts what Professor Bin stated. He claimed that the Ravenclaw bronze ring is a magical artifact capable of traversing any time. Dumbledore shook his head. "During my tenure as a teacher, I often reminded students that genuine history is interwoven with many unreliable legends. Widely accepted rumors do not always withstand scrutiny, much like this ring. Professor, could you elucidate the significance of this ring?" Dumbledore rose from his seat and approached the window, with William standing alongside him, both gazing out at the enchanting scenery of Hogwarts. The silver crescent moon hung in the deep night sky, resembling a masterfully painted canvas that had silently unfolded for a millennium. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore sighed. "One never tires of this view, William. Do you know the original purpose of Hogwarts? To cultivate wizards and impart knowledge? That is not entirely accurate. This objective exists merely as a means to a grander end." "A grander end?" Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon William. "In brief, the four founders established Hogwarts to explore certain arcane knowledge. They created this institution to attract exceptional wizards, allowing the select few to comprehend, study, safeguard, and pass down these esoteric secrets." "What precisely are these secrets?" William's breath quickened with curiosity. For millennia, they have been referred to as the primordial mysteries, said to possess boundless magic and infinite power, capable of creating and obliterating all. Does such a thing truly exist, Professor? William felt as though he were listening to a myth. Dumbledore chuckled. "Does it not? My dear child, the prophecies of the tarot, the I Ching from the East, which can reveal past and future, and the Philosopher's Stone, which grants immortality. These are but fragments of the primordial mysteries. Therefore, Professor Dumbledore," William interjected after a moment's contemplation, "do you believe the primordial mysteries encompass all knowledge accumulated throughout history? In other words, is all existing magic a manifestation of the primordial mysteries?" "Not quite," Dumbledore replied, shaking his head with gravity. "The primordial mysteries and modern magic are distinctly separated, existing in an extraordinarily unique form." "Have you encountered them?" William queried with skepticism. "Indeed, not only have I encountered them, but there have been those who have wielded such formidable power, which once vanquished the Dark Lord and continues to protect someone even now," Dumbledore stated, his eyes fixed intently upon the night sky. Chapter 75. The Overbearing Ravenclaw. "Professor, are you referring to Harry Potter?" William pondered momentarily before asking. "Only two individuals are ever truly deemed Dark Lords, Grindelwald and Voldemort. While I am uncertain regarding Grindelwald, I am aware that Voldemort sought to kill Harry with the killing curse, yet met his own demise. William, a third-rate time traveler, was baffled by his familiarity with such events, having scarcely grasped the overarching narrative. This knowledge is well known among Earth wizards. For Harry Potter, he is the sole individual to have survived the killing curse, an extraordinary feat. For Voldemort, he is the only adult wizard who attempted to slay an infant only to be vanquished in return, an astonishing accomplishment indeed. Their mutual notoriety is undeniably significant. William had speculated on why Harry could withstand the killing curse, yet he had not anticipated the connection to the primordial mysteries. "Professor, who wielded such magic?" William inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Harry's mother, Lily," Dumbledore replied. William squinted thoughtfully. The fact that the other party wielded such extraordinary magic indicated a prior acquaintance with the arcane mysteries of ancient times. "Lily, how impressive. But why does that name sound so familiar?" William recalled the memories he had glimpsed in the pensive and could not restrain his curiosity. Professor, did Harry Potter's mother and Professor Snape know each other as children? Dumbledore remained silent for a moment before conceding. I do not wish to conceal the truth. But as you can see, they indeed knew each other from a young age. However, William, I must insist that you never speak of this matter in front of anyone. Remember, anyone. Dumbledore's tone grew increasingly serious. This includes Mr. Diggory and Miss Chong, even Harry, who will enroll next year. This is of great importance. William nodded quickly, assuring, I will never speak of it to anyone. As for how Lily acquired that power, you will learn in due time. Dumbledore redirected the conversation. Let's return to our previous discussion. Dumbledore took a sip of his red tea and continued. Those ancient sorcerers who were granted such power swore to protect the arcane mysteries, ensuring that they remained unknown to the uninitiated, as they deemed this power too formidable and perilous for the unenlightened masses. Likewise, only those deemed worthy may access the ancient mysteries. William raised his hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Professor, does this ring signify that I am one of the worthy? Dumbledore cast a peculiar glance at William, suppressing a smile, and replied, Of course not. Dumbledore grasped William's hand, his blue eyes scrutinizing the ring. The ring bore the image of a majestic eagle in flight. Its chest adorned with a book inscribed with the words Time is humanity's greatest adversary in runes. Within the inner band, it read, Extraordinary wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. This eagle, embellished with a book, symbolized the ancient mysteries. The ring was, in fact, a standard artifact for sorcerers who received the legacy of the mysteries, akin to the wand each wizard possesses today. Dumbledore slowly unveiled the secret. As the runes suggest, time is indeed humanity's greatest foe. The ancient mysteries are intricate and numerous. Without ample time, one cannot study them. Hence, the primary function of this ring is to allow an individual to repeatedly experience a single day, granting sufficient time to delve into the ancient mysteries. He added, The inscription on the inner band is likely a whimsical addition from Ravenclaw, as she had a penchant for doodling. William gazed at the ring, lost in contemplation. According to Dumbledore, this ring was a magical item designated for the chosen one to study the ancient mysteries. Merely an auxiliary tool, it possessed such remarkable power that William could hardly fathom the might of the ancient mysteries themselves. Does this mean Ravenclaw was also worthy of studying the ancient mysteries? William inquired. Not just her. All 4 founders were, Dumbledore responded. Otherwise, why would 4 exceptionally talented individuals come together? Why did they choose to establish Hogwarts? William, for millennia, there has been a belief that in the early mystical schools of Egypt, the ancient mysteries were passed down through generations. The 4 great leaders pursued their studies there. But for some unforeseen reason, they suddenly departed and arrived at the castle of Slytherin, where they established Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, mirroring the mystical schools of Egypt. However, Ravenclaw, fond of her ring and reluctant to be bound, employed a powerful spell upon her departure from Egypt to forcibly sever the contract between the ring and the Egyptian mystical school, claiming the ring and becoming its rightful owner. William was left in awe, marveling at such a domineering woman. After Ravenclaw's disappearance, the ring remained as the doorknob to the Ravenclaw common room, awaiting her successor. Successor? Indeed. Dumbledore nodded. Only a true Ravenclaw could wield this bronze ring. You may have heard the head students mention that there was a student who once perused all the books in the Ravenclaw common room in a single day. This is no mere myth. He briefly obtained a ring. Professor, I have another question, William stated. According to your explanation, I am neither the chosen one nor the true master of this ring. Does this imply that I am incapable of freely ending the time loop? A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. Indeed, William, you are merely a user and cannot decide when to terminate the time loop, but the ring possesses that power. Dumbledore gently caressed the eagle. The Ravenclaw doorknob poses questions, determining a student's access to the common room based on their answers. This suggests that the ring is imbued with Ravenclaw's intellect, much like the sorting hat. Precisely. So, how does one conclude this cycle? Dumbledore replied cheerfully. Though we are not the ring and cannot discern its thoughts, we can still make educated guesses through subtle clues. Following Dumbledore's prompt, William contemplated carefully. Dumbledore affirmed, thus, when you possess the ability to save these individuals and fully comprehend the entire situation, you shall exit the loop. Chapter 76, A Greater Purpose. Dumbledore's words plunged William into silence. To him, rescuing Hagrid and Robert seemed manageable. All he needed to do was disregard Professor Tywin in the morning and insist on bringing him to the Ravenclaw Tower. However, grasping the entirety of the events remained a daunting task given his current capabilities. This morning, Tywin had indeed visited Dumbledore's office, yet Robert still perished. What transpired after Tywin left the headmaster's office? How did he confront Professor Snape? These thoughts eluded William. "Professor, do you possess knowledge of the entire sequence of events?" William inquired. Dumbledore straightened, his keen gaze fixed intently upon William. "My child, I do not wish to appear omniscient. Yet I have indeed formulated a comprehensive understanding of the situation." Just as William was about to respond, Dumbledore seemed to anticipate his thoughts and shook his head. "Even if I know, I will not divulge it to you, my child. This is a matter you must investigate for yourself." "Why?" William asked, perplexed. "This is akin to a trial, William. You have become the heir of Ravenclaw, entering a cycle of time that has sparked new ideas within me. Thus, this is not only a test from Ravenclaw, but also a challenge I present to you. I need you to endure this experience." William furrowed his brow. Dumbledore spoke in a sorrowful tone. "My child, I am growing old, and the future may prove arduous. I cannot place all my eggs in one basket. I must plan ahead. Yet you have illuminated a new hope for me. Do you understand? But I am merely a first-year wizard professor. Despite possessing a mature soul that allows him to advance in his studies more swiftly than his peers, William was acutely aware of a singular truth. He could not compare himself to Dumbledore. He did not believe he could achieve what others could not. However, do not forget, Dumbledore seemed to sense his thoughts. "Child, you possess the time loop. Humanity's greatest adversary is time itself. Yet at this moment, what you have in abundance is time." Dumbledore, almost pleadingly, continued, "William, I must remind you, as you seek the truth and attempt to escape the time loop, do not lose sight of what is most important." "What? A greater purpose?" William fell silent, pondering Dumbledore's words as he unconsciously traced the lettering on the eagle. "Time is humanity's most terrifying enemy. This ring is bestowed upon the chosen ones to study ancient mysteries. Ravenclaw left this ring in the hope that her successor would attain boundless wisdom. Wisdom is the source of power, and the simplest way to acquire wisdom is through the vast ocean of books. To learn the entire truth from Dumbledore now and unravel the time loop would be a squander of resources. Did Dumbledore mean for him to remain in the time loop for a decade or more, emerging as a master swordsman? How ruthless! William shook his head. Indeed, one never knows what one cannot predict. William had no inkling of how he, an ordinary traveler unaware of the plot, had been chosen by Dumbledore. He wished to suggest seeking someone more capable, not out of modesty, but out of sheer disbelief. Yet Dumbledore's intent was clear. "I have determined that you shall be the savior." What could William do but recite a couple of lines of poetry, acquiescing to Dumbledore's request? Dumbledore smiled. "Good child, it is reassuring that you comprehend. This is an opportunity. Perhaps you will become the inheritor of primordial mysteries. However, before that, I must offer you a few small pieces of advice." "What advice, headmaster?" "Do not attempt to leave this castle. The functioning of this ring derives from the accumulated magic of the castle over the years. Once you don it, you effectively enter into a contract with the castle. Should you depart, it would breach the contract and could result in dire repercussions." William nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. His second suggestion was to take things step by step. If I am not mistaken, it was Tywin who attacked the Ministry of Magic and acquired some magical artifact, which has led to your current perplexity. I believe you will come to understand in due time. Before departing, William inquired of the professor, "How did you come to know of this ring? Have you used it as well?" Dumbledore shook his head, seemingly recalling a certain individual and event. He chuckled softly. "I have not, but in my youth, I was more passionate about ancient matters than anyone else. Thus I missed many opportunities. I do not mind, but you must not emulate me." With that, Dumbledore let out a deep sigh, his tone imbued with melancholy and endless nostalgia. It appeared that Dumbledore, too, possessed a story to tell, much like William, though the distinction lay in the former being an elderly man and the latter a youthful lad. As the night deepened, William found himself unable to sleep alone in his bed. The sensation was peculiar, a blend of excitement and unease, since he had become ensnared in a time loop. According to Dumbledore's words, he would not age, and his memories would remain intact. He could linger in the loop until he grew weary of it. By that time, William might have completed his self-study of the 7th grade curriculum, emerging with the prowess of an orer. After all, the Sword God of Shirley Slope was not merely a title. The prowess of a first-year wizard was indeed thrilling to contemplate. Most importantly, although William did not recall the plot of the Harry Potter universe, he was aware of the existence of Voldemort. After all, having frequently encountered the moniker, he had taken the time to research it. According to the prevailing ideology of this world, Voldemort was dead, vanquished by the boy who lived. However, William was certain that he had not perished. If he had, he could hardly be deemed a boss, but rather akin to a character from an Avengers film, fell by a single blow. It was well known that formidable bosses were perilous, and Dumbledore likely intended for him to confront this reality. At present, William's abilities were insufficient. He must leverage the ring to facilitate substantial personal growth. Trapped in the same day, he could undertake numerous endeavors, even entering the restricted section of a library without being questioned. Of course, William also needed to take the time to investigate Professor Tywin's affairs, as that was the key to his escape from the loop. Nevertheless, he would not rush outside. He resolved to heed Dumbledore's counsel and dedicate a year or so to enriching his knowledge. As the clock struck 11:59 and 59 seconds, William, despite lacking any sleepiness, inadvertently closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. Chapter 77. The Clash of Titans, Thanos versus Dumbledore. In the morning, William awoke from his slumber. Much like the previous day, Bobo the cat was nowhere to be found, and his roommates were sprawled in a variety of peculiar sleeping positions. Marcos had even managed to share a bed with Bradley, though William could not fathom how that had come to pass. He touched the ring on his finger, brushing aside the worries of the past few days. He was no longer burdened by the death of Robert, nor did he fear Hagrid's capture or concern himself with Tywin's affairs. William donned his robe and approached the window, gazing out at the hazy mist. Unable to contain himself, he let out a howl of exhilaration. What a refreshing feeling. This howl stirred the other occupants of the dormitory, prompting Chambers to spring up in a fluster. Stammering an apology, "I'm sorry, Professor Snape, I didn't mean to be late." William sighed softly, reflecting on Madame Pomfrey's words. Indeed, the children who had taken potions were not in good health. "No worries, Professor Snape will be apprehended by the Ministry of Magic for murder today," William remarked. He found himself ensnared in a time loop, free to divulge the events of the day, knowing full well that these individuals would not recall his words. It would be splendid if the Ministry could indeed take Snape away. He still preferred Madame Pomfrey to teach the class. Chambers, now fully awake, stifled a long yawn. No one believed William's claims. He shrugged, dressed, completed his morning routine, and gathered a few books. After consulting the Marauder's map to check the professor's locations, he finally entered the common room. A considerable number of students had already gathered. Laughter and chatter filled the air as they awaited the Quidditch match. It was still April 20th. Having already witnessed one match, William anticipated an interruption from Dumbledore and deemed it a waste of time to attend again. What he desired was systematic learning. He needed a professor's assistance and professional guidance. To be candid, yesterday's conversation had been profoundly deep, and he was not inclined to engage in a second one so soon. Seeking Snape was out of the question. Not only would he be apprehended today, even if he weren't, he would hardly provide William with guidance. Professor McGonagall would be attending the match. Being an avid fan, she wouldn't miss it. How could he forget about Professor Flitwick? Remembering that Flitwick would not be watching the match, he surmised that the professor must be in his office. As the head of his house, Flitwick would undoubtedly offer valuable insights. Resolute in his decision to leave, he was interrupted by Autumn's voice. "Hey, William, aren't you going to watch the final?" With several books in hand, it was clear he did not appear to be heading to the match. As he approached, he noticed Autumn still holding that hat, attempting to engage the little badger. Marietta promptly made space for William, who settled between the two. "Not watching, it's boring," he declared nonchalantly. "But this is the final," Autumn exclaimed. "So what? I'll tell you, this morning I woke up and suddenly realized I had awakened an ancient power, able to foresee everything and glimpse the future." Autumn rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical. However, Marietta gasped in amazement, her belief swayed by William's reputation for brilliance, whatever he claimed. She would take his truth. Of course, it could not be dismissed that the girl might have other intentions. Regardless of what Autumn said, Cedric would always react promptly, expressing belief. Leaning languidly in his chair, William chuckled. "Why would I deceive you? We could conduct an experiment, if you'd like." "How would we experiment?" "I have just stepped out of the dormitory, and am certainly unaware of the happenings outside. I wager that our prefect, Robert, is currently stationed at the entrance." Without waiting for Chio to respond, Marietta immediately dashed to the door to investigate. After a brief moment, she returned with an expression of utter astonishment and exclaimed, "William, how did you know?" Chio cast a skeptical glance at William, as if seeking to decipher some truth from his countenance. With a relaxed smile, William replied, "I mentioned that I have awakened prophetic abilities. I can now inform you of the Quidditch score." "What is it?" 70-90. With Gryffindor in the lead at the end. "That's impossible," Chio asserted decisively. "Catching the Golden Snitch alone awards 150 points. Who told you they would catch the Golden Snitch? Today, the match will be temporarily interrupted due to a certain event." "What event?" William lowered his voice dramatically, as if invoking a prophecy. Thanos will send his Black Order to invade Hogwarts, attempting to seize the Ravenclaw bronze diadem, only to be defeated by Dumbledore in a single blow. While Cho and Marietta were oblivious to Thanos' identity, it did not hinder William's mischievous embellishment. Thanos versus Dumbledore. Regardless, after today, no one would recall his words, allowing him to act with impunity. However, once Cho and Marietta witnessed the score aligning with William's prediction, matters could become quite complicated. They might genuinely believe William possessed prophetic abilities and subsequently spread the tale of Thanos' invasion in an attempt to convince Dumbledore. If that were to transpire, it would indeed be amusing. Well then, I must seek out Professor Flitwick. You may continue your activities here. With that, William rose, extracted his wand, and casually flicked it at his hat. His intention was to assist Chio with her transfiguration, having observed her efforts on numerous occasions. Yet he had forgotten that transfiguration was not his forte. Unsurprisingly, he fumbled the complex spell. In his excitement, his hand trembled, and with a sudden whoosh, the hat ignited. Marietta, witnessing this, gasped in alarm, grasped the brim, and hurled it away, where it landed upon the curtains of the large window in the Ravenclaw common room. The curtains were instantly engulfed in flames. "Fire! Quick, extinguish the flames!" cried a student, frantically fanning the fire with a book in an attempt to quell the inferno. But the flames only intensified, quickly spreading to the sofas and chairs. Noticing someone casting Aguameni, William chose to disregard it and seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to make his escape. The blaze had singed half of Chio's hair. Whether Thanos would invade remained uncertain, but if he stayed any longer, he would undoubtedly meet a tragic end at Chio's hands. A most unfortunate fate indeed. Chapter 78, Flitwick's Discourse on Wizards. As William exited, he encountered Robert, who was caressing his flushed face with a lecherous grin. Moments ago, Marietta had stolen a glance at him to ascertain the veracity of William's prophecy. This was hardly something a socially inept boy like Robert could withstand. He fancied that his moment had finally arrived. The three great illusions of life. She likes me. William paid no heed to Robert. He could always resurrect, so he might as well relish the experience of death for the time being. In any case, one becomes accustomed to dying. Professor Flitwick's office was located on the 4th floor. William skillfully navigated a secluded path, avoiding the throngs of people, and arrived at the door. On the day before he was ensnared in the cycle, he had given Robert a vial of life and death potion, eager to ascertain its efficacy. Following Robert's demise, he was brought to the office by Professor Flitwick. It was also on that day that William discovered the Ravenclaw bronze ring in the Room of Requirement. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he were to return to the Room of Requirement after Tywin's death, would he still be able to retrieve that ring? William was certain he could. He knocked on the door, and Professor Flitwick opened it, gazing up at William with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "What is it, Mr. Stark? Is there something you wish to discuss? I have a few academic questions that I believe only you can address, Professor, and I would like to seek your guidance." William respectfully replied. Professor Flitwick chuckled, his beard quivering with delight, clearly enjoying the praise from his student. "Do you wish to ask now?" he said with a smile, stepping aside cheerfully. "Very well, come in, my child." Professor Flitwick was having breakfast in his office, from which he could observe the happenings of the Quidditch pitch. Hagrid was toiling away at his heavy duties. Professor McGonagall was crafting small lions for Gryffindor, and Madame Hooch was inspecting the safety of the facilities. "William, why did you not go to watch the match?" Once seated, Professor Flitwick gently inquired. "I did not. Such spectacles pale in comparison to the pursuit of knowledge." William recalled Dumbledore's words about a greater purpose, and he was diligently striving toward that goal. "Besides, did you not refrain from attending as well?" "Well, one can still witness the match from here," Professor Flitwick sighed. "Every final seems to feature other houses. I might as well not attend a pitch. This year, however, it is fortunate that the final is between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. Had it been Slytherin, I would likely have endured another year of Snape's mockery." Although Snape was not one to engage in idle chatter, his sarcasm was unparalleled. For instance, last year, when Slytherin claimed victory, Snape chastised their Quidditch captain in front of several headmasters, lamenting that he had yet another trophy to accommodate in his office. "By the way, have you eaten?" Professor Flitwick, shifting away from melancholy thoughts, posed a question. "Not yet, Professor. Then it appears we require more sustenance." He winked and waved his wand. A platter of turkey sandwiches, toasted pastries, and wine-soaked fruit pudding materialized on the table. "Would you prefer red tea, milk, or coffee?" "Red tea, please, Professor." With a snap of his fingers, a steaming cup of red tea appeared before William, captivating him completely. Noticing William's keen interest, Professor Flitwick picked up a sandwich and remarked, "This is not food conjured by transfiguration, is it not?" He replied, handing William a toasted pastry. You're merely a first year. Professor McGonagall has yet to introduce you to this knowledge. Food stands as one of the 5 notable exceptions within the realm of the Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. A wizard cannot conjure delectable dishes from thin air, nor can they transform other objects into sustenance. Even if one were to consume such creations, nutrients would remain unattainable, leading instead to digestive distress. So, how do these meals come into existence? They are prepared by house elves and subsequently transported here via my nonverbal transfer spell. The scene does not resemble a breakfast gathering nor a classroom setting. It bears more resemblance to a symposium where ideas are exchanged, debates ensue, and inquiries are made. Professor Flitwick occasionally prompts students to share their stories, while William seeks the answers he desires. He relishes this format, finding it particularly relaxing and engaging. The breakfast lasts over 40 minutes, and upon estimating the time, William eagerly inquires, "Professor, you may think I am aiming too high, but I wish to formulate a long-term study plan for the coming years." He recounts his current academic progress. Professor Flitwick ponders for a moment and responds earnestly, "William, your proficiency in charms and defense against the dark arts exceeds my expectations. I acknowledge your talent, yet there lies a crucial distinction. Being able to perform a spell does not equate to truly mastering it." William nods vigorously, recalling his past academic experiences where he had absorbed vast amounts of knowledge, yet struggled to apply it practically. Professor Flitwick continues, "Let us discuss charms, undoubtedly a foundational subject that underpins all magic. The essence of spells is their application in daily life. The most effective practice is to incorporate them seamlessly into your routine. Many young witches and wizards excel in their studies, but after a holiday without practice, they forget even the most fundamental incantations over the course of 7 years. My advice is to engage with spells at every opportunity. If magic can accomplish a task, refrain from using your hands. When you can substitute the functions of your limbs with magic, you will have become a master of charms. That is my counsel." William contemplates this advice, recognizing its wisdom. His former English teacher had similarly advised that the best way to learn a language is through practical use rather than through examinations. These principles resonate deeply. "By the way, William," Professor Flitwick interjects, taking a sip of his beverage, "you might consider attempting to make a doll perform a ballet across the table. I find it quite intriguing. Perhaps it could even serve as our final examination?" The professor winks playfully, eliciting a smile from William. Is this a subtle hint? A privilege for the outstanding student. After breakfast, the two seamlessly transition into their afternoon tea. "What is our objective in studying defense against the dark arts?" Professor Flitwick exclaims passionately, gesticulating animatedly. "It is, of course, for combat. No matter how many spells you master, if you cannot apply them in real-world situations, they hold little value. My recommendation is to seek a master skilled in combat for training." William furrows his brow, pondering whom to approach for guidance. Professor Flitwick took a hearty gulp of beer, slamming the mug down on the table with a resounding thud, and laughed heartily. "Child, never forget, I am the champion of the combat tournament. I do not boast, but in terms of practical combat, very few in this school could last more than a few rounds against me." After a few more drinks, Professor Flitwick appeared somewhat inebriated, a stark contrast to his usual modest demeanor. With a hint of tipsiness, he grasped William's hand and began to discuss wizards over drinks. Chapter 79, Combat Training. Professor Flitwick, slightly tipsy, let out a burp. Professor Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald, repelled the mysterious forces, and his scholarly achievements are indeed impressive and deserving of respect. However, the headmaster has grown old and has not engaged in combat for many years. I wonder if he still possesses even 60% of his peak strength. Professor Flitwick shook his head ruefully. As for Professor McGonagall, she is not only beautiful, but also possesses a delightful character, embodying a certain intellectual grace. While I can never match her in transfiguration, when it comes to combat, I could easily take her down without a wand. And Professor Snape? I find him inscrutable. Nevertheless, after so many years of applying for the position of defense against the dark arts, his lack of success suggests a deficiency in ability. Otherwise, why would Professor Dumbledore not appoint him? Professor Flitwick took several more hearty swigs, becoming increasingly inebriated. William, concerned, remarked, "Professor, perhaps you should slow down?" Who knew that a few mugs of beer could render Professor Flitwick in such a state? Not even a chance to nibble on peanuts. Nonsense, Professor Flitwick burped again. Let's continue our conversation. Before long, William had gleaned several intriguing secrets about the professors from him. "William, I extend to you an invitation to join my combat club." A combat club? This was the first William had heard of such a thing. "I have been hosting it for many years, exclusively for students in 5th year and above. You're only in your 1st year, but as a prodigy from Ravenclaw, you will surely receive special consideration. Heh. All right. William nodded eagerly, expressing his intention to participate. However, since Professor Flivy was a master of combat, why bother with club students when he could directly seek guidance from the professor himself? That would be the best way to hone his skills. Professor, do you have any advice regarding transfiguration? Hearing William's inquiry, Professor Flivy seemed to regain some clarity. Child, one cannot bite off more than one can chew, and I suggest you consult Professor McGonagall. She is the true master in this area. Transfiguration lacks fixed spells. It largely relies on one's understanding. Thus, without exceptional talent, one particularly requires the guidance of a professor. William nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Professor Flivy's words. He realized that he had yet to master many of the concepts that Professor McGonagall had taught. Then, Professor Flivy, I shall take my leave for now. I will return should I have further questions. William stood up. Professor Flivy, nearly asleep from intoxication, had his head resting on the table, mumbling incoherently. William gently draped a blanket over him before turning to depart. Upon departing from Professor Flitwick's office, William resolved to seek a tranquil place for his studies. The room of requirement should have been the ideal sanctuary. However, Tywin would soon arrive there, and after being bitten by the creature, William was not prepared to confront him just yet. Thus, he opted for the library as his study haven. Madame Pants was perched on a ladder, categorizing books, and upon noticing William's entrance, her demeanor shifted dramatically, her vigilance palpable. It seemed that his choice to study rather than attend the match was an egregious affront. William seated himself at a table and retrieved several spellbooks recommended by Professor Flitwick. Yet, before he could delve deeply, Madame Pants hastily approached him. Somewhat exasperated, William pondered the merits of learning the disillusionment charm. Otherwise, his daily restrictions at school would hinder his ability to remain inconspicuous, leading to considerable inconvenience during daylight hours. After a brief wander, he ultimately returned to the room of requirement. The entire school was under lockdown, indicating that Tywin had perished, and William sought to see if he could locate a second ring. He traversed the corridor alone, evading Peeves, and entered the room of requirement. It appeared unchanged from the previous day, with the creature lounging in the corner, nursing its wounds, and grunting for sustenance upon spotting William. William pried open its mouth and discovered a door knocker within. Indeed, it was a knocker, not a ring akin to his finger. It seemed there was but one Ravenclaw ring. After entering the time loop, this knocker had transformed into an ordinary door knocker. William's aspirations of becoming the Lord of the Rings had been dashed. Subsequently, William sought out Professor Flitwick daily to inquire about combat techniques. Training was no trivial endeavor. Although Professor Flitwick was available in the mornings, he was reluctant to engage in duels with young wizards. However, after numerous cycles, William had begun to discern Professor Flitwick's preferences. By first complimenting other professors and then asserting Flitwick's superior combat prowess, William could easily elicit a cheerful response from him. If he voiced Flitwick's commendations of other professors, Flitwick regarded William as a confidant and vowed to pass on his legacy to him. This method proved unfailingly effective. According to Professor Flitwick, a firm grasp of the wand was the most fundamental requirement, akin to the extension of one's own hand. Without mastering this, one ought not to engage in battle. Thus, William raised his wand, hands at shoulder height. However, he faltered, unable to maintain his stance for even half an hour. After several days of relentless practice, he finally managed to hold his position for 2 hours without the wand wavering. Fortunately, during the cycles, the soreness would dissipate by the next day, leaving him with muscle memory. Otherwise, his training would have been significantly delayed. After a week of training with Professor Flitwick, William experienced rapid improvement. A young wizard undergoing systematic training typically enters a phase of swift advancement. Emboldened by newfound confidence, he seized the opportunity to incapacitate Robert and take his place during a moment when others were absent. William's combat skills remained exceedingly rudimentary, markedly distinct from those of a dark wizard like Professor Tywin. Tywin approached with the intent to kill, and William, after only 2 exchanges, was mercilessly slaughtered, collapsing into a pool of his own blood. His eyes were gouged out by Tywin, gruesomely displayed upon the wall. Such a horrific scene was beyond description. However, from that moment onward, William no longer dared to confront Tywin. Instead, he patiently immersed himself in true techniques under the tutelage of Professor Flitwick. Soon enough, 40 cycles had passed. In the 81st chapter, the question arose, genius or monstrosity? During the 41st cycle, in a remote, abandoned classroom at Hogwarts, Professor Flitwick and William stood opposed on either side of the room. William retrieved a mask from his robe, covering his face, fastening a breastplate over his chest, and drew his wand, positioning it against his heart. This series of silent actions transformed his entire demeanor in an instant. Professor Flitwick also drew his wand, but he did not don a mask or breastplate. He required no such protection, for William could not harm him. In truth, William wished to forego the armor. He yearned for a more authentic combat environment. Yet, Professor Flitwick forbade it. Although he would control his strength during their sparring, accidents could occur. The two pieces of equipment, crafted by fairies, offered superior protection, far exceeding that of conventional armor, capable of mitigating the majority of spell damage and safeguarding vital areas. Of course, it was not that William was forbidden from sustaining injuries, but rather to protect critical regions to prevent him from succumbing before he could reach the hospital. Such measures were entirely warranted. William had once heard of a novice fighter, having attended merely 5 or 6 classes, called upon by his coach to fill in for another competitor. The opponent was a Muay Thai champion, barely 19, who few could best. The disparity in their skills was immense. Within 40 seconds, the novice was knocked out and perished in a hospital. Professor Flitwick was certainly no fool. He would not resort to lethal force, yet his prowess was formidable. If he miscalculated, it was conceivable that within less than 40 seconds, he could find himself pleading with William not to die. William would revive unscathed, but Professor Flitwick was unaware of this, hence the necessity of such protective measures. As they prepared to commence, silence enveloped them. William had trained for over a month, yet his current objective remained to execute 10 successful offensive maneuvers under Professor Flitwick's assault. Gripping his wand firmly, he moved with no superfluous motions. In this moment of combat, he relied solely on his youth, agility, and pursuit of swiftness, rather than flamboyance. With a distance of 5 meters between them, William swung his wand and launched into an aggressive advance. With a swift motion, a blinding green light shot toward Professor Flitwick's head. William did not pause to observe the outcome. He surged forward with ferocity, his movements precise and his form like the wind. Originally reluctant to employ his wand, Professor Flitwick's eyes sparkled with a newfound sharpness. Without any observable gesture, he swiftly conjured 2 beams of blue light. One intercepted the fierce strike, while the other hurtled directly towards William's thigh. As the strike of brilliance was thwarted, William had anticipated such an outcome, having been impeded nearly 40 times before. With each successive battle, he gradually honed his own combat techniques. Relying solely on the stunning spell was undoubtedly a misstep. He was no match for Professor Flitwick. What he required was swiftness and enhanced reflexes. Speed would enable him to evade numerous spells, while reflexes would allow for a more effective counterattack. If his opponent took 1 second to cast a spell, and he could do it in half a second, he would gain the upper hand. Both reflexes and speed can be cultivated, with the foundation resting upon possessing a robust physique. Why do aging wizards see a decline in their prowess? Apart from a significant reduction in magical power, the most critical factor is their diminished reflexes compared to the youth. Similarly, a body weakened by fatigue cannot yield a formidable combatant. William suddenly leapt, tracing a magnificent arc in the air, his form twisting to evade the azure spell, simultaneously unleashing a second incantation. All petrified, Professor Flitwick displayed a hint of surprise. Who would have imagined that a mere first-year wizard would exhibit such dazzling performance? Indeed, dazzling was the only fitting description. A muggle-born first-year wizard. William showcased combat skills surpassing many fifth-year wizards. What a prodigy. Little did Professor Flitwick realize that this was the result of over a month of rigorous training under his guidance. Quickly dismissing any underestimation of his opponent, Professor Flitwick took a half-step back with his left foot, his right arm quivering in anticipation. A crescent-shaped beam of light sliced through the air, a spell of formidable power that brutally swept away William's petrifying spell. As if it were but chaff in the wind, suddenly magnifying as it approached within 2 meters of William. Having witnessed this maneuver before, William understood its might and knew he must avoid its edge. He suddenly surged forward with a speed nearly doubled, narrowly evading Professor Flitwick's initial wave of attack. Upside-down bell. William once again cast a spell, a technique he had learned from Professor Flitwick. During one of their training cycles, he had been caught off guard and suspended in mid-air, losing his combat effectiveness. This time, however, he dared to aim the spell at himself rather than at Professor Flitwick. As his body spun, his speed not only maintained, but increased, seamlessly combining with his earlier burst of speed. Just as Professor Flitwick's spell erupted anew, William deftly evaded the strike and found himself inverted upon the ceiling, his feet firmly planted. William had practiced this maneuver countless times. Although the upside-down bell was originally intended for use against foes, applying it to himself allowed him to evade numerous spells. Despite previous failures, If he lost grip on his wand while inverted, he would become a target. This time, William executed the technique flawlessly, his magical energy surging within him. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a spell that radiated with unprecedented force. The 6 torches affixed to the wall immediately detached from their brackets, transforming into a colossal fire spear that filled much of the room, hurtling towards Professor Flitwick. Then it transformed, no longer a fiery spear, but a colossal eagle, engulfed in flames, charging towards William. In a moment of chaos, William shattered it into a cloud of black smoke. Yet within mere seconds, the smoke morphed and solidified into a myriad of bladeless daggers, once more hurtling towards him. The golden bell struck the ground. William plummeted from the ceiling, and in that fleeting instant before impact, he cast a levitation spell that slowed his descent. Before he could regain his footing, he rolled to the side, narrowly evading a stunning curse. Professor Flitwick observed William intently. Though the battle had only raged for a few minutes, and he had not yet unleashed his full power, William had thus far proven to be impeccable. For a first-year wizard to reach such a level of prowess was nothing short of extraordinary, perhaps even monstrous. Chapter 81. The Fearsome Dumbledore. With a profound sense of bewilderment, Professor Flitwick scrutinized William, seemingly attempting to discern something from his expression. This sudden surge in combat prowess was far from ordinary. The foremost principle of battle is to remain focused, a lesson he had imparted to William on the very first day. Yet, Flitwick found himself momentarily distracted, needing to alleviate his astonishment. Many students on the verge of graduation still stood idly, flailing their wands like baboons, utterly oblivious to the essence of wizarding combat. For such wizards, Flitwick could dispatch a multitude with a single spell. While William's combat style, albeit limited by his age, appeared somewhat immature, it nonetheless signified his initiation into the art. Flitwick might lose focus during training, but William could not afford such a luxury. Countless bruises serve as reminders that distraction could lead to dire consequences. William's feet were relentless, his wand spinning as 8 panes of glass shattered, coalescing into a snowball-like mass. A barrage ensued. The glass crystallized into countless sharp spikes, launching forth like bullets, quickly filling the classroom with debris. Although Flitwick was momentarily distracted, his wealth of combat experience kicked in instinctively after the initial wave of attacks, causing his right wrist to twitch. Suddenly, the classroom creaked ominously, his wand angled upwards as if reeling in a leviathan from the depths, striking the mass of glass mid-air. Flitwick chose not to pursue immediately, remaining steadfast. This was the unexpected moment previously mentioned. In his distraction, his instinctive reaction was a spell of considerable power, which inflicted significant damage on William. After a brief pause, Flitwick excitedly inquired, "Having granted you 30 seconds of respite, shall we continue?" With wand in hand, William nodded vigorously. He craved this rigorous training. He did not believe that simply exchanging spells would cultivate a true master of combat. Observing this scene, Flitwick allowed a hint of admiration to grace his lips. "William, your abilities surpass my expectations. Thus, I shall no longer regard you as merely a child." William remained silent, once more launching himself into the fray, the culmination of a month's training vividly on display. Yet his spells were effortlessly countered by Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick seemed intent on testing the limits of his defenses, waiting for the moment when his magical energy would be depleted to decisively determine the outcome. This torment felt akin to a wand poised above one's head, denying the one beneath it any respite. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. This was not a classroom meant for combat, and after enduring several spells, the load-bearing beam was struck by a magical arrow conjured by Flitwick, embedding itself half a meter deep and carving a 2-meter-long fissure. Out of the corner of his eye, William noticed the beam shift slightly, and he instinctively repressed the urge to retaliate, retreating step by step. Flitwick's second barrage of arrows was unleashed like a storm of projectiles, converging toward a single point, creating a posture of reverence, as if all magic were being drawn towards it. Dumbledore emerged gracefully, his presence indescribably ethereal. He casually seized William's wand, and with a subtle gesture, the cracks in the classroom beam immediately restored to their original state, and the surrounding damage vanished as if no battle had ever occurred. Dumbledore stood between William and Flitwick, his purple robes billowing and expanding like a balloon, absorbing the onslaught of countless magical arrows. From the tips of his dark boots, ripples emanated outward, stirring up dust, while his beard floated, the elderly figure remaining steadfast and unmoving. The magic flowing within his robes not only persisted but thrived. Swelling once more, "Professor Dumbledore, I apologize for my earlier excesses," Flitwick quickly expressed. Dumbledore smiled gently, his hands resting at his sides as his robes settled into calmness. He returned the wand to William and stood quietly beside him. Phileas, I have sought you for quite some time. I did not expect to find you here. Professor, has something happened? Indeed, a child from Ravenclaw has perished, Dumbledore said with profound sorrow. What? How could that be? Flitwick's hands trembled violently, his voice sharp with concern. Dumbledore recounted the situation without reservation, fully including William in the narrative. Who was responsible? In a moment, tears welled in Flitwick's eyes. It is still unclear, Dumbledore replied. You should head to Ravenclaw to maintain order. Of course. Flitwick quickly hurried away, his short legs moving swiftly. William and Dumbledore spoke simultaneously. I have matters to discuss with the headmaster. I have inquiries to make of William. Flitwick left, bewildered, while Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes scrutinized William. William, your skills in dark magic defense are quite adept. Naturally, Professor, I have been training under Professor Flitwick for over a month, William replied cheerfully. He raised his right hand to show Dumbledore the bronze ring on his index finger. Dumbledore's hands trembled as he recognized the ring. Deep in thought, as he grasped the implications without needing further elaboration from William. Frankly, having witnessed such scenes multiple times, William once found amusement in the expressions of the headmaster, but now he only felt a sense of dread. Dumbledore was truly formidable. Robert had just passed away, and at this moment, perhaps Professor Tywin's body had not yet been discovered. Yet, with a single utterance from William, he could swiftly grasp the entirety of the situation, as if Dumbledore possessed an omniscient awareness. However, he too was ensnared in the cycle, devoid of memory. William even pondered that Dumbledore might have had a preliminary inkling of the events preceding Tywin's demise, merely biding his time for the inevitable conclusion. Engaging in conversation with such an intellectually formidable individual, while effortless, required caution. Dumbledore's most formidable attribute was not his combat prowess, which merely served as embellishment, but rather his unparalleled intellect. After a moment of silence, Dumbledore finally inquired, "What do you intend to do next?" William contemplated before responding, "According to the plan, I am scheduled to study Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall this afternoon, so I shall inform her." Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement. Following this, Dumbledore had to depart for the Ministry of Magic, rendering it impossible for him to remain at the school, while Professor McGonagall was tasked with temporarily overseeing the institution. Without a message from Dumbledore, she would be unable to instruct William in Transfiguration at such a critical juncture. As William turned to exit the classroom, Dumbledore's voice called out, "William, I should have informed you earlier, should I not? Always for the greater good." Chapter 82. McGonagall's Extraordinary Assistance. William's weakness undoubtedly lay in Transfiguration. It would not be entirely accurate to label it a weakness, yet when compared to charms, defense against the dark arts, and even potions, it paled significantly, revealing his lack of aptitude in this particular magical discipline. Nevertheless, he was still among the more accomplished of his peers, albeit unable to compete with the prodigies. For such a bright student, with an investment of considerable effort, strength would inevitably follow. This was not mere daydreaming, for he possessed the extraordinary advantage of Professor McGonagall's guidance. Professor McGonagall was a master of Transfiguration, richly experienced in teaching and adept at nurturing students' deficiencies. With a professor like McGonagall to assist, any ordinary young wizard, given diligence, could rapidly evolve and ultimately surpass their contemporaries. However, such opportunities were rare. Few possessed the privilege to have Professor McGonagall dedicate a month, 2 months, or even an entire year solely to the instruction of one student, unless that individual happened to be her own child. Yet William was afforded this rare chance. Ensnared in the time loop and under Dumbledore's directive, he spent nearly every afternoon in private Transfiguration lessons with Professor McGonagall. What does this signify? One must recognize that one-on-one instruction is entirely distinct from large class settings. In a large class, Professor McGonagall must accommodate the pace of all her students, often glossing over simpler concepts. However, in private tutoring, she tailored her approach entirely to William's progress. He was even able to practice transformations repeatedly, with McGonagall present to meticulously point out his errors. For a first-year wizard, Transfiguration classes typically occurred only twice a week, totaling a mere 30 sessions in a semester. Yet William attended Transfiguration every afternoon. If he accelerated his efforts, he could complete an entire semester's worth of lessons in less than a month. To speak candidly, when William first entered the time loop, he had a fleeting desire to escape, as each day presented the same faces and repeated dialogues. Meanwhile, Cedric and the others were confined within their respective houses due to the lockdown, severing any means of communication. However, as time progressed, he found the situation increasingly appealing. Within the confines of the time loop, he was afforded the rare privilege of uninterrupted, one-on-one tutoring from various teachers, an invaluable opportunity. Professor McGonagall's office, which William had frequented numerous times, felt familiar to him. Upon entering, he noticed McGonagall appeared somewhat displeased. Their relationship had always been amicable. Yet in light of the recent tragic events, she lacked the emotional bandwidth for teaching, let alone for conducting a private tutorial for a student. If that student were at risk of failing, McGonagall might have been more lenient, but it was evident that William was not in such dire straits. The material he sought to review was from the second year. McGonagall disapproved of this preferential treatment, firmly believing that fairness outweighed all else. She could not fathom why Professor Dumbledore would make such a request, yet she typically complied unconditionally with the headmaster's directives. Countless instances had demonstrated that Dumbledore's words were laden with profound meaning. Seated in her office, McGonagall adjusted her glasses and retrieved the textbook, flipping to a page in the second volume. Having addressed numerous questions from William in the past, she was well aware of his preparatory progress. However, William had turned to a much later section of the book. McGonagall's eyebrows arched in surprise as she closed the textbook and said seriously, "William, I know you have not reached that material yet. I believe you should not aim too high. To be frank, the final exams are approaching, and the questions will be quite challenging." McGonagall was subtly hinting at the nature of the upcoming exam, a nuance he had come to understand through his previous visits. It must be said that her hints were far less direct than those of Professor Flitwick. "But Professor, I have already mastered that content," William asserted, rising from his seat to retrieve a cage from the window, within which resided a plump bamboo rat. He waved his wand with casual finesse, transforming the creature into a snuff bottle adorned with jade-like material, intricately illustrating the Hogwarts castle upon its surface. An exquisite and splendid creation. McGonagall's expression shifted, her eyebrows arching in astonishment. She recognized William's aptitude for transfiguration, remarkable but not genius, and as a diligent and exceptional student, she was aware of his true capabilities. Such effortless execution was beyond his grasp just the day prior. Merlin, could it be that I had misjudged him, overlooking a prodigy? Or had he suddenly experienced an epiphany, metamorphosing into an unparalleled talent in transfiguration overnight? How astonishing. This was a novel situation for Professor McGonagall, who awkwardly remarked, "Child, this is undoubtedly the practical examination for the finals, and I must say you have achieved full marks. I believe you are indeed ready to pursue the curriculum at this level." She turned the textbook to the page William had indicated and began to impart knowledge earnestly. Yet, McGonagall soon realized that the error did not lie with her, but rather with the world itself. William possessed a remarkable capacity for comprehension. Yet when it came to practical transformation, he remained, as always, unable to execute the metamorphosis instantaneously. This was somewhat incongruous with his earlier display of brilliance. Her furrowed brow relaxed. This was more like it. Nevertheless, it was of no concern, for in a few days Professor McGonagall would once again marvel at William's genius. William had a penchant for revisiting a lesson repeatedly, transforming time and again, allowing Professor McGonagall to point out his shortcomings. He had discovered that this method of study yielded the highest efficiency. Initially, William felt unfamiliar with the repeated lessons, but as time passed, he inevitably became adept at them. At that time, Professor McGonagall would only perceive that William, upon first encountering a particular concept, could transform effortlessly, his talent almost unervingly prodigious. She even encouraged him to publish more papers, confident that he would undoubtedly win the accolade for the most promising newcomer. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall lacked memory. Otherwise, the fluctuating standards would likely have driven her to despair. After exiting Professor McGonagall's office, William wandered aimlessly along the empty corridor. The entire hallway was devoid of life, as all students were confined to their respective houses. This tranquility had become somewhat familiar to William. He contemplated a stroll by the Black Lake. Although Dumbledore had forbidden him from leaving the school grounds, half of the lake's expanse fell within the school's jurisdiction. Such solitary walks, allowing his thoughts to drift, were beneficial for both mind and body. In that fleeting moment, the serene school seemed to belong solely to him. That sensation was particularly delightful. However, as William reached the first floor, his gaze was drawn to Snape's potion storeroom. Despite the passage of time, he had yet to venture inside, compelled by an inexplicable urge. He approached. Chapter 83. Snape's Letter. It was rumored that Snape's most cherished possession was his potion storeroom, a place that no one was permitted to enter. The professor had cast the most stringent enchantments upon the small cabin to deter students from intruding. Someone had once attempted a nocturnal raid on the cabin, making off with several potions, while William had been preoccupied with Cedric and the others during that incident. He was aware of this. On the day he first fell into the loop, he had witnessed Dumbledore's memories in the Pensieve, where Professor Snape spoke of battling an intruder. Presumably, the professor had discovered someone attempting to breach his sanctum, which precipitated the ensuing conflict. The wooden door remained shut, marked by signs of scorching flames. As William approached, he triggered no enchantments. The assailant must have circumvented the defenses. But Snape had not had the opportunity to re-enchant the cabin before being taken away by the Ministry of Magic. Scanning the vicinity, William noted the emptiness of the corridor before pushing the door open and stepping inside. The room was dimly lit, filled with hundreds of glass bottles. Murky specimens of flora and fauna floating in vibrant potions. A cabinet in the corner brimmed with ingredients. Flames flickered brightly. William carelessly waved his wand, igniting the oil lamp on the table. The room contained an array of conventional herbs and the remains of magical creatures, a veritable treasury for potion making. It did not possess the exquisite rarity he had envisioned. He felt a twinge of disappointment. William's attention was swiftly drawn to the desk, where a collection of keys lay. Were they the keys to the office? After a moment's contemplation, William picked them up. Beneath the keys was a note, scrawled hastily, "Professor Dumbledore, please keep this safe." If these keys were of particular significance, it would indeed be inappropriate for Professor Snape to take them to Azkaban. William surveyed the surroundings and discovered an old chest in the corner. The chest bore a large lock, and upon comparison, he found it matched the key he held. Although it was not customary to pry into others' belongings, William was currently ensnared in a time loop, rendering his actions unnoticed. In truth, even if the chest was cursed, it mattered little, for William was gravely injured and would recover by the next day. Approaching the chest with 7 locks, he inserted the first key into the lock, opening it to reveal a pile of clothing. He closed the chest and inserted the second key into the second lock, discovering not clothing, but an array of potion textbooks, parchment, and quills. William quickly inserted the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth keys into their respective locks, each time revealing different contents. Finally, he inserted the 7th key into the last lock and lifted the lid, his pupils dilating in astonishment. The bottom of the chest transformed into a room, akin to a basement, around 3 meters deep, with a ladder hanging down. William climbed down the ladder. It was a vast chamber, nearly identical in layout to the one above, with a long corridor to the far right, obscured by darkness. On a table stood an oil lamp, which William ignited, flooding the room with light. To his left was a pearwood table with a chair in front, and on the table lay a photograph alongside a bouquet of lilies. William picked up the photograph, realizing it was motionless, a testament to the Muggle method of capturing images. This indicated that the photograph had been taken by a Muggle. Yet for some reason, Professor Snape had chosen not to apply developing potion, preserving its original style. The photograph bore the weight of time, exuding a sense of historical gravitas. It depicted a boy and a girl, both around 10 years of age, against the backdrop of an almost deserted amusement park. A towering chimney loomed in the distance. The girl swung on a swing, while a slender boy pushed her from behind. The boy's long black hair contrasted sharply with his mismatched attire, seemingly chosen to be deliberately uncoordinated. A pair of overly short jeans, an oversized, tattered coat resembling that of an adult, and a peculiar shirt reminiscent of maternity wear. One corner of the photograph appeared to have contained another person, but that portion had been torn away. The boy wore a beaming smile, perhaps his first and only moment of such unrestrained joy. William recognized them as Professor Snape and the girl named Lily. The scene from Dumbledore's Pensieve on the train featured the two of them. William surmised that this photograph had likely been taken by Lily's parents. As Snape's childhood attire suggested, he belonged to a family that could not afford a camera. On the desk lay an envelope, dated April 20th, the very day. The envelope bore no postage stamp nor any other identification, only inscribed with, "Missing Lily for 3,915 days, sent to the girl I cherish most." Beneath the envelope rested a piece of paper. Due to its obstruction, William could only glimpse the final lines of text. "Lily, Dumbledore informed me that we are alike. We both endure suffering, with our lives entangled in chaos. Such is the perplexing nature of existence. Yet I have long grown weary. I possess nothing but the awareness of the world's malice. This is not the life I desire. I am on the brink of despair." Professor Snape must have begun composing this letter before his departure, interrupted by the sounds of an attack at the door, prompting his hasty exit. William opened the desk drawer and was taken aback. It was entirely filled with envelopes, each one addressed to Lily. However, not a single letter had been sent, for Lily had passed away 11 years prior. Snape must have truly loved Harry's mother. These letters stand as irrefutable testament to his affections. In that moment, The intensity of such emotions rendered William incapable of opening these letters to read their contents. He exhaled softly and turned to exit the room, proceeding down the corridor to the right. Chapter 84. The first step of the Master of Potions. Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, William had encountered a plethora of magical creatures, yet none could compare to the secrets harbored within Professor Snape's hidden chamber. He finally comprehended why Snape cherished the potions storeroom so dearly. More accurately, it was the embodiment of his entire fortune. This room, magically expanded by the undetectable extension charm, resembled a mad scientist's takeover of a supermarket, filled with an array of bottles and jars of various shapes and sizes, all designated for the preservation of species. The ambient lighting, augmented by professional-grade red safety lamps, resembled a photographic darkroom. These crimson lights, casting upwards from beneath the shelves, illuminated the entire space, ensuring that the alcohol-soaked containers, safeguarding light-sensitive species, remained shielded from exposure to regular light. Under this illumination, the lifeless specimens appeared to cluster together, gazing through the shadows. This created an illusion for William, as though he were ensconced within a colossal aquarium. A casual glance down the aisle revealed an endless expanse, teeming with the remains of countless magical creatures. If Hagrid were to witness this room, would he not be driven to eliminate Snape? After all, these were all his beloved creatures. Thus, this place was a necropolis for magical biologists, a paradise for the Master of Potions. Yet William was not a magical biologist. He was utterly delighted, akin to a naive country bumpkin, as he leaned over a large glass container, observing the grotesquely floating fish within. This was a species of coelacanth. William had encountered it in some tome on magical creatures, its entire form brimming with potential, for almost every part could be utilized in potion making. Particularly, it was among the most precious of ingredients. William greedily cast a few glances, only to be swiftly captivated by something to his left. In the adjacent aisle stood a grand water tank, resembling a series of glass telephone booths fused into one. Within this transparent, elongated coffin swirled a horrifying entity, its body an eerie shade of white, its form indistinct. William lowered his gaze upon this creature, noting its bulbous, tuber-like head and basketball-sized eyes that glimmered with an uncanny light. It was the corpse of a colossal squid. A label affixed to the tank proclaimed it to be a giant cuttlefish. This species is recognized within the magical realm as the largest invertebrate, surpassing even the mighty octopus, and is known for its extreme predatory nature. Such squid inhabit the waters surrounding the Antarctic continent, occasionally venturing northward to the seas off South Africa, ranking among the most formidable magical beings alongside fire dragons. Is this not an exaggeration? For instance, certain potions require dragon's blood as an essential ingredient, given that it boasts 12 distinct uses and is irreplaceable in many concoctions. Yet, which potion master would go so far as to harbor the carcass of an adult fire dragon merely for the sake of acquiring some dragon's blood? Professor Snape is currently engaged in such endeavors. How enviable, nay, outrageous. A person like Snape ought to be imprisoned in Azkaban, while William would not mind preserving this room for him. After all, fine artifacts should be collected by those who can truly appreciate them. In a fleeting moment, William found himself less inclined to rescue Professor Snape, contemplating instead that he should bear the weight of Tywin's murder accusation and languish in Azkaban for eternity to atone for his sins. Clearly, he was utterly enthralled by the squid, his gaze seemingly glued to the glass pane. He began to indulge in fantasies, envisioning himself standing before a cauldron, brewing top-tier potions. He pondered whether incorporating a tentacle would enhance the brewing process and elevate his mood. Utilizing such a tentacle in place of gillroot to create a diving potion could potentially extend its efficacy to an entire week. It is well known that gillroot allows for underwater movement for over an hour, but just a hint of this tentacle could amplify its effects 100-fold. To be honest, William had never attempted to brew complex potions. He had always used the most economical magical creatures and herbs. This was a significant expenditure indeed. He harbored grave suspicions that Professor Snape had devoted the entirety of Hogwarts funds to stockpiling such curiosities. Indeed, the school was so frugal that it hesitated to upgrade its flying broomsticks until a crisis compelled them to reluctantly allocate some funds. Where then had all the money gone? Other subjects, such as charms and transfiguration, do not demand such lavish resources, so it was certain that Professor Snape had used the funds to procure these items. Most crucially, these specimens could also be sold, much like gold. As human activities encroach further into natural habitats, numerous magical creatures' environments are being destroyed, resulting in a dramatic surge in the prices of many herbs. For example, the African tree snake is a vital component of compound potions. Yet due to the crackdown on smuggling in Africa and restrictions on exports, prices fluctuate almost yearly. Just moments ago, William had noticed dozens of boxes containing African tree snakes. Not only was it severe as Snape, but William also witnessed bundles of unicorn hair being wrapped in Hagrid's hut, seemingly to craft a blanket. Such items, if sold, could fetch hundreds of galleons. It appears that every professor at Hogwarts harbors hidden depths. Who would dare claim that the professors of Hogwarts are mere paupers? William would surely set them straight. Of course, he did not believe that these items had been personally collected by Professor Snape. Some of these items were clearly prohibited from trade, yet Snape possessed an abundance of them. William had no doubt that Hogwarts itself was involved behind the scenes. Indeed, every wizard in Britain graduates from Hogwarts. For those exceptional students who enter various fields, it would be exceedingly simple to grant Hogwarts a favor. One could argue that a significant portion of Britain consists of Dumbledore's students. This educational monopoly is truly daunting, akin to a scholarly aristocracy. In a corner, William also spotted dozens of cauldrons, all filled with potions. Many potions require lengthy brewing periods. For instance, the Polyjuice potion necessitates 21 days just for the infusion of leeches, with the entire process nearing a month. Many of the sealed concoctions were mere half-finished products. By scent alone, William discerned that one cauldron contained Felix Felicis, likely an attempt by Snape to enhance his luck, which had indeed been rather poor lately. Another cauldron held Veritaserum. It was uncertain for whom Professor Snape intended it. As for the others, William could not identify them, but they were undoubtedly complex potions. It felt as though he had stumbled upon a new world. Here lay an array of precious creatures he had never encountered before, allowing him to practice without the fear of failure. What potion master hasn't brewed numerous batches of potions, much like the combat experts? No matter how high your talent, without extensive practice, mastery remains elusive. Previously, William had lacked both funds and materials, but now his fortunes had changed. He could dedicate his afternoons to studying Transfiguration and his evenings to brewing potions. This was the first step toward becoming a master potion maker. He was increasingly fond of this cyclical existence. Chapter 85. The Quidditch Master Emerges. In the 365th cycle, Professor Flitwick remarked, "William, your prowess is formidable. Even I am uncertain of what further combat techniques I can impart to you. Your sole shortcomings are your youth and insufficient magical power, along with a limited repertoire of powerful spells." 40 minutes later, as William exhausted the last vestiges of his magical energy, Professor Flitwick paused, breathing heavily. William collapsed onto the ground, his robes drenched and utterly drained of strength. After a brief respite, he retrieved a vial of magical energy restoration potion from his small satchel on the floor, along with 2 stamina potions, offering one to Professor Flitwick. He consumed both potions in quick succession before lying back down to rest. These were acquired earlier in the day from the hospital wing. After all, with the disillusionment charm, Madame Pomfrey would remain oblivious to his presence. The more frequently William visited, the more familiar he became, as though he were returning home when he sought potions from the hospital wing. Professor Flitwick took the potion with a hint of amusement. While one might question William's combat prowess, it was undeniable that his post-battle recovery was remarkably professional, perhaps even more adept than Flitwick himself. William's proficiency was hardly surprising. After all, he had been training diligently for a year, relying on these very elixirs daily. Initially, these remedies had been recommended by Flitwick, and without a second thought, William had appropriated them, embracing the philosophy of self-care while ensnared in a time loop. After all, if he could use them without consequence, why not indulge? From his bag of wonders, William produced 2 bottles of sparkling water, quenching his thirst while ruminating on Professor Flitwick's earlier remarks regarding his insufficient magical energy. A heavy sigh escaped him. He found himself powerless to rectify this deficit. The magical realm boasted potions that could either rapidly restore magical energy or permanently increase one's magical capacity. The potion William was currently consuming, known as the Mana Restoration Elixir, provided swift, albeit temporary, replenishment. Though precious, such potions were still available. However, the elixirs designed to permanently augment one's magical limit had become extinct. The most renowned of these, the Augmentation Potion, contained ingredients that had long since vanished, with no substitutes to be found, rendering their concoction impossible. For novice wizards, their magical reserves were limited, and they typically refrained from excessive spellcasting. William's extraordinary feat of casting over 20 spells within a mere 40 minutes was virtually unheard of. Consequently, he frequently found himself grappling with magical depletion. Even in a purely defensive stance, Professor Flitwick could exhaust William's energy, leading to his inevitable defeat. Yet, William had no choice but to endure the passage of time. waiting for his magical capacity to grow passively. Generally, a wizard's magical abilities stabilize and experience significant growth only upon reaching adulthood. Until then, despite his refined combat skills, William was constrained within certain limitations. Upon concluding the battle and exiting the classroom, William did not encounter Dumbledore. To avoid the headmaster's potential interruption, he had engaged in combat in numerous locations. He was now convinced that Dumbledore had installed a surveillance system within the castle, as the headmaster could pinpoint their location with uncanny precision, no matter the chosen battleground. A widely circulated rumor echoed in his mind. Dumbledore was aware of every nocturnal escapade and every infraction, yet chose to remain silent. This time, William was able to engage in prolonged combat with Professor Flivy because he had sought out the headmaster early in the morning, presenting his ring and requesting not to be disturbed. However, he was no longer visiting Flivy for battles on a daily basis, as his progress became increasingly subtle. His combat style began to stabilize. The limitations he faced were due to insufficient magical energy and the weakness of his spells. Under such circumstances, it was unnecessary to astonish Professor Flivy every single day. William continued to immerse himself in his studies, particularly in Transfiguration. This discipline thrived on perseverance. And after a year of dedicated instruction with Professor McGonagall, William had experienced a remarkable transformation. His progress in Transfiguration had long surpassed that of Cedric. William's true passion lies in the art of potion making, where he revels in the freedom to concoct his preferred elixirs, a sensation that fills him with immense joy. Over the course of a year, he meticulously crafted every potion available to 5th years and below. Within Snape's quaint abode, he unearthed a treasured notebook, replete with insights and innovative techniques pertaining to potion brewing. The revelations within were profoundly enlightening, with numerous methods that radically challenged traditional textbook teachings, marking them as groundbreaking. Fortunately, the potions taught at Hogwarts typically required no more than 3 hours of brewing time, providing William ample opportunity to practice. After each skirmish, he would often brew a vial of the bewitching brain elixir, a potion renowned for sharpening the drinker's mind, thereby enhancing the efficiency of their studies. As he strolled down the lengthy corridor, the resonant voice of Dumbledore suddenly echoed from the Quidditch pitch. Standing by the window, he gazed at the flustered crowd, realizing with a pang that it had been a year since he last attended a match. In his relentless pursuit of knowledge, William had overlooked many other aspects of life. Truth be told, he harbored a desire to partake in Quidditch matches. After all, what boy doesn't dream of Quidditch? Yet, he recognized his own limitations and skill. With a year or two of dedicated practice, given the current state of the Ravenclaw team, he was confident he could secure a spot without needing to resort to underhanded methods, a true embarrassment for a time traveler. Thus, he resolved to strengthen himself instead. Aware that Autumn would be vying for the position of Seeker, he was determined not to compete against his close friends. As someone who had once held the title of a minor prince in a previous life, William naturally gravitated towards the Seeker role. He turned his gaze towards the Hufflepuff team, seizing this opportunity to learn about Quidditch. He contemplated infiltrating both teams as a player, believing that such an approach would yield significant improvements. Once William emerged from the time loop, he envisioned himself as a Quidditch expert, leading Ravenclaw to victory in the Quidditch Cup. However, he soon found himself lost in daydreams once more. Chapter 86, Polyjuice Potion. The key to joining the team lay in the elusive Polyjuice Potion, a notoriously time-consuming brew that William had never attempted. Yet, he was aware of its location, Snape's storeroom. Unfortunately, he would be unable to acquire it before the commencement of the Quidditch matches, as the professor had yet to be imprisoned in Azkaban. Yet, as the age-old adage goes, when faced with challenges, one must seek the headmaster's assistance. William resolved to approach Dumbledore, having spent a year within the time loop, learning how to swiftly earn the headmaster's trust. He could request Dumbledore's aid in procuring a dose of Polyjuice Potion. On the 366th cycle, William awoke and entered the common room, where he immediately spotted Autumn fiddling with her tattered hat. "Good morning, William," she greeted him. The familiar exchange ensued, with Autumn invariably inquiring which team William supported. Of course, Hufflepuff, he replied with a smile. He was prepared to represent Hufflepuff today and firmly believed that under his courageous leadership, the Badgers could outscore Gryffindor by 100 points. Although he had never participated in a Quidditch match and had only spent a few fleeting moments touching a broom during class, William exuded an unwavering confidence. "I have matters to attend to. I shall seek Cedric for a brief encounter." With a flourish, William produced his wand and tapped Autumn's hat, causing the small badger atop it to spring to life, roaring skyward and thumping its chest repeatedly, reminiscent of a frenzied gorilla. "How did you manage that?" Autumn exclaimed in astonishment. A throng of Ravenclaw students gathered around to witness William's enchanted hat, allowing him to slip away amidst the commotion. Making his way toward the headmaster's office. In less than 20 minutes, William arrived in the Great Hall, where Cedric was hunched over the long table, nervously consuming his meal. Crumbs strewn about like remnants of his anxiety. After taking a seat beside him, William retrieved a vial of potion and offered it. "Here for you." Cedric, puzzled, inquired. "What is this?" "A low-concentration beta-relaxant, designed to alleviate muscle tension and restore your body to its optimal state. Fear not, it is certainly permissible for Quidditch." The sport forbade the use of numerous substances, such as Felix Felicis and various stimulants. In the magical realm, there existed a comprehensive list of 700 categories and 5,000 subcategories of prohibited substances. However, this beta-relaxant merely eased muscle contraction, functioning similarly to stretching, and was not included on the banned list. Dumbledore had specifically requested this potion from Snape, and William had consumed it numerous times, often partaking after intense training sessions. Trusting his friend, Cedric downed the potion in one swift motion, feeling its coolness instantly relax his body. Whether it was merely a figment of his imagination or not, he sensed a significant reduction in his tension. "Cedric, I require your assistance with a matter." "What do you need?" "Just say it. It can't be more than a sentence." Cedric affectionately draped his arm over William's shoulders. "That reassures me. Would you be able to lure your teammate, Warrington, into the men's restroom? I intend to incapacitate him and impersonate him for the upcoming final." Cedric wore a strained smile, utterly at a loss for how to respond. William's rationale for entering the arena was his need to apprehend a culprit while masquerading as a player. In The White-Headed Detective, Frank had assaulted the referee and infiltrated the arena, even performing a moonwalk reminiscent of Jackson's iconic dance. The sight of him dancing with a protective helmet led William to momentarily believe that Zhuan Zhangwo had traversed time and space. Upon hearing William's proposal, Cedric's mouth gaped wide, as if it could accommodate a golf ball. "You can't be serious?" William, with a twinkle in his eye, drew forth his wand and gently tapped it, transforming a plate on the table into a majestic eagle that soared gracefully around the room. "How did you accomplish this?" Cedric was utterly incredulous. While others may have doubted William's proficiency in transfiguration, Cedric was acutely aware that he had yet to reach such a level of mastery. "Convinced now?" William chuckled. "Since you hail from the future, could you enlighten me about whom I will be with in the days to come?" "Autumn, undoubtedly," William replied without hesitation. Cedric, who had recently donned an expression of disbelief, instantly shifted to a beaming smile, grasping William's hand. "I believe you. That is astonishingly accurate." William simply smiled in response. He knew that Cedric would certainly believe in his extraordinary ability to transform, a feat that was beyond William's capabilities just the day before. Crucially, Cedric was a person who embraced the peculiar, a seasoned reader of the unconventional, and one could hardly expect his discernment to be particularly acute. He was quite taken by this. Now, could they bring in Warrington? Cedric hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Could we perhaps choose another location? If I take a boy to the restroom, it might tarnish my reputation. Then let us meet at the prefect's bathroom entrance. Just say you want to shower with him." Cedric was left speechless, finding that reason even less convincing. The two agreed to meet in a secluded classroom on the first floor, where William was now thoroughly familiar with every corner of Hogwarts Castle. Approximately 10 minutes later, Cedric appeared with Warrington in tow. Warrington's cheeks were flushed, and he fidgeted as he said, "Cedric, do you have something to tell me? I don't have a boyfriend, but I'll agree to whatever you propose." A strained smile crossed Cedric's face, indicating he had truly sacrificed his allure. William emerged from the shadows, delivering a swift and clean blow to Warrington's head, rendering him unconscious. Cedric seized Warrington from behind and dragged him into the classroom, deftly attempting to remove his robes with remarkable skill. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to take off his clothes?" Cedric turned to William, who had yet to make a move. "Take off what? Don't you notice how similar our physiques are?" William rolled his eyes. He had chosen Warrington precisely because their builds were comparable. Despite being a first year, William was nearly the same height as the third-year Warrington. Cedric sheepishly released his grip and unceremoniously tossed Warrington onto the floor. Unable to contain himself, William asked, "By the way, Cedric, how is it that you're so adept at undressing others? Care to explain?" William plucked a strand of hair from Warrington's head and placed it into the polyjuice potion. The potion fizzed vigorously, resembling boiling water, bubbling furiously. In a second, it transformed into an unappealing shade of green. Pinching his nose, William took 2 large gulps of the potion. The taste was abysmal, utterly dreadful. It reminded him of a vile concoction, as if it were something unfit for human consumption. Chapter 87. Preparing to leave the cycle. William's insides began to churn. as if he had swallowed live snakes. Suddenly, a burning sensation surged from his stomach throughout his entire body, reaching his fingertips and toes. Following, there was a terrifying sensation of his skin melting, as if it were bubbling like hot wax. Yet, the pain came swiftly and departed just as quickly. In an instant, everything ceased. "Are you all right?" Cedric exclaimed excitedly. He glanced at the polyjuice potion that William had consumed, and a bold idea sparked in his mind. Naturally, this idea required collaboration, but it would undoubtedly be a mutually pleasurable endeavor. Warrington's deep, raspy voice emerged from William's mouth. "It appears that I must seek a potion capable of alleviating my suffering. It has become customary for him to consume the compound decoction, and he cannot endure such discomfort each time." The two made their way toward the arena as the match was about to commence. Sitting in the stands and standing on the field evoke entirely different sensations. This was especially true for William, participating in his inaugural match, although to others, Worthington was already an experienced player who had partaken in countless games. "Worthington, you seem a bit anxious," Truman whispered. "I had a troublesome breakfast." William began to deflect the blame onto himself. "Is that so? Then you must give it your all. We rely on you for scoring," Truman encouraged, patting Worthington on the shoulder. At that moment, Mrs. Pants blew the whistle. William mounted his broom and swiftly ascended, spiraling twice in the sky, his heart racing as if it might burst. He waved to Autumn and Hagrid, even though they were not yet acquainted. William felt exhilarated, unable to suppress a whistle. He longed to stand atop his flying broom and proclaim, "I'm the king of the world." He soared ever faster, with teammates behind him and opponents in the distance. Feeling invincible, "It's time to showcase true skill. Tremble, Gryffindor Lions." Cedric shouted something, but the wind was too fierce for William to hear clearly. Soon, the audience erupted in astonishment. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, George struck the bludger, which collided with William's head like a cannonball. His smile had barely faded before he plummeted from the sky. In that moment of descent, one thought consumed William's mind. Am I destined to be the first man in a millennium to perish on this field at Hogwarts? To hell with Quidditch dreams. I shall play no more. Time swiftly passed, and William found himself ensnared in a cycle that spanned 520 days. Over the course of a year and a half, aside from seeking tutoring from various professors, he also participated in Quidditch matches. Ah, the essence of humanity, how easily one is drawn back in. Despite being struck on the head by the bludger during his debut, a week into the cycle, he could no longer resist the itch to play. Initially, William struggled. He lacked strategy, technique, and teamwork, functioning solely as a solitary entity wielding the bludger, carelessly launching it as if pressing a pass button, with no sense of direction. It was utterly chaotic. On one particularly dismal occasion, Hufflepuff lost by a staggering 100 points within 40 minutes, and Truman nearly mistook him for the ball. Fortunately, William carried his wand with him. Upon landing, he utilized the disillusionment charm to escape, or he would have certainly been overwhelmed by the disdain of the Hufflepuff players. As time progressed, William's skills began to improve, gradually becoming more proficient. He learned various tactical combinations, no longer practicing his skills during matches. Most importantly, his touch became refined, and accuracy relied solely on muscle memory. The time loop did not erase this muscle memory, providing him with significant advantages. William had an abundance of time and opportunities to throw. At times, in order to evade the attempts of others to seize the ball, William would take to the skies with remarkable speed, significantly honing his flying skills. Typically, he found himself dodging his own teammates. Quidditch matches were indeed perilous. Within just a few months, William had endured a plethora of injuries on the field. He had been knocked off his broom, resulting in a harrowing fall that nearly left him paralyzed and struck in a sensitive area by a bludger. He had also felt the sting of Charlie's iron elbow against his head. While Charlie's strikes were indeed brutal, William was undaunted. He brandished his wand and sent Charlie sprawling with a well-aimed stunning spell. Thus erupted one of the most chaotic brawls in Hogwarts history, as several houses clashed. Surrounded by his fellow Gryffindors, William fought valiantly, demonstrating his resilience. Fortunately, William could reset the cycle. Come the next day, no one would remember, allowing him to act with impunity. In this intense environment, William's Quidditch abilities flourished, his prowess growing rapidly. Although each match was curtailed after a mere 40 minutes by Dumbledore, the repetition was sufficient for William to memorize his teammates' positions and the Gryffindor formation, enabling him to score with ease. With each passing match, he found himself capable of scoring 10 goals within that brief span, effortlessly amassing 100 points, while also delivering 3 or 4 exquisite passes. Unlike basketball, which imposes a 24-second shot clock, or football, where matches could end in a scoreless draw, Quidditch proved far more exhilarating. After 2 months of training, William began to integrate himself into the Gryffindor team. The twin brothers were not as easily swayed as Cedric, and it took a considerable amount of time for William to persuade them of his intentions. Yet the challenge arose, having never collaborated with Gryffindor before, and compounded by an off day where he failed to score, he ended up missing 30 shots, resulting in 100 points for Hufflepuff. An irate Professor McGonagall tumbled from the stands in exasperation. After half a year of Quidditch, William grew weary. Facing the same two teams day in and day out began to feel akin to playing a monotonous version of NBA 2K with only two teams. Consequently, he shifted his focus towards the study of ancient runes. This discipline, also known as runic script, proved no less challenging than other subjects, perhaps even more so. After a month of study, he had only managed to commit the basic alphabet to memory. He recognized the root of his discontent, an aversion to his studies. He had expended an inordinate amount of energy on academics, and while a shorter duration might have been manageable, he had been at it for nearly a year and a half without respite. Significantly, his activities were confined to the school, with Quidditch being his sole form of entertainment. Even a comfortable existence can become tiresome over time. William felt ensnared in a cage, confronting the same faces, uttering the same phrases, only to have them forgotten by the next day, an experience that was truly disheartening. William had always listened attentively to Dumbledore's words, cherishing this opportunity to diligently acquire knowledge and enhance his skills. However, after another 2 months, he resolved to break free from the cycle. At this moment, William had been ensnared in the time loop for nearly 2 years. Chapter 88. The Four Professor Tywins. Escaping the time loop was a simple matter of unraveling the entire sequence of events. While it may have posed a challenge for a first-year student like William, after 2 years within the loop, it had become a rather straightforward task. William was now aware of 4 key locations: the defense against the Dark Arts Office, Snape's Potions classroom, the entrance to the Ravenclaw Common Room, and the Room of Requirement. He resolved to wait for Tywin's appearance in the defense against the Dark Arts Office, the very place where it all began. In the 740th iteration of the loop, William, well prepared, concealed himself in a corner not far from Tywin's office. It was only 740. The competition had yet to commence, and Tywin had not yet vacated his office. After numerous observations, William had noted that Tywin would depart in 10 minutes. Hence, he was not the slightest bit concerned about his sudden appearance. William retrieved a potion from within his robes and consumed it. This was an enhancer he had previously acquired from Madame Pomfrey. To uncover the truth, he needed to shadow Tywin and observe his every move. Wishing to remain undetected, he resorted to the disillusionment charm. However, such a charm could easily be discerned by a wizard of considerable power. William had contemplated various methods to enhance the charm's efficacy and discovered that, aside from extensive practice, only the enhancer proved effective. This particular potion, a precious elixir used by Madame Pomfrey during critical procedures, could amplify the effects of potions. Likewise, this enhancer would bolster the disillusionment charm, rendering him less noticeable to Tywin. As for how William came to know of this potion, it was during a previous competition when he had plummeted from the sky, nearly separating head from body. Madame Pomfrey had incorporated this potion to enhance the efficacy of the healing draft. If there was anything of great value William had gained from the time loop, it was the hands-on experience of brewing nearly all the potions featured in his textbooks, along with sampling their flavors. Upon inhaling the potion's aroma, he discerned its distinctive scent, leading him to experiment extensively before finally obtaining the secret recipe from Madame Pomfrey. After consuming the enhancer, William cast the disillusionment charm and stood quietly in the corner, holding the Marauder's map. In the next moment, the map unexpectedly revealed 4 Tywins. One stood in the defense against the Dark Arts Office, about to step out. Another was concealed in the 5th-floor corridor. A third was briskly making his way toward the corridor leading to Ravenclaw Tower. William shook his head at the sight of 4 Tywins. It was indeed quite a spectacle, although not his first encounter with such a phenomenon. He marveled at its oddity each time. William's current task was to unravel the mystery of the 4 Tywins, to investigate why they appeared simultaneously in 4 locations. There was little time for reflection. As the moment arrived, the handle of the defense against the Dark Arts Office abruptly turned, and the Tywin concealed within stepped out of the room with impeccable timing. First, he scanned the surroundings warily, and upon detecting no one, he brandished his wand and strode purposefully upstairs. He was about to encounter Tywin, who was hiding on the 5th floor. William closely followed behind, despite having taken a sedative. His heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. Fortunately, William moved lightly, and Tywin had no inkling that someone was tailing him. As they reached the corner of the 5th floor, Tywin was on the verge of an encounter. However, to William's astonishment, the figure concealed on the 5th floor was not Tywin at all, but Professor Snape, though he bore an uncanny resemblance to Snape. The name displayed on the Marauder's map was still Tywin. The map could not be mistaken. The individual must have consumed Polyjuice Potion. As a wizard well acquainted with the effects of Polyjuice Potion, having mingled with 2 Quidditch teams for an extended period, William understood its nuances all too well. Yet Tywin, emerging from the office, seemed oblivious to the fact that the man before him was, in truth, himself. He was there to execute a top-secret plan and, upon sighting Snape in the corridor, instinctively assumed he had been discovered. Snape appeared to be on the verge of speaking, but Tywin, uninterested in listening, raised his wand and unleashed a spell. Snape sidestepped the attack, brandishing his wand and forcefully pointing it forward, exclaiming, "Stupefy!" Tywin retaliated with a spell of his own, and the confrontation ensued. Snape, evidently already gravely injured, bore a pale visage and numerous wounds, his reaction sluggish, rendering him no match for Tywin. With a sinister grin, Tywin advanced, seemingly intent on ending Snape's life. William felt as though he were about to witness Tywin's own demise. Yet, Snape's wand spun, casting a spell that caused the wall to collapse and obstruct the corridor between them. Tywin ceased his pursuit, observing Snape stagger toward the staircase through the debris. After a moment of silence, he resolved to turn and race toward the other staircase. Tywin quickened his pace, evidently anxious that Snape might reach Dumbledore and thwart his plans. William sprinted after him, simultaneously glancing at the Marauder's map. Noting that the Tywin under the influence of Polyjuice Potion was not heading to Dumbledore's office, but rather ascending to the 8th floor. He was headed for the Room of Requirement. At last, William comprehended why Tywin was no match for the 3-headed dog. How could someone so severely injured contend with such a beast? Ignoring the situation, he continued to pursue the Tywin before him. Exiting the main building, they entered a long corridor, the shortest path to Ravenclaw Tower. William knew another Tywin awaited there. As Tywin entered the corridor, perhaps feeling close to Ravenclaw Tower, he let down his guard. Suddenly, a spell shot from the side, grazing his head. Who was it? Tywin seethed with rage at the ambush. However, the other Tywin, lying in wait, disregarded his fury and continued to cast spells. After being struck by another spell, he sustained a minor injury and fled. The ambushing Tywin chuckled triumphantly and sped toward Ravenclaw Tower. William realized that the adversary aimed to retrieve the Ravenclaw diadem, after which there would be no further obstacles, save for one Robert. However, William did not proceed to the Ravenclaw Tower. Instead, he continued to closely follow the original Tywin. With his injured body, Tywin moved into a secluded corner, where he fumbled at the collar of his robe and retrieved a long, finely crafted golden chain, from which dangled a small, glimmering time-turner. Indeed, this was it. William finally beheld the object he had longed to see, the very reason why Tywin could appear in multiple places simultaneously, the time-turner. Professor Tywin twisted the time-turner counterclockwise, vanishing from sight. Soon, other versions of Tywin also disappeared from the Marauder's map, like extinguished street lamps. This signified that Professor Tywin was dead. William sat in contemplation for a considerable duration, and at last, he comprehended the entirety of the event. It was all remarkably simple. He could finally push up the non-existent black-framed glasses on his face and exclaim loudly to Dumbledore, "New incantation. Excavate this moment." Chapter 89. Who attacked whom? In the headmaster's office, within the pensive, Dumbledore followed William's memories, witnessing the entire process, now entering the most critical juncture. Tywin was seen striding rapidly towards the Ravenclaw common room, his voluminous robe billowing behind him. "Professor Tywin, what brings you here?" Robert's words had yet to fully escape his lips when Tywin's pale right hand seized his ebony wand. Stupefied, Robert, caught off guard, collapsed to the ground without resistance. Tywin extracted a vial of blood and an ancient parchment from his robe. Dumbledore's pupils constricted, and he stated gravely, "The 3 volumes of Secret Philosophy, authored by the 16th century wizard Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa. It elucidates the relationship between the human body, the zodiac, and the planets, and contains spells for unsealing." I had long wondered how Tywin circumvented Ravenclaw's magic to forcibly obtain the ring. Now it all made sense. Dumbledore appeared to be instructing William, who listened intently. He was not merely attentive. He was practically salivating. Although the library held many forbidden tomes, they belonged to the school, not to William. Moreover, who would ever disdain the prospect of possessing more treasures? That set of parchments was undoubtedly a gem. Professor Tywin held the parchment, flipping to a specific page, and with a raven's black feather dipped in the vial of blood, he began to meticulously draw something. Not a single drop of blood fell, coalescing into an obscure pattern that swirled in midair. He soon completed the entire task, rummaging at the collar of his robe to produce 2 time-turners. Tywin placed the time-turners in the center of the pattern, and they too began to hover in the air. He then aimed his wand at Robert's head. Avada Kedavra! Robert's face contorted in agony, as if he were in excruciating pain. The wind began to stir, and the blood droplets of the crimson pattern began to tremble. This was undoubtedly a magic that required a blood sacrifice, and Robert was the chosen victim. As Robert perished, the hour hand of the time turner began to spin violently. A plume of white smoke slowly emanated from the hour hand, guided by the ebony wand, settling upon the door knocker. The knocker absorbed the entirety of the time turner's energy. It emitted a sound of contentment, as if it had not tasted such exquisite energy in ages, greedily craving more. However, Tywin remained unfazed. He had pilfered 3 time turners, and now only one remained, which could not be destroyed. With excitement, he removed the knocker, cradling it in his hand, and proceeded to extract Robert's left eye, affixing it to the wooden door before turning to depart. This artistry was intended for Dumbledore. "Thank you, William," Dumbledore murmured. "Let us be on our way." A remarkably complete memory, Dumbledore finally remarked, confirming my hypothesis and proving my correctness. "Since you have sought me out and decided to exit the time loop, do you comprehend?" William nodded. The entire situation was exceedingly intricate, and it would be incomprehensible to anyone lacking a strong logical foundation. "Professor, the crux lies within the time turner." William carefully chose his words and quickly articulated. "The reason the time turner is effective is due to the hour reversal charm." William first encountered the term hour reversal charm in Professor Bin's class when Autumn inquired about the Ravenclaw ring. At that time, he paid it little mind, as he was unaware of the charm's implications until he studied extensively and discovered it in a spell book during his 7th year. Dumbledore had advised William to dedicate more time to his studies for a profound reason. He knew William would inevitably uncover this charm. It was from that day onward that William began to suspect Tywin possessed a time turner, enabling him to appear in multiple locations simultaneously. Dumbledore had also cautioned William that Tywin was the one who attacked the Ministry of Magic. Why would he assault the Ministry? Because it harbored all the time turners. This was also why Fudge dared not make a public outcry. The loss of a time turner could potentially alter history, inciting panic among the populace. Since you have learned of the time turner, you should also ponder how Tywin accomplished all this. Dumbledore reclined in his chair, his demeanor remarkably relaxed as he inquired. "I have a rough outline," William replied with a smile. All the portraits of former headmasters ceased their pretense of slumber, attentively pricking their ears to eavesdrop. "The first instance must have been when you visited the Ravenclaw Tower. I surmise that in the original timeline, you indeed reached the Ravenclaw Tower and subsequently encountered Professor Tywin." Dumbledore nodded, affirmatively stating, "Indeed, at that time, I received a warning from Madame Grey. Had it not been for Tywin's insistence, I would surely have gone to the Ravenclaw Tower." Suddenly, William recalled the events of Sorting Day. The ghost of Hufflepuff, Fat Friar, had mentioned Bloodman Barrow seeking Madame Grey, indicating that something was amiss at the Ravenclaw Tower. In retrospect, it appeared that Tywin had stealthily infiltrated. His intent was either to steal the knocker or to ascertain whether the Ravenclaw ring was, in fact, the knocker itself. Mrs. Grey is quite remarkable, and this was the first time William realized that ghosts possessed the ability for foresight. His interest in Mrs. Grey was suddenly piqued. Momentarily distracted, William refocused and continued. In a corridor on the 5th floor, Tywin encountered Professor Snape. However, that individual was merely a guise adopted by Tywin using the Polyjuice potion. Thus he had employed the time turner again, though this was certainly not a second use of it. The reason? A glimmer of admiration flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. The Tywin transformed into Snape was gravely injured, indicating that several battles must have transpired in between. William elaborated. In a corridor leading to the Ravenclaw Tower, Tywin faced yet another ambush. This attack was deliberately orchestrated, resulting in both parties sustaining varying degrees of injury, after which Tywin was seen vanishing with the time turner. I believe this was indeed his second use of the time turner. With a flick of his wand, William expertly stirred the pensieve, revealing 2 battling versions of Tywin within its depths. "Professor, look here," William pointed out. Initially, Tywin appeared unscathed, but the Tywin lying in ambush in the Ravenclaw corridor was injured. After the skirmish, the conditions of their wounds were identical, were they not? He was unaware of the identity of his assailant, and although they bore an uncanny resemblance to him, he suspected someone else had also utilized the Polyjuice potion. Yet, as time passed, the Tywin who had attacked him did not appear. Instead, it was the original version of himself who arrived. Chapter 90, The Temporal Paradox. In the renowned Grandfather Paradox, it is articulated thus: your existence implies that your grandfather did not perish due to you. How then could you have killed your grandfather? Tywin was on the brink of encountering such a dilemma with the time turner, having unknowingly been assaulted by his own self, sustaining severe injuries. However, that was indeed the original version of himself. If Tywin were still alive, he would likely gaze skyward and lament. "Who has slain me? and whom have I slain? William sat in his office chair, continuing to dissect the entirety of the event. After Tywin attacked himself, he faced no further obstacles and proceeded to the Ravenclaw common room to slay Robert and seize the ring. By this time, he had already battled himself thrice, bearing considerable wounds. He consumed the polyjuice potion he had prepared in advance, transforming into the likeness of Professor Snape, and made his way to the potion storage room. Why did he choose to become Snape? Inquired a portrait of a former headmaster. William recognized him as Albus Dippet, the previous headmaster. The answer is quite simple. Tywin had fought with Snape in the fifth-floor corridor, unaware that it was not truly Snape, yet that did not hinder his conviction. Given that a battle had ensued, Snape would undoubtedly seek out Professor Dumbledore in the headmaster's office, rendering the potion storage room uninhabited. Thus, he drank the polyjuice potion he had long prepared, assumed Snape's appearance, and intended to procure some healing potions, seizing the opportunity to escape the school with the ring under the guise of Snape. However, he did not anticipate that Professor Snape was in the potion storage room, and a fierce battle ensued between the two. This was the earliest memory that William had witnessed from Dumbledore. Unfortunately, Tywin suffered grave injuries and proved no match for Snape, ultimately being struck in the chest by dark magic before fleeing once more. Meanwhile, Snape hastened to Ravenclaw, where he discovered Robert's demise. At this juncture, Tywin activated the time turner for the third time, intending to prevent his earlier self from retrieving the ring. Yet, to his astonishment, he was mistaken for Professor Snape by his own self, just departing the Dark Arts Defense Office. William stirred the pensieve, revealing the scene of the battle between Tywin and Snape in the corridor of the fifth floor. This marked Tywin's fifth injury, as he realized he was ensnared in a time loop and sought refuge in the Room of Requirement, only to find Roe hiding within. This was the entirety of the professor's account. Where did I err? Dumbledore applauded, and not only he, but also the portraits of past headmasters joined in. The sole exception was Phineas Black, who snorted disdainfully, calling Tywin a fool. William, you surpass my expectations. I believed you would fail to discern the connections and would return to seek my guidance. You truly embody the spirit of Ravenclaw, praised Dumbledore. No, I have pondered this for quite some time. Had it been you, you would have instantly identified the issues, William humbly replied. You flatter me excessively. I am not omniscient, and many possess wisdom that eludes me. Fortunately, there are no outsiders here. After Professor McGonagall extolled my virtues, I have not blushed as I do now. Then, Professor, I have a query. What is it? Given that Tywin possesses a time turner, why does he still pursue the elusive legend of the Ravenclaw ring? Dumbledore shook his head. Do you genuinely believe that? Is it not so? I suspect you have encountered a particular phrase repeatedly while contemplating the time turner. Prohibition of misuse. Indeed, Dumbledore interlaced his fingers, reclining in his chair. For many years, the reasons behind the inability of time travelers to survive journeys across vast temporal spans remained shrouded in mystery. However, these experiments ceased in 1899 when Eloise Mintumble was trapped in 1402 for 5 days. Likewise, the 5 days she spent in the distant past had a profound impact on the life trajectories of every individual she encountered, significantly altering their lives and resulting in the non-existence of at least 25 descendants in the present day. On the Tuesday following her return, she attended classes for 2 days, while Thursday was reduced to 4 hours. In an effort to conceal the matter, the Ministry of Magic faced relentless troubles, which subsequently led to the establishment of the most stringent legal regulations and penalties surrounding time travel research. Even under the Ministry's oversight, the use of time turners remains severely restricted, governed by hundreds of laws. As Salcroc stated, the human mind cannot comprehend time, and thus cannot fathom the destruction that attempts to violate the rules of time would wreak. Listening to Dumbledore's words, William nodded. After all, it was rumored that the Ravenclaw ring posed no adverse effects during time travel. Suddenly, a thought struck William. Tywin's repeated use of the time turner was initially prompted by Dumbledore's unannounced visit to the Ravenclaw common room. This incident triggered a cascade of calamities that followed. The realization was chilling. Chapter 91, The Tale of Tywin. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had already stretched over half an hour. Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, William posed a question that had long perplexed him. Professor, if Tywin's intention was to save James Potter, why did he impersonate a Death Eater? Ah, you're mistaken, William. Tywin did not aim to rescue James. His true objective was to save Voldemort, and he was indeed a bona fide Death Eater. But did he not harbor special feelings for James? In those memories, people can change, William. After James and Lily became a couple, Tywin transformed. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Remember, that was merely the beginning. Love can sometimes drive a person to madness, altering their very essence. He remarked with seasoned wisdom. A peculiar image began to materialize. William's pupils dilated in fear. What on earth is this? The surroundings blurred and dimmed, and a man appeared, clad in a black robe, his disheveled golden hair framing a face marked by dread. A group of hooded figures surrounded him, wands aimed at his head. "Do not kill me. I have come to seek the Dark Lord." The man knelt, raising his wand. "Oh, you seek me? Has Dumbledore sent you to deliver a message? Tywin, I possess crucial information. I can lead you to the members of the Order of the Phoenix." "Ah, you know their whereabouts?" That deep, raspy voice echoed once more. "Several, indeed. Lily Potter, Frank Longbottom, and Alice Longbottom." "Very well." The man replied lazily. "The Longbottoms have evaded me once, and Lily Potter has escaped twice. I recall these names belong to your classmates. What do you desire?" "Gracious Lord Voldemort, what reward shall you bestow upon me?" I wish to become a Death Eater." Swiftly, the scene shifted, new memories unfolding. A small square room, dimly lit. The black marble floor appeared striking. A low wooden altar surrounded by 3 columns formed a shrine, flickering candlelight dancing upon it. A figure emerged, tall and familiar, with golden hair, Tywin in his 20s. At that moment, he was no longer the timid and unremarkable Tywin, but rather confident, handsome, and smiling. Soon, more people gathered, for wizards appeared, observing the newcomer pledging allegiance. Judging by their attire, they were all Death Eaters. In the dim light and cloaked figures, William could not discern their faces. Death Eaters, a deep, raspy voice suddenly resonated as a figure ascended the altar. "In the name of the great Voldemort, I welcome this new servant to our assembly." No sooner had the words left his lips than a rapid series of knocks echoed. William gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. The various tomes had always shrouded the rituals of the Death Eaters in secrecy. Yet today, he bore witness to it firsthand. The entire ceremony unfolded methodically, the surroundings reminiscent of a sinister cult. Sparks flared from wands, poised against the bare chest of the Oath-Taker, signifying that should the individual betray Voldemort, they would face a heart-piercing curse as punishment. Tywin knelt at Voldemort's feet, pledging eternal loyalty to his master and accepting the dire consequences of betrayal, a disembowelment, with his heart extracted and left discarded for others to trample upon. Voldemort leaned down, grasping Tywin's left arm, rolling his sleeve above the elbow, and lightly tapping his wand upon it. A grimace of pain crossed Tywin's face. Yet the psychological gratification swiftly suppressed the agony, flushing his countenance with excitement. Time became indistinct as a symbol emerged upon Tywin's skin, a vivid red tattoo depicting a skull for which a serpent slithered forth, the Dark Mark. As the ceremony concluded, Tywin collapsed to the ground, crawling before Voldemort to kiss the hem of his dark robe. "Master, Master," he murmured softly. The witnessing Death Eaters followed suit, each one kneeling and crawling to Voldemort, kissing his cloak, before retreating to form a silent circle. "Let us depart," William, Dumbledore said. After a moment, he continued. "During his youth at Hogwarts, Voldemort gathered a devoted cadre of followers. I use the term devoted as there is no better descriptor. He bore no affection for them. This group coalesced into a dark force within the castle, comprised of the desperate seeking refuge, the ambitious desiring a taste of power, and the inherently cruel, all drawn to a leader capable of teaching them a more elevated form of savagery. In essence, they were the precursors to the Death Eaters. Some truly became the first Death Eaters after leaving Hogwarts. To consolidate his influence and assert his uniqueness, the young Voldemort devised this ritual upon the suggestion of his followers. The true core of the Death Eaters largely underwent this rite, signifying their servitude to Voldemort. Rodolphus Lestrange, along with his wife Bellatrix, stands as one of Voldemort's foremost Death Eater leaders and his fervent adherent. Thus the authenticity of the memories is reliable, Dumbledore remarked. Then why did Tywin choose to join the Death Eaters? William inquired. "I can only speculate," Dumbledore replied, intertwining his fingers. "Human emotions are fickle. Tywin has always harbored unique feelings for James, which transformed in a hatred upon James's marriage to Lily. This animosity compelled him to divulge Lily's whereabouts to Voldemort, facilitating her demise. Did the Potters perish at that time? Not quite. Dumbledore shook his head. Lily escaped that attack. It was her third evasion of Voldemort's pursuit. However, following that incident, I harbored suspicions of betrayal within our ranks. Thus I advised the Potters and the Longbottoms to go into hiding. At that time, for reasons unknown, Voldemort was determined to locate the Potters. Tywin was a childhood friend of James, and he too was involved in clandestine investigations. Albeit he had yet to make his move when Voldemort managed to find James and Lily through others. Sirius Black? Ah, Sirius. Dumbledore repeated with a tone of sorrow and incomprehensible complexity. Tywin had yet to act, and with Voldemort's downfall, there were few witnesses to his transformation into a Death Eater. He had concealed himself until now. So, what animosity does he harbor towards Professor Snape? William inquired. He recalled Tywin once stating in the hospital wing that Snape was a despicable traitor responsible for the deaths of James and the Dark Lord. William, I cannot divulge too many details, but I can tell you that Voldemort resolved to kill the Potters due to a piece of information inadvertently leaked by Snape. In light of the outcome, Voldemort perished, and Tywin believes that Snape deceived Voldemort, leading to his demise, which is the source of his hatred. Chapter 92, A One-Way Ticket to Azkaban. William pondered silently, realizing that the headmaster's words were fraught with uncertainties, particularly concerning Professor Snape. Since Dumbledore was unwilling to elaborate, he could not ascertain the full truth. However, one thing was certain. Snape was aligned with Dumbledore. The letters that never reached their destination served as the best evidence. Dumbledore twirled the blue gemstone ring on his finger and continued, "It was out of this hatred that Tywin, during his assault on the Ministry, adopted the guise of Snape through Polyjuice Potion, solely to frame him. I suspect that on the day Arthur and Malfoy clashed, Tywin was also in Diagon Alley. He took Malfoy's wand for the same purpose of framing him, all to obscure his own actions. As for how Tywin acquired a sample of Snape's hair, it likely occurred during their confrontation on the day he interviewed at Hogwarts. But why did he attack Professor Snape's potion storeroom at night?" William asked. That night, many potions were lost, including Polyjuice Potion, indicating that his supply had been depleted. Such potions cannot be stored for long periods, and since the Ministry was attacked, the Auror office has intensified its surveillance of the black market. Tywin may have deemed it unsafe to purchase externally, fearing he might leave traces for the Aurors, while Snape was conveniently imprisoned in Azkaban. Hence, he pilfered from Snape's quarters. "Professor, I have one more question," William said, looking at Dumbledore. "Is this the last one, my child?" Dumbledore playfully asked. "Oh, indeed," William replied with a smile. "Ravenclaw has established a special enchantment to prevent the ring from being forcibly taken. Unless it is claimed by her heir, the ring remains merely a ring, devoid of any special properties. It was not until you entered the room of requirement, gravely injured by a bite from the creature, and subsequently took the ring, placing it upon your index finger, that you truly became the heir of Ravenclaw." Dumbledore stirred the pensieve. An 11 or 12-year-old girl materialized within it. "Judy Crouch," William exclaimed in realization. Clearly, Tywin has exploited Judy's affection for him, deceiving and taking advantage of her. William comprehended everything without omission. Suddenly, the ring on his right index finger became unbearably hot, and an eagle burst forth from the ring. Perching upon William's shoulder, it fixed its gaze upon Dumbledore, then glanced at the phoenix, Fawkes, before abruptly seizing William's shoulder and lifting him aloft. William found himself engulfed in a vortex, and when he regained consciousness, he was lying in his own bed. As he surveyed his surroundings, the dormitory appeared unchanged, identical to the day before. It was still April 20th. The ring on his index finger had vanished, and William understood that his cycle had concluded. Tomorrow would be the 21st, and he must make the most of today. He dressed and noticed Marcos embracing Bradley, the two of them closely entwined. It was quite the spectacle. They'd been sharing a bed for over 700 days, a sight to which William had long since grown accustomed. He hastily completed his morning routine and departed the dormitory. The common room was bustling with people, all engaged in lively conversation. Chio and Marietta sat in a corner, attempting to transform a tattered hat. Both had tried for a while without success, and other wizards had also made attempts, but to no avail. "Good morning, William," Chio greeted upon seeing him. William returned the greeting, but did not take a seat. He drew his wand and aimed it at the hat. Everyone halted their activities, eager to witness the prowess of the Ravenclaw prodigy. William's reputation as a genius had long spread throughout the academy. One need only glance at the points he had accrued for the house to understand. However, students from other years had never seen William in action, making this his inaugural public transformation. With a subtle movement of his lips, he tapped the hat, which then morphed into a sleek black eagle, complete with a tuft of feathers atop its head. The eagle let out a resounding cry, soaring around the common room before landing on the shoulder of the Ravenclaw statue. William whistled, and the eagle circled back, diving down to alight gracefully upon his shoulder. A smile spread across William's face, his spirits soaring. This was pure display of skill. After 2 years of arduous practice and the meticulous guidance of Professor McGonagall, his transformation abilities had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis, no longer a weakness. Throughout the time loop, he had transformed the hat countless times, yet no one could remember. That sensation had grown quite tedious. Today, however, was different. William's wand twirled, touching the eagle's brow, and it transformed into a bronze hat with an irate honey badger emblazoned on the brim. On the opposite side, it read, "May the friendship of House Eagle and House Badger endure forever." William presented the hat to Chio, and the crowd erupted into applause, celebrating his extraordinary transformation skills. Chio's mouth hung agape, as if witnessing an invasion by Cybertronians. Marietta gazed at him in admiration, and one might think she was ready to offer herself in devotion. William beamed, this joy surpassing even the comfort of Felix Felicis. He turned to leave, but Chio hastened after him, astonished. William, how did you manage that? I could have done a year ago. Nonsense. What level were you at a year ago? I have no idea. Chio pinched William's arm, and upon seeing the pained expression on the boy's face, she confirmed that this was not a dream. Indeed, if it were a dream, I should at least dream of my transfiguration skills being so remarkable, she muttered softly. Her transfiguration abilities were the least impressive, though Cedric often offered her tutoring. Her grades were simply too dismal to withstand. One could only say that pain and joy coexisted. Where are you going? Chio inquired, seemingly intending to leave with him. What do you need him for? I have a train ticket to give him. What sort of ticket? A one-way ticket to Azkaban.